Chapter 1. The Debtor's Opening Move. Please deposit your brain. Before reading, we bear no responsibility for any unforeseen losses. Zhao Erlang, open the door. If you have the audacity to steal, then surely you can muster the courage to open the door. Hurry up. If you don't repay your debt soon, they'll take your sister as collateral. You spineless wretch, dragging this on day after day. If you don't pay up today, they'll break your legs. Outside a humble earthen cottage in Qingshan village, a burly man with a face full of flesh was shouting and cursing, his spittle flying. Inside the cottage, Zhao Xiaochuan surveyed the primitive dwelling around him, his mind a whirlwind of questions. Bushman, how did I end up here? Wasn't I just working overtime? Where's this place now? Zhao Xiaochuan, a poorly educated corporate drone, had just received his meager salary last month, with a few extra hundred due to overtime. He thought to himself that if he worked harder and put in more hours, perhaps he would earn his boss's favor, and who knows, maybe even a promotion. Instead, he found himself collapsing from overwork. As a jolt of pain surged through his head, a flood of unfamiliar memories struck him, leading to the realization that his soul had transmigrated to an ancient era he had never heard of, occupying the body of a prodigal son. This body shared his name and surname, being the second son of the family. In his previous life, he was known for being lazy and selfish, notorious for gambling, a scoundrel in the surrounding villages. His father and elder brother had gone to the town to sell medicinal herbs, never to return, while his mother, overcome with grief, wept incessantly, ultimately losing her sanity. With no one to discipline him, the original owner transformed into a petty thug. Just moments ago, he had been chased for gambling debts, fleeing in a panic, only to stumble and strike his head against a stone. By the time he crawled home, he had succumbed to his injuries. Isn't this a bit too much? Zhao Xiaochuan felt a twinge in his heart. He would have preferred to remain at his desk, laboring away. While others might fantasize about life before their untimely demise, my situation is such that even fantasy feels like a luxury. As if sensing some movement within the house, the shouts from outside grew louder. Rubbing his aching head, a result of the memories flooding in, Zhao Xiaochuan sighed in resignation. Fine. Life is about making do wherever you are. Since I'm here, I might as well settle in. Rest in peace, original owner. I shall live well on your behalf. At the very least, my skills in weaponry, survival, and agriculture surpass yours. I shall undoubtedly thrive. With this thought, he approached the door, recalling the original owner's mannerisms, and shouted in a ruffian tone, Niu Lao-san, what are you yelling about? Isn't it just a few copper coins you lost in gambling? I'll pay you back when I have the money. Niu Lao-san staggered back, startled by Zhao Xiaochuan's bloodied appearance, yet he remained relentless. Easier said than done. How long has it been since you owed me 250 copper coins? How many times have you evaded repayment? If you don't pay today, I won't leave. Beside him, Ma Laosi chimed in, and my 145 copper coins. If you don't have the money, I won't budge either. Not to mention my 133. Hurry up and pay, or this isn't over. Wang Dezhuang echoed. Moreover, you have stolen 3 hens from my household. You must repay me. Aunt Li, who lived nearby, approached, demanding her due upon hearing the commotion. And you have taken 10 eggs from my home. You need to return my money. You pilfered the beans from my field. You owe me. And my melons. As more villagers gathered at the entrance, most of whom were wrong neighbors rather than those seeking gambling debts, Zhao Xiaochuan felt a growing sense of dread. The collective anger of the community was palpable. The wrongdoings of the original owner had incited widespread outrage. If a resolution was not reached, it would be impossible for him to remain in Qingshan village. At that moment, the village head, Zhao Digang, pushed through the crowd and cleared his throat. Zhao Erlang, consider the gravity of your actions. Is this reasonable? In such a short time, which family in the village has not been victimized by your theft? The belongings of others are the fruits of their hard work. You cannot justify your thievery with your own rationale. If you do not provide a satisfactory explanation today, although I am your uncle, I cannot show you favoritism. As Zhao Digang spoke through gritted teeth, he subtly signaled to Zhao Xiaochuan. After all, he was still a member of the Zhao family, a male heir at that, and despite his reprimand, there was an inclination to defend him. At this moment, Zhao Digang's condemnation served both as a warning and a form of protection. Uncle, fellow villagers, I, Zhao Xiaochuan, solemnly swear, I will never steal again. I acknowledge my past misdeeds and recognize that repaying debts is a fundamental principle. You can all see the current state of my household. There is nothing left, and we have no food to eat. I can only repay you gradually in the future." Having clarified the situation, Zhao Xiaochuan continued, "Dear villagers, I ask my uncle to serve as a witness that I will settle my debts within a year. If I fail to do so, I shall sell my family's land to repay you." The village head paused, momentarily taken aback, yet ultimately found it acceptable, agreeing, "Very well. A man of honor must stand by his word. Should you steal from our neighbors again within the year, Qingshan village will not harbor you." The villagers were taken aback. Everyone understood the significance of land to a peasant family. When Zhao Xiaochuan made his declaration, a hush fell over the crowd. After all, the sale of Zhao Xiaochuan's land would still fetch a few taels of silver. Aunt Li could hardly believe her ears and turned to Mrs. Zhou beside her, saying, "Third aunt, pinch me to see if I am dreaming." Mrs. Zhou rolled her eyes and pinched Aunt Li's arm. "Ouch, that hurts." "This is no dream," Aunt Li exclaimed. Upon hearing that they could indeed recover the value of their stolen items, the villagers hurriedly asked the village head to draft promissory notes. They busied themselves for quite a while, discussing amongst themselves before departing. Zhao Xiaochuan clutched the promissory note filled with names and fingerprints, counting a total of 75 households, which amounted to over 5 taels and 3 coins. The most valuable items undoubtedly belonged to Aunt Li. Her 3 hens totaling 361. The 5 taels of silver is no trifling sum. While an ordinary family can earn a decent amount over the course of a year, after accounting for the necessities of life, it is nearly impossible to save up this amount. Zhao Xiaochuan folded the IOU and carefully tucked it into his pocket. Casting a glance at the ramshackle, mutant-thatched dwelling, he could not help but lament that it was worse than the pigsty back home. The only items in the house that appeared intact were 2 wooden boxes, which, according to his father, were part of his mother's dowry. The tattered bedding on the dilapidated wooden bed, patched beyond recognition, was inferior even to the blankets of homeless individuals beneath overpasses. At that moment, a small head appeared before Zhao Xiaochuan. "Second brother, the eggs you stole yesterday were delicious. Can you bring back a few more today? We'll have something to eat tonight. Let's go to Uncle's house's old hen lays eggs in the backyard, and I know where the nest is." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaochuan could only facepalm. Alas, his once adorable 10-year-old sister had been led astray by the previous owner of this body, now only knowing the art of thievery. He squatted down and earnestly told his sister, "From now on, we must not steal from anyone. If you do, you will be driven out of the village and may suffer serious harm." Zhao Sani replied in a sweet voice, "But second brother, you're not in trouble now, and I didn't steal anything. I'm not afraid. Just wait until it gets dark." It seemed that as her older brother, he was entirely dispensable. Alas, one could only blame the previous owner for setting such a poor example for his sister. "Oh my heavens, I want to return to my hometown. The city is full of traps. I wish to go back to the countryside." Wait, it seemed he was indeed in a rural area now. Zhao Xiaochuan fell into a deep melancholy. Although he had once been burdened with unescapable car and housing loans, life was manageable, and he had paid off a significant portion. Now, he found himself laden with debt and devoid of resources to sustain life. It would be better to simply start anew. At that moment, a voice sounded, "Ding. The recycling system has been bound. Please work diligently, master, to achieve wealth and complete your lives turnaround." Chapter 1. The Indebted Protagonist. Before delving into the narrative, kindly deposit your mind. Any unforeseen loss shall incur no responsibility. Zhao Erlang, open the door. If you possess the audacity to pilfer, to thieve, then can you not muster the courage to open the door? Hurry up. If you fail to repay your debts, I shall take your sister as collateral. You scoundrel, dragging this out day after day, if you do not return the money today, I shall break your legs. In Qingshan village, before a modest earthen abode, a portly man was vociferously berating outside, spewing forth saliva with every word. Inside the thatched hut, Zhao Xiaochuan surveyed the primitive dwelling, his mind awash with confusion. "Bushage men, what have I gotten myself into? Wasn't I just working overtime? Where am I now?" Zhao Xiaochuan, a lowly wage earner with scant education, had just received his salary last month. Due to excessive overtime, he had earned a few hundred extra coins. He pondered that with a bit more effort and additional hours, perhaps he might gain his boss's favor and even earn a promotion, only to meet an untimely demise at his workstation. A sharp pain surged through his head as a torrent of unfamiliar memories flooded in, awakening him to the reality that his soul had traversed into an ancient era, inhabiting the body of a notorious spendthrift. This individual bore the same name as his own, the second son in the family. Typically lazy and indulgent, he was known for his selfishness, gambling, and petty theft, and notorious ruffian in the surrounding villages. His father and elder brother had ventured to the town to sell medicinal herbs, never to return, leaving their mother in profound grief, constantly weeping until her mind eventually broke. The once mischievous original owner was now utterly unmonitored, becoming a small-time delinquent. Just moments prior, while being pursued for gambling debts, he had fled in haste, tripped, and struck his head against a stone. By the time he crawled back home, he had succumbed. Isn't this a bit too? Zhao Xiaochuan lacked even the inclination to pinch himself in disbelief. He would have preferred to remain at his workstation, enduring overtime. While others fantasized about a life beyond their exhausting toil before an untimely death, he felt as though he had toiled so much that even dreaming was a luxury he could not afford. As if sensing movement within the hut, the cacophony of shouts outside grew louder. Rubbing his aching head, now burdened with the influx of memories, Zhao Xiaochuan sighed in resignation. Well, one must make do wherever one finds oneself. Since I am here, I shall adapt. Rest in peace. Original owner, I shall live on in your stead. At the very least, I possess a broader skill set, knowledge of weaponry, survival, and agriculture. Surely I shall thrive better than you. With these thoughts in mind, he approached the door, recalling the original owner's mannerisms, and shouted in a ruffian's tone, "Niu Lao-san, what are you yelling about? Is it merely because you're owed a few coins from gambling? I shall repay you when I have the money." Niu Lao-san was momentarily startled by the sight of Zhao Xiaochuan's bloodied visage, yet he remained relentless. "You speak so lightly. How long has it been since you've owed me 250 coins? How many times have you evaded repayment? If you do not settle your debt today, I shall not leave." Nearby, Ma Laosi chimed in, "And my 145 coins. If you do not pay, I will not budge either. Not to mention my 133. Hurry up and repay if you do not settle today. We shall not let this go." Wang Dazhuang echoed. "Moreover, you have stolen 3 hens from my home. You must repay me." Antley from next door, drawn by the commotion, demanded compensation. "And you have taken 10 eggs from my house. You owe me money," another voice chimed in. "You pilfered the beans from my field. You are obligated to repay," came yet another accusation. "And what about the melons from my garden?" Observing the growing crowd of villagers at his doorstep, Zhao Xiaochuan felt overwhelmed. Aside from a few seeking gambling debts, the rest were aggrieved neighbors, all victims of his misdeeds. The courtyard was teeming with dozens of people. The uproar had incited widespread outrage against the original owner's thieving antics. If no resolution were reached, it was evident that a stay in Qingshan village would be untenable. At that moment, the village head, Zhao Digang, pushed through the throng and cleared his throat, addressing the assembly. "Zhao Erlang, consider the gravity of your actions. Is this behavior acceptable? In such a short span of time, which family in the village has not fallen prey to your thievery? The possessions of others are the fruits of their labor. You cannot justify your theft with mere excuses. If you do not provide a satisfactory explanation today, despite being your paternal uncle, I cannot show you favoritism." As Zhao Digang spoke through gritted teeth, he discreetly cast a glance towards Zhao Xiaochuan, a subtle message of both admonition and protection, given their familial ties. "Uncle, fellow villagers, I, Zhao Xiaochuan, vow here and now, I shall never steal again. I acknowledge my previous transgressions and accept that it is only right to repay my debts. You have all seen the current plight of my family. We possess nothing, and we struggle to feed ourselves with the hope of gradually repaying you all." With a clear understanding of the situation, Zhao Xiaochuan continued, "Dear villagers, I implore my uncle to witness this commitment. I will settle all debts within a year. Should I fail to do so, I shall sell my family's land to repay you." Zhao Digang was momentarily taken aback, but ultimately deemed it acceptable, consenting, "Very well, a man of honor speaks. Once a word is uttered, it cannot be taken back. If you steal from your neighbors again within this year, Qingshan village will not harbor you. The villagers were momentarily stunned. They understood the significance of land to a farmer. Zhao Xiaochuan's declaration silenced the crowd, for selling his family's land would indeed yield a considerable sum. Aunt Li, incredulous, turned to Mrs. Zhou beside her, saying, "Sister, pinch me to see if I am dreaming." Mrs. Zhou rolled her eyes and pinched Aunt Li's arm. "Ouch, that hurts." "This is no dream," Aunt Li exclaimed. Upon realizing they could reclaim the value of their stolen goods, the villagers eagerly urged the village head to draft promissory notes, bustling about for quite some time before departing, deep in discussion. Zhao Xiaochuan clutched a stack of promissory notes, counting 75 households listed with names and fingerprints, quickly calculating the total to be 5 taels and 3 coins. The most valuable items, undoubtedly, were the 3 hens belonging to Aunt Li, totaling 360 cash. The 5 taels of silver is no trifling sum. While an ordinary family may earn a decent amount in a year, after accounting for basic necessities, they would hardly manage to save up this amount. Zhao Xiaochuan folded the IOU and carefully tucked it into his pocket. Gazing at the dilapidated earthen house with its thatched roof, he couldn't help but scoff, remarking that it was even worse than the pigsty back home. The only items in the house that appeared somewhat intact were 2 wooden chests, which, according to his father, were part of his mother's dowry. The tattered bed was covered with a patchwork of blankets, so worn that it surpassed even the rags a homeless person might use beneath a highway overpass. At that moment, a small head peeked out in front of Zhao Xiaochuan. "Second brother, the eggs you stole yesterday were delicious. Can you bring back a few more today? We would have something to eat for dinner." She continued, "Let's go to Uncle's house. His old hen lays eggs in the backyard, and I know where the nest is." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaochuan could only bury his face in his hands. It was troubling that his once adorable 10-year-old sister had been led astray by the original owner of this life, now resorting to thievery. He crouched down and spoke earnestly to his sister. "From this moment forth, we must not steal from anyone. If we continue down this path, we risk being expelled from the village and facing severe consequences." Zhao Sani replied in a soft, innocent voice, "But second brother, you seem fine now. I didn't steal anything. I'm not afraid. Just wait until it gets dark." It seemed that his role as an older brother was somewhat dispensable. Alas, he could only blame the original owner for setting such a poor example for his sister. "Oh dear, I wish to return to my hometown. The city is fraught with complexities. I long for the simplicity of the countryside." Yet, upon reflection, he realized he was indeed still residing in a rural area. Zhao Xiaochuan fell into a state of melancholy. Although he had previously felt shackled by car loans and mortgages, life had been relatively worry-free, with most of his debts repaid. Now, he found himself burdened with new debts and lacking the resources to sustain himself. It felt as though starting over with a new identity would be more desirable. Just then a voice chimed in, "Ding. The recycling system has been bound. Please, master, strive diligently towards prosperity and achieve a remarkable turnaround in your life." Chapter 1. The Debtor's Opening. Before delving into this tale, kindly store your cognitive faculties. Any unforeseen loss shall not be my responsibility. Zhao Erlang opened the door. "If you possess the audacity to thieve, can you not muster the courage to unlock your door? Hurry up and let me in. If you do not repay your debts, I shall take your sister as collateral. You wretched scoundrel, delaying day after day. If you do not settle your dues today, I shall break your legs." In Qingshan village, outside a modest earthen hut, a burly man with a face full of excess flesh was hurling insults, his spittle flying through the air. Inside the hut, Zhao Xiaochuan surveyed his surroundings, which could only be described as primitive, his mind swirling with confusion. "Hushij Min, what have I stumbled into? Wasn't I just working overtime? Where exactly am I now?" Zhao Xiaochuan, a lowly wage earner with scant education, had just received his salary from the previous month. Due to extensive overtime, he had earned a few extra 100 yuan. He contemplated that if he worked harder and put in more hours, perhaps he could gain the favor of his employer and even receive a promotion, only to meet an untimely demise at his workstation. A sudden, excruciating pain shot through his head as a torrent of unfamiliar memories flooded his consciousness, revealing that his soul had transposed into a realm he had never encountered before, occupying the body of a notorious spendthrift. This body shared his name, Zhao Xiaochuan, and was the second son in a family. Typically, He was indolent, self-serving, and notorious for petty thievery and gambling, a notorious ruffian throughout the neighboring villages. His father and elder brother had ventured to the town to sell medicinal herbs, never to return. His mother, overwhelmed by sorrow, wept incessantly, ultimately succumbing to madness. The once mischievous original owner of this body was now left unchecked, having morphed into a small-time delinquent. Just moments ago, he had been pursued for gambling debts, fleeing in haste, only to trip and collide with a stone, perishing before he could return home. Isn't this a bit too? Zhao Xiaochuan found himself devoid of the will to even pinch himself. He would have been better off continuing to toil at his desk. While others envision their lives as overworked drones before succumbing to exhaustion, I am merely a beast of burden, deprived even of dreams. As if sensing the commotion within, the shouts from outside grew louder. Rubbing his aching head, which throbbed from the influx of memories, Zhao Xiaochuan let out a resigned sigh. Well, it seems I must make do wherever I may be. I shall find a way to adapt. Rest in peace. Original owner, I shall live on in your stead. At the very least, I possess a greater array of skills, knowledge of weaponry, survival, and agriculture that shall surely enable me to thrive beyond your capabilities. With these thoughts in mind, he approached the threshold of the hut, channeling the bravado of the original owner as he shouted, "Niu Lao-san, what's all this ruckus? Is it merely for few copper coins I owe you? I'll repay you when I have the means." Niu Lao-san staggered back, startled by the blood streaming from Zhao Xiaochuan's head. Yet he remained unyielding. "You speak so lightly. How long has it been since you've owed me 250 copper coins? How many times have you evaded repayment? If you don't settle today, I want leave." Beside him, Ma Laosi chimed in, "And what are my 145 copper coins? If you don't pay up, I shan't budge. Don't forget my 133. Return the money at once. If you fail to do so today, I won't let this go." Wang Dazhuang echoed the demands. "Moreover, you have stolen 3 hens from my home. You must repay me." Antley from next door approached, having heard the commotion. "And you have taken 10 eggs from my house. You must pay for them. You pilfered the beans from my field. You owe me. And my melons." Observing the increasing crowd of villagers at the door, aside from a few demanding gambling debts, the rest were fellow villagers he had wronged. Every household that had suffered theft had come, and dozens stood outside the courtyard, leaving Zhao Xiaochuan's head spinning. This scenario indicated that the original owner's misdeeds had incited public outrage without a satisfactory resolution. There was no way he could remain in Qingshan village. At that moment, the village head Zhao Digang parted the crowd and stepped forward, clearing his throat to address the assembly. "Zhao Erlang, look at the chaos you have caused. Is this behavior acceptable? In such a short span of time, can you name a household in the village that has not fallen victim to your thievery? The belongings of others are the fruits of their hard work. You cannot justify your actions by any excuse to steal from them. If you do not provide everyone with an explanation today, I, although your uncle, cannot favor you." As Zhao Digang spoke through gritted teeth, he discreetly cast a glance at Zhao Xiaochuan. Despite being related, as a male descendant of the Zhao family, he still harbored some bias. His public admonishment of Zhao Xiaochuan served as both a reprimand and a shield. "Uncle, fellow villagers, I, Zhao Xiaochuan, hereby pledge I will never steal again. I acknowledge my previous thefts. Repaying debts is a matter of principle. You have all witnessed my family's current plight. We possess nothing, and we are without food, so I can only promise to repay gradually in the future." Having clarified the situation, Zhao Xiaochuan spoke earnestly. "Dear villagers, I also ask my uncle to bear witness to this. I shall repay your debts within a year. If I fail to do so, I will sell my family's land to compensate you." Zhao Xiaochuan added. The village head paused momentarily, but ultimately found this acceptable and agreed. "Very well. A man of honor speaks. Once a word is given, it is not to be retracted. If you steal from the villagers again within a year, Qingshan village will certainly not harbor you." The villagers were taken aback, fully aware of the significance of land to a farming family. Upon hearing Zhao Xiaochuan's declaration, silence enveloped the crowd. After all, the land belonging to Zhao Xiaochuan's family held considerable value. Antley could scarcely believe her ears and turned to Mrs. Zhou beside her, saying, "Cousin, pinch me. I must be dreaming." Mrs. Zhou rolled her eyes and gave Aunt Lee's arm a twist. "Ouch, that hurts. This isn't a dream. Aunt Lee exclaimed. Upon realizing they could indeed reclaim the value of their stolen possessions, the villagers hurriedly asked the village head to draft IOUs, bustling about for quite some time before departing while discussing amongst themselves. Zhao Xiaochuan held in his hands a stack of IOUs filled with names and fingerprints, counting 75 households in total, quickly calculating that they amounted to 5 taels and 3 coins. Certainly, the most valuable were the 3 hens from Aunt Lee's household, totaling 361. This sum of 5 taels of silver is no trifling matter. Although an ordinary family might earn a considerable amount in a year, after accounting for the cost of sustenance, they would hardly be able to save this amount by year's end. Zhao Xiaochuan folded the promissory note and carefully tucked it into his pocket. Upon glancing at the mud-brick thatched house, he could not help but scoff, remarking that it was even inferior to the pigsty back in his hometown. The only intact items within the dwelling were 2 wooden chests, which his father claimed were the dowry from his mother's family. The dilapidated wooden bed was covered with a patchwork of blankets that were so tattered that they could rival the blankets of a homeless person beneath a bridge. At that moment, a small head appeared before Zhao Xiaochuan. "Second brother, the eggs you stole yesterday were delicious. Can you steal a few more today? We would have something to eat again tonight. Let's go to Uncle's house's old hen lays eggs in the backyard, and I know where the nest is." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaochuan could only facepalm. Alas, his once adorable 10-year-old sister had been led astray by the original owner, now only knowing how to steal. He crouched down and earnestly addressed her. "From now on, you must not steal from anyone. If you do, you'll be driven out of the village and might even have your hands and feet broken." Zhao Sani replied in a sweet voice, "But second brother, you're not in trouble now, and I didn't steal anything. I'm not afraid. Just wait until nightfall to go." It seemed that his role as an elder brother was somewhat dispensable. Alas, he could only blame the original owner for setting such a poor example for his sister. "Oh heavens, I want to return to my hometown. The city is fraught with deception. I long to return to the countryside." No, wait. It appeared he was indeed in a rural area now. Zhao Xiaochuan found himself engulfed in despondency. Although he had previously been burdened with car and mortgage loans, life had been relatively worry-free, and he had managed to pay off a significant portion. Now, with additional debts and no resources to sustain himself, he might as well reset his identity and start anew. At that instant, a voice echoed, "Ding. The recycling system has been bound. Please, master, work diligently to enrich yourself and achieve a turnaround in life." Chapter 2. The golden finger. Zhao Xiaochuan was utterly stupefied. What on earth was happening? Before him appeared a system interface displaying the following. Name, Zhao Xiaochuan. Wealth value, 0 when title. Minor debtor. Condition, debt reaches 5,000 when. Effect, slight misfortune until debt is cleared. Current level, level 0. Experience points, 0-100. Marketplace, level 0. Space, level 0. Skills, none. Detection range. 5 meters beside the interface stood an adorable girl with cat ears, gazing at him with enchanting eyes, and she spoke. "Please, master, bestow upon me a name." Zhao Xiaochuan was momentarily bewildered. Was this the fabled system? A windfall from the heavens? No, it was a system that had unexpectedly landed in his lap. Perhaps the heavens had finally taken pity on him, gifting him this system. Yes, that must be it. However, what was this title of minor debtor? And why the implication of slight misfortune? He was already quite unlucky, surely. If more misfortune were to befall him, it would be unbearable. Not wishing to dwell on this matter further, he thought that with the system as assistance, turning his fortunes around should be a straightforward endeavor. Thus, Zhao Xiaochuan said, "Are you perhaps a spirit of the device?" Yes, let us call you Linger." "Thank you, master, for the name. You can communicate with me through your thoughts for any inquiries you may have," the cat-eared girl cheerfully replied. "Linger, what is your primary function? How does one utilize you? How does one level up?" Zhao Xiaochuan inquired. "Master, this system currently allows for the collection of various animals, plants, and herbs. When a certain quantity is amassed, it can be upgraded." Seemingly anticipating Zhao Xiaochuan's unspoken concerns, Linger added, "Please note, master, this system only accepts the fruits of your labor. It does not condone the theft of others' hard-earned results. But I am unfamiliar with many herbs. How am I to proceed?" Zhao Xiaochuan asked. "You may utilize the system's detection function. Anything within your line of sight will be marked for you. Please remember to work diligently," Linger replied in her charming voice. To validate the system, Zhao Xiaochuan stepped outside his thatched cottage and noticed various plants in the field marked with circles by the system. as he focused on a patch of newly sprouted plants. Ling's voice chimed in. Ding. The current plant is unpolluted mugwort, a traditional Chinese medicine. It is bitter and cold in nature. It possesses the effects of clearing heat, promoting bile secretion, and has antibacterial and anti-inflammatory properties. It is both medicinal and edible. This plant can be collected. Valued at 2 yen per pound. Zhao Xiaochuan hurriedly began to harvest, but inadvertently caught hold of a 5-spice bug, which emitted a foul odor that nearly made him retch. Coughing, he realized he was indeed experiencing a bit of bad luck. Before long, he had completely harvested that small patch of mugwort and mentally commanded recycle. Instantly, the mugwort he had gathered vanished from his hands. Ding. The system has completed the recycling process, and the wealth has been credited, the system's voice announced. Upon checking the system interface, he saw his wealth value had transformed from 0 to 5 won. As he contemplated how to withdraw the money, Ling's voice chimed in once more. Master, you can withdraw your wealth value simply by using your thoughts. Any silver that belongs to you from your labor can also be deposited into your wealth value, allowing for storage and withdrawal at any time. Zhao Xiaochuan praised Ling. You are indeed thoughtful. May I return home? I mean to my original world. Going back is impossible. The you from that world has already perished. Please cherish the present moment, Master. However, when you upgrade the system to the 5th level, it will grant you a cross-dimensional surprise, compensating for your regrets. Very well. I shall strive to achieve the upgrade soon and witness this interdimensional surprise, Zhao Xiaochuan responded, his fists clenched in determination, motivated by the prospect of remedying his past regrets. Qishan village, surrounded on 3 sides by mountains and facing a body of water, is a land blessed with auspicious feng shui and abundant natural resources. The villagers, young and old, are well versed in identifying various wild vegetables and medicinal herbs. With the aid of the system, repaying debts should be as effortless as spilling water. Repaying the entirety within a year poses little challenge. The Zhao from the original world had also read extensively and possessed considerable knowledge. Coupled with his fascination for wilderness survival and coastal foraging videos, which had once seemed intriguing, he now found himself utilizing that knowledge. With resolve, Zhao Xiaochuan picked up an old sickle from the corner and slung a basket over his shoulder. He gently instructed Zhao Sanni. I am going to gather some wild vegetables in the mountains. You and mother wait for my return at home. When did second brother become knowledgeable about wild vegetables? I know more than he does. He must be eyeing someone's garden produce again, Zhao Sanni thought, her imagination running wild as she followed him as usual. With no companions of her own, she often trailed her elder brother, absorbing his influence. Before him lay a landscape dotted with red circles marked by the system. What appeared to be wild grass and vegetables was, in fact, a treasure trove, money and minerals. We are now miners with a home, he mused. As Zhao Xiaochuan dug up wild plants, Zhao Ernie remarked, second brother, that is not edible wild vegetables. It is quite bitter. Mother used to say it's only fit for feeding chickens, and we have no chickens. Why are you gathering that? All right, I understand. You go home and take care of mother. Don't follow me. Be obedient, Zhao Xiaochuan replied. You go home, and I'll return with something delicious for you. Mother is at home. Keep an eye on her and ensure she doesn't wander off, he explained to his sister. Fine, but come back early, second brother. Zhao Ernie reluctantly turned back, the spring breeze brushing against her thin clothing, causing her frail body to shiver. Watching his sister leave, Zhao Xiaochuan resumed his foraging. And with the sickle in hand, he collected quite a bounty in no time. With no one around to disturb him, the system recorded 3 genes of wild vegetables. Adding 6 went to his wealth. Spotting a small patch nearby, he continued his harvest. Hey, isn't that Zhao Erlang? A widow named Huang, descending the mountain with her son, began to mock upon seeing Zhao Xiaochuan gathering wild vegetables. Look at what you've dug up, bitter herbs. Are these fit for human consumption? Can you even eat that? She is renowned in the village for her sharp tongue, never having lost an argument. Good men do not contend with women. Zhao Xiaochuan had no desire to engage in discourse with the sharp-tongued woman. Thank you, Auntie. I recognize this as the bitter herb. It's not as if I have a choice but to consume this. Admitting defeat was a valid approach. Zhao Xiaochuan found a justification. Just then, Antli descended from the mountain, observing the wild vegetables in Zhao Xiaochuan's basket, and patiently instructed him, Zhao Erlang, this wild vegetable is not palatable. You should seek out this variety for a better taste. As she spoke, Antli Wu produced a sprig of wild vegetable she had gathered and handed it to Zhao Xiaochuan. Look for this type, and harvest accordingly. Zhao Xiaochuan accepted it gratefully. Thank you, Auntie. All right, enough of this. Zhang Yan's mother, Let us return, Aunt Li Wu called to the sharp-tongued Zhou. The three turned and made their way back to the village. Zhang Yan glanced back, sticking out his tongue at Zhao Xiaochuan with a playful grimace. Aunt Li tugged at Zhang Yan. You mischievous boy, do you not fear provoking him? Can you truly stand against him? Be wary, lest he come to your home and cause mischief. Can you outsmart him? Zhao Xiaochuan could only helplessly shake his head. Reputation? Dignity? He had long since lost them. Let them say what they will. Fortunately, with his notorious reputation, the villagers merely offered taunts and jeers, which did not cost him anything. It mattered little to him. As what could they truly do? Ding. Detected natural and unpolluted Chinese tune, priced at 3 per pound. Please gather quickly, master. Linger's voice resonated, indicating a small patch of low trees marked by a red circle not far ahead. Before long, his basket was filled with an ample collection of tune shoots. These would pair exquisitely with scrambled eggs. Regrettably, he had no eggs at home. Linger, please retrieve these. Zhao Xiaochuan mused. As he happily gathered, he inadvertently slipped, landing awkwardly in a split, grimacing in pain. Ding. Recovery successful. Wealth accrued. 6-1. Keep it up, master. Linger's voice echoed in his mind. Continuing deeper into the mountain, the abundance of wild vegetables and herbs increased. Plantain, white grass roots, mulberry leaves, mint. The sounds of Linger's notifications and success reports filled the air. Zhao Xiaochuan began to sense that something was amiss. Chapter 3. Striving to earn money after much contemplation. He finally realized that in his world, there existed thousands of varieties of herbs in these mountains, so why were there only these wild vegetables here? Linger's voice chimed in. This system is developmental. Your current level is too low for higher-grade species to be identified. Please continue to strive, and you shall unlock more functionalities. Very well. The advantage of these low-tier herbs is their abundance. There is no need to venture deep into the mountains. One merely needs to collect diligently. Spring wild vegetables are the tenderest and most delectable, capable of fetching a good price in town, thus supplementing household expenses. This is precisely why the astute Qian family, in addition to farming, diversifies their harvest according to the seasons, gathering here and selling there, thereby profiting from the price differences. In order to maintain discretion, Zhao Xiaochuan resolved to have Linger retrieve the herbs, leaving behind only the wild onions and shepherd's purse to sell to Qian Youtsong, one of the few individuals he had not pilfered from. The reason for his choice was none other than Qian Youtsong's daughter, Qian Defang, who possessed a certain beauty that captivated him. Perhaps in a few years, when he had earned enough, he might consider pursuing her. Linger's earnings also required a credible origin. Otherwise, suspicions of theft would inevitably arise. With this thought in mind, Zhao Xiaochuan was filled with renewed vigor. His sickle slicing through the underbrush with fervor, sweat streaming down his brow, soaking through his thin garments. The mountain breeze offered a refreshing reprieve. Unbeknownst to him, he had gathered herbs near a mountain spring, where he cupped his hands to drink deeply, savoring the cool water. Listening to Linger's reports of the collection, his heart swelled with satisfaction. Ding. System has retrieved 4 pounds of summer withering grass. Wealth points credited. 8. Ding. System has retrieved 2 pounds of honeysuckle. Wealth points credited. Ding. System has retrieved 3 pounds of fish mint. As he observed the wisps of smoke rising from nearby homes, Zhao Xiaochuan, whose arms were nearly numb from toil, made his way back to the village, his forehead still glistening with perspiration. Approaching his home, he spotted his younger sister, Zhao Sani, rushing to greet him, calling out as she ran. Second brother, you're back. You must be tired. I'm not weary. Let us go. I'll take you to sell the wild vegetables and buy you something delicious, he replied, taking her small hand in his. Zhao Sani's mind raced with various thoughts, wondering if anyone would want to buy the bitter herbs her brother was carrying. She was completely unaware of the true contents of his basket. Oh dear. It seems if we don't make any money, second brother will have to resort to stealing again tonight. Zhao Xiaochuan led his sister to Qian Youtsong's home, placing the basket on the ground. Uncle, would you take a look at these wild vegetables I've gathered? Let me see, Qian Youtsong responded, examining the contents. These shepherd's purses are remarkably tender. I haven't seen any so fresh. Very well, I'll take them. I picked them by the creek at the foot of the mountain. Zhao Xiaochuan answered nonchalantly. Ah, no wonder they are so succulent. Pour them out, and I'll give you 3 per pound. He then procured a large winnowing basket and placed it on the ground. Zhao Xiaochuan emptied the shepherd's purse into the basket, revealing a mound of wild onions beneath. He selected a few that appeared less appealing to set aside in his basket. No worries, I'll take these as well, remarked Jing, Qian Youtsong's wife, observing the exchange. That is not necessary, auntie. I'll keep some to eat at home, Zhao Xiaochuan clarified. Oh, right, right. You must not have much to eat at home, Zheng replied, somewhat embarrassed. After weighing the herbs, Qian Yotsong announced. The wild onions weigh 5 pounds and the shepherd's purse 7 pounds. That totals 36 won. He began counting out copper coins. Uncle, do you have any white flour? Could I trade for a bit? Zhao Xiaochuan inquired. I can spare some for you. It's 10 won per pound. How does that sound? Qian Yotsong asked. Then pack me 3 pounds, Zhao Xiaochuan thought to himself, fully aware that the price was indeed fair. Soon, Qian Yotsong emerged from the house with a small cloth bag containing 3 pounds of flour, along with 3 steamed buns wrapped in cabbage leaves, which he placed into Zhao Xiaochuan's backpack. He then handed Zhao Xiaochuan 6 copper coins, saying, Take this home and take good care of your mother and sister. You are a man now, understand? Thank you, uncle. Thank you, aunt. I will. Zhao Xiaochuan felt warmth in his heart. All right, off you go. Hurry back home with your sister. Remember to bring back any wild vegetables you find. Qian Yotsong urged him to leave. At that moment, villagers selling wild vegetables noticed that Qian Yotsong had given Zhao Xiaochuan 3 won per pound and felt a sense of injustice. Hey, Qian Yotsong. We sell for 2 won per pound, yet you give that little brat 3 won. That's not fair. What is wrong? The wild vegetables he brings are fresh. Isn't it normal for them to be priced higher? Besides, no one else is helping him. Do you want him to come back and steal your eggs? Next time, he might take your roosters and hens. Qian Yotsong retorted. You just can't stand to see others do well. Your envy is showing, he continued. I refuse to believe that every child in your family is perfect. The onlookers found the situation dull and left awkwardly. I don't believe he can have such good luck every day. Tomorrow, I'll follow him and see where he gathers them, one person plotted quietly. After bidding farewell to Qian Yotsong, Zhao Xiaochuan and Zhao Sani headed home. An elderly man, arms crossed behind his back, stopped Zhao Xiaochuan on the road. A stern expression on his face. Hey, you little rascal, halt. Come here, the old man called out. Grandfather, what is the matter? Zhao Xiaochuan approached the elder. Here, take this. It's my savings. Don't go around squandering it on the neighbors. Be a good boy, the old man said, speaking harshly but offering several small silver coins and a handful of copper coins. No, grandfather. I can't take your money. I can earn it myself. I just sold a basket of wild vegetables at Uncle Qian's. Zhao Xiaochuan quickly refused, knowing this might be Zhao Feng's meager savings, which had probably taken a long time to accumulate. Really, grandfather, my brother just went to gather wild vegetables and sold them, Zhao Sani chimed in to explain. That is more like it. We have wild vegetables everywhere. As long as you work hard, there is money to be made, the old man rambled on. All right, grandfather. I'll head home now, Zhao Xiaochuan said, eager to leave. Fine then, scamp, hurry along. If you need anything, come find your grandfather. Don't bring shame to the Zhao family, the old man replied, slowly walking away while muttering to himself. Chapter 4. The first 2 silver coins upon returning home. Zhao Xiaochuan washed the shepherd's purse and wild onions, chopped them finely, and mixed them into a prepared batter of flour, sprinkling in a pinch of salt. He then placed the mixture into a large iron pot, gradually frying them into delightful vegetable pancakes. As night fell, the family finally sat down for dinner, each enjoying a steamed bun and a wild vegetable pancake. Brother, I didn't expect your pancakes to be so delicious, Zhao Ernie exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with praise. If they taste good, then eat more. Zhao Xiaochuan remarked. By the way, as you observe, have you learned how to do it? Zhao Sani responded, yes. I have grasped a little. Mother, you should eat quickly as well, Zhao Xiaochuan addressed Sun Lanhua. Eat, eat, I will eat, and you all should eat together. Sun Lanhua replied, her demeanor slightly unusual, yet not entirely deranged. Observing her state, Zhao Xiaochuan could not help but sigh inwardly. Once I have the means, I must find a doctor to restore her health. After finishing dinner and tidying up, Zhao Xiaochuan retired to bed, engaging in mental communication. Linger, please access the system interface. Linger appeared, unfurling the system display. Name, Zhao Xiaochuan. Wealth value, 96. One title, minor debtor. Current level, level 0, experience points, 68100. Mall, level 0. Space, level 0. Skills, none. Detection range, 5 meters. Given this situation, with a bit more effort tomorrow, I shall level up, Zhao Xiaochuan mused. Indeed, Master, you are currently just 32 experience points away from leveling up. Please continue your efforts, Linga smiled gently. Curious, Zhao Xiaochuan inquired, how is experience calculated? Master, the increase in experience points correlates with the quantity of collected items. Each time a new item is harvested, there are additional experience rewards, Linger explained, kindly displaying a screen that showcased the items Zhao Xiaochuan had gathered that day. Items such as mugwort, bitter herb, and Chinese tune appeared, along with several gray icons, indicating uncollected items. So it's essentially a collection of illustrations that grants experience. Zhao Xiaochuan thought, feeling a twinge of accomplishment despite this being less than a day's work. Calculating briefly, he realized that simply by foraging wild vegetables, he could earn 100 won a day, totaling 3,000 won in a month, or roughly 3 taels of silver. With this in mind, he realized that he could soon repay his debts, save some money to build a solid brick house, and perhaps even marry. Life would be delightful, he mused. And before long, he drifted into slumber. Ding, ding, ding. Master, it is time to rise. The plans for the day are established in the morning. You must strive. Lingo called out, waking the slumbering Zhao Xiaochuan. Yes, yes, I shall get up and diligently collect. Hastening my level up, he replied, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Stepping outside, he noticed the sun just beginning to ascend. Approaching the well to draw water for washing his face, he caught sight of his reflection in the basin and was taken aback. He looked like a standard vagabond. His face was smeared with dirt, and dried blood adorned his head. A sight of utter dismay. After repeatedly washing the blood from his scalp and cleansing his face of grime, he finally discerned his appearance after 3 large basins of water. Though thin, he still bore a decent countenance, a youthful visage. Filling the family's water tank, he then took up his sickle, slung his basket over his shoulder, and grabbed a wild vegetable pancake from the pot, munching as he made his way towards the foot of the mountain. His home was situated not far from there, and he soon arrived at the base. Ding! Unpolluted bracken detected, priced at 4 won per pound. Please strive to collect, master. A red circle appeared before him. Bending low, he tirelessly harvested, and in no time, the area was stripped bare, filling half a basket. He silently invoked Linger, initiating the collection. Ding! The ferns were successfully retrieved, yielding a wealth value of 32 coins. Soon, Zhao Xiaochuan stumbled upon some gray vegetables, which had a pleasant taste. He only collected 1 pound, reserving the rest to take home for a meal, opting not to summon Linger for this batch. With the system's assistance, he discovered a patch of tender porcelain, which could fetch a good price in the town, with a system recovery value of 3 coins per pound. He decided to keep this for Uncle Qian, as he had already gathered over 10 pounds. After finishing with the porcelain on the ground, he had to set the nearly full basket down. Zhao Xiaochuan then resumed harvesting other wild vegetables and medicinal herbs, recovering each one as he went. It must be said that this approach was advantageous within the system. Collecting a little of each plant allowed him to gain more experience points. He continued his labor until the afternoon, amassing a plethora of varieties and accruing additional experience points. As he diligently collected, he glanced at the system panel, noting his experience points had reached 87. Stretching his back and easing his sore limbs, he suddenly noticed several rabbits nestled within a patch of grass, munching on the tender green blades, their mouths moving rhythmically. A surge of excitement coursed through him. If he could catch them all, there would be meat on the table. After careful observation, Zhao Xiaochuan stealthily picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it towards the rabbits. But alas, he missed every one. Startled, the rabbits darted into their burrows. He approached their location and surveyed the area. It was a small mound, and indeed, as the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. For this hillock had several entrances. Zhao Xiaochuan gathered some stones to block all the openings, then set about cutting a branch from a mulberry tree, stripping the bark to fashion 10 ropes for later use. He also chopped 2 long bamboo stalks, splitting them in half and removing the nodes. He then proceeded to a nearby stream, connecting the bamboo to divert water into one of the rabbit's burrows, causing it to flow in through the gaps between the stones. He moved a stone from the largest burrow entrance just enough for a rabbit's head to pass through. Time ticked by, and soon, sounds emerged from within the burrow. Before long, a small, drenched rabbit was nudged out by a larger one, followed by a second, a third, and eventually 5 little rabbits tumbled out. Shortly thereafter, the larger rabbit began to emerge as well. Zhao Xiaochuan swiftly seized it by the ears, binding its hind legs with rope. 1, 2, 3, before long, 4 large rabbits emerged, all soaked, and he secured their hind legs with the ropes, their eyes wide with fear, as he held the rabbits by their ears. He suddenly recalled Lingo mentioning that animals could also be collected. He inquired, Linger, can these be retrieved? Indeed, master, as long as you have diligently acquired them. The system can recover them, came her reply. A wave of joy washed over Zhao Xiaochuan. If animals could be collected as well, it would likely be more lucrative than foraging for wild vegetables. He hastily commanded, "Linger, conduct a scan." Ding. Detection of a complete, adult, live wild rabbit confirmed. Recovery possible at 5 coins each. Would you like to proceed? The system announced. Upon hearing the remarkably high price for the rabbits, Zhao Xiaochuan promptly exclaimed, "Let us proceed with the collection. Quickly gather these 3 adult rabbits, while we shall keep the little ones to raise. One of the larger rabbits shall be taken home for a meal." Ding. 3 complete and living wild rabbits have been successfully collected. Your wealth has increased by 1 tael and 5 chien. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring your first tael of silver. You have earned 30 experience points. You currently meet the requirements for leveling up. The time needed for the upgrade is 8 hours. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Lingo chimed in adorably from the side. "Let us wait until nightfall. I shall upgrade while I sleep," Zhao Xiaochuan replied. As he began to tidy up the rabbits on the ground, he found several large leaves to cushion the wild vegetables in his backpack, and then gathered some dry grass to create a small nest, placing the 5 little rabbits inside, where they huddled together, trembling. With the backpack secured, he held the large rabbit in one hand and grasped the sickle in the other, making his way homeward. The clouds in the western sky resembled an overturned rouge box, layer upon layer transitioning from orange red to deep purple. The silhouette of the old jujube tree at the village entrance stood against the backdrop of the half-sunken sun. The wild vegetables in the backpack swayed gently with his steps, exuding a fragrant aroma mixed with the scent of earth. Today, he felt particularly elated, for he was now able to settle his debts. However, he could not repay them immediately, as the source of his funds required a plausible explanation. The existence of the system must remain undisclosed. Should others discover it, he would undoubtedly be perceived as a monster and face dire consequences. Indeed, the master speaks the truth. Should the system be revealed, you would surely meet a tragic end. No one must know, Lingo affirmed with a leap. As he approached home, a distant sound of crying reached his ears, startling Zhao Xiaochuan and prompting him to quicken his pace. Chapter 5. The first upgrade upon getting closer. He discovered that it was Zhang Yin, the 10-year-old son of the widow Shou, who, along with 2 companions, was mocking Zhao Sanni, the foolish daughter of the madwoman. "The foolish daughter of the madwoman! Woohoo! You are bullying me. My elder brother will surely come back and punish you. You are all wicked." Zhao Sanni cried out in distress. Unable to bear it any longer, Zhao Xiaochuan set down the sickle in his right hand, dashed toward Zhang Yin, and with a sharp slap, left a mark on his face. He then dealt a similar punishment to the other 2 boys. Furious, Zhao Xiaochuan shouted, "If you dare to bully my sister again, I will force-feed you excrement. And should your parents come looking for trouble, I shall throw it into your cooking pot. Try me if you don't believe it." The 3 rascally children fled, crying out in terror. All right, my dear sister. Do not cry. Look what I have in my hand." Zhao Xiaochuan's tone softened as he comforted Zhao Sanni. "Wow, elder brother, you caught rabbits. You are amazing." Zhao Sanni's tears transformed into laughter. "Sanni, where is mother?" he inquired as he placed the rabbits inside the house. "Mother is daydreaming in the backyard," Zhao Sanni replied. "Wait here. I shall sell the wild vegetables and return," Zhao Xiaochuan said as he walked away. "Please take the sickle inside." "Okay, elder brother." Zhao Sanni picked up the sickle from the ground and made her way to Qian Yotsong's home. Upon arriving, Zhao Xiaochuan immediately called out, "Uncle, Aunt, I have gathered a great deal of purslane today. Might you be interested in purchasing some?" As he spoke, he set down his basket and inquired, "Uncle, do you have a rabbit cage available? I've caught a nest of baby rabbits that I wish to raise. What would be the price? I am prepared to pay." Zhao Xiaochuan presented his purslane, and Qian Yotsong approached, exclaiming, "Ah, you clever lad. To catch these is quite impressive." Although he did not possess a rabbit cage, he mentioned having an old chicken coop and promptly went to retrieve it from the backyard. Before long, he returned with a wooden square chicken coop, which would suffice for raising rabbits. "Take this. There is no need for payment," he offered generously. Grateful, Zhao Xiaochuan accepted the coop and gently transferred the baby rabbits along with their hay nest into the cage. He emptied his basket of wild vegetables, retaining a few purslane and some other greens for Qian Yotsong to weigh. The total came to 13 pounds, amounting to 39 coins. Qian Yotsong counted out the copper coins and handed them to Zhao Xiaochuan. "Uncle Qian, how much do adult wild rabbits sell for in town?" Zhao Xiaochuan inquired. Qian Yotsong replied, "Typically, the taverns pay around 3 coins for them. However, if they are dead, they are worth considerably less." "What is this? Do you have larger rabbits?" Zhao Xiaochuan chuckled. If I raise these rabbits, they will grow into larger ones. Indeed, if you manage to sell all these rabbits after a few months, you'll be able to repay a significant portion of your debt, Qian Yotsong remarked with a smile. Thank you, Uncle Qian. I shall be on my way. Please continue with your tasks. After bidding farewell, Zhao Xiaochuan carried the basket and the coop homeward. Upon arrival, he placed the coop beside the entrance under the eaves and addressed Zhao Sani. Sister, please gather some grass around our house daily for these little rabbits to eat. Once they grow, we shall have meat to enjoy. Is that agreeable? Yes, big brother. I know which grasses the rabbits eat, Zhao Sani replied eagerly. Zhao Xiaochuan, having made up his mind, declared, It has been far too long since mother and you have tasted meat. It is time to prepare one of these rabbits. He picked up a rabbit and went to the well to slaughter it, skin it, and clean it thoroughly. Returning to the house, he chopped the meat into small pieces, rendered the fat in a pot, added ginger shreds, and stir-fried the rabbit meat. Afterward, he poured in a ladle of well water, added a pinch of salt, and pressed a kneaded flatbread against the pot's edge before covering it. Moments later, bubbling sounds emanated from the pot, and a delightful aroma began to fill the air. Big brother, how is it that your cooking smells so wonderful? My stomach is rumbling, Zhao Sani remarked, unable to suppress her anticipation. Zhao Xiaochuan chuckled inwardly, recalling how he had honed his culinary skills while working, often cooking to save on meal expenses. Do not rush. It will be ready shortly. Let it cook thoroughly for the best flavor, he assured her. After more than 10 minutes, he lifted the lid and checked the contents. The flatbread had absorbed the rabbit broth and turned a golden hue. He transferred the rabbit meat to a large bowl and placed the bread onto a large plate. Setting both on the table, the three of them savored their meal with great delight. Brother, this rabbit meat is absolutely delectable, Zhao Sani exclaimed, savoring every bite. Xiaochuan, you should eat more. Don't let yourself go hungry. Come on, Nini, eat up. Sun Lanhua's spirit fluctuated, her speech sometimes disjointed. Mother, you must eat more. Only then will you regain your strength. When father returns and sees you well, he will be delighted, Zhao Xiaochuan reassured her. Yes, yes, yes. I shall eat more to restore my health, Sun Lanhua replied with a smile. Yet, Zhao Xiaochuan felt a pang of sorrow, reflecting on his own parents from the previous world, wondering if they too had been burdened by grief. Once the three had their fill, Zhao Xiaochuan tidied up and retreated to his room to rest. Linger, please open the system interface, he communicated with thought. Lingo appeared, waving her hand as the interface materialized. Name, Zhao Xiaochuan wealth value. 1 tail 207 cash current level, level 0, 100100. Mall, level 0 space, level 0 skills, none exploration range. 5 meters current conditions for upgrade met. Would you like to upgrade? Lingo inquired. Yes, upgrade now, Zhao Xiaochuan replied. Beep, upgrade confirmed. The wealth value required for the upgrade is 10 taels of silver. Since the master is a novice, a one-time exemption from wealth value is granted for this upgrade. Required time, 8 hours. Upgrading in progress, Lingo vanished. And the system interface disappeared as well. Zhao Xiaochuan couldn't help but grumble. Even upgrades require money. I wonder how much silver will be needed for the next one. He pondered the small river by the entrance, which flowed eastward, merging with the sea far away. If only I could go to the seaside to catch fish. There must be plenty of food in the ocean. I wonder if the people here know about it. He continued to think, right. I could go to the riverbank tomorrow to catch some fish and shrimp. Those would surely sell for more than wild vegetables. Fishing? No, that's too slow. A fishing net? I don't have one. A fish trap? Yes, yes, yes. Tomorrow I'll go chop some bamboo to weave a fish trap. I can manage that. After watching so many survival shows, it should be relatively easy. Earn more money, save more money, and then I'll go find father and my elder brother. They can't be dead. They must still be alive. He reminisced about 6 months ago when father and his brother had left to sell medicinal herbs, only to never return. Rumors spread that they had been ambushed by bandits and met their demise. There were countless speculations, each with its own version of events. What was the truth behind it all? Everything felt uncanny and utterly abnormal. Zhao Xiaochuan pondered the secrets lurking beneath. How long will it take to unravel this mystery? No one answered. Chapter 6. The Kidneys? The following morning, Lingo transformed into an alarm clock. Ding. Master, it's time to rise. A new day begins with an early start. Go for it, master. Ah, Zhao Xiaochuan stretched lazily before initiating conversation with Linger. Linger, is the upgrade complete? Please display the interface. Ling Air activated the system interface, revealing the following details. Name, Zhao Xiaochuan. Wealth value, 1 tael, and 7 qian. Current level. Level 1. Experience value. 0,500. Mall. Level 1. Space. Level 1. 10 cubic meters. Skills. Elementary martial arts. Detection range. 10 meters. Ling. What is this elementary martial arts? How much wealth is required for the next upgrade? What is available in the mall? Zhao Xiaochuan inquired in quick succession. Master, the system guarantees excellence. This elementary martial arts can enable you to take on 100 foes in this world, and the skill is already integrated into your being. The next upgrade requires 100 taels of silver and the collection of 500 experience points. As for the items in the mall, you may open it with your thoughts and purchase directly with your wealth value, Ling patiently elucidated. Eager to explore, Zhao Xiaochuan exclaimed, open the mall. The system mall offered the following items: rice, 10 won per jean, white flour, 10 won per jean, cabbage, 5 won per jean, vegetable oil, 30 won per jean, pork, 30 won per jean, refined salt, 50 won per jean, mineral water, 2 won per bottle, rice seeds, 30 won per jean, wheat seeds, 30 won per jean, cabbage seeds, 30 won per jean. Upon reviewing the offerings, Zhao Xiaochuan was struck with enlightenment. It turned out that this level of the mall was stocked with everyday essentials, comprising 10 varieties at very reasonable prices. With diligent effort, sustenance would no longer be a concern. He realized that selling the refined salt and engaging in the trade of other goods could yield a profit, thus uncovering a flaw in the system. Master, in this world, salt is exclusively sold by the government. Selling it privately could lead to execution. Please refrain from underhanded tricks. This system promotes diligence. So work hard to gather resources and strive for upgrades, Ling promptly cautioned. Very well. I shall continue to gather experience and earn money. Zhao Xiaochuan muttered as he rose from his bed. He stepped outside, filled a basin with water, and washed his face, instantly feeling rejuvenated. After filling several buckets, he replenished the water jar. Brother, why are you up so early? Zhao Sani rubbed her sleepy eyes as she approached Zhao Xiaochuan. Sister, you are up quite early as well. Hurry to the water jar to fetch water for your face. As for the rabbit's grass, wait until the morning dew has evaporated under the sun before gathering it. Otherwise, the rabbits may fall ill, Zhao Xiaochuan gently advised. Oh, I understand, brother, Zhao Sani replied. Zhao Xiaochuan entered the kitchen, kindled the fire, and reheated the leftover rabbit and flatbreads, placing them on the table. Sister, the food is ready. Please wake mother so you can eat together. I must head out, he said, grabbing a flatbread and stuffing it into his mouth. Taking the kitchen axe and slinging the basket over his shoulder as he made for the door. The dawn had eagerly escaped the embrace of night. Akin to threads of golden silk piercing through the wispy clouds, gently cascading upon the earth. The morning mist that had shrouded the world lifted like a delicate veil, dissipating quietly under the caress of sunlight. Zhao Erlang, I have heard that the wild vegetables you gathered over the past 2 days are exceptionally tender. Could you share with Aunt the location where you found them? As Li Shan ascended the mountain, he caught up with Zhao Xiaochuan, his cherubic face adorned with a smile. A basket slung over his back, and a sickle in hand. Ah, it's Uncle Li. I was foraging for wild vegetables near the mountain spring. They are quite tender and full of moisture there, Zhao Xiaochuan replied with a grin upon noticing his companion. Is that so? I shall go take a look there today. Thank you, Li Shan responded before hastening towards the spring. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaochuan made his way toward the bamboo grove, the gentle breeze rustling through the bamboo, producing a soothing sound. Within the grove, he examined the bamboo, discerning those that were 2 to 3 years old, as they possessed superior flexibility. Ding! Wild mozo bamboo detected. Recyclable at 5W in each. Ding! Wild bamboo shoots detected. Recyclable at 10W in per pound. Ding! Rare species of bamboo fungus detected. Recyclable at a premium rate. Linger, how thoughtful you are. With so many recyclable finds, Zhao Xiaochuan remarked as he approached the area marked by a red circle. The bamboo fungus had a hemispherical cap. Flat at the top, reddish-brown, with a white cylindrical stalk rising upright, adorned with a delicate net-like skirt, resembling an ethereal fairy. With utmost care, Zhao Xiaochuan harvested the bamboo fungus from the ground and communicated with the system. Linger, recycle the bamboo fungus. Ding! Wild, pollution-free bamboo fungus successfully recycled. Wealth value credited with 8 taels, Lingo announced. Linger, why can't I see any bamboo shoots? Zhao Xiaochuan inquired. Master, the bamboo shoots for recycling are the tender ones that have yet to break the surface, not those that have already emerged, Lingo clarified. It was then that Zhao Xiaochuan noticed the ground in the red-marked area was slightly raised, with cracks forming. This requires a hoe to excavate. The machete will not suffice. I might as well continue cutting bamboo, he lamented. Setting down his basket, he proceeded to chop at the marked bamboo, the rhythmic sound of his blade echoing through the grove. With each successful cut, the gratifying notification of successful recycling resonated in his ears. He lost track of how many he had felled, stopping only when sweat dripped from his brow. Such robust mozo bamboo. 2 of these could yield several fish traps. After a brief rest, I shall cut 2 more and head home. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from one side of the bamboo grove. Quickly, search. We must not let him escape. Let us split up. Zhao Xiaochuan's heart raced, and he tightened his grip on his machete. A small, pale-skinned youth, clearly of similar age, stumbled towards him, breathless. Help me, he gasped before collapsing to the ground. Without a moment to ponder, Zhao Xiaochuan hastily cleared the fallen leaves nearby, concealing the small figure beneath them, ensuring he was hidden from view. His heart raced uncontrollably, yet he urged himself to remain composed. After several deep breaths, he grasped his machete once more and resumed his task of cutting bamboo. Ding! Master, danger is approaching. Please prepare yourself. Danger is approaching. Please prepare yourself. What on earth can I do to prepare? Am I supposed to ready myself to restart my account? I possess martial skills. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But should they provoke me, I shall eradicate them. Zhao Xiaochuan steeled himself mentally for the impending confrontation. In less than a minute, 3 masked men approached, wielding wooden clubs. Hey, you little brat, have you seen a child pass by? One of the masked men inquired loudly. I haven't seen anything, Zhao Chuan replied, not lifting his head as he continued to chop bamboo. Brother, the one we were after has escaped. We can still catch this one. There is a shortage of labor over there. ISMT there? Another suggested. Indeed, brother, this one is taller than the one who got away. He should fetch a better price. The 3 masked men began to whisper among themselves. Hey, you little brat, come with us. We can find you a lucrative job with food and lodging, and you'll earn a few taels of silver each month. You can't be making much chopping bamboo, the leader of the masked men stated. Zhao Chuan, filled with disdain, thought to himself, what a world filled with scam parks. Are they really trying to rob me with wooden clubs? He replied, my family is making money. I don't need to go with you. Look for someone else. With a wave of his hand, the leader signaled the other 2 to surround Zhao Chuan, and a wooden club swung towards the back of his head. In an instant, Zhao Chuan, like a bolt of lightning, sidestepped the incoming strike. His expression turned cold as his right fist crashed down onto the attacker's arm with a resounding crack. The sound of bone breaking echoed, and the man's face shifted in shock, unable to scream before Zhao Chuan's left hand struck like a viper, landing a powerful blow to his throat. Ugh! The man's pupils dilated, and a muffled sound escaped his throat before he collapsed like a marionette with its strings cut. A gust of wind rushed from behind, and another wooden club came hurtling towards him. Zhao Chuan bent his knees, leaping into the air as the club brushed past his shoe. Mid-air, he twisted his body, unleashing his right leg like a steel whip, delivering a brutal kick to the assailant's neck. A chilling sound of dislocated vertebrae resonated, and the man fell to the ground without a sound. The leader's face turned pale as he turned to flee. Zhao Chuan seized the wooden club from the ground, his arm muscles tensing as he hurled it with great force. Thud! The club struck the back of the man's head with pinpoint accuracy. His body stiffened before crashing heavily to the ground. After inspecting the scene, Zhao Chuan found all 3 masked men lifeless. Pulling down their masks, he discovered that he did not recognize them. They seemed to have come from elsewhere, and he could not leave the bodies here. Right? I'll store them in my space for now and find a suitable place to deal with them later. He searched each of the men but found no identification. Only 3 pouches filled with small silver coins and copper coins. Counting them, he discovered a total of 8 taels and 6 coins. He placed the coins in a pouch and tucked it into his own clothing, deciding that the space was more secure in storing them there. Next, with a thought, he stored the 3 corpses in his system space along with the 3 wooden clubs, ensuring the ground was clear of any evidence before feeling at ease. He then uncovered a small figure hidden beneath a pile of fallen leaves, checking the chest. Why is this small one's chest so well developed, rising and falling? Upon checking for breath, he found a faint sign of life. Still alive, he should wake up soon, Zhao Chuan remarked before picking up his machete and returning to chopping bamboo. Chapter 7. Assuming a false identity, having just felled 2 suitable bamboo stalks. A voice echoed from behind me. Am I still alive? The diminutive figure seated on the ground appeared bewildered, struggling to recollect something. Yes, you are alive. What is your name? Where is your home? Can you return home on your own? Inquired Zhao Xiaochuan. I remember now. You saved me earlier. Thank you. Thank you. The small one spoke, yet her brow furrowed in confusion. Where's my home? What is my name? Why can't I recall anything? Do not worry, do not worry. It is fine if you cannot remember. Come with me, and whenever you regain your memory, you may return home. How does that sound? Zhao Xiaochuan asked. All right. Then I shall trouble you, benefactor, the small one replied. You need not call me benefactor. My full name is Zhao Xiaochuan, and my nickname is Zhao Erlang. You may call me either, Zhao Xiaochuan said, as he deftly stripped the branches from the bamboo with his machete. Once he had finished, he hoisted the 2 bamboo stalks and added, Now, please help me carry the basket and machete and follow me. Sure, Brother Xiaochuan, the small one responded, picking up the basket and machete. As Zhao Xiaochuan walked, he pondered, I have saved her, yet the villagers are often gossipy. It is imperative she has a name. The household registration system is stringent. Lacking proper documentation could lead to complications, perhaps enslavement or becoming a vagabond. Never mind that for now. I shall discuss it with Uncle Lijing later. Linger, can you discern who this little one is? Zhao Xiaochuan communicated with Linger. Master, you are rather foolish. That little one is a girl. Although my current level prevents me from discerning her origins, I can assure you her identity is not that of an ordinary family. Linger replied. Recalling the earlier incident when he had touched her chest, Zhao Xiaochuan felt a flutter of realization. Oh, I see. It seems I must enlist Uncle's help to fabricate a false identity for her. A distant cousin. Yes, a cousin indeed. As he continued to walk, lost in thought, he inadvertently arrived home, placing the bamboo on the ground. Come, you must be hungry. There is food on the table. Do eat. Zhao Xiaochuan took the basket and machete from her and led the small one into the house. Upon seeing the food laid out on the table, she wasted no time, grabbing a pancake and shoving pieces of rabbit meat into her mouth. Delicious. Brother Xiaochuan, you should eat too, she exclaimed, her cheeks stuffed. I am not hungry. I ate earlier. Take your time, Zhao Xiaochuan replied with a smile. At that moment, Sun Lanhua and Zhao Sanni entered from outside. Second brother, who is this? Zhao Sanni inquired. Nyonya, what brings you here? Did you miss us? Before Zhao Xiaochuan could respond, Sun Lanhua approached the small one, gently stroking her hair. The small one, with a pancake in her left hand and chopsticks in her right, stared blankly at Zhao Xiaochuan, her mouth full of food. Oh, this is my mother. She is a bit mentally unwell. This is my sister, Zhao Sanni, Zhao Xiaochuan introduced. Sanni, this is your cousin. You may call her sister or cousin. All right, second brother. Zhao Sanni replied, nodding, though still perplexed. You all stay well at home. I will be back shortly, Zhao Xiaochuan instructed before making his way to Zhao Digang's residence. Upon reaching the entrance of Zhao Digang's courtyard, he called out, Second uncle, what are you making such a racket about? Zhao Digang emerged from the house, evidently disturbed. His mood not particularly cheerful. Second uncle, I have something important to discuss with you. Let us speak inside, Zhao Xiaochuan murmured. Very well. But you'd better have a reasonable explanation, otherwise, I shall twist your ears off, Zhao Digang grumbled. Once inside, Zhao Xiaochuan quietly revealed, Second uncle, I just rescued a young girl from a group of bandits. She appears to be the daughter of a prominent family, but she has lost her memory and cannot recall who she is or where she comes from. Could you assist in arranging an identity for her? Once she regains her memory, I will return her home. Ah, bandits. Were you injured? Let me see. How did you escape? Zhao Digang inquired, beginning to examine Zhao Xiaochuan closely. Second uncle, I am fine. I merely hid among the dry leaves to evade them. I was speaking of her identity, not my situation. Zhao Xiaochuan replied, slightly exasperated. By the way, second uncle, my mother called the girl Nyo. Who is she? Oh. Nyo is the daughter of one of your aunts, stolen away many years ago. Your aunt has since passed as well. She is my cousin. Oh. How unpredictable life is, Zhao Digang reminisced, a sorrowful expression overtaking his face. For the time being, just tell everyone she is your cousin Xunyu, nicknamed Nyo. As your aunt is no longer here, and she has come to our home seeking refuge. No one here is aware of these matters. I will handle the household registration issues. By the way, your uncle's name is Chen Hua, and your aunt's name was Zhao Lian. Both have already passed, Zhao Digang instructed. There are no issues on my end. Should you encounter any troubles, seek my assistance. Also, make an effort to earn money and repay your debts, he added. I understand. Second uncle, I appreciate your help, Zhao Xiaochuan replied. After leaving Zhao Digang's home, Zhao Xiaochuan returned home and spoke privately to the petite girl. You still cannot recall your name, so for now, you shall use my cousin's name, Qinyu, with the nickname Yonyo. She is the daughter of my aunt, Zhao Lian, and my uncle, Hua, both of whom have passed. You may call me cousin or Xiaochuan, or even second brother. It matters not. I shall call you Xiaoyu. Zhao Xiaochuan chattered on. You will sleep with San and I tonight, and I will strive to earn a living. Our family's conditions are poor. I apologize for the inconvenience, he continued. Yes, I am now Qinyu. Yonyo, the petite girl responded with a smile. Having concluded his explanations, Zhao Xiaochuan took a machete and stepped outside the courtyard to begin chopping bamboo. With each precise swing of the machete, the bamboo cracked and split open, revealing its pale green interior. In a deft motion, he divided the bamboo segments into halves, then quarters, ultimately transforming them into slender strips the width of a pinky finger. He kept the resilient parts and discarded the brittle ones. He murmured softly to himself, his fingertips gently twisting the bamboo strip, causing the inner layers to peel away, leaving only the flexible outer bamboo skin. These were indeed excellent materials for weaving, resilient against breakage. He sat on the ground, deftly manipulating the bamboo strips between his fingers, weaving them up and down like a delicate net. Gradually, a fish trap took shape, with a flared mouth and a tapered body. The gaps evenly spaced, small enough for fish to enter, yet large ones would find it difficult to escape. A slight smile crept onto his lips as his hands continued their work. 2 large bamboo poles transformed into 3 substantial fish traps. However, mere traps were insufficient. Zhao Xiaochuan rose and approached the mulberry tree at the forest's edge, the blade of his knife slicing through the bark, releasing a milky sap. He stripped off long strips of bark, his fingers skillfully twisting and rolling them into 3 sturdy ropes. The bait needed to be sufficiently pungent. Glancing at the pile of rabbit entrails by the well, remnants discarded from the previous day's catch, he crouched down, using his hatchet to divide the entrails into 3 portions. The foul odor wafted through the air, attracting a few buzzing flies. Zhao Xiaochuan frowned slightly, but made no effort to shoo them away. The more pungent, the better, for that was what the fish favored. He hoisted the fish traps toward the riverbank, placing a suitable stone in each trap to ensure they would sink, followed by a portion of entrails. With a swift motion of his arm, the traps splashed into the water, sending up a fine spray. The other ends of the ropes were securely tied to a willow tree on the bank, some anchored to stones. He would return at sunset to collect his catch. As he washed his hands in the river and flicked off the water, he admired the scenery along the shore. Chapter 8. The false fish. The riverbank before him was dotted with marked red circles. Lifting a stone from the water, he discovered a large crab hiding beneath. Upon seeing him, it immediately raised its formidable claws. Zhao Xiaochuan grasped the crab by its pincers with both hands and quietly recited, "Linger, retrieve the crab." Ding. Wild. Unpolluted crab successfully retrieved, wealth value increased by 2 coins. With the system's markers, every stone he turned revealed a crab. He swiftly caught over a dozen crabs, and then noticed another sandy area marked with circles. He reached in to dig and unearthed a large river clam, nearly the width of 2 palms. "Linger, please check if there are any pearls inside," Zhao Xiaochuan inquired, holding the clam. Ding. Wild, unpolluted river clam detected, no pearls present. "Recoverable for 5 coins, Linger replied. Recover, Zhao Xiaochuan commanded. Ding. Successfully retrieved pure, natural, unpolluted river clam. In no time, he had excavated over 10 river clams and gathered numerous snails and clams, continually increasing his wealth value. Another sandy area bore 3 red circles, indicating more river clams. Zhao Xiaochuan resumed digging, only to unearth a large soft-shelled turtle, grasping it with both hands, its dark green back gleaming. Its mouth gaped wide, repeatedly lunging as if to bite. Oh my, what a prize this is. This specimen must weigh at least 5 pounds, great for nourishing the body. How vigorous. He marveled at the turtle in his hands. Ding. Wild, unpolluted, rare species of patterned soft-shelled turtle detected, recoverable for 10 taels. Do you wish to recover? Linger urged anxiously. 10 taels. Yes, indeed, it must be retrieved, Zhao Xiaochuan affirmed. Ding. The successful retrieval of a wild, unpolluted, precious variety of soft-shelled turtle has increased wealth by 10 taels, as announced joyfully by Linger. Observing the sandy bottom of the water, Zhao Xiaochuan pondered to himself. It seems that the remaining 2 red circles must also belong to turtles. He dug into the sand and, indeed, uncovered another sizable turtle, still very vigorous. Continuing with the retrieval, 10 more taels were credited. He began to excavate another one. This turtle was even larger, its four limbs frantically digging into the sand in an attempt to escape. Zhao Xiaochuan pressed down firmly, using both hands to lift the turtle entirely out of the water and onto the shore. Linger assessed the value of this turtle. Ding! The detection revealed a wild, unpolluted, precious variety of soft-shelled turtle, eligible for retrieval, valued at 30 taels. Should it be retrieved? This one needs to be handled publicly to ensure the villagers are informed. Tomorrow, I will take a trip to the town, and then the money will seem justified. Zhao Xiaochuan communicated with Linger in his mind as he hurried home, cradling the large turtle. Upon arriving, he placed the turtle into a large wooden basin and then crafted a rudimentary cage from leftover bamboo strips in the yard, with gaps the size of a fist, ensuring the turtle could not escape. Oh dear, brother too, what is this creature? It looks so ugly, round and flat. And so dark, inquired Zhao Sanni. This is a soft-shelled turtle. I have seen it before, explained Xiaoyu to Sanni. It's not a fish. No wonder it looks nothing like one, having legs and looking so peculiar. Zhao Sanni appeared to contemplate, grasping the concept yet remaining somewhat puzzled. Noticing the sun beginning to set, Zhao Xiaochuan picked up a wooden bucket from home and headed to the river to check on the fish traps. Grasping the rope, he pulled one trap back to the shore, where small fish quickly darted through the gaps. Inside the trap remained 7 or 8 palm-sized catfish. He opened the trap's mouth, transferring the fish into the bucket, then reset the trap and tossed it back into the river. After completing the 3 traps, the bucket was filled halfway, all containing palm-sized fish. Linger assessed the value of one of these fish, Zhao Xiaochuan communicated. Ding! The detection indicated wild, unpolluted catfish, eligible for retrieval. Valued at 201. Should it be retrieved? Retrieval confirmed. Ding! Successfully retrieved the wild, unpolluted catfish, wealth increased by 201. Selling 10 of them added another 2 taels of silver, bringing immense satisfaction to Zhao Xiaochuan. He carried the bucket of fish home, discovering upon arrival that there was no flour left in the house. Linger purchased 10 pounds of flour and 10 pounds of rice. Alone in his room, he communicated his thoughts to Linger. Ding! Purchase successful, 200 when deducted. 2 cloth bags appeared on the ground, one filled with rice and the other with flour. He took the bags and placed them into the kitchen's grain jar. Linger purchased 1 pound of cooking oil. Zhao Xiaochuan communicated with Linger once more. Ding! Purchase successful, 30 when deducted. A bamboo tube containing cooking oil manifested before him, which he properly set down. Zhao Xiaochuan picked up the largest catfish to fetch water at the well, preparing to clean it thoroughly. After some thought, he also purchased a large cabbage from the system marketplace for 2-1. Entering the kitchen, Xiaoyu was tending to the fire while Zhao Sanni assisted her, pouring an adequate amount of vegetable oil into the pot. The catfish was fried until its skin turned a crispy golden brown. Then water was added along with slices of ginger, garlic, and cabbage, seasoned with a pinch of salt. A flatbread was placed against the edge of the pot, and the lid was secured, allowing it to simmer for 20 minutes. The enticing aroma wafted through the air. Ergo, why does your dish smell so delightful? Just looking at it makes me want to eat, Zhao Sanni pouted. What else can we do? Just make sure to have a little extra later, all right? Zhao Xiaochuan replied with a smile. Brother Xiaochuan, I remember that this catfish is not easy to catch. You must have a knack for it, managing to catch so many so effortlessly, Xiaoyu marveled. It's merely luck. Who knows if I'll have the same fortune in the future? Zhao Xiaochuan laughed as he lifted the lid and began serving the fish and flatbreads onto the table. Outside, the evening glow painted the sky, while inside, the 4 of them gathered around, enjoying the delectable flatbreads and tender catfish, sipping on the fish broth, feeling satisfied and content. As Zhao Xiaochuan was about to clear the dishes, Xiaoyu quickly intervened. Brother Xiaochuan, let me take care of it. You should rest. All right then. You and Sanni can tidy up while I take a fish to Uncle Air, Zhao Xiaochuan conceded. He selected a large catfish from the kitchen bucket, threaded a rope through its gills, and made his way to Zhao Digang's home. Great uncle, Uncle Air, I caught several fish and brought you one to taste. Zhao Xiaochuan announced as he entered the courtyard, spotting Zhao Feng and Zhao Digang, and promptly greeted them. Why bring us anything when you have nothing to eat at home? Take it back, Zhao Feng declined. Indeed, Erlang, your mother is still unwell. She needs nourishment, Zhao Digang added, also reluctant to accept. Great uncle, Uncle Air. I caught plenty, over 10, and there is more at home. I just brought this one for you to try. The bones are few, and the meat is tender, Zhao Xiaochuan insisted, placing the fish into Zhao Feng's hands before dashing away. Watching his retreating figure, Zhao Feng felt a surge of emotion, This Erlang has finally grown up. Showing concern for his elders. Di Gang, you must look after them more. Our Zhao family is already few in number and needs to support one another. He passed the catfish to Zhao Di Gang. Father, rest assured, I'm aware of my responsibilities, Zhao Di Gang replied, seemingly lost in thought. I wonder where those two have gone? Chapter 9. Market day. After leaving Zhao Di Gang's home, Zhao Xiaochuan arrived at Qian Youcong's residence. Uncle Qian, when are you heading to town tomorrow? Could you take me along? I'll set off at the 5th hour. The ox cart will reach the town by the 7th hour. Why? Do you have something you need to sell yourself? If it's wild vegetables, you really don't need to go. Just leave them to me, Qian Youcong kindly suggested. Uncle Qian, I've had good fortune and caught a giant soft-shelled turtle, as large as a wash basin. Can you buy it? If so, I want you need to go to town, Zhao Xiaochuan inquired. Ah, such a large turtle, I'm uncertain of its worth. Very well. Let us go to town together tomorrow morning, and I'll introduce you to the owner of Baiwei Tower, Qian Youcong conceded, abandoning the idea of purchasing, knowing that such a large turtle would certainly fetch a good price. All right, I shall trouble you, Uncle Qian. Tomorrow, I will arrive early. I will take my leave now. Zhao Xiaochuan bid farewell to Qian Youcong and returned home. San and I, is there anything you desire? I shall buy it for you in town tomorrow. And you, Xiaoyu, do you have any wishes? Zhao Xiaochuan inquired of his two younger sisters. Second brother, please buy me some candy. I wish to eat sweets. Zhao Sanni blinked her large eyes. Xiaochuan-ji, I do not want anything. No need to buy, Xiaoyu declined. By the way, you all will prepare your own meals tomorrow. Feel free to eat the fish in the barrel. If it runs out, I will catch more, Zhao Xiaochuan instructed. Each person has 2 sets of clothes, shoes, and bedding. He pondered the dilapidated thatch house. The more he thought, the heavier his head felt. It seemed every aspect required expenditure. He stood beside his mother, measuring his height, and then used a piece of rawhide rope to gauge the size of his shoes. Followed by Zhao Sanni's and finally Xiaoyu's, placing the several lengths of knotted rope into his bosom. As for his own shoes, well, there was no need for measurement. Ling Er, remember to wake me up early tomorrow. Otherwise, I shall miss Uncle Qian's ox cart, he reminded before sleep. Of course, master. I will ensure to awaken you on time, Ling Er replied. At the break of dawn the next day, Zhao Xiaochuan, roused by Ling Er, placed the cage containing the soft-shelled turtle into his backpack and headed to Qian Youcong's home. They were busy loading baskets of wild vegetables onto the ox cart, and Zhao Xiaochuan promptly offered his assistance. Before long, both carts were loaded, and his backpack was also placed on the cart. The 2 ox carts rolled along the dirt road leading to the town, the old yellow ox moving at a leisurely pace, the wooden wheel axles creaking with each revolution. Zhao Xiaochuan sat at the front cart's yoke, reaching out to pat the dew-covered cartboard, which immediately soaked his sleeves. On the rear cart, Old Li's smoking pipe glowed with a faint red light, while the eastern clouds gradually took on a crab-shell green hue. With a few stubborn stars still pinned against the indigo sky, the golden dawn burst forth from the horizon, draping the earth in a warm golden cloak. As the ox carts creaked through the town's entrance, where early risers were already on the streets, the carts halted at the entrance of Baiwei Building. Manager Han. I have brought the vegetables, Qian Youcong greeted Han Maochong with a bow. Good, good, quickly bring them in for weighing. You all come help. Han Maochong called to the shop assistants. They all rushed over to assist, and Zhao Xiaochuan joined in lifting the goods from the ox cart. After a short while, everything had been weighed, and all payments were settled. Manager Han, my nephew caught a large soft-shelled turtle. Could you take a look and see if you would like to purchase it? Qian Youcong suggested timely. Then bring it forth for me to examine. Han Maochong did not decline. Zhao Xiaochuan placed his backpack on the ground, took the cage containing the turtle out, and set it down. Wow, this is quite a large soft-shelled turtle. If I am not mistaken, this is a rare pattern variety, indeed uncommon. Little brother, how much do you intend to sell it for? The well-informed manager Han was astonished by the size of the giant turtle, calculating in his mind that it could fetch between 40 to 50 taels in the affluent circles, where it is typically kept to ward off evil spirits. Manager Han, I'm not well versed in these matters. Could you tell me how much it's worth? If the price is right, I shall sell it to you. If not, we can remain friends, Zhao Xiaochuan suggested. After a moment of contemplation, Han Maochong replied, I can offer you 30 taels, it's the highest I can go. I also need to make a bit of profit, don't I? Zhao Xiaochuan paused briefly before agreeing, very well, the turtle is yours. Manager Han, you are a man of integrity. In business, it's all about mutual support. If you come across anything good in the future, do feel free to bring it to me. Han Maochong chuckled as he retrieved 6 standard 5-tael silver ingots from behind the counter and handed them to Zhao Xiaochuan. Upon receiving the silver, Zhao Xiaochuan tucked it into his bosom, actually placing it into his spatial storage. At that moment, he noticed a familiar plant on a flower rack in the shop. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the chili peppers were blooming with delicate white flowers, filling him with immense joy. "Is it true that you have chili peppers here? That is wonderful," he exclaimed. "Manager Han, what is this plant you are growing?" Zhao Xiaochuan inquired. "Ah, my relative bought it from a foreign trader. It's called bushy calamandan. I decided to plant it. But it is indeed toxic. The lips swell and redden if consumed. Nevertheless, its bright red fruits are quite festive, so I thought to use it as an ornamental plant." Han Maochong explained. "Manager Han, how many seeds do you have left? Would you be willing to sell some to me?" Zhao Xiaochuan asked. "My relative spent over 10 coins for a few pounds of seeds. I still have about 3 pounds left. If you truly want them, 20 coins will suffice." Han Maochong generously offered. "All right, I'll take them." "Thank you, Manager Han," Zhao Xiaochuan replied, extending his hand discreetly to retrieve 20 copper coins from his system, placing them on Han Maochong's counter. Before long, Han Maochong handed Zhao Xiaochuan a packet of chili seeds, reminding him, "Here are the seeds. But do keep in mind that they are indeed toxic. Consuming them will cause your lips to swell." "Thank you for the warning, Manager Han. I have other uses for them. I still need to purchase additional items, so I shall take my leave." Zhao Xiaochuan said as he bid farewell to the 100 Flavors building, shouldering his basket as he made his way to the fabric and clothing store. Upon entering the Qianji silk shop, he was greeted by the shopkeeper, who, with keen eyes, scrutinized the newcomer from head to toe, his waxed mustache glistening. "Ah, young sir. What would you like to buy?" the shopkeeper inquired. Zhao Xiaochuan replied directly, "How much for a set of clothes for adults and children? And what about the prices for cloth shoes?" The shopkeeper's eyes darted as he answered, "A set of coarse cloth clothing costs 500 coins. Cotton clothing is 1 tael of silver, and silk attire is 10 taels. Coarse cloth shoes are 10 coins, leather shoes are 500 coins, and fabric shoes are 300 coins. Which type would you prefer?" After some reflection, Zhao Xiaochuan thought the prices seemed rather steep, although the quality of the fabric and craftsmanship was indeed worth it. "I'll take 4 pairs of fabric shoes and 4 sets of cotton clothing," he declared, presenting a 5-tael silver ingot. The shopkeeper lamented, "5 taels are insufficient. You are still short by 201. Out of 4 sets of clothing, only 1 is for adults. How much more do you intend to earn? If you are unwilling to sell, I shall seek another vendor." With those words, he reclaimed his silver. "Oh, wait, young sir, please do not be in haste. I shall sell them to you. What size do you require? Speak up, and I shall fetch them for you," the shopkeeper hurriedly said as he took the silver back. Zhao Xiaochuan retrieved a piece of cord from his pocket and soon acquired 4 pairs of cloth shoes. He gestured to indicate his height and build, securing 4 sets of clothing. Once everything was neatly packed into his basket, he inquired about the price of bedding, discovering that a quilt cost 10 taels of silver. Lacking sufficient funds at the moment, he decided to postpone that purchase and gazed longingly at the quilts. Zhao Xiaochuan then ventured into the general store. Spending 10 won on a bag of candy and purchasing a few soap pots, he wandered through the market, familiarizing himself with the various prices. Seizing the opportunity, he boarded Old Man Li's ox cart and returned to Qinshan village. Chapter 10. Repaying Debts. "Brother, you have returned. Xiaochuan, how did it go in town? Was it successful?" Zhao Sani bounced over to Zhao Xiaochuan, followed by Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, Sani, please heat some water and wash up. Help mother with her bath as well. I have procured new clothes and shoes for the entire family, and soon you shall change into them." Zhao Xiaochuan said as he extracted the garments and shoes from the basket, sorting them. 3 sets were placed on the cabinet inside the house. This set for mother, this one for Xiaoyu, and this one for Sani. "This is the candy I bought for you 2 sisters. Share it among yourselves," he added, handing the bag of candy to Zhao Sani. "Thank you, brother." "Thank you, Xiaochuan," they exclaimed. "By the way, Xiaochuan, when will you wash up once the water is ready?" "Once it's done, you 2 help mother, then heat more water for yourselves." "I do not require hot water. I will wash in the river shortly," he replied, handing a few soap pods to Zhao Sani. "Are you both familiar with how to use these? Do you need me to teach you?" "Brother, I know how to use them. Mother taught me before, so I understand," Zhao Sani proudly declared, while Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. "I can do it too." Zhao Xiaochuan took 1 soap pod, placed his new clothes and shoes back into the basket, and made his way to the riverbank. The sun was high in the sky as he undressed, stepping into the water to scrub off the dirt. He rubbed the soap pot in his hands, lathering it on his body and in his hair. After washing every inch from head to toe, he felt significantly lighter. Checking his fish trap in the water, he pulled it up, finding it heavy with catch. Oh my, so many fish. Linger, hurry and collect them. Ding. Collection successful. 16 wild, pollution-free catfish. Wealth value increased by 3 taels. Ding. Collection successful. 5 wild, pollution-free eel, wealth value increased. Linger emerged, incessantly announcing the results. Noticing that the bait in the trap had been depleted, Zhao Xiaochuan gathered some snails, crushed them with a stone, and placed them back in the trap before submerging it once more in the river. Once again, a fish trap was pulled from the water. Linger, come. Let us retrieve this trap as well. Ding. Retrieval successful. Ding. Retrieval successful. Zhao Xiaochuan felt a surge of delight as his wealth increased once more. He smashed some snails to use as bait and lowered the trap back into the river. When he lifted the third trap, he found over 10 catfish inside. Considering he had more at home, he decided to retrieve them all, adding over 2 taels to his earnings. After repositioning the trap into the water, he finally made his way to the riverbank. After all this bustling, his hair had nearly dried under the sun. He couldn't help but lament how much easier it would be to have short hair, perhaps a buzz cut, making washing a breeze. Managing long hair, as the ancients did, is truly cumbersome. Dressed in new garments, fresh clothes, new trousers, and shoes, he finally felt considerably more comfortable. Yet, the task of laundering his dirty clothes remained a bother. How splendid it would be to have a washing machine. Sigh, this soap pot is rather inconvenient. If only there were laundry powder or even soap. As Zhao Xiaochuan grumbled, he washed his soiled garments by the river with the soap pot. Suddenly, he thought, soap. I could make soap and shampoo. That way, I could earn more money. A production workshop is essential, but I need capital first. I'll have to gather more resources from the mountains. While calculating in his mind, he continued to grumble and wash clothes. Before long, he had cleaned all his dirty clothes, trousers, and shoes, placing them into his backpack to carry home. Xiaochuan, where did you catch that soft-shelled turtle? Can you tell me? Yes, Xiaochuan, share with your brother. I want to catch one to sell. Ah, the benefits of sudden wealth. Just look at the new clothes and shoes. Upon hearing that a large soft-shelled turtle had sold for 30 taels of silver, Niu Laosan and Ma Laosi, 2 notorious gamblers, hurried over to Zhao Xiaochuan, eager for a quick fortune. Niu Laosan, Ma Laosi, can you swim? Don't drown in the river. That would be quite unwise. I dove deep to catch mine. If it weren't for my debts, I wouldn't venture into such depths. Zhao Xiaochuan spoke out of concern for their safety. It wouldn't end well if one of them drowned. Ah, the depths of the water? No, I'd rather not. I can't swim. Wait, I recall that you can't swim either, Xiaochuan. Niu Laosan conceded, while Ma Laosi remained puzzled. You know nothing. I've been able to swim for a long time. You just don't know. I can hold my breath for 3 minutes, Zhao Xiaochuan declared. What has 3 minutes? Oh, it's just that I'm better than you. No need to elaborate. With that, Zhao Xiaochuan hastened home, hanging his freshly washed clothes on the bamboo poles in the yard to dry, while placing his shoes in the sun. Next, he began to repay his debts, taking some coins from his pouch and heading to the house of his reluctant neighbor, Li Shan. Lianti, are you home? Yes, Erlang. What brings you here? I've been fortunate enough to catch a large soft-shelled turtle and sold it for a good sum in town. I came specifically to repay my debts today. Zhao Xiaochuan, upon speaking, retrieved the list of IOUs written by the village head from his bosom. He meticulously counted out the corresponding silver coins and handed them to Mrs. Wu, additionally presenting her with 20 copper coins. This is a token of my apology. Though it may be modest, I sincerely hope you accept it, Aunt. I was momentarily foolish, and I seek your forgiveness. Very well. As long as you have amended your ways, I shall not refuse. I have heard that you sold that soft-shelled turtle for 30 taels. Do refrain from gambling henceforth, she replied. Indeed, Aunt, rest assured, I shall earn my keep, he asserted, bidding farewell to Aunt Li before proceeding to other households. Regardless of the extent of the losses incurred by each family due to theft, he generously offered each an additional 20 copper coins, sincerely expressing his apologies. With each household he visited, he marked a check beside their names with a piece of black charcoal. He subsequently settled the gambling debts of Niu Laosan, Ma Laosi, and Wang Dazhu, though offering extra compensation was out of the question, as was any notion of further apologies. Upon clearing all his debts, Zhao Xiaochuan made his way to the home of the village head, Zhao Digang. Uncle, are you at home? What brings you here, making such a commotion? Have you gotten into trouble again? Come to have your uncle clean up your mess? Huang Shi emerged from the house. I have not caused any trouble. I caught a large soft-shelled turtle yesterday, which I sold in town today. I have come to present you and uncle with some money. As a gesture of gratitude for your continuous care for our family, Zhao Xiaochuan explained, handing a tael of silver to Huang Shi. Zhao Feng emerged from the back of the house, holding a freshly laid egg, likely just produced by a hen. Impudent boy, how much did you sell that turtle for? Uncle, the turtle fetched 30 taels today in town. Here, this is for you as a token of my filial piety, he said, presenting Zhao Feng with another tael of silver before dashing away. That mischievous lad seems to have truly grown up, Zhao Feng remarked, observing Zhao Xiaochuan's retreating figure. This second son ought to have matured by now. I hope he does not act foolishly again, Huang Shi expressed, her tone tinged with helplessness and concern. Upon returning home, Zhao Xiaochuan was momentarily taken aback. His mother appeared immaculate, his sister looked pristine, and little Yu was equally tidy. Their hair was clean and neatly arranged, and they were all clad in a new set of cotton clothes and shoes. Particularly, little Yu, now freshly washed, had skin like porcelain and a complexion of rosy white. Brother, why are you standing there? What is so fascinating about Yu's face that you can't stop staring? Zhao Sani asked, puzzled, as she glanced at little Yu before tugging at Zhao Xiaochuan's sleeve. Feeling the weight of Zhao Xiaochuan's gaze, little Yu blushed, and to ease the awkwardness, she shifted the conversation. Brother Xiaochuan, you must be hungry. We have prepared the meal. The pancakes are in the kitchen. We've already eaten, so please hurry and eat. Very well, Zhao Xiaochuan replied, heading to the kitchen. He picked up a pancake, devouring two, along with some fish and broth, replenishing his energy. You all stay here. It is still early. I shall head to the mountains, he announced. Zhao Xiaochuan placed the hoe into his backpack, hoisted it onto his back, and took up a shovel before heading outside. On his way, he encountered Zhao He and Lu Shi descending from the mountains. He's sister-in-law. How fruitful was your excursion today? Oh, it's you, Xiaochuan. Your sister-in-law and I gathered some bamboo shoots and some shepherd's purse from the bamboo grove over there. Where are you off to with that shovel? I'm going to dig up some bamboo shoots. Brother, would you care to join? No, we're heading home for dinner. You should dig up as many as you can. All right, see you later. Zhao Xiaochuan quickened his pace. Zhao He, doesn't your cousin seem like a different person now? Lu Shi expressed her curiosity to Zhao He. Well, people can change when faced with significant events. Besides, he is still the same person. When has he ever greeted us voluntarily? He usually behaves as if we owe him something. This is the first time I've heard him initiate a conversation. Honestly, isn't it better that he has improved? He finally resembles my brother now. Perhaps his character is becoming more like Zhao Wen's. As the couple continued their discussion, Zhao Xiaochuan had already begun digging for shoots in the bamboo grove. With a swing of the shovel, the soil was overturned, revealing half of a bamboo shoot. Oh no, I've broken it. I can only take this home to stir-fry for myself, Zhao Xiaochuan lamented as he tossed the broken shoot into his backpack. Master, you should first dig around the shoot to remove the soil before extracting it from the root with the shovel to keep it intact. Linger reminded him at an opportune moment. Why didn't you say that sooner? If it's too much trouble, why not just change the circle and directly label the outline of the item? Zhao Xiaochuan replied with dissatisfaction. Beep. The exploration label has been modified according to the master's request. Please continue your efforts. Observing the new labeling system, Zhao Xiaochuan could clearly see the outline of the bamboo shoots, even underground. Now, this is considerate. I can gather a greater bounty from my labor. With Linger's assistance, he soon unearthed dozens of fresh bamboo shoots, each requiring only a couple of shovels. Linger, retrieve all. Beep. Successfully recovered natural, pollution-free bamboo shoots. Wealth value increased by 13 taels. Zhao Xiaochuan persisted in his digging, instructing Linger to continuously collect the harvest. The sound of successful retrieval echoed repeatedly. As the sun began to set, his wealth value increased by another 25 taels. I can't recover everything. I must bring some back, Zhao Xiaochuan thought. And henceforth he placed all the bamboo shoots he dug into his backpack. Half an hour later, he was heading home with a nearly full basket of bamboo shoots. Zhao Erling, come on. I caught a chicken today. Let us roast it together. A young lad, as sturdy as a young calf, called out from behind with an ingratiating tone, his cunning eyes darting about as he hastened to catch up with Zhao Xiaochuan. Oh, Wang Dazhuang, I have already returned your money. As for the chicken, let's forget about it. I still have fish at home, which is sufficient. Zhao Xiaochuan cast a casual glance at Wang Dazhuang, brushing him off. Look at what you're saying. Brothers shouldn't let money come between us. That small amount of coins is trivial. If you truly didn't want to repay it, it wouldn't matter. Our brotherly bond is what truly matters. Wouldn't you agree? Wang Dazhuang persisted, entangled in his own schemes. That cunning creature, knowing I have money now, has returned to ensnare me just like before, trying to swindle my cash while calling me brother. Since you were so fond of setting traps to make the original owner lose, it is only natural for me to seek revenge on behalf of the original owner now. Zhao Xiaochuan vented his frustrations, having made up his mind. Wang Dazhuang, tell me, where did that chicken come from? As long as it was stolen, I'll go eat it. Zhao Xiaochuan didn't respond directly, but instead sought clarification. This chicken is definitely not stolen. Didn't you just return my money? I bought it from Qian Yotsong with that money. If you're not at ease, you can inquire and verify before coming to my home. Wang Dazhuang immediately assured him, speaking with conviction. All right, fine. Once I carry my things back home, I will go with you. Zhao Xiaochuan acquiesced, and Wang Dazhuang swiftly grabbed the hoe from his hands, hoisting it onto his shoulder, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. Ah, come on, Zhao Erlang, let me help you with the hoe. Thank you very much. Upon reaching home, Zhao Xiaochuan selected some less desirable bamboo shoots from his backpack and set them aside inside the house, leaving the more pristine and appealing ones untouched in the basket. He then instructed Xiaoyu and Zhao Sani. Xiaoyu, Sani, you both prepare the meal. Once it's ready, eat. I'll go sell the bamboo shoots and then head to Wang Dazhuang's house. Second brother, why are you going to his house again? Are you going to gamble? You always end up losing. It's better not to go. Zhao Sani expressed her concerns, attempting to dissuade him, while Xiaoyu stood by, puzzled. Sister, don't worry. I'll be fine. Here, let me hand over the silver to you and Xiaoyu for safekeeping. Does that ease your mind? Zhao Xiaochuan reached into his clothing, discreetly retrieving a 5-tael silver ingot and some smaller silver pieces, handing them to Zhao Sani and Xiaoyu with a whisper. Take good care of this silver. If we need anything at home, you can go to Uncle Qian to purchase it, or ask him to help buy it from the town. Zhao Erlang, are you ready? Let us go. Coming. No need to shout. Wang Dazhuang, impatient outside the courtyard, began urging him on. Zhao Xiaochuan hoisted the basket onto his back and stepped outside. Arriving at Qian Yotsong's home, Zhao Xiaochuan set down the basket. Uncle Qian, could you take a look at these bamboo shoots? Will you buy them? Oh, Xiaochuan, your skills are commendable. For these tender shoots freshly dug from the earth, I'll offer you 8 per pound. What do you think? Qian Yotsong assessed the bamboo shoots and proposed his buyback price, already calculating in his mind. These could fetch 9 to 10 per pound in the town, yielding a profit. That sounds good, Uncle Qian. Please take them all. After weighing, it totaled over 10 pounds, and he counted out the corresponding copper coins, handing them to Zhao Xiaochuan. Upon observing Wang Dazhuang outside the courtyard, Qian Yotsong inquired, Dazhuang, are you preparing to sell something? Hurry and bring it in for me to inspect. I shall certainly offer you a fair price. To which Dazhuang responded, well, Uncle Qian, I have nothing to sell. Merely taking a look. Taking a look? Can that yield any profit? Be industrious. Observe how Xiaochuan has made quite a sum from the bamboo shoots he excavated in the mountains. With spring upon us, the mountains are abundant, and one can earn a considerable amount in a single day. Qian Yotsong admonished, disapproving of those who are idle and indulgent. Earn a bit more, and then think about purchasing chicken from me. Yes, I understand. Tomorrow, I shall venture into the mountains to dig for bamboo shoots, Dazhuang replied, somewhat dismissively. Uncle Qian, I shall take my leave. You have matters to attend to. Zhao Xiaochuan, shouldering his basket, bid farewell to Qian Yotsong and departed. Outside, he noticed Wang Dazhuang's restless eyes. Calculating and flattering, Xiaochuan, come, is there nothing to do now? Let us go to my house for roasted chicken. All right, I haven't had chicken in quite some time. Wang Dazhuang resided in a wooden house with tiled roofing. His parents had ventured out for business but tragically encountered robbers, leaving them bereft of both life and wealth. Subsequently, his grandmother passed away, leaving Wang Dazhuang alone. The indulgence he received in his youth fostered a penchant for laziness, and now, with no one to oversee him, he squandered his days aimlessly. Upon entering the house, the so-called 4 good-for-nothings of Qingshan village had gathered. Come, sit down. Let us play a few rounds. Indeed, Erlang. Come join us for a game. Dazhuang, go fetch the chicken. Niu Laosan and Ma Laosi pulled Zhao Xiaochuan to sit at a table, exchanging significant glances. Zhao Xiaochuan was instantly reminded of how the original owner had fallen into their trap, accumulating considerable gambling debts, and how they had instilled in him the habits of thievery. As the saying goes, one who associates with vermilion will turn red, one who associates with ink will turn black. And that was how the original owner had become a wastrel. Very well, let us play a few rounds. Niu Laosan, Ma Laosi, and Wang Dazhuang exhibited expressions of triumph. Who will be the banker? What stakes can we wager? How much capital do you possess? Zhao Xiaochuan queried while revealing the copper coins he had just acquired from selling bamboo shoots. The usual rules apply. Guess the dice, bet on high or low. I shall be the banker. Whatever you wager, you will receive in return. Bet on quantity, and the payout is threefold. Without hesitation, Niu Laosan procured 2 bowls, one large and one small, and 3 dice, shaking them in the larger bowl covered by the smaller one. He then called out, "Come, come. Place your bets. Wager high or low." "I bet 10 went on low," announced Ma Laosi, producing his coins theatrically. "I bet 20 went on high," Zhao Xiaochuan declared, placing 20 copper coins on the table. Experimenting with his spatial abilities, he found he could instantly retrieve the dice from the bowl and, in an instant, return them to the bowl with the desired outcome, filling him with delight. 1, 2, 3, 6 points. Low wins. "Oh dear, Xiaochuan, you have lost your bet." Niu Laosan uncovered the small bowl, observed the dice, and exclaimed, shoving Zhao Xiaochuan's copper coins towards himself while pushing 10 coins towards Ma Laosi. "Ma Laosi, you have won your bet." The dice were shaken once more, and Niu Laosan placed the bowl on the table, exclaiming, "Come, come, hurry and place your bets. Wager on big or small." "I wager small, 20 copper coins." Ma Laosi began to place his bet. Zhao Xiaochuan retrieved another 20 copper coins, setting them on the table, declaring, "I too wager small, 20 copper coins." As the bowl was unveiled, Niu Laosan counted the dice and promptly swept the coins on the table towards himself. 4, 5, 6, 15 points, big. "You both lose." "Oh, I refuse to believe this. Why can't I win? This time, I'll wager 50 win." He hastily prepared to roll the dice again. Zhao Xiaochuan, gritting his teeth, angrily produced 51. Niu Laosan chuckled, shaking the dice once more, calling out, "Come on. Hurry and place your bets. Wager on big or small." "I bet small," Zhao Xiaochuan shouted. "I bet big," Ma Laosi chimed in, pushing forward 20 copper coins. 4, 6, 16 points, big. Niu Laosan reached over, claiming the 50 win from Zhao Xiaochuan and sliding 21 to Ma Laosi, then prepared to roll the dice again. "Bet big." "Bet small. Place your bets quickly." "I bet big, 21, Ma Laosi decided. This time, Zhao Xiaochuan seized the opportunity to quickly arrange the dice and the bowl into a trio of ones, then placed a piece of silver on the table. Feigning excitement as he shouted, "This time, I bet small, 3 ones, 3 ones. Open, open, open." I refuse to believe it. With a grin, Niu Laosan unveiled the small bowl, only to be rendered speechless. The result was indeed 3 ones. "Ah, what is this? Quickly, pay up. 3 to 1, 3 taels of silver. I've hit the number," Zhao Xiaochuan asserted without hesitation. Niu Laosan had no choice but to produce his 2 taels of silver and several copper coins, realizing it was insufficient. He turned to Ma Laosi, saying, "Ma Laosi, lend me a tael of silver." Ma Laosi pulled a tael of silver from his pocket, allowing Niu Laosan to gather enough to settle Zhao Xiaochuan's winnings. "I'm done. You two can play at your leisure," Zhao Xiaochuan remarked, collecting the silver from the table and turning to leave. "That won't do. Who stops playing after winning?" "No way, continue." Both Niu Laosan and Ma Laosi protested in unison, grasping his arm. "Very well. I hit the number. Do you have money to pay? If not, what is the point of playing?" Zhao Xiaochuan questioned. "Of course. You can place your bets without fear. I, Niu Laosan, have money and will not renege on my debts," Niu Laosan declared confidently, thumping his chest. He then shook the dice again, continuing to call, "Come, place your bets. Any amount is welcome." Zhao Xiaochuan, having discerned that the dice revealed a 666, an unbeatable outcome, decided to wager. "I bet big, 51. Ma Laosi pushed forward 50 win. "I feel a connection with 3 ones. I'll bet 3 ones again, 3 taels of silver. After all, the money is won, so losing doesn't matter." As Zhao Xiaochuan swapped the dice in the bowl for 3 ones, he placed 3 taels of silver on the table. Niu Laosan lifted the small bowl, and upon seeing the result, nearly stumbled, resorting to dishonorable tactics. "You are cheating. This round doesn't count, does it? The dice are yours, the bowl is yours. And you are the one who shook the dice. How could I possibly be cheating? If you refuse to acknowledge this, let us go to the magistrate and discuss it, and see who is truly cheating." Furthermore, regarding the gambling debt I owed you, I have not evaded my responsibility. I have repaid every last coin. If this escalates to the authorities, you shall also bear the cost. Zhao Xiaochuan spoke with unwavering resolve, for in this world, the funds for gambling and indulgence are protected, ensuring fairness and justice. Niu Laosan borrowed money again from Ma Laosi and then from Wang Dazhuang, yet he could only gather a mere 5 taels and 3 coins, still falling short by 3 taels and 7 coins. So, shall we continue playing? You already owe me 3 taels and 7 coins. When do you intend to repay? Zhao Xiaochuan gathered all the silver into his bosom and began to inquire. No more playing. I'm out of funds. I will repay the debt before the new year. Rest assured. Niu Laosan, is your chicken ready? Hurry and bring it over to eat. Niu Laosan urged Wang Dazhuang while explaining to Zhao Xiaochuan. Forget it. I want to eat chicken with you anymore. I will return home for fish. Zhao Xiaochuan remarked as he picked up his basket and departed. Soon, the sounds of an argument erupted among Niu Laosan, Ma Laosi, and Wang Dazhuang, but such matters no longer concerned Zhao Xiaochuan. Chapter 12. Collecting Money in the Mountains Way. The common folk must rejoice today. Zhao Xiaochuan walked with a carefree stride, humming the lyrics as he basked in the last rays of the setting sun on his way home. Second brother, what are you singing? Why are you so cheerful? We can hear your singing from inside, though your voice is quite terrible. Zhao Sani rushed out of the house, her big eyes filled with curiosity, delivering a sharp critique. Zhao Xiaochuan bent down, lifted Zhao Sani, and carried her inside, laughing as he asked, is my singing really that terrible? Then why don't you sing for me? Xiaochuan, tell us, what happened to make you so happy? Xiaoyu joined in. I simply sold some bamboo shoots. Having money naturally brings joy. I earn daily. Is there not reason to be happy? After Zhao Xiaochuan explained, he painted an optimistic picture. Once I earn more, we shall build a grand courtyard house with blue bricks and big tiles. What do you think? In the future, we can establish a workshop, allowing my sister to become a refined young lady. Second brother, I don't want to be a refined lady. 1,000 pounds is too heavy. A large pig weighs only 200 pounds, and 5 large pigs would be far too much. I don't want to be a 1,000-pound lady. Zhao Sani protested, feeling aggrieved, causing Xiaoyu to burst into laughter. Xiaoyu, why are you laughing? Why don't you become the 1,000-pound lady? Let us see how heavy that is. Zhao Sani exclaimed, spreading her arms wide. All right. You can be whatever lady you wish, as long as you're happy. Zhao Xiaochuan conceded and shifted the topic. Have you all eaten? Is there anything left? I haven't had my meal yet. Didn't you just say you went out to eat? Aren't you full? Little brother Zhao, we have just finished our meal, and there are still some dishes left in the kitchen. Hurry and help yourself. Zhao Xiaochuan entered the kitchen, eagerly grabbed a flatbread, and savored the fish that had been boiled in a pot. He inquired, San and I, Xiaoyu, who prepared this fish? It's quite impressive and tastes wonderful. It nearly rivals the chefs at the town's restaurants. This was made by Sister Xiaoyu, and I also find it delicious, replied San and I just threw things together. It's not as good as a chef's work. No, I believe it's quite good. On par with what a professional would create. A lit torch on the wall crackled softly, casting a warm orange glow throughout the kitchen. As Zhao Xiaochuan ate, he joyfully engaged in conversation with his 2 sisters. Once satiated, he retrieved a chopping knife and began sharpening its edge on a whetstone, diligently honing it until it regained its keen sharpness. He then turned his attention to the sickle, meticulously refining it until he was satisfied with the result. As night gradually surrendered to the gentle light of dawn, the world donned a golden cloak, and the familiar urging voice of Ling Er echoed once more. The day's success lies in the morning. It's time for the master to strive for resources and upgrades. Keep it up. Yes. Rise and shine, earn money, and level up, Zhao Xiaochuan mentally affirmed, swiftly donning his clothes and rushing to the kitchen for his chopping knife and carrying basket. Little brother Zhao, there are freshly warmed flatbreads on the table. You must eat to gain strength. Oh, and by the way, there isn't much firewood left in the backyard. Could you chop some more? Xiaoyu reminded him. Xiaoyu, how about this? You accompany San and I to see if anyone has dry firewood for sale. Buy a few bundles. Newly cut wood won't dry quickly, and I need to earn more. A bundle of firewood costs only a few coins, and I can trade a few bamboo shoots for a substantial amount of wood. Zhao Xiaochuan proposed while munching on 2 flatbreads and strolling towards the river to check on the fish traps. Upon pulling up the first trap, he discovered several bluegills weighing 4 to 5 pounds. He immediately communicated with Ling Er for collection. Ding! Collection successful. Wild, pollution-free bluegills. Wealth increased by 5 taels and 2 coins. He then raised the second trap and once again communicated with Ling Er. Ding. Collection successful. Wild, pollution-free bluegills. Wealth increased by 3 taels and 5 coins. As he pulled up the third trap, he felt a sense of curiosity. It was unusually heavy. Had it snagged on a rock at the riverbed? Removing his shoes, he waded into the water, straining to lift it. To his surprise, a large bluegill was ensnared within the trap. He promptly communicated with Ling Er to recover it. Ding. Collection successful. Wild, pollution-free bluegill. Wealth increased by 15 taels and 3 coins. Oh, what a lucrative haul. This is simply delightful. Zhao Xiaochuan beamed, his grin nearly reaching his ears. He then scooped up some snails, crushed them, and placed them into the fish trap before submerging it once more. Unbeknownst to him, the actions of Zhao Xiaochuan were observed from a distance by Niu Laosan, Ma Laosi, and Wang Dezhuang, who were hiding in the thicket along the riverbank, discussing as they watched Zhao Xiaochuan's retreating figure with his basket heading into the mountains. See, I told you he was deceiving both of you. You didn't believe me. He merely placed a fish trap in the river and insisted he caught a soft-shelled turtle from the depths. Now do you believe it? Wang Dezhuang began to interrogate Niu Laosan and Ma Laosi. However, you saw him carrying an empty basket, did you not? There was no evidence of any catch from his fish trap, which he has now returned to the river. Indeed, I also noticed his basket was devoid of anything, indicating his fish trap yielded no fish. But then, where did the fish in his home come from? And surely the soft-shelled turtles he sells cannot be fabricated. The trio, laden with questions, commenced a discussion, contemplating quick methods to amass money. Zhao Xiaochuan remained blissfully unaware of their scheming. Even if he were aware, he would divulge nothing to them. This time, Zhao Xiaochuan did not linger at the foot of the mountain but ventured deeper within. Along the way, he encountered an increasing variety of medicinal herbs and plants. Ding. Successful recovery. Wild, pollution-free eukamia. Wealth value increased by 3 taels. Ding. Successful recovery. Wild, pollution-free ganoderma. Wealth value increased by 10 taels. Ding. Successful recovery. Wild, pollution-free dendrobium. Wealth value increased by 20 taels. The notifications of recovered herbs were incessant, each collection accompanied by Ling Er's retrieval sound. This was not merely a mountain expedition, it was a venture to collect wealth. Before long, the number of recovered herbs exceeded 100, with wealth value climbing over 100 taels. Zhao Xiaochuan's heart brimmed with joy, as if the very air around him was infused with the scent of riches. At that moment, from not far away, a large tree emitted a buzzing sound. Why does that sound seem so familiar? With curiosity piqued, Zhao Xiaochuan tightened his grip on his machete and approached the tree that was buzzing. Chapter 13. The club. He approached the tree cautiously. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a sizable tree with a hole the size of a finger, from which bees were entering and exiting, the buzzing sound emanating from them. Ah, there are bees. Where there are bees, there must be honey, a true treasure. If I can bring some home, I'll have honey to enjoy. Zhao Xiaochuan communicated with Ling Er in his mind. Of course, I can extract a segment of this tree. It will cost 1 tael of wealth. Shall I proceed? Ling Er promptly informed him. Ling Er, you are quite the shrewd merchant, charging 1 tael just for a segment of wood. He thought with a hint of complaint, then took his machete and cut a small branch to securely block the tree hole. All right, now I can proceed with the extraction. Ding. Extraction successful, 1 tael of wealth deducted. As the sound faded, a section of the trunk, nearly 1 meter long, was neatly severed. Zhao Xiaochuan tested its weight. It was approximately 20 jin, easily manageable for him. Ding. Current wild beehive contains wild bees and wild honey, recoverable, valued at 20 taels. Would you like to recover? Not yet. I wish to take this home to cultivate my own bees. It would be wiser to continue collecting other plants and animals. He declined Ling Er's request for collection, placing the basket on the ground beside the beehive, and continued to gather various herbs in the vicinity. Ding. Collection successful. Wild, unpolluted Huangjing. Wealth increased by 1 tael. Ding. Having gathered nearly all the surrounding herbs, the notifications of successful collections rang out incessantly, adding an additional 56 taels and over 100 varieties to his collection. He realized he could not stray too far, lest he lose track of his beehive. Perhaps it was best to return home for the day. Just as Zhao Xiaochuan prepared to turn around, he noticed several leaves outlined by the system on the side of a large tree. As he circled the tree to inspect the plant, he observed a single stalk with 5 leaves, crowned with a cluster of blossoms, some light green and others pale yellow. This is ginseng. Oh, I could strike it rich. Ling Er, conduct a scan. Ding. Wild ginseng detected. It is warm in nature, sweet in flavor, with a hint of bitterness. It greatly replenishes vitality, strengthens the spleen and lungs, generates fluids, and calms the spirit. He hurriedly began to excavate the ground beneath the ginseng, ensuring that every root was unearthed intact. After nearly half an hour of careful digging, he finally extracted the complete ginseng from the soil. Ding, 100-year-old wild ginseng available for collection, valued at 1,000 taels. Ah, a century-old ginseng, best not to collect it just yet. In critical moments, it could be life-saving. After all, life is worth more than money. Zhao Xiaochuan stored the century-old ginseng in his spatial pouch, then checked the surroundings for any other ginseng, but found none. He made his way back to where he had placed the basket, placed the beehive inside, and then shouldered the basket to descend the mountain. The mountains are truly abundant with treasures. The deeper one ventures, the richer the herbs become. This rhythm of gathering wealth is quite delightful. He walked while softly murmuring to himself, oblivious to the fact that he had arrived at the foot of the mountain. Xiaochuan, why are you alone in the deep mountains? There are many wild beasts. Don't forget that some villagers have entered the mountains and have yet to return, warned Wu and Zhang, who were digging for wild vegetables at the mountain's base. Indeed, you shouldn't venture into the deep mountains alone. It's quite perilous. Just dig for wild vegetables at the foot of the mountain, they urged kindly. Aunt Li, Aunt Long, thank you for your concern. I'm merely wandering by the mountainous edge. You needn't worry, I'll be just fine. Zhao Xiaochuan reflected on how the two families had been victims of theft from the former owner multiple times. Aunt Li's 3 laying hens and Aunt Long's 2 hens and 5 eggs had suffered the most losses. Yet, they still expressed genuine concern for him, warming his heart. Aunt Li, Aunt Long, there are plenty of bamboo shoots in that bamboo grove. If you take a hoe to dig for the tender shoots underground, you could sell them for several coins a pound. I sold quite a few to Uncle Qian just yesterday. He kindly suggested to the 2 aunts, hoping they could earn some money. But I can't find the underground bamboo shoots either. I can only guess at those that have broken the surface. Exactly, Xiaochuan. The shoots that have surfaced won't fetch much, while the underground ones are hard to find. Aunt Long sighed, and Aunt Li echoed her sentiments. You both have been so kind to me. Allow me to teach you how to locate the underground bamboo shoots. Try my method. With a hoe. He skillfully sifted through the fallen leaves, meticulously observing the ground for any raised or slightly cracked spots, which likely concealed a bamboo shoot beneath. Zhao Xiaochuan, gesturing with his hands, patiently elucidated, striving to ensure that both aunts comprehended his guidance. Once located, they would excavate from the side to acquire the entire bamboo shoot, thus securing a better price. A damaged shoot would be worthless, relegated to personal consumption. Thank you, Xiaochuan. We shall give it a try shortly, they replied, brimming with excitement. Xiaochuan, once I sell the bamboo shoots for a good price, I shall gift you 2 eggs. The 2 aunts expressed their joy, while Zhao Xiaochuan waved his hand dismissively. Dear aunts, while the substantial bamboo shoots have yet to emerge from the ground, seize the opportunity to dig. You may sell more. There is no need to gift me eggs. I have sufficient funds to purchase them myself. After bidding farewell to the 2 aunts, Zhao Xiaochuan returned home with a basket on his back. He procured 2 ropes and secured a log beneath the eaves of the backyard, ensuring it remained sheltered from rain and protecting the beehive within. He then removed the branch that obstructed the tree hole. The bees promptly emerged, buzzing about as they acclimated to their surroundings. He contemplated arranging a new beehive to relocate them later. Elder brother, why did you bring the bees home? Aren't they stingers? Why place them under the eaves? Zhao Sanni and Xiao Yu inquired with curiosity. You two do not understand. These are treasures that you will come to appreciate. As long as you do not provoke them, you shall not be stung, rest assured. Is there anything to eat? I need to refuel before continuing my work. He then remembered, by the way, Sanni, have you fed our rabbits with wild vegetables and fresh grass? Realizing he could not explain everything at once, he decided to deflect and quickly shift the topic. There is food in the kitchen, Xiaochuan. Hurry and eat. Yes, I've fed them. The grass we gathered earlier was more than enough. Do not worry, elder brother, she reassured him. Zhao Xiaochuan made his way to the kitchen, relishing his meal while surveying the state of the house, pondering, I must earn money swiftly. This place is in dire need of repair. After satiating his hunger, he slung the basket over his shoulder, picked up his hatchet, and prepared to leave, reminding Sanni, please visit Aunt Li's house to inquire if they have excess firewood to purchase. If not, check with others. Understood, elder brother. Zhao Xiaochuan arrived at the riverside, where he noticed a few individuals. As he approached, he recognized Niu Laosan, Ma Laosi, and Wang Dazhuang. Ah, Brother Xiaochuan, you truly are untrustworthy. We asked where you caught the soft-shelled turtle, and you deceived us. Turns out you were merely placing fish traps in the river. Indeed. No need to look further. Your fish trap contains no fish. We just checked, they taunted. Honestly, how could you fabricate a fish trap with such large openings? Can you even catch fish with that? They took turns mocking him. Zhao Xiaochuan, disinterested in their banter, turned on his heel and ventured back into the mountains. Niu Laosi and Ma Laosi and Wang Dazhuang exchanged knowing glances at the small bucket of fish hidden in the grass, sharing a smile as they began to converse. Indeed, Zhao Xiaochuan's fish trap proves to be quite effective, allowing us to catch fish that can fetch a few coins. It is rather convenient, as we can simply tend to the trap and collect the fish without any strenuous effort. Do you think Xiaochuan might cause us any trouble? What for? Who can prove that this fish trap belongs to him? As long as the three of us firmly assert that it is ours, we have nothing to fear. Moreover, it is a ready-made tool that we can utilize immediately. As long as we maintain a united front, there is no need to be wary of him. Chapter 14. The madness of Erlang. Zhao Xiaochuan took a different path into the mountains, diligently collecting various herbs as indicated by Linger, including white peony, Codenopsis, balloon flower, and mint. Within a couple of hours, he gathered over 100 different types. Although each variety may not be worth much individually, the sheer quantity significantly increased his wealth by over 70 taels. Stretching his sore back, he couldn't help but grumble. This painstaking method of digging and collecting is indeed rather slow. Wouldn't it be quicker to utilize spatial collection? Master, spatial collection is indeed feasible, but a 10% fee will be deducted. The range of collection is 1/3 of the exploration area, and it can be accomplished through mental communication, Linger promptly explained. That sounds quite good. Even 1/3 amounts to 3 meters. By the way, can I directly place the items collected in the spatial range at the desired depth? Zhao Xiaochuan inquired further. Of course, that is entirely possible. Please make reasonable use of it and refrain from any wrongdoing, Lingo assured. All right, I won't engage in any misdeeds. It will only be for self-preservation or to assist others if necessary. Having received confirmation, he began to collect the various marked plants around him. After about an hour, his wealth increased by another 20 taels, yet his experience points remained unchanged, prompting him to consult Linger once more. Linger, why haven't my experience points increased? Master, since you did not personally labor in the collection and creation, no experience points were awarded, Linger elucidated. Although Zhao Xiaochuan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, he had no choice but to console himself with the increase in wealth. Continuing deeper into the mountains, he stumbled upon a grove of soapberry trees, some towering 5 to 6 meters high, while others stood over a meter tall, adorned with a profusion of soapberry flowers. Counting carefully, he found 15 soapberry trees, valuable specimens that he intended to transplant at home for future profit. Linger, can I collect all these 15 soapberry trees? I wish to plant them in my own fields to harvest and sell the soapberries later. Certainly, Master. There is currently ample space, and they can easily be accommodated. Simply use your mind to achieve this. In that case, I shall store these 15 trees in the spatial realm for safekeeping. Zhao Xiaochuan sensed that there was no one around, and with a thought, the soapberry trees vanished from the ground, instantly transported into the system space. After securing the soapberry trees, he spotted a patch of ginseng nearby. However, he decided it would be best to dig it up himself. Otherwise, he would miss out on gaining experience points. He withdrew a machete and began to excavate the soil. The sanchi, which naturally grows not too deep in the earth, was soon unearthed. 1, then 2, then 3, and 4 emerged. After half an hour, the entire patch of sanchi was excavated, forming a substantial pile. Lingo, it is time to collect them all, he announced. Beep. Collection successful. Wild, unpolluted sanchi acquired. Wealth value increased by 11 taels and 3 coins. Beep. Current experience points meet the requirements for leveling up. Required wealth for this upgrade, 100 taels. Required time, 8 hours. Would you like to upgrade? Linger's voice echoed once more. Ah, another opportunity to level up. How splendid. Perhaps I shall wait until night to proceed with the upgrade, Zhao Xiaochuan replied, a smile curling at his lips. However, his moment of joy was abruptly interrupted. He stumbled upon a round stone and tumbled to the ground, rolling several feet away. Dazed by the spinning world around him, he hastily extended his limbs to halt his motion, finally coming to a stop. Am I not a novice in martial arts? How could I fall so clumsily? He pondered, realizing his elation had transformed into misfortune. Rising to his feet, He brushed off the dirt and debris clinging to his clothes while reflecting on the incident. At that moment, he noticed a shaded area nearby where a colossal purple Ganoderma, the size of a pot lid, thrived. Its center was a deep purple-black, surrounded by a golden rim. Goodness! How many years must it have taken for this to grow so large? Zhao Xiaochuan exclaimed, grasping the base of the mushroom firm and pulling it with all his might. With a resounding pop, the entire fungus was uprooted. Gazing at the immense Ganoderma, he quickly communicated, "Linger, please assess the value of this. I have a feeling fortune is upon me." Beep. Detection complete. Natural, unpolluted wild purple Ganoderma found. Recoverable value is 500 taels. Would you like to recover it? Recover. He replied. Beep. Successful recovery of natural, unpolluted wild purple Ganoderma. Wealth value increased by 500 taels. Grasping the machete and slinging the backpack over his shoulder, he hastily made his way down the mountain, humming a tune. I'm making money. I hardly know how to spend it. With a duck in my left hand and a motorcycle in my right. As he passed the foot of the mountain, a few villagers foraging for wild vegetables caught sight of him. They were taken aback by his off-key singing, reminiscent of a ghastly chant, and began to murmur among themselves. Look at Zhao Xiaochuan. He has gone mad like his mother, and even more so. One exclaimed. Indeed, with that empty basket, chanting and jumping about. He must be quite deranged, another remarked. Pity the lad. He must have been traumatized and now spirals deeper into madness. Zhao Xiaochuan dashed into a bamboo grove, utilizing his spatial abilities to gather over a dozen tender shoots, placing them all into his backpack. He then proceeded to the riverbank to check on his fish traps. From a distance, he spotted Niu Laosan, Ma Laosi, and Wang Dazhuang still guarding his 3 fish traps by the shore. Cough, cough. These fellows are truly vigilant in guarding the traps. Never mind, it's not worth my energy to argue with them. There's no need to get worked up. Zhao Xiaochuan muttered to himself, turning away and returning home. As he entered, Zhao Sani rushed towards him. Second brother, you're back. Yes, I'm back. What is it? Do you miss me? A slight pang of longing remains, yet now, with sister you by my side, thoughts of you have diminished. Have you gone to gather firewood today? We managed to procure 2 large bundles, costing merely 10 coins, Young Yu remarked. Zhao Xiaochuan surveyed the kitchen, noticing several catfish still remaining, along with bamboo shoots. He mused that the bamboo shoots in the basket were unnecessary to keep and decided it would be better to sell them. Very well. I shall sell the bamboo shoots and return shortly. With that, he made his way to the money storage, sold the bamboo shoots, and then proceeded to the village chief's house, where he sought out Zhao Digang. Uncle, I wish to purchase a piece of land to construct a house. What do you think? Uncertain of the costs involved, he inquired further. What? Buying land and building a house? Are you serious? Where did you obtain such funds? Zhao Digang could hardly believe his ears, probing his own ear with his pinky finger in disbelief. Uncle, I was fortunate enough to find some precious Ganoderma on the other side of the mountain and sold it for some money. I'm here to ask you how much it would cost to buy land and build a house. Zhao Xiaochuan replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Digang responded. Our prices here are not like those in the city. Land is relatively inexpensive. A mu of land for building a house costs around 2,000 coins, depending on the size you desire. A typical brick and tile house would require about 50 taels. I intend to build a 2-courtyard residence occupying 1 mu, Zhao Xiaochuan stated. Zhao Digang calculated in his mind before responding. For such a scale, purchasing land and constructing the house would require at least 300 taels. Uncle, I have made up my mind. I will buy the piece of land adjacent to my home. I will need your assistance with the government registration and finding craftsmen. Rest assured, I possess sufficient funds to cover all expenses. Very well. Tomorrow morning I shall come to your home to measure, draft plans, and write the contract. Thank you. Uncle, I appreciate your help. You rascal, once your house is ready, I will find you a suitable bride. Zhao Digang's eyes crinkled with joy, while Zhao Xiaochuan hastily took his leave, pondering that if he lingered any longer, he would face relentless matchmaking pressures. This fellow truly cannot bear to hear about marriage without fleeing, Zhao Digang sighed, watching his nephew's retreating figure with a resigned shake of his head. Chapter 15. Purchasing land. The essence of the Gui soul vanished into the vast expanse as the dawn painted the eastern sky in hues of crimson. Linger's daily reminder rang out punctually. Ding. Master, it is time to rise. The plans for the day begin at dawn. Diligence is essential. Zhao Xiaochuan initiated a mental dialogue with Linger. Linger, have you successfully upgraded? Please access the main interface. With a graceful gesture, Linger unveiled the interface. Name, Zhao Xiaochuan. Wealth value, 765 taels and 330 coins. Current level, level 2. Experience, 01000. Shop, level 2. Space, level 2, 20 cubic meters. Skills, basic martial arts, basic swordsmanship. Detection range, 20 meters. Open the shop, Zhao Xiaochuan mentally communicated. As the level 2 shop opened, in addition to the items from level 1, 10 new items were added. Corn, sweet potatoes, soy sauce, vinegar, chicken essence, instant noodles, cola, pots, and bowls. More everyday necessities. Could there not be something more exceptional? Perhaps something like a hunting tool would be more advantageous, Zhao Xiaochuan lamented after reviewing the system shop. Never mind. What's the point? Let us focus on survival first. Linger, how does one advance from basic martial skills to intermediate and then to advanced? Master, upgrading skills requires the expenditure of wealth points, with each advancement costing 300 taels, explained Linger. Linger, I have come to realize that you are akin to those merchants from the goose factory. So, upgrading necessitates spending money? You are indeed a profiteer. A mere upgrade would deplete my funds entirely. Upon hearing that more money was required, Zhao Xiaochuan felt a pang of reluctance for his meager savings. Hence, Master must toil diligently to earn more, striving for a faster upgrade. Lingo provided a pragmatic rationale. Zhao Xiaochuan promptly rose from his bed, dressing while contemplating the visit from his uncle today, who was to help him select a site for his future home. He needed to prepare in advance. He hurried to the riverside, eager to retrieve the 3 fish traps he had woven himself. Upon reaching the designated spot by the river, he lifted the traps only to find them devoid of any catch. How absurd of those rascals not to place any bait. It would be peculiar to expect fish otherwise. Zhao Xiaochuan took the 3 empty traps and headed home, muttering to himself, even if I do not fish, I won't be giving these traps to those scoundrels. If I must part with them, it shall be to my cousin, ensuring his family has fish to eat, considering how kind they have been to me. As he placed the traps in the courtyard, he heard Zhao Digang's voice from outside. Erlang, come out quickly. I'm coming, uncle. Zhao Xiaochuan replied. Come. Show me where you wish to build the house. From this position all the way to that persimmon tree over there. What do you think of this plot? This area is suitable. It does not encroach on anyone else's property and is entirely vacant. However, you will need to procure a land deed from the authorities for this plot, which will require tax payments. Securing it will cost at least 3 taels of silver. And there is a water spring in the middle. Otherwise, you might consider renovating the earthen house you currently have. I have other plans for that area, uncle. Rest assured. I have a strategy in mind. As the uncle and nephew conferred, Zhao Xiaochuan reached into his pocket, his thoughts guiding him to retrieve a 5-tael silver ingot, which he handed to Zhao Digang, continuing, Uncle, I am not well versed in these matters, so I must trouble you further to handle the land deed and find a craftsman. Very well, I shall draw up a plan and take it to the authorities to settle the taxes and secure the deed, Zhao Digang affirmed, placing the ingot in his pocket before producing a long rope with several knots tied in it. Here, grasp this end and walk to that point, pressing it into the ground so I can note the precise dimensions. They began measuring from a distance, progressing toward the vicinity of the earthen house. As he measured, Zhao Digang scribbled notes on a specific contract. Once completed, he prepared to leave. Erlang, you can attend to other matters for now. I will handle this and return with the deed for you. Uncle, upon your return, please inform Brother Zhao to come over. I have something to discuss with him. Certainly, I will call him as soon as I get home, Zhao Digang said as he turned to depart, while Zhao Xiaochuan made his way back home. Where Zhao Sani leapt in front of him, curiously asking, Second brother, what were you discussing with Uncle just now? I am purchasing a piece of land to build a house, and I plan to find a teacher for you to learn to read and write in the future. Why must I learn to read and write? In the past, you used to skip school, and your father would chase after you in anger. Moreover, there are no girls in the school. Zhao Sani began to pose a series of questions. Indeed, it seems the school does not accept girls. Brother Xiaochuan, I can read and write. I can teach Sister Sani, Xiaoyu interjected, having overheard their conversation. Very well, Xiaoyu, if you have time each day, teach Sani to read and write. I will buy paper and pens next time, he replied. That's fine, Brother Xiaochuan. We don't need them immediately. We can write on the ground with sticks. Just as they were conversing, Zhao He's voice came from outside. Xiaochuan, what do you need me for? Brother Zhao He, come here. This is a fish trap I wove for you. Take it and put some crushed snails, worms, or even animal entrails inside as bait. Set it in the river, and you will catch plenty of fish every day. Not only can you sell them, but it will also improve your family's meals. Zhao Xiaochuan led Zhao He to the 3 fish traps, explaining how to use them as he spoke. That won't do. If I take this, what will you use? Keep it for yourself, Zhao He insisted repeatedly. Brother, I have the money to build a house now. Why are you still worried about me? Besides, I made these traps myself, and it wouldn't be difficult to make more. Just set them in the river as I said. At least it will provide some meat for your family. Just trust me and don't refuse, Zhao Xiaochuan insisted, compelling Zhao He to reluctantly accept and take the fish trap to the riverbank. Before long, Xiaoyu and Zhao Sani had prepared breakfast, and the family enjoyed a delightful meal together. Today, Sun Lanhua seemed quite spirited as she asked, Lang, why are you still building a house? We already have a place to live. Why waste money? Mother, I have money. Don't worry, Zhao Xiaochuan assured her. After breakfast, he went to the backyard of his adobe house, which featured a vegetable garden filled with the usual greens. Alongside the garden, he had stealthily planted 15 locust trees, spaced evenly, hoping they would blend in. From a distance, it's hard to tell that there are more than 10 trees. The ground shows no signs of being newly planted, as if they had always been there. Although Linga requires investment, she truly proves to be quite useful. Zhao Xiaochuan felt immense satisfaction with his handiwork and began to praise Linger. Having arranged the locust trees, he set off into the mountains with a basket on his back and a knife in hand, whistling as he went. He knew he had to work hard to earn money. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have funds to upgrade, and should an emergency arise, it would be troublesome if he couldn't defend himself. As he ventured deeper into the mountains, the trees grew denser, and a greater variety of plants and medicinal herbs flourished. The melodies of various birds echoed through the woods. Collecting the many plants marked by Linger, he noted that the depth of his spatial storage had reached 6 meters. However, he refrained from directly utilizing the space. He preferred to gather everything himself, primarily to accumulate experience points for leveling up. While he was engrossed in his collection, he suddenly heard rustling noises from a nearby thicket, causing a jolt of alarm and raising the hairs on the back of his neck. Chapter 16. The Black Panther. Zhao Xiaochuan assumed what he believed to be a defensive stance, brandishing a machete before him, his hands tightly gripping the hilt. His body slightly hunched, and his feet positioned one in front of the other. From the distance, the grass rustled with faint, plaintive cries akin to those of a kitten. Ah, it was merely a wildcat. Thank goodness it was not a ferocious beast. With a sigh of relief, Zhao Xiaochuan cautiously approached the edge of the thicket and began to part the foliage with his machete. Discovering a jet-black cat that appeared to be on the brink of death, evidently starved. Poor creature, let me save your life, he murmured. You eat meat, don't you? Linger, purchase half a pound of pork and a bottle of mineral water from the store. Before long, a half-pound of pork belly and a bamboo tube of mineral water materialized before him. Pouring a little water into his palm, he offered it to the black cat, saying, Fate has brought you to me, so you shan't perish. Here, drink some water. I have meat as well. Perhaps understanding his words, or driven by the instinct to survive, the black cat began to lick the water from his palm. Zhao Xiaochuan then sliced the meat into small cubes with his machete and placed it before the cat. The moment the black cat caught the scent of the meat, it devoured it voraciously, and soon, the half-pound of meat had vanished without a trace. By your appearance, it seems you've been hungry for several days. You should accompany me home to recuperate. Zhao Xiaochuan chuckled as he set down his backpack and lined it with some dry straw, gently placing the black cat inside. To his surprise, the cat showed no resistance and remained silent within the backpack. He pondered whether this was the only one or if there were others. As he observed the flattened grass beneath him, it appeared that the black cat had traversed this way, and following the trail, he soon arrived at the entrance of a concealed cave. The entrance was low, requiring one to bend to enter, and darkness enveloped the interior. Zhao Xiaochuan fashioned a torch and ignited it before stepping inside the cave. The torch crackled and illuminated the surroundings, and in that instant, he nearly lost his composure. Lying on the ground was an adult black panther, and he had inadvertently stepped on its tail. The panther lay motionless, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was deceased. Its hind leg broken. He began to scold Linger, you ought to have warned me of the danger. You nearly scared the life out of me. Master, you were not in imminent danger, thus no warning was necessary, she replied. Never mind. Can this panther be collected? After all, it is a fierce beast with valuable fur. Let us expedite the retrieval. Ding. Successfully reclaimed the corpse of the wild black panther. Wealth value increased by 1 tael. In an instant, the panther's corpse vanished, and Zhao Xiaochuan continued to illuminate every corner of the cave with his torch. He noticed a stone on the ground that shimmered faintly. Approaching it, he rubbed his hand across its surface, revealing its radiant glow. Ah, it's gold. I've struck it rich. This is doghead gold, Zhao Xiaochuan exclaimed, seizing his machete to hastily excavate the earth surrounding the doghead gold. A round nugget, larger than his fist, glimmered as it was unearthed. Weighing it in his hand, he estimated it to be around 3 pounds. He called out excitedly, "Linger, hurry. Quickly check how much this doghead gold is worth in silver." Ding. Natural dog gold detected. Recyclable, valued at 350 taels. Haha. My second entrance to the courtyard is approaching. Let us recycle it quickly. Ding. Successful recovery. Unable to contain his excitement, Zhao Xiaochuan picked up a hatchet and resumed his incessant digging nearby. By a stroke of luck, he unearthed another relatively flat piece of dog gold. After rinsing it with bottled water, he was astonished by its design. It turned out that parts of the dog gold were hollow, while others were quite solid. And some areas were considerably thinner. Overall, it resembled a dragon soaring in the clouds, remarkably lifelike. Linger, please assess the value of this dragon-like dog gold. Ding. Detected natural dragon-shaped dog gold. Recyclable, valued at 5,000 taels of silver. I think I shall keep this as a keepsake. It is rather beautiful. And I can earn silver gradually. Having made his decision, Zhao Xiaochuan stored the dragon-shaped dog gold in his space and continued to dig until the torch was nearly extinguished. Yet he found no further treasures and had no choice but to leave the cave. At the cave's entrance, he saw the black cat soundly asleep in the backpack, its throat emitting soft purring sounds. It was not merely a black cat. It was clearly a black panther cub. Ah, never mind. I'll take it back to care for it. In my world, where the wealthiest thrive beneath a cloth on their heads, people raise leopards. My system shop has meat. I can afford to keep it. With that thought, he hoisted the backpack onto his back. Zhao Xiaochuan resumed gathering herbs and marked plants. After some time, he felt a pang of hunger. He opened the bamboo tube in his backpack filled with mineral water and gulped down several large swigs, quenching his thirst. It's about time to head home, he mused, making his way down the mountain. As he traversed the forest, the absurd song echoed, I've made money. I've made money, not a clue how to spend it. I've finished my foolish pursuits, indulging in saunas and feasting on lobsters. Zhao Xiaochuan sprinted down the mountain, oblivious to the world around him. At the foot of the mountain, a group of villagers observed him and began to whisper among themselves. TSK, TSK, TSK. They said Zhao Xiaochuan had gone mad yesterday, and I didn't believe it. It seems he truly has lost his mind, and not lightly at that. Indeed. I can't comprehend a word he says. It's quite serious. Passing by the bamboo grove, he encountered Mrs. Wu, emerging with a bamboo basket in her right hand and a hoe in her left. Zhao Xiaochuan greeted her with a smile. Aunt Li, how are you? Have you found any tender bamboo shoots? I have. Quite a few. Just take a look. I really must thank you for the method you taught me. I strike true with every dig. Mrs. Wu replied with a smile, waving the bamboo basket in front of Zhao Xiaochuan. That is wonderful. Aunt Li, hurry and sell them to Uncle Qian. Fresh ones can fetch a higher price. I'll head there right away. Thinking of the newly acquired black panther at home, he decided he needed to construct a couple of fish traps, and thus cut down a large bamboo stalk to carry home. Upon arriving home, he discarded the bamboo at the doorstep and set the backpack down on the ground. Hearing the commotion, Zhao Sani rushed out. Glancing curiously at the black panther within the backpack, she inquired, Second brother, where did you acquire this unusual cat? This wild cat was found in the mountains. Its mother was injured and perished, so I brought it back with me, replied Zhao Xiaochuan. Brother Xiaochuan, this wild cat is a fierce beast. Aren't you concerned that it might bite when it grows up? Xiao Yu also came outside to examine the wild cat, albeit with a hint of worry. Not at all. Even in the wild, it wouldn't easily bite, especially at such a young age. If we raise it and it lives with us daily, it will be even less inclined to bite, Zhao Xiaochuan reassured her. Quickly, come inside for dinner. You can get back to your tasks afterward. Xiao Yu shifted the topic, and Zhao Xiaochuan spared further explanation. After their meal, he resumed splitting the large bamboo to create bamboo strips, dedicating some time to weave 2 fish traps. With the traps in hand, he sought another stretch of the river, carefully surveying the surroundings to ensure no one was present. He crushed some snails and added tinder grass as bait before placing the traps into the water, securing them with ropes to prevent them from being swept away. Chapter 17. Black Cat. Well, after setting the traps, Zhao Xiaochuan began to catch crabs and dig for river clams, laboring for half an hour, which incrementally increased his wealth and experience points. Feeling some discomfort from bending, he straightened up and started to leave the riverbank. As he made his way back, he encountered two unfamiliar individuals, an elderly man and a middle-aged one, both clad in gray-green attire. Upon seeing Zhao Xiaochuan, they inquired, "Excuse me, young man, could you tell us where Zhao Erlang's home is located?" Taken aback yet smiling, Zhao Xiaochuan replied, "I am Zhao Erlang. May I ask who you are?" "Oh, we are craftsmen from the town, sent by the village head of Qingshan to discuss the construction of a new courtyard for your family," they explained. "Please follow me. I am heading home," Zhao Xiaochuan invited. The trio soon arrived at the plot of land Zhao Xiaochuan had purchased, which he had preliminarily assessed to be flat and oriented north-south. The elder craftsman took out a compass, examined it, and remarked, "Ah, you've chosen a fine piece of land. What kind of structure do you intend to build? Who makes the decisions in your household? Perhaps you would like to review these sketches to consider the options available." While speaking, the elder craftsman produced a book and handed it to Zhao Xiaochuan. "Masters, I am the sole decision-maker in my family. The funds are already prepared, so you needn't worry. There will be no delays or shortages in compensating your hard work," Zhao Xiaochuan assured them. He then opened the sketchbook, revealing designs for various structures, simple earthen houses, wooden homes, and courtyards with 1, 2, 3, or even 4 sections. Pointing to the plans for a 2-section and a 3-section courtyard, he asked, "What would be the cost for constructing these 2 designs with blue bricks and tiles? And how long would it take to complete?" After some calculations, the craftsman provided an estimate. "The construction of the second courtyard will require 300 taels of silver and will take more than 6 months to a year. Completing this second courtyard might incur an additional expense of 60 to 70 taels and a few more months of time. If there is urgency, one could expedite the process by hiring more workers for an additional fee." Zhao Xiaochuan, not fully understanding, inquired whether this sum included the furnishings. The craftsman patiently responded that the price indeed encompassed the furniture. Each room would be furnished appropriately, albeit with less expensive wood. He gestured towards the design plans, explaining, "This is the main house, and it includes this furniture. The side room will have these items." Before commencing work, a contract must be signed detailing the dimensions and quantities of all materials to be used. After hearing the craftsman's explanation, Zhao Xiaochuan felt satisfied and smilingly asked, "Master, could we expedite the process to finish within 6 months? I'm not rushing. I just wish to have a new home sooner." The craftsman replied with a smile, "That shouldn't pose a problem, but it will require additional funds. For an extra 30 taels, we can hire more workers and accelerate the pace to complete it within 6 months. Accepting this, Zhao Xiaochuan said, "Master, let us proceed to the village head to sign the contract." Thus, the 3 made their way to Zhao Digang's home, chatting cheerfully along the way. Upon their arrival, Zhao Digang, who had just returned home, greeted them and inquired, "Erlang, your land deed has been processed, and with taxes. It cost a total of 2 taels and 8 coins. How did your discussions go?" He then produced a land deed stamped with the official seal and handed it to Zhao Xiaochuan, continuing, "We will arrange for the house deed once your house is completed. Taxes will be due then." Zhao Xiaochuan received the land deed and said, "Uncle, I plan to build a second courtyard, which is why I came to sign the contract." After some deliberation, they finalized the specifications for the standard second courtyard, 6 zhang wide, 12 zhang deep, encompassing 22 rooms in total. They drafted a detailed contract, paid 10 taels as a deposit, and selected an auspicious day to commence construction. With these arrangements complete, Zhao Xiaochuan returned home in high spirits. Observing Sun Lan while lost in thought, he sought to comfort her by revealing the land deed. "Mother, I have purchased land and will soon build a house with blue bricks and tiles. Look, here's the newly issued land deed." Sun Lanhua appeared to snap back to reality, her eyes glistening as she gazed at the deed. "Erlang, you have truly grown up. This makes me very happy. Mother, please recover swiftly. I am building a house now, and I will also need to marry and have you become a grandmother to my children. Yes, I will get better and look forward to being a grandmother." The two engaged in heartfelt conversation, sharing laughter until Sun Lanhua began to chuckle. Noticing the sun was likely around 4 in the afternoon, Zhao Xiaochuan took a water bucket and headed to the riverbank. He pulled up a fish trap filled with grass carp and catfish, pouring the contents into the bucket with a splash. One trap yielded nearly half a bucket of large fish. The other trap, when pulled up, contained even more, prompting him to communicate with Lingo for collection. Ding. Successful retrieval of natural, pollution-free grass carp, wealth value. Ding. Successful recovery. The fish trap has been rebaited and securely placed in the river. Carrying home a substantial bucket of fish, Zhao Xiaochuan coincidentally encounters Zhao He. Hey, brother He, how did your fish trap fare? Look, I've managed to fill almost a bucket. I owe you gratitude, Xiaochuan. Your method is truly effective, Zhao He replies, lifting the bucket forward. See, I've got quite a few in my bucket too. You're remarkable. Yours are all large fish. The two brothers engage in light conversation as they make their way home. Upon returning, Zhao Xiaochuan meticulously cleans the fish, splitting them open and using bamboo strips to spread them out. He suspends them above the kitchen stove with rope, allowing the heat from cooking to dry them out. With salt and smoke, they can be preserved for an extended period. Zhao San and Xiao Yu observe him processing the fish but cannot resist asking questions. Brother, with so many fish, we could eat for a long time. Why not sell some for money? Indeed, Xiaochuan, selling the surplus could earn you extra cash. You need funds to build a house, after all. We're not short on money at the moment. These fish are prime meat. A good diet is essential for good health. And with a healthy body comes the ability to earn more. Besides, we now have a black cat that requires daily meat. Rest assured, I am capable of catching more. Zhao San and Xiao Yu find his reasoning quite sound. By the way, brother, we should name that black cat. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaochuan recalls an animated series from the original world and casually suggests, how about Black Cat Sheriff? Huh? What's a sheriff? Zhao San and responds, puzzled. The sheriff is a black cat that commands all the animals to capture evildoers. All right then, let's name it Sheriff. Thus, the name for the little black cat is settled. It is affectionately referred to as Sheriff. Moreover, it is brought to the kitchen to pay respects to the kitchen god, and the family all gives it a gentle pat, officially welcoming it into their home. Sheriff devours a generous piece of fish, and its cozy nest is arranged in a corner of the kitchen, lined with soft straw. After enjoying dinner, the family retires for the night. Later that night, Zhao Xiaochuan, deep in slumber, is abruptly awakened by Ling Er's urgent voice. Warning, warning. Danger is approaching. Warning, warning. Danger is approaching. Alarmed, he communicates with Ling Er. What is happening? Danger is closing in on the master. Please be cautious. Zhao Xiaochuan quickly dons his clothes and shoes, bracing himself for the impending threat. There are always nefarious individuals seeking to harm me. It seems relentless. If they are so foolish, they shall not blame me for my actions. Gritting his teeth, he feels a surge of resentment. Peering through the crack of the door, he notices two marked silhouettes within the detection range. Thanks to the moonlight and the system's enhancement, he vaguely observes the sneaky, masked figures, armed with daggers, stealthily entering the yard. If it weren't for Ling Er's warning, he shudders to think of the potential consequences. After all, he believes he has wronged no one. Zhao Xiaochuan silently berated himself, then flexed his fingers, preparing for a counterattack. A faint sound echoed click, 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 as a long dagger slipped through the crack of the door, pressing against the bolt before gradually nudging it aside. Within a few breaths, the bolt was completely disengaged. The door swung open, and two masked figures stealthily entered the room. Dogxing, hurry and light the torch. It's too dark in here to see, one whispered. Shoo, keep your voice down. We don't want to wake anyone inside. The other cautioned. And there's a young man as well. Be careful. Just that frail wisp of a boy? I could end him with a single punch. The other women, if they stir, can be dealt with swiftly. My only concern is that if they make a noise, the neighbors might awaken, and that could complicate matters. Who knows where he has hidden the money? Let us search quickly. The two men engaged in hushed discussion, entirely unaware that Zhao Xiaochuan stood just behind the door, their words clearly reaching his ears. They had no inkling that even if they turned the place upside down, they would find no silver. These two were after the money, likely having overheard the news of his plans to build a house, coming under the cover of night to commit murder and robbery. Zhao Xiaochuan swiftly grasped the situation, calculating his next move. To ensure absolute safety, especially at this late hour with the intruders wielding daggers, he gritted his teeth and decided to invest in strengthening his skills. If they are intent on killing, then I shall not be blamed for defending myself. It is prudent to be cautious. Linger, upgrade martial skills to intermediate level. Ding. Intermediate martial skill upgrade successful, deducting 300 taels of wealth. A surge of energy coursed through his body as the knowledge of martial techniques etched itself into his mind. One of the masked men produced a torch, igniting it and casting a flickering light around the room. In a flash, Zhao Xiaochuan positioned himself behind one of the assailants, delivering a swift knife hand strike. With a crack, the sound of breaking bones echoed as the man crumpled to the ground. The other, sensing the disturbance, lunged at him with his dagger aimed for his heart. Zhao Xiaochuan sidestepped, delivering another precise knife hand strike to the man's neck, resulting in a similar sound of bones shattering as the assailant fell lifelessly to the floor. Zhao Xiaochuan began to search the bodies, discovering that their collective wealth amounted to a mere tael or so. This is far too little. It wouldn't even suffice to catch a few fish from the river, he lamented, before stowing the two corpses away in a spatial pocket. Although the law permitted the killing of intruders in this world, he preferred to keep this affair discreet to avoid complications. Quietly amassing wealth was the true path to success. He needed to expedite his efforts to earn money and acquire more protective measures for his home, ensuring the safety of his mother and sister. After all, should he be absent, the arrival of ill-intentioned individuals would spell trouble. Zhao Xiaochuan closed the door securely and returned to his room to resume his slumber. As dawn broke, the first light of day roused him once more, and upon entering the kitchen, he found his mother already busy with her morning chores. Oh, could it be that my mother has truly recovered? With a hint of confusion, Zhao Xiaochuan tentatively inquired, "Mother, why don't you sleep a little longer? It is still early, and my sister and I are here." Erlang, there is no need for further words. Seeing you improve fills my heart with joy. Let us live well, for your father and elder brother will be pleased upon their return. A smile graced Mother's face as she spoke, her hands never ceasing their work. Zhao Xiaochuan pondered for a moment, then retrieved 8 taels and 5 coins of silver from his space, placing them on the stove. "Mother, take this money and arrange for our meals and some expenses. Once it's spent, I shall provide more. Spend without worry. I am quite capable of earning now." As she beheld the substantial amount of silver and a heap of copper coins, tears streamed down Sun Lanhua's face once more. "My son has truly grown up and is so understanding." All right, do not cry, mother. If your eyes get ruined from weeping, how will you care for your grandchildren?" Yes, I want to cry. Come, hurry and eat. The fish porridge has just been simmered." Sun Lanhua handed a large bowl of fish porridge to Zhao Xiaochuan, then gathered the coins into her embrace. "Mother, second brother, why did you get up so early without waking me?" Zhao Sanni, weary and stretching, entered the kitchen, followed by Xiaoyu, who wore a puzzled expression at the scene before her. "Sanni, Nyo, come quickly to eat." As she spoke, Sun Lanhua ladled out 3 more bowls of fish porridge and even cut a piece of fish for Chief Black Cat, ensuring the family was thoroughly satisfied. After their meal, Zhao Xiaochuan took a bucket and went to the river to gather their catch, while Ling retrieved 1 fish trap. The other trap's haul was entirely poured into the bucket to take home. "Mother, we shall not sell these fish. We will keep them for ourselves. Later, you can clean them and dry them." "All right, I understand," Sun Lanhua replied. "Brother Xiaochuan, rest assured, I am here too," Xiaoyu chimed in. "Second brother, I am here as well," Zhao Sanni added playfully. "Very well, with you all assisting, I feel reassured," Zhao Xiaochuan conceded with a smile. He shouldered his basket, took up his hatchet, and ventured out, choosing a seldom-trodden mountain path leading deeper into the hills, his mind set on earning more and gathering diligently. This path was relatively difficult to traverse, yet it boasted an abundance of medicinal herbs, and his experience and wealth steadily increased. As the melodious chimes of Ling's notifications echoed in his mind, recovery successful rang repeatedly, he unwittingly traversed 2 mountains, distancing himself further from Qingshan village. Stretching his back, he sensed his stomach rumbling and promptly communicated, "Ling purchased 2 packs of instant noodles and a pot." "Ding. Purchase successful," announced the voice, as the instant noodles and a small, ordinary iron pot materialized before him. He gathered some stones to create a makeshift fire pit, ignited some dry twigs, and fetched water from a nearby stream to place on the fire. Before long, the water boiled, and Zhao Xiaochuan fashioned 2 wooden sticks into chopsticks, placed the instant noodles into the pot to cook, and disposed of the plastic packaging into the flames to burn. The sound of bubbling, accompanied by a delightful aroma, wafted through the air. He removed the pot, stirred its contents with chopsticks, and, after blowing on it to cool, took a bite. "Ah, the original recipe, the familiar taste, delicious," Zhao Xiaochuan exclaimed. Satisfied and full, he stored the clean pot back in his space and contemplated, "It seems I have ventured quite far from the village. I cannot continue onward. It's nearly time to return." As he retraced his steps with the mountain breeze at his back, he reflected on the beautiful scenery he had overlooked while gathering herbs. Upon crossing a mountain, he faintly heard sounds emanating from the valley below. Chapter 19, The Valley of Gold. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Zhao Xiaochuan navigated through the dense woods toward the source of the intriguing puffing noise. He wielded his hatchet to clear the obstructing branches and thorns, and after about half an hour, he arrived at the location of the sound. Before him, a mountain spring, as thick as an arm, cascaded from a massive cliff, pooling into a deep, verdant basin below, the origin of the sound. The water flowed from the basin to a low-lying area for several hundred meters before vanishing among the stones. From a distance, this picturesque scene shimmered with a golden hue under the sunlight. Such beauty is truly beyond words, he mused. However, something felt amiss. While the water's shimmering was understandable, the small stones by the water's edge also glistened with gold. Could it be gold? Filled with intrigue, Zhao Xiaochuan hastened to the water's edge, scooping up some sand. To his astonishment, he discovered an abundance of glittering golden grains within the sand. He retrieved a small iron pot from his space to use as a gold washing basin, filled it with handfuls of sand, and began to swirl it in the manner he had seen in videos of gold prospectors. Within minutes, the stones and mud were washed away, leaving only a small pile of golden sand in the pot. Linger, please check this. I believe I have found something valuable. Zhao Xiaochuan communicated mentally. Ding. Natural gold sand detected. Recoverable. Linger's voice resonated in his mind. Oh my. This truly is gold. No wonder it reflects sunlight so brilliantly. This is a treasure trove of gold sand. Indeed, the Valley of Gold. Zhao Xiaochuan exclaimed joyfully, hastily collecting the larger golden grains by the water's edge. Some were as thin as a fingernail, while others were round and the size of a soybean. And there were many. After a short while, he had gathered a small handful. Linger, recover this gold sand. Ding. Gold sand successfully recovered. Wealth increased by 580 taels. Ding. Experience points have met the upgrade conditions. The time required for this upgrade is 300 taels, with a duration of 8 hours. Would you like to upgrade? Upon hearing Linger's melodious voice, Zhao Xiaochuan promptly decided to wait until nightfall to upgrade. Utilizing the Space's collection function, he gathered all the gold sand from the pool and continued collecting along the water's path until it disappeared. Once Linger had completed the recovery, his wealth surged by 11,000 taels. Haha, this is true fortune. I could build several courtyards with this. He laughed heartily. Zhao Xiaochuan laughed heartily as he retraced his steps, gathering wild vegetables along the way. Having spent an extended period in the Golden Valley, he returned home under the cover of darkness. Erlang, why have you returned so late? Do you have any idea how worried we have been? Indeed. We were all waiting for you to dine together, came the chorus of complaints from his mother, San and I, and Xiao Yu, their eyes filled with concern. All right, I promise to come back earlier next time and spare you all the worry. You must be famished. Let us eat, Zhao Xiaochuan acknowledged, quickly shifting the conversation. The dim light of the oil lamp illuminated the dining table, where a large platter held numerous freshly baked pancakes accompanied by a generous bowl of fish. This is truly delicious. Who prepared this? Zhao Xiaochuan inquired, grasping a pancake with one hand and chopsticks with the other. This was made by mother and sister Yu. I find it delightful as well, Sen and I explained. Sen and I, you must learn to cook more and assist mother, Zhao Xiaochuan gently admonished. I understand, second brother. You see, I gather grass and wild vegetables to feed the rabbits, help mother tend to the vegetable garden, and am learning to cook, she replied. Ah. My sister is growing up and becoming quite capable, he remarked as the family continued their light-hearted banter, finishing their meal. Lying in his bed, Zhao Xiaochuan allowed Linger to initiate an upgrade. Ding. System upgrade initiated, deducting 300 taels of wealth, estimated time, 8 hours. The following morning, Zhao Xiaochuan was awakened once more. Linger, please open the system panel, he instructed. Linger displayed the panel. Name, Zhao Xiaochuan wealth, 12. 146 taels and 3 qian, having reached 10,000 for the first time. Rewarded with 10 free lottery draws. Current level, 3. Experience, 01000. Marketplace, level 3 space. Level 3, 30 cubic meters. Skills, intermediate martial arts, basic swordsmanship. Basic medicine detection range, 30 meters. Upon opening the system marketplace, Zhao Xiaochuan discovered an expanded array of items, including various daily necessities such as shampoo, toothpaste, toothbrushes, soap, and an assortment of traditional Chinese herbs and Western medicines. There were even syringes and basic medical instruments, alongside various silver needles and cupping devices used in traditional Chinese medicine. Linger, are you attempting to groom me into a physician like BNK? Or perhaps a Western medicine practitioner akin to Sun Simiao? Zhao Xiaochuan lamented, absorbing the newfound medical knowledge flooding his mind. Not bad, indeed. Having multiple skills is never a burden, An additional talent is always a means of livelihood. Lingo. You seem intent on ensuring I do not starve here. Is there also a lottery? 10 draws as a reward. So, I can spend money on the lottery? Yes. Master. From now on, you may also spend money on draws. 1 tael per attempt, Linger clarified. Oh, Linger, you are indeed a clever merchant, venturing into lottery schemes. It would be simpler to just spend directly. He donned his clothes and made his way to the kitchen, where his mother, San and Xiaoyu had already been busily preparing breakfast. After enjoying the meal, Zhao Xiaochuan headed to the riverbank to collect his catch. Today's haul was modest. He emptied both fish traps into a bucket and carried them home, selecting 2 sizable grass carp, which he tied together with a cord. The bound fish could survive for an extended period, often remaining alive even after a whole day. He planned to visit the town today. Mother, I'm taking these 2 fish to the town to sell. Is there anything you need? Should I procure anything for the house? Tomorrow, construction begins on the house, and I intend to buy some supplies. I also plan to treat the workers to a meal to celebrate the start of the project. I don't need anything. Buy what you want. Arrange for whatever you require, and if you're uncertain, consult your uncle Li Zhong, replied Sun Lanhua as she sorted through the remaining fish in the bucket. Brother, the sugar you bought last time was delightful. Could you please buy some more? Zhao Xin and I expressed her desire. What about you, Xiaoyu? Is there anything you would like me to purchase? Zhao Xiaochuan inquired, glancing at Xiaoyu, who was helping with the fish preparation. Brother Xiaochuan, I don't need anything. There is no need to buy for me, Xiaoyu declined. Zhao Xiaochuan arrived at the village entrance, where an ox cart was parked by the roadside. An old ox was grazing on the grass, while Old Li sat on a nearby stone, puffing contentedly on his pipe, releasing clouds of white smoke that danced around his wrinkled, smiling face. Old Li, are you busy? Come, let us head to the town, he greeted Old Li. Oh, it's Xiaochuan. Come on, hop in. Just give me 5-1, and we'll be off. Old Li replied, knocking the remnants of tobacco from his pipe onto the ground. All right, Old Li, let us go. Zhao Xiaochuan pulled 5 copper coins from his pocket and handed them to Old Li before taking a seat on the cart. Old Li settled beside him, urging the ox forward towards Yinxiao town. The ox seemed particularly spirited today, perhaps spurred on by the daylight, as they made good speed. Zhao Xiaochuan contemplated the supplies his master had mentioned were needed for the construction: incense paper, candles, fruit, tea, 3 sacrificial animals, and pastries. Chapter 20. The commencement of construction. Before long, they arrived at the town. After disembarking from the cart, he hadn't walked far when a well-dressed middle-aged woman noticed the large grass carp in his hands and approached him. Young man, are those fish for sale? How much? Are they alive or dead? Madam, each grass carp is 31. Look, the gills are still moving. They will certainly still be alive once you take them home. Zhao Xiaochuan replied, quoting the price given by Ling Er. The middle-aged woman scrutinized the fish closely, confirming the movement of the gills. She then pulled out a handful of copper coins, counting out 60 and handing them to Zhao Xiaochuan. Young man, I'll take both of these fish. Having sold the fish, Zhao Xiaochuan made his way to the marketplace, where a myriad of goods were on offer. He pondered. Since he might often venture to distant places for gathering, purchasing a horse would be essential. Moreover, it would facilitate his trips into the city. Yes, he should buy a horse along with a cart. As he arrived at the livestock market, he was dazzled by the sight of various large and small cattle, donkeys, mules, and horses. The horses varied in color. Some were black, others white or yellow. Among them, adult horses weighed between 20 to 60 or 70 taels. Zhao Xiaochuan noticed a particular horse, its coat a striking yellow adorned with white spots. Its ribs were prominently visible, rendering it somewhat unappealingly thin, yet its limbs were robust. However, the sight of its ribs suggested it was little more than skin and bone. Drawing from his reservoir of knowledge, he realized it was a fine steed, known as once the mount of the renowned Tang dynasty general, Qin Xiong. Elated, he struck up a conversation with the horse dealer. How much for this lean horse? The dealer, with a kind demeanor, responded, My friend, this horse is rather emaciated. You might consider selecting another. Not to worry, Zhao Xiaochuan replied. My home is by the mountains, where the grass is plentiful. With some care, it should thrive. I also wish to purchase a cart and a saddle. What would the total come to? Very well, I shall offer you the lowest price. Including the cart, I can let it all go for 25 taels. Does that sound fair? The dealer proposed. Agreed. Please help me harness the cart. Zhao Xiaochuan produced 25 taels of silver, which the dealer inspected with a bite and a rub before tucking it into his bosom. The dealer then affixed a simple cart to the yellow horse and placed a standard saddle within it, subsequently presenting a certificate of ownership, akin to the horse's identification. With the cart secured, Zhao Xiaochuan traversed the market, procuring all the necessary supplies for his construction project. He then headed home, stopping midway to purchase 50 pounds of flour, 50 pounds of rice, 50 pounds of pork, 2 pounds of fine salt, 10 pounds of vegetable oil, and several hundred eggs, spending over 30 taels that day. As the cart entered the village, various gazes fell upon it, accompanied by a flurry of inquiries. Zhao Xiaochuan, have you struck it rich? You've even bought a cart. Xiaochuan, you've been deceived. That horse looks unfit. Erlang, where did you acquire such wealth? Indeed, even if you have money, you shouldn't spend it so extravagantly. One must be prudent. Questions from uncles, aunts, and neighbors inundated him. Zhao Xiaochuan halted the cart and addressed his fellow villagers from atop it. Dear elders and friends, tomorrow we commence building our house, and there will be a celebratory feast. I invite you all to join. Each will receive 2 boiled eggs. Splendid. We shall all attend. The villagers replied, excited at the prospect of receiving eggs. Upon returning home, he busily unloaded the cart, leaving Sun Lanhua astonished. Erlang, how much did you spend on all this? Life cannot be lived so lavishly. It's a waste of money. Mother, building a house is a lifelong endeavor. Spending a bit more is only right, he explained. This cart is yours, isn't it? Such a waste. And that horse looks so frail, she continued. Her words a gentle admonition. Listening to his mother's gentle chiding, Zhao Xiaochuan felt warmth in his heart. Isn't this what home is all about? He moved several baskets of eggs into the kitchen, while Xiaoyu and Zhao Sani assisted, asking, second brother, why did you buy so many candies and snacks? I can't possibly eat them all. Brother Xiaochuan, I too believe you have purchased excessively. These items are intended for tomorrow's sacrificial rites, and they are not many. By the way, Xiaoyu, Sani, please boil all those eggs shortly. Each villager who comes to support us tomorrow will receive 2 eggs. After unloading everything from the cart and disassembling the cart's frame from the horse, I led the horse to a grassy patch in the backyard, allowing it to graze freely. Zhao Xiaochuan then visited Uncle Zhao Digang's home. Uncle, we commence work tomorrow, and there are many things I do not comprehend. I would be grateful for your assistance. I will come over early in the morning, so rest assured. Just ensure you gather all the necessary items for the master. Zhao Digang readily agreed, a warm smile gracing his face. Uncle, I have also procured a considerable number of eggs, which are currently being boiled at home. If any villagers come to celebrate tomorrow, I shall distribute 2 eggs to each. Do you think that is acceptable? Zhao Xiaochuan inquired. That will certainly do. Splendid indeed. We shall all come to help tomorrow. Zhao Digang nodded with satisfaction. As time swiftly passed, dawn broke on the following day. Zhao Digang, along with Huang, Zhao He, and Lu, arrived at Zhao Xiaochuan's residence to assist in slaughtering chickens, gutting fish, and preparing the pig's head for cooking, all in preparation for the sacrificial offerings. Just as the preparations were completed, several craftsmen arrived. Zhao Digang and Zhao Xiaochuan promptly welcomed them, and after some communication, they set up a large square table on the ground where work was to commence. Upon the table, 3 bowls containing the sacrificial offerings were placed. Alongside a small wooden bucket filled with grains, a plate of pastries, a plate of candies, and another small wooden bucket with white rice. In the center stood an incense burner. Under the guidance of the master, Zhao Xiaochuan lit the incense and burned some paper money. The master carpenter, holding a ruler, gazed with resolute seriousness and recited aloud, today, on the sacred land of Jinghua, in Qinshan Village, Jina County, faithful Zhao Xiaochuan, along with family, humbly presents incense and offerings to proclaim before the heavenly deity, the earth, the immortal master Lu Ban, and the divine spirits from all directions. Due to the construction of a grand hall, facing south on an auspicious day, we break ground. We seek divine protection and pray for, first, smooth progress in the project, with all misfortunes concealed. Second, a flourishing family, blessed with longevity. Third, a sturdy building, prosperous for generations. The carpenter wields the axe, sparing all living beings. Bricklayers construct the walls, warding off evil. The earth can yield jade, the ground can produce gold. May the foundations remain steadfast for 1,000 years, and may the abode be tranquil for 10,000 cycles. Once the sacrificial rites were concluded, the master carpenter took out a compass to determine the direction, stretched a long rope to mark lines, and sprinkled lime over it. A square framework emerged on the ground. And after digging a few spots at the corners, he excavated a deep pit at the center to place 5 colored stones and 5 coins, corresponding to the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, thus balancing the yin and yang of the land. The onlooking villagers observed quietly, each contemplating when they might acquire such a substantial parcel of land to build their own homes. As the master concluded the rites, the villagers began to approach Zhao Xiaochuan's family, offering their congratulations. Congratulations, congratulations. May your work commence auspiciously. Congratulations on breaking ground for your new home. May fortune shine upon you, and may your family prosper. Congratulations on the commencement of your new abode. May wealth flow abundantly from all directions. And may you be blessed with great fortune and enduring happiness. Zhao Xiaochuan and Zhao Digang responded amicably, distributing eggs and offerings from the altar to the visiting villagers. After about half an hour, the offerings were entirely shared, and the villagers departed in succession. The family had also prepared a sumptuous feast, featuring chicken, fish, wine, and meat. Zhao Xiaochuan entered the house, retrieving 100 taels of silver from his space, elegantly presented on a plate upon the table. Master, this is the advance payment for the construction, as per our agreement. I hope for your understanding should there be any oversights. Zhao Xiaochuan respectfully addressed the leading carpenter. Not to worry, just rest assured that as long as our wages are honored, all will be well, the carpenter replied with a smile. At the dining table, Zhao Digang shared drinks with several craftsmen, who were exceedingly pleased. The following day, the carpenter arrived with the construction crew, initiating the earnest labor of building. Zhao Xiaochuan recalled the chili pepper seeds in his space that had yet to be sown, so he took a hoe to a patch in his backyard, leveling a small area before extracting some seeds. Sun Lanhua, observing the peculiar seeds, inquired, Erlang, what seeds are these? I've never seen them before. Mother, these are spices bought from the town, you will understand in time. They are delightful for cooking, Zhao Xiaochuan explained. Elder brother, you say these are tasty? Let me try. Zhao Sani pinched a seed and placed it in her mouth. Ah, spit. What is this? My mouth hurts, my tongue hurts. You deceived me, elder brother, Zhao Sani exclaimed, continually spitting out saliva and opening her mouth wide. Go rinse your mouth with water, you'll feel better soon. Zhao Xiaochuan chuckled at his sister's antics before reminding her to rinse. Zhao Sani hurried to the kitchen, while Xiaoyu covered her mouth, stifling her laughter. Thus, days passed in tranquility, with temperatures stabilizing, signaling the time for spring sowing. Zhao Xiaochuan's fields were modest, only 2 acres, which he planted entirely with chili peppers. Erlang, why aren't you planting rice? Why dedicate the entire field to this spice pepper? What will we eat without grain? Sun Lanhua queried, perplexed. Mother, cultivating these peppers is more profitable than rice farming. Rest assured, I will manage everything. Our family will not lack for food or provisions. Zhao Xiaochuan reassured Sun Lanhua. Elder brother, you truly are something else, using such a large field for these peppers. It's quite peculiar, Zhao Sani remarked, while Xiaoyu quietly smiled. Assisting with the planting, the yellow-skinned horse grazed on the wild grass at the field's edge, occasionally glancing at its masters, while the black cat lounged lazily in the sun. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhao Xiaochuan mused, here I am, a dignified transmigrator with a golden finger. Yet I must toil in the fields. However, the warmth of family companionship truly makes this experience delightful. Indeed, I could procure some servants to indulge in the experience of being a master, having maidens to massage my shoulders while I recline in a chair basking in the sun. Ah, the mere thought brings comfort. Alas, I currently lack a place to dwell, thus I must await the completion of the new courtyard. In my mind, visions of grandeur danced ceaselessly, and I couldn't help but chuckle foolishly at the delightful prospects. The pond recalls the visage of each peach blossom, yet their reflections are tenderly shattered into shimmering ripples upon the water's surface. Dragonflies skim across the water, delicately alighting and creating small waves. The cicadas in the trees initially emit but a few tremulous notes, soon layering their calls into a cacophony that fragments the very air, culminating in a resounding chorus that envelopes the surroundings. 3 months have passed, and the black cat, Jing, has grown from the size of a kitten to that of a medium-sized dog. Under Zhao Xiaochuan's attentive care, the chili peppers in the field have begun to ripen, yielding an abundance of red peppers each day. Linger, please gather this basket of peppers, he instructed. The notification chimed. Successful collection of artificially cultivated chili peppers. Wealth value increased. After selling 1 basket, Zhao Xiaochuan ceased further sales, intending to transform these peppers into chili sauce, as only the processed condiment could fetch a higher price. Once all the red peppers were picked and sun-dried, the yield from the 2 acres amounted to approximately 6,000 pounds, with over 1,000 pounds remaining after drying. He selected a batch of the larger peppers, extracting nearly 10 pounds of seeds to keep, while the remainder was destined for chili sauce. Zhao Xiaochuan, hailing from Sichuan in his previous life, was well versed in the art of making chili sauce. After roasting the dried peppers until crisp and pulverizing them, he poured cooking oil into a large pot to infuse with fragrance, adding scallions, cilantro, minced ginger and garlic, Sichuan peppercorns, and star anise, slowly frying them until they turned a light golden hue. He then incorporated doubanjiang, fermented black beans, and crushed peanuts, followed by the crushed chili and seasoning with sugar, salt, and soy sauce, allowing it to simmer gently for about an hour. Upon tasting, he found it delightful and subsequently filled small ceramic jars purchased from the market, sealing them for preservation. This batch, comprising both oil and chili, yielded 30 pounds, perfectly filling 30 jars. It seems I ought to promote my product. With this in mind, Zhao Xiaochuan approached Sun Lanhua, saying, "Mother, we shall have noodles shortly. I would like you to taste the exquisite seasoning I have prepared. Please knead the dough for me. Sen and I, could you kindly invite Uncle and his family over for a meal? I shall prepare something delicious." He then assigned tasks to Zhao San and I. Before long, Zhao Feng and Zhao Digang arrived. Zhao Xiaochuan presented them with the noodles tossed in chili sauce. "Uncle, please try this chili sauce I have made. What do you think? I plan to specialize in this for our village." Zhao Feng remarked upon first sight, "It looks vibrant red, with so much oil, and it emanates a delightful fragrance. This flavor is peculiar, fiery, yet irresistibly delicious. The more I eat, the more I crave," Zhao Digang commented, sweating profusely as he savored the dish. "Indeed, this flavor is remarkable. It ignites the mouth like fire, yet it is undeniably tasty." Zhao Feng concurred after sampling it. Sun Lanhua, Zhao San and I, Xiao Yu, and Zhao Xiaochuan each enjoyed a bowl, all agreeing that the taste was delightful. "Uncle, do you think this jar can sell for 5 coins? Zhao Xiaochuan inquired. Upon hearing the price, Zhao Feng and Zhao Digang felt it was somewhat exorbitant, equating it to the cost of 3 hens, and expressed their opinions. "Your pricing seems a tad high. I too find the price steep," they concurred. Zhao Xiaochuan responded, "This chili sauce contains a substantial amount of oil, salt, sugar, and spices, all of which are quite costly. Otherwise, how could it be so delectable and fragrant?" "I see. Perhaps you should try selling it in town," Zhao Digang suggested. "That's precisely what I was thinking," Zhao Xiaochuan replied with a smile. He mounted his horse with 3 jars of chili sauce and rode to Baiwei Tower, where he encountered the proprietor, Han Maochong. "Master Han, I bring you a lucrative opportunity. Would you care to try?" Zhao Xiaochuan asked. "Young master, do tell," Han Maochong replied earnestly. "Have the kitchen prepare a bowl of plain noodles. I possess some exquisite seasonings for you to sample," Zhao Xiaochuan proposed, placing a jar of chili sauce on the table. Shortly thereafter, the kitchen delivered a bowl of noodles. Zhao Xiaochuan discarded most of the broth, then scooped a spoonful of chili sauce with a ladle, mixing it thoroughly with chopsticks, and gestured for Han Maochong to taste. Observing the noodles transformed into a glossy, crimson delight, exuding an enticing aroma, Han Maochong eagerly lifted his chopsticks, slurping the noodles with increasing enthusiasm, exclaiming, "This is delicious. Truly remarkable. How much for this jar?" Han Maochong's entrepreneurial mind raced, keenly recognizing a tremendous business opportunity. "I plan to sell at retail for 5 coins a jar. But for wholesale, it would be 4.5, Zhao Xiaochuan stated. Han Maochong scrutinized the jar and its contents, contemplating before responding. "I shall offer you 5 coins per jar, but I have one stipulation. You must sell exclusively to me." Han Maochong had his own strategy in mind. "Master Han, if you wish to secure exclusivity, are you certain you can consume the quantity I produce?" Zhao Xiaochuan questioned. "How much stock do you currently have?" Han Maochong inquired. "I have approximately 2,000 gene available at home, and once I scale up, I can supply between 1 to 2,000 gene monthly," Zhao Xiaochuan estimated. "Thus, should your business flourish, that equates to 500 to 1,000 taels monthly, which is quite manageable. I can handle it all, rest assured. We shall draft a contract. As long as I can conduct exclusive business, all will be well," Han Maochong confidently declared. "However, I can only agree to exclusivity within Donglin County. If production increases, I may need to explore other markets, potentially selling to the capital," Zhao Xiaochuan asserted with confidence. "Haha, that is agreeable. Just ensure my supply is prioritized. You must not shortchange my portion," Han Maochong chuckled in response. Thus, the 2 men joyfully signed the contract and pressed their seals. Chapter 22. Development of cooperation. Zhao Xiaochuan returned home with the contract, elated, and exclaimed to son Lanhua, "Mother, I've struck a deal, haha. Wonderful, my son is impressive." His mother replied, her eyes crinkling with delight, "Brother, you are amazing." Zhao Sani offered her unreserved praise. "Xiaochuan, how many contracts have you signed? Can we manage this?" Xiao Yu expressed her concerns. "No worries. I will discuss with Uncle Heir and organize the entire village to cultivate chili peppers. That will boost our supply." Zhao Xiaochuan revealed his plans. Having made a decision, he headed to Zhao Degang's home. "Uncle, I have secured the contract. And now I need you to rally the entire village to plant chili peppers. I will provide the seeds. And I will buy back the harvested peppers at 3 won per pound. This crop can be harvested within 3 months, and given our local climate, we can grow 2 seasons a year. Each acre can yield 3,000 pounds, and each household can receive seeds for 2 acres. This way, every family could earn over 30 taels of silver annually." Zhao Xiaochuan quickly articulated his thoughts and projected income. "Wait, what did you say? 2 acres can yield over 30 taels each year? Are you sure you haven't miscalculated? 2 acres of rice only yields a few hundred pounds annually. How can yours yield 3,000? Zhao Degang struggled to believe his ears. "Uncle, did you not see my 2 acres? They are filled with chili peppers. And I've already harvested over 5,000 pounds, with plenty still growing. Even if we assume 2 acres yield 5 chin per pound, with 2 crops a year, that totals 10,000 pounds. At 3 won per pound, that amounts to 30 taels of silver." Zhao Xiaochuan reiterated the calculations. Zhao Degang did the math and realized the figures indeed made sense. If that's the case, with 60 households in the village, each could earn an additional 30 taels, ensuring a good livelihood for all. He promptly agreed, saying, "All right, I will take care of this. As long as there is profit, they will not complain about the seeds you provide." The next day, most villagers came to Zhao Xiaochuan's home, some with questions, others with skepticism, and some with ulterior motives. "Erlang, is it true that what you planted can be sold at 3 won per pound? Can 1 acre really yield over 2,000 pounds? Inquired Aunt Zhang, the wife of Long Xiaochuan. "Are you truly providing the seeds?" Asked Aunt Li, wife of Wu. "If we plant them, will you actually buy them back?" Another voiced concern. "Yes, yes. Are you trying to deceive us into wasting time growing something useless?" A chorus of doubt arose within the crowd. Zhao Xiaochuan climbed onto a stone and addressed the villagers. "Dear friends, respected uncles and aunts, I am here to uplift our village together, and I invite anyone willing to join me in cultivating chili peppers to come to my field to learn. I will only distribute seeds after you have mastered the technique. Those who choose not to believe me are under no obligation." With that, he walked towards the fields. And those willing to learn followed him. The many who heard they must first learn before receiving seeds departed. Zhao Xiaochuan arrived at the fields, followed only by Zhao Degang, Zhao He, Zhang, Wu, Feng, Zhou, and a few other villagers. He expressed no disappointment as he began his explanation in the field. "This is chili pepper. It is susceptible to flooding, which is why we have arranged the land into ridges and created drainage ditches alongside them. Ensure there is ample fertilizer at the base, with a spacing of 12 inches between each plant and 15 inches between each row." Zhao Xiaochuan elaborated extensively, periodically addressing the queries of the attendees. He spent the entire morning discussing various crucial aspects of chili cultivation, covering nearly all essential points. In the end, everyone left with a couple of chili seeds, sufficient to cultivate 2 acres, with some seeds to spare. However, 2 individuals lingered, a young woman, Du Fengshi, accompanied by a frail girl of about 5 or 6 years. "Auntie, are you not interested in the seeds? I noticed you were listening intently. Is there anything you didn't understand? Feel free to ask," Zhao Xiaochuan inquired patiently. "Xiaochuan, I have no land to plant. My in-laws do not allow us to eat our fill and often chastise us. Could you possibly let me cultivate on your land? It would provide a living for my daughter and me." Du Fengshi replied timidly, her voice growing softer, as if she felt her request was somewhat excessive. Zhao Xiaochuan quickly recalled information about her. She was the wife of Du Da, who had perished in battle, leaving behind a daughter. The compensation funds were in the hands of her in-laws, Du Yud and Ma Shi, and the mother and daughter endured scorn and abuse, often going hungry. Nevertheless, they took good care of each other. Reflecting on this, he said, "You may cultivate on my land. I will provide the seeds, and you will manage it. I will pay you 2 coins per pound. How does that sound?" "All right, I agree," Du Fengshi replied immediately, tears brimming in her eyes. "I understand your hardships. Take this money for now. Take care of yourself and do ya, so you have the strength to farm. I have hose at home. Just come and collect them. My mother is there, Zhao Xiaochuan said, handing her some silver and copper coins, totaling approximately 2 taels. Seeing the coins in her hand, Du Fengshe burst into tears. Thank you for giving me and Ye a chance to survive. Ye quickly bowed to Brother Xiaochuan. At that moment, a voice of scorn echoed from outside the courtyard. You shameless woman, instead of staying at home, you're running around. And you, worthless child, idling about instead of working. Following the sound, they saw a middle-aged woman, robust and well-fed, clearly someone who fared well at home. Du Fengshe's mother-in-law, Ma Shi. Holding on to Duya. Fengshe trembled at the harsh words. Zhao Xiaochuan's eyes flickered with an idea. He whispered a few words in Fengshe's ear and then approached the entrance. Sizing up Ma Shi. Feeling scrutinized by this usually unruly villager, Ma Shi began to feel uneasy, stepping back several paces and asking, What do you want? Oh, you must be here to collect the debt for your daughter-in-law, right? Hurry up and pay up 200 taels. Hand over the money and take your people away. If you refuse, we shall go to the authorities, Zhao Xiaochuan stated sternly. You're talking nonsense. My daughter-in-law would never owe you such an amount. I don't believe you, Ma Shi retorted, hands on her hips. The commotion quickly drew the attention of several villagers, who gathered to witness the unfolding drama. Your daughter-in-law accidentally mistook my wild ginseng for weeds and threw it into the stove to burn. Do you think she should compensate me? Zhao Xiaochuan inquired. That is impossible, absolutely inconceivable. How could you possibly possess wild ginseng? Mr. Ma was incredulous. Perhaps you have forgotten. My father and elder brother are both herbalists who venture into the mountains. Is it not entirely reasonable for me to find wild ginseng? If I had not discovered it, could I possibly afford to build such a grand estate? Zhao Xiaochuan retorted. Indeed, it makes sense. Xiaochuan's father specializes in foraging herbs in the mountains, which explains how he amassed his wealth so swiftly. If he had not unearthed the wild ginseng, he would not have had the means to fund the construction. The onlookers were engrossed in discussion when, at that moment, the carpenter emerged from the crowd and approached Zhao Xiaochuan. Chapter 23. Severing ties. The carpenter glanced at the gathering outside the courtyard and addressed Zhao Xiaochuan, saying, Young master, according to our agreement, your estate has now surpassed the halfway mark in completion. You owe an additional 100 taels of silver. Zhao Xiaochuan replied, Very well, please wait a moment, master carpenter. I shall fetch it for you. He turned and returned to the house, retrieving a plate from his wealth and placing 100 taels of silver upon it. He then carried it back to the courtyard and handed it to the carpenter. Upon receiving the payment, the carpenter departed to continue his work, leaving the onlookers in astonishment. He then approached Mrs. Ma and asked, Have you made a decision? Will you pay, or shall we seek the authorities? I have no money. That wretched girl is responsible for her own debts. It has nothing to do with me. You should seek her out for recompense, Mrs. Ma replied defiantly. When I was destitute and took a few of your eggs, you did not express such sentiments at my doorstep. Why has your tune changed now? If you refuse to pay, your daughter-in-law and granddaughter shall become my charges from this moment forth. They will work for my family until the debt of 200 taels is repaid. Should they fail to do so, I shall report you to the authorities, compelling you, as their in-laws, to settle the debt. What do you have to say to that? Zhao Xiaochuan fixed his gaze on Mrs. Ma. That wretched girl and the one who owes money are not part of my family. I will seek the village head to draft a severance letter immediately. Mrs. Ma hastily sought to absolve herself of any association. What is the meaning of this? You spend your days in idleness, constantly stirring up trouble. The village head, Zhao Digang, huffed as he approached, scolding the villagers. Uncle, you arrived just in time. Mrs. Ma's daughter-in-law owes me money, and since she cannot repay it, I am demanding payment from her mother-in-law. Zhao Xiaochuan seized the opportunity to lodge his complaint. Zhao Digang turned to Feng and inquired, Is this true? Feng nodded. And although Zhao Digang felt perplexed, he addressed Mrs. Ma, stating, It is only just that debts are repaid. Therefore, Xiaochuan's request for payment is not unwarranted. Village head? I was hoping to have you draft a severance letter. We no longer wish to be associated with that wretched girl or the one who owes money. Mrs. Ma quickly attempted to disassociate herself, her true aim being to avoid the burden of repayment. Zhao Digang found himself somewhat bewildered, casting a puzzled glance at his troublesome nephew. Upon seeing his nephew nod lightly, he gleaned the underlying meaning and promptly exclaimed, Du Yud. Cease your retreat and step forward to declare whether you possess the mettle of a man. Du Yud, head bowed and timid, advanced hesitantly, glancing at his wife. Then at Zhao Xiaochuan and Zhao Digang, too intimidated to utter a word. Ma, with her booming voice, bellowed at Du Yud, You good-for-nothing, Speak up. We must sever ties with that little vixen and the money-losing scoundrel. Startled by her outburst, Diet finally murmured, Li Zhang, I shall heed my wife's wishes. Zhao Digang returned home to fetch paper and pen, drafting a letter of severance on Duyut's behalf, and then urged both Duyut and Ma to sign. After Ma fixed her mark, she turned to Zhao Xiaochuan, declaring, now that the debts belong to them and no longer concern us, I shall take my leave. With that, she and Duyut hastily departed. The onlookers, deprived of their entertainment, dispersed, leaving Feng in a state of bewilderment, tears streaming down her face. Zhao Xiaochuan approached Feng, lifting Dia into his arms, and reassuringly said, Aunt, fret not. You shall stay with my mother for the time being. Before long, my courtyard will be complete, and everyone will have a place to reside. Dia will be my sister, just like San and I and Xiaoyu. Anyone who dares to bully her shall face my wrath. Mother, what do you think? Zhao Xiaochuan glanced at his mother. Indeed, we can share our meals and lodging. With those 2 large cabinets, we can construct another bed. I shall set it up shortly, Sun Lanhua replied with a smile, taking Feng's hand and guiding her into the inner room. Zhao Sen and I and Xiaoyu had been observing in silence, their minds swirling with questions. When did this ant burn the wild ginseng belonging to second brother? How was I unaware? Xiaochuan's belongings are so precious. I must be cautious in my actions to avoid inadvertently damaging anything of value. Unbeknownst to Zhao Xiaochuan, his 2 sisters were deep in contemplation. He gently set Dia down and instructed, Xiaoyu, Sen and I, you are to take care of her from now on. Xiaoyu, you must also teach her to read. Understood, second brother. Certainly, Xiaochuan Gich. Zhao Xiaochuan then retreated to the kitchen, purchasing 2 pounds of pork belly and potatoes from the system market. After washing them thoroughly, he diced them, soaking the potato cubes in cold water. He filled a pot with cold water, adding slices of ginger to eliminate the fishy odor, bringing it to a boil and skimming off the foam. After a few minutes, he removed the mixture for a thorough rinse, then add the diced meat in the pot before setting it aside. In the same pot, he added a small amount of oil and iced sugar, stirring over low heat until it turned amber, then incorporated the pork belly, ensuring an even coating. He added soy sauce, ginger, garlic, star anise, cinnamon, and bay leaves, stirring uniformly before pouring in clear water. He let it simmer over low heat for 30 minutes, adhering pieces of dough to the sides of the pot, adding the potato cubes and seasoning with salt, continuing to stew until the sauce thickened and the meat and potatoes absorbed the flavors. The aroma of the dish drew everyone in the house, and Zhao Xiaochuan cheerfully announced, How is it? Is the bed prepared? Are you all feeling hungry? Just a moment, it will be ready shortly. Second brother, what delightful dish have you prepared today? I can smell the fragrance from the other room. Zhao San and I inquired, smacking her lips. You little glutton, soon we shall feast on meat. Specifically the braised pork I have prepared today. Zhao Xiaochuan, estimating that the time was just right, lifted the lid of the pot, scraping all the pancakes away from the sides, and ladled the braised pork into a basin. The dishes were then placed upon the table, and everyone gathered around. Sun Lanhua exclaimed, Hurry, eat quickly before it cools. Zhao Xiaochuan picked up a pancake and served a bowl of potato braised pork to Duya, saying, Here, Duya. Eat up, indulge yourself. He then ladled another bowl for Feng Shi, saying, Annie, don't overthink it, just eat. We don't have many rules here. Feel free to enjoy. The peppers in the field are nearly gone. They can be cut down and replanted. I will bring you the seeds shortly. All right, Xiaochuan. After we eat, I will tend to the pepper field, Feng Shi replied, feeling more at ease upon hearing of the upcoming work. And she began to eat from the tableware provided. The black cat, Jingzhang, approached Zhao Xiaochuan, rubbing its head against his leg and purring softly. Oh, I almost forgot your fish. Come here, I shall fetch it for you. Zhao Xiaochuan retrieved a large piece of fish from a nearby shelf and handed it to the black cat, which then carried it to a corner to eat alone. Meanwhile, the family at the table relished their meal, satisfied and content. After dining, Feng Shi took the pepper seeds, and sickled to Zhao Xiaochuan's pepper field. Zhao Xiaochuan suddenly pondered whether he could reclaim his chili sauce, driven by curiosity about the value of his labor. He picked up a jar of chili sauce and communicated with Ling Please assess the potential buyback price. Ding. Purely handmade chili sauce detected, valued at 301. Should I proceed with the buyback? Ling provided the buyback price. No, I can sell it myself for an additional 201. You crafty merchant, Ling Zhao Xiaochuan declined, while also expressing his thoughts. Nevertheless, Ling buyback price was still quite profitable, proving advantageous. If production increased in the future, it would serve as a safety net. With this calculation in mind, he resumed washing the pot and preparing the chili sauce, creating 30 pounds in a single batch. Throughout the day, his mother, San and I, and Xiao Yu all lent a hand. The aroma wafted through the air, detectable from afar. "Xiaochuan, what are you up to?" inquired the neighbor, Lishan, drawn in by the enticing scent. "I'm making chili sauce, Uncle Li. Have your pepper seeds germinated well?" Zhao Xiaochuan asked while busy at work. "We tilled the land today, and tomorrow we will add some base fertilizer before planting." "I must say, Xiaochuan, you are using quite a bit of oil. No wonder the fragrance is so pronounced," Lishan observed, watching Zhao Xiaochuan stir the sauce, salivating. "Uncle Li, would you like to buy a jar to try?" Zhao Xiaochuan inquired with a smile. "How much for a jar?" Lishan wondered, thinking that with so much oil involved, the price must be steep. "The contract price with the bodybuilding is 500 won per jar," Zhao Xiaochuan replied. At that moment, another individual limped into the room. It was Long Tao. He had returned from military service with a foot injury, rendering him incapable of performing strenuous labor and relegating him to simple agricultural tasks, which scarcely provided for him. Long Tao happened to overhear their conversation, and he was profoundly shaken, momentarily forgetting the purpose of his visit. Zhao Xiaochuan quickly greeted him. "Uncle Long, is there something you need?" "Oh, right, Xiaochuan," Long Tao replied. "Your aunt took the chili peppers to plant, and I was not entirely at ease, so I came to check on it. I wanted to ask how much you can earn from that." Long Tao articulated his thoughts. "Uncle Long, rest assured, as long as there are chili peppers, I can consume them all. I also need help making chili sauce. I wonder if you could come and help. I can offer you 1 tael of silver a month. It's just stirring the chili sauce, not heavy labor, and you can take 3 days off each month." Zhao Xiaochuan smiled as he inquired. "All right, I can do that. You can count on me." Long Tao responded eagerly upon hearing the monthly payment of 1 tael of silver, which would amount to 12 taels in a year. "Xiaochuan, may I also join in the chili sauce preparation?" Lishan chimed in, clearly pleased with the wages. "Uncle Li, do you know how to build houses?" "I wish to construct a workshop with blue bricks in the courtyard," Zhao Xiaochuan asked. "I do not possess such skills." Lishan replied with a resigned shake of his head. "Uncle Li, I will definitely need more hands in the future, and I promise to prioritize calling you," Zhao Xiaochuan assured him. "Very well," Lishan conceded, reluctantly departing. The spices Zhao Xiaochuan employed were all purchased from the system's marketplace, meticulously ground to perfection. He mixed them in precise proportions and stored them in a large jar, ensuring that each time he brewed a large pot of chili sauce, he could simply scoop out the appropriate amount with a small spoon. This method safeguarded his secret recipe, and the sugar and refined salt he used were quite expensive in this world, beyond the reach of ordinary folk for seasoning. Beginning the next day, Long Tao arrived punctually, and Zhao Xiaochuan commenced instructing him on the art of chili preparation, how to crush them to the right consistency, how to enhance the aroma of the rapeseed oil, how to gauge the oil's temperature, how to control the fire, the quantities of chili, oil, and spices to incorporate. After 2 rounds of instruction, Long Tao mastered the technique of concocting chili sauce, achieving the desired flavor. By the end of the day, they were able to brew 3 to 4 pots, utilizing about 50 to 60 pounds of dried chili peppers, resulting in over 100 jars of chili sauce. Zhao Xiaochuan made deliveries to Baiwei building every 3 days, with his cart filled to the brim. In less than a month, he had processed all of his more than 1,000 pounds of dried chili peppers, netting 1,200 taels of silver. After deducting the costs of the spices, rapeseed oil, and sugar, he still profited over 800 taels. Haha, this is truly lucrative. Earning 800 taels in a month translates to 9,000 taels a year. What a delightful rhythm. Zhao Xiaochuan drove his cart back from the town, reflecting on his substantial profits. This is the essence of delight. The sky was so bright, the land so vast, the air so refreshing, and his heart so buoyant. Zhao Xiaochuan broke into a whimsical song as he rode in his cart. Upon returning home, Zhao Xiaochuan, in accordance with their agreement, presented Long Tao with a labor fee of 1 tael of silver, along with 2 jin of pork belly. "Uncle Long, this is your wages for the month. You may rest for the next few days. Starting from the 1st of next month, I will arrange other work for you. Take this meat back to treat your family," Zhao Xiaochuan said with a smile. "Very well, I shall return, and I will come back on the 1st, Long Tao replied, his eyes nearly squinting with joy as he looked at the silver in his hand and happily carried the meat home. Sun Lanhua watched her son with a beaming smile, and Zhao Xiaochuan, sensing his mother's curiosity, explained, "Mother, Uncle Long returned from serving in the army, having been wounded and unable to do much. I help him out so that his family can have a better life. Besides, he is not a lazy man. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed. Our Erlang has a kind heart. Your support for that phone woman must be because her husband perished in battle, correct? Sun Lanhua inquired. Yes. Uncle Du sacrificed himself for the country on the battlefield, and his wife and children are struggling. If I didn't know them, it would be different. But we are from the same village, and if I have the means to help, I certainly will. We cannot allow heroes to suffer both bloodshed and tears, Zhao Xiaochuan affirmed without hesitation. We cannot allow heroes to suffer both bloodshed and tears. Little Yu suddenly repeated this phrase incessantly, and as she did, tears began to flow down her cheeks. Little Yu, are you recalling something? Don't rush, take your time, and please do not cry. Zhao Xiaochuan squatted down before Little Yu, observing her tear-streaked face, feeling a pang of sorrow within. After a long wait, Little Yu shook her head and said, I'm sorry, Brother Xiaochuan, I still cannot remember. Well, if you cannot remember, then you cannot. Isn't it fine to live with me? You've always been my cousin, and that is quite wonderful, I assent it. Come along. I'll take you to the river to catch some fish. With that, he took Little Yu's hand and grabbed a bucket, leading her outside. Little Yu, blushing from being held, followed him shyly. Hey, second brother, sister Yu, wait for me. I want to go too. Zhao Sani, realizing they had left the courtyard, hurriedly shouted and ran after them, with the black cat Jingzhong bouncing behind. Zhao Xiaochuan removed his shoes and entered the river to retrieve the fish traps. The water level had receded significantly, and it took a long walk to reach the traps. As he collected the fish, the black cat Jingzhong dove into the water to catch fish on its own. Its movements were remarkably agile, and with a swift leap, it caught a fish, brought it ashore, and began to tear into it. Zhao Xiaochuan smiled and praised. Well done, our black cat Jingzhong has learned to catch its own fish. While he was pouring the fish from the traps into the bucket, Zhao Sani let out a startled cry from the shore. Ah, second brother, come quickly. Hearing his sister's exclamation, Zhao Xiaochuan immediately turned to look towards the bank. Chapter 25, the locust Zhao Sani was pointing at a patch of grass, calling out, second brother. Come and see. Zhao Xiaochuan approached the riverbank with a bucket, following the direction indicated by his sister's finger. Upon inspection, he was taken aback to discover an overwhelming number of locusts densely clustered in the grass. The river had run dry, and the scant rainfall over the past few months had led to a plague of locusts. He captured a few of the creatures from the underbrush and internally communicated, Linger, please analyze this. Ding. The analysis revealed the presence of wild flying locusts, which were indeed recyclable, valued at 2 per pound. It struck him that in his former world, fried locusts could fetch a handsome price. Why not fry these locusts before recycling them? Surely, the price would increase. Moreover, he could purchase ducks and chickens to raise, as each chicken could be sold for over 100 won, presenting a lucrative opportunity. A flurry of ideas surged through Zhao Xiaochuan's mind as he devised a plan, intending to involve the entire village. Strength in numbers would be advantageous, given the vast quantities of locusts, not to mention those in other regions. Xiaoyu, Sanni, let us hurry home. We have much to do, he called out to his sisters, swiftly lifting the bucket and beckoning them. After placing the bucket in their home, he rushed to the headman's residence. Upon reaching the courtyard of Zhao Digang, he shouted, Second uncle, come out quickly. There's something important. At your age, must you still shout so? What is it? Zhao Digang replied, emerging from the house, albeit with a hint of annoyance. Second uncle, take a look at this, Zhao Xiaochuan said, extending his hand with the locusts. Ah, locusts. You know I am familiar with them. What do you want me to see? Zhao Digang remarked, somewhat displeased as he examined the insects. No, second uncle. I discovered a multitude of locusts in the grass by the river. Just think about what such an infestation could mean. What? A multitude of locusts? This is dire. I've been feeling restless lately, thinking it was due to the severe drought and the need for more water to irrigate the fields, but this signals an impending locust plague. This cannot stand. I must report this to the authorities in town, Zhao Digang said, becoming increasingly agitated as he paced back and forth, muttering to himself. Please, uncle, do not panic. I have a solution for the locust crisis. What? You have a plan? Speak quickly. Reach out to our neighbors and rally them to sell their chickens and ducks for raising. These locusts have yet to develop their wings, making them easy prey for the fowl. Additionally, I plan to recycle the locusts at 1 per pound and encourage everyone to catch them. This way, we can mitigate the problem. You should go to town and inform the authorities of my strategy. If all the villages take action, we may still have time. But, nephew, Collecting so many locusts will require a significant investment. Wouldn't that lead to a loss? Rest assured, second uncle, I have it all figured out. Please remember to purchase some medium-sized chickens and ducks on your trip to town. Get as many as you can, Zhao Xiaochuan said, producing a silver ingot weighing 5 taels and handing it to Zhao Digang. He added, please go to my house and take my cart. It will allow you to travel swiftly. Very well, you prepare the cart while I inquire with the families to see if anyone has chickens or ducks for sale. There's no need for that. Just buy them outright with the 5 taels of silver. When you return, we can settle the payments with those who wish to sell. All right then, let us hurry. Zhao Digang accompanied Zhao Xiaochuan to his home, where they busily harnessed the horse to the cart before Zhao Digang set off for the town. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaochuan made his way to his family's fields. Due to the low-lying terrain, his fields were irrigated, and although the drought had its effects, it was not significant. The chili seedlings had grown quite tall, and numerous flower buds adorned the plants. Madame Feng was diligently weeding the chili plants, and not a single weed was visible in the entire expanse of the chili field. "Aunt Du, you have done a commendable job. The chilies are on the verge of blooming," Zhao Xiaochuan remarked. "Ah, it's Xiaochuan. Rest assured, I will take good care of them," Madame Feng replied, continuing her work. In the chili field, Zhao Xiaochuan did not notice any locusts, but he did spot some in the grass along the ridges. While their numbers were fewer than those by the riverside, there were still a few. He reflected inwardly that he had been preoccupied with the chili sauce business and had overlooked many things. "By the way, Xiaochuan, I observed a considerable number of locusts along the ridges, yet none in the chili field. Why is that?" Madame Feng inquired. "Locusts prefer to feed on grasses and similar plants, which is why crops like rice and wheat attract them. Chili leaves, however, are not to their liking," Zhao Xiaochuan explained. He then added, "Aunt, after you finish weeding, you could help me catch locusts. I will buy them at 1 per pound." "All right, once I am done, I will assist you. The money is of no concern," Madame Feng replied with a smile. "Very well, we shall deal with it when we return home." Zhao Xiaochuan agreed, and then headed back home. He took a machete, chopped a wooden stick, and, following the traditional methods from his hometown, heated it over the fire and bent it into a handle-shaped loop. He then secured a cloth bag over the loop, transforming it into a remarkable locust-catching device. "Xiaoyu, Sanni, come, I will take you to catch locusts," Zhao Xiaochuan called out to his 2 younger sisters. Xiaoyu and Sanni looked on with curiosity at the contraption in his hands as they trailed behind to see what he was up to. Knowing there were plenty of locusts by the riverbank, the trio set off. With the wooden handle swinging back and forth, numerous locusts were startled into leaping high, only to be captured within the cloth bag. In less than a minute, the bag was filled with a considerable catch. He shook the bag and transferred the locusts to a smaller cloth pouch, which he handed to Xiaoyu. "Brother Xiaochuan, how did you come up with such a clever idea?" Xiaoyu asked, gazing at the densely packed locusts in the bag. "Indeed, second brother, when did you acquire such skills?" "I was unaware of this," Sanni expressed her intrigue, pondering why her older brother had become increasingly remarkable, mastering skills he previously lacked, and becoming kinder in demeanor, which she found delightful. As Zhao Xiaochuan continued to swing the bag back and forth, he captured even more locusts. Repeating this process, he gathered several pounds in less than an hour. Sensing they had enough, he announced, "Let us head home. I will prepare something delicious for you." "Ah, but locusts aren't tasty, are they, second brother?" Sanni asked, puzzled. Zhao Xiaochuan, walking ahead, explained to his sisters, "When fried in oil, locusts are quite delectable. Once we return, I will prepare them, and you shall see for yourselves." Upon returning home, they poured all the locusts into a large basin filled with water. They carefully removed the spiny sections from the locust thighs, detached their wings, and extracted their innards, washing them thoroughly before laying them out on a sieve to dry. Despite their bewilderment, Xiaoyu and Zhao Sanni joined in to assist with the preparation of the locusts, and soon the several pounds they had caught were efficiently processed. Zhao Xiaochuan ignited a fire and heated oil, placing the locusts into the sizzling oil with a sprinkle of fine salt, retrieving them once they turned a golden hue. He ladled out the oil, cleaned the pan, and reheated it, adding a small amount of oil, minced ginger and garlic, and segments of green onion before stir-frying the locusts. A few spoonfuls of chili sauce were added, followed by a dusting of pepper salt for seasoning, and everything was tossed together before being transferred to a large soup bowl. Xiaoyu and Zhao Sanni, observing from the side, were enticed by the savory aroma wafting through the air. Xiaoyu picked up a locust with chopsticks and fed it to Sanni, then offered another to Xiaoyu. "Xiaochuan, what delectable dish are you concocting? I can smell it from outside." came the familiar voice of Zhao Digang from beyond the yard. Zhao Xiaochuan emerged from the kitchen holding the large soup bowl, responding, "Second uncle, come and taste this. It's my creation." Zhao Digang took a glance. The locust glistening with oil and emitting a rich fragrance. Without hesitation, he grabbed one, pinching it between his thumb and forefinger before tossing it into his mouth. He was pleasantly surprised by the crunchy texture and the spicy, salty flavor, prompting him to indulge in several more, eventually exclaiming, "My goodness, Xiaochuan. Where did you learn this skill? It's absolutely delicious. Back when I caught locusts, I merely skewered them on a stick and roasted them over the fire. And the taste was far from impressive. Second uncle, have you reported to the town? What was the response from the officials?" Zhao Xiaochuan inquired with concern. Chapter 26, Fried Locusts. Zhao Digang replied, "I reported to the officials as you suggested, and they were quite attentive. They have begun notifying others." "How many chickens and ducks did you manage to buy?" Zhao Xiaochuan asked. "Not many. I only managed to procure 360, all fully feathered, not chicks. At 10 coins each. Here is the remaining silver," Zhao Digang said, pulling out some small silver coins from his pocket. Zhao Xiaochuan declined the money, softly insisting, "Second uncle, you should keep the money for now. I will need your help to arrange an identity badge for Xiaoyu later. If you need more funds, just let me know." "Very well, I'll hold on to it for now," Zhao Digang agreed, then remembered the chickens and ducks on the cart. "Come, help me unload them." Zhao Xiaochuan handed the fried locusts to Xiaoyu and went to lift the chicken coop from the cart, the large cages clattering noisily as they were brought down, filled with the sounds of chirping and quacking. Their mother, Sun Lanhua, returned from the vegetable garden in the backyard. Her curiosity piqued by the sight of so many chickens and ducks in the yard. She thought to herself that her son's extravagant ways were rather concerning and resolved to speak with him about it later. "Mother, look, let us select some for ourselves and share the rest with our fellow villagers," Zhao Xiaochuan suggested. "Second uncle, you should take some back to raise, so they can feast on the locusts during the day. Also, we must quickly notify all the villagers to mobilize. Sani, please call Uncle Long and ask him to come collect some chickens and ducks to take home." Zhao Xiaochuan began coordinating the tasks, and soon everyone was bustling about. Sun Lanhua chose 10 ducks and 10 chickens and then headed to the fields. Zhao Digang also selected 10 of each, placing them into a small cage to take home. Before long, the first group of villagers cultivating chili peppers arrived. Wang Zhoushi began to inquire with Zhao Chuan, having heard from the village chief that they could obtain chicks and ducklings at a cost of 10 won each, free of charge initially, to aid in pest control in their fields. Once their poultry matured, he would buy them back at 150 won each after 6 months, upon learning that they could acquire them without any upfront payment. Zhao Xiaochuan explained the situation, prompting many to rush home for cages. Soon, numerous villagers arrived, each carrying a cage. Observing the commotion, Zhao Xiaochuan positioned himself at the entrance, stating that those who had previously cultivated chili peppers could come forward to select first. "Indeed, let us through. We are the ones who planted chilies." Wang Zhoushi's loud voice resonated as he advanced with his cage into the yard. Wu Shi and Zhang Shi followed suit, and soon over a dozen chili farmers had chosen their chickens and ducks before departing. With the remaining poultry dwindling, Zhao Xiaochuan announced, "We have very few chickens and ducks left. Please line up to pay, 10 won each." "I would like 5, declared an eager woman at the front, producing 51. "I want 10. I want 8. Within half an hour, all the chickens and ducks had been sold. Zhao Xiaochuan, noticing the many villagers still waiting outside, informed them, "There are no more chickens or ducks. You may take the opportunity to go to town to purchase some. By the way, you can catch locusts. I will buy them from you at 1 won per pound. You can use a cloth bag to trap them in the fields." After speaking, Zhao Xiaochuan demonstrated his locust catching tools, which resembled a fish net but were made of cloth. "This isn't difficult. I will make one at home. I have a larger cloth bag that can be fashioned into a bigger net." The villagers exchanged thoughts, comprehending the nature of the locust catching tool, and gradually departed. It then struck Zhao Xiaochuan that he had yet to taste the fried locusts he had prepared, so he turned to the nearby Xiaoyu, asking, "Is there any fried locust left? I saved a bowl for you in the kitchen. The rest we enjoyed," Xiaoyu replied, her cheeks slightly flushed, relishing the delightful flavor in her memory. Zhao Xiaochuan entered the kitchen, lifting the lid of a small bowl. He pinched a fried locust between his fingers and mentally communicated, "Lingo, assess the resale value of this." Ding. Deep fried, spiced locust detected. Resaleable at 30 won per pound, Lingo responded. "Huh. Indeed, the processed locusts hold considerable value." Zhao Xiaochuan felt a surge of satisfaction, Diligent labor yields rewards, and with a little processing, profit can be obtained. After enjoying a few, he handed the bowl to Xiaoyu, saying, "Here, if you like them, you can have the first taste. The villagers will bring more soon, and I can prepare more." Xiaoyu accepted the bowl with a smile, unhesitant as she picked up her chopsticks to enjoy the treat. "Ah, second brother, you show favoritism. Why do you not allow me to eat?" Zhao Sani arrived at the kitchen door, and upon witnessing the scene before her, she felt quite disheartened. Zhao Xiaochuan shook his head in resignation, while Xiaoyu pulled Zhao Sani aside. The two shared the food, eating and whispering merrily together. As the sun dipped in the west, numerous villagers arrived with their catch of locusts, accompanied by many children. "Aunt, yours weighs 3 jin. Uncle, yours is 5 jin. Xiaobao, you truly excel. You have captured 2 jin." Zhao Xiaochuan weighed each batch and promptly settled the payments. Although the sums were modest, transforming pests into currency during this transitional season brought joy to everyone. With just a couple of jin here and 3 or 4 jin there, the total surprisingly amounted to over 20 jin. He immediately began processing them in batches, placing them in a basin where he meticulously removed wings, legs, and innards, followed by washing and drying. Together with Feng, Sun Lanhua, Zhao Xiaochuan, Zhao Sani, and Xiaoyu, they worked efficiently. After frying and seasoning the locusts, Zhao Xiaochuan stored the prepared delicacies in ceramic jars, sealing them carefully. Each jar contained 5 jin. After filling 2 jars, the remainder was set aside in a soup basin for their own consumption. The next day, villagers delivered even more locusts, over 50 jin, filling 4 jars. On the third day, neighboring villages contributed an astonishing 200 jin. Zhao Xiaochuan summoned Long Tao, Zhao He, and Li Shan to assist, each earning 31 per day, and together they processed the abundant locusts, filling 18 jars. Zhao Xiaochuan seized the opportune moment to store the jars of fried locusts in his space. Thus, for over half a month, nearby villages continuously brought locusts, allowing Zhao Xiaochuan to collect more than 10 jars each day, culminating in nearly 300 jars of processed locusts within his space. Thanks to his extensive collection and the presence of chickens and ducks for pest control, the nearby villages remarkably escaped a locust plague, as the insects were captured and transformed into fried locusts before they could mature. Chapter 27. The Locust Plague. As days passed, Zhao Xiaochuan found himself no longer receiving locusts. In his village, any locusts that grew were swiftly consumed by the chickens and ducks. Zhao Xiaochuan's poultry had significantly grown after feasting on locusts, strutting about with a lively gait. With funds generously provided, the construction of the courtyard reached its conclusion. Adorned with blue bricks, blue tiles, and newly oiled wooden furniture, complemented by wooden corridors, roofs, doors, and windows. The floors, except for the areas designated for planting, were laid with large earth tiles. Previously waterlogged areas had been expertly excavated by the master craftsman, resulting in a beautifully constructed artesian well, built with bricks that remained free from dust and leaves. Ah, if this were situated in my world, particularly in the capital, it would surely be valued in the tens of millions or even billions. As Zhao Xiaochuan surveyed the completed courtyard, a storm of thoughts brewed within him. He promptly settled the final payment with the builders, rewarding the lead carpenter with 5 taels of silver, consulting with him to select an auspicious date for the relocation. Additionally, he bestowed a reward of 300 won to each worker involved in the construction, expressing gratitude and wishing them prosperity in return. "Thank you, esteemed host. Wishing you peace and prosperity in your home." "Thank you, esteemed host. Wishing you a flourishing family." Everyone sincerely expressed their blessings. 3 days later marked the auspicious day of relocation. At the hour of Qin in the morning, under the perfect sunlight, Sun Lanhua, Zhao Xiaochuan, Zhao Sani, Xiaoyu, the Feng family, Duya, and the black cat Jingshang entered their new abode, hands laden with brand new pots, bowls, bedding, firewood, rice, pork, and oil and salt, symbolizing the perpetual presence of wealth and the assurance of provisions. They placed their belongings within the new dwelling, and soon, guests arrived: Zhao Feng, Zhao Digang, Huang family, Zhao He, and Lu family, bringing firewood, cabbage, and rice to offer their congratulations. Zhao Feng exclaimed, "Congratulations. A new home brings prosperity." Zhao Digang added, "Congratulations. May fortune be with you." Each person shared their auspicious wishes. Zhao Xiaochuan lit the stove in the kitchen, boiling a pot of glutinous rice balls, serving each guest a generous bowl, signifying a vibrant and harmonious new life. At dusk, the family prepared a meal and offerings, lighting incense and paper money to pay homage to the household deity. seeking peace for their home. That night, Sun Lanhua settled in the northern room. Zhao Sani and Xiao Yu took the inner courtyard. The Feng family and Dia occupied the guest room, while Zhao Xiaochuan chose to stay in the western wing. Jing Chong, finding the kitchen warm, decided to rest atop the pile of firewood. As Xiao Yu lay in the inner courtyard, her eyes scanned the familiar surroundings, memories gradually presenting themselves like fragmented images. The following morning, Zhao Digang arrived, breathless, and immediately inquired, Xiaochuan, do you have any means to address the locust plague? What has happened? Zhao Xiaochuan replied, puzzled. I have not seen locusts around here. Where could they be? Since our Qinshan village was the first to discover the locusts, and you managed to gather a substantial amount. The nearby villages have nearly eradicated them. However, the situation is dire elsewhere. The locusts have grown, their wings have developed, forming swarms. The swarms are increasingly gathering, with billions of locusts darkening the sky. Wherever they pass, rice paddies, seedlings, and corn are devoured, leaving the ground barren, stripped of grass and foliage. Uncle, can you simplify your explanation and get to the point? What do you need from me? The locust disaster is severe in other areas. The authorities have sent someone to inquire if you can assist in exterminating them. Uncle, do you think I should go? If you have no solution, then so be it. But if you do, you should go. After all, it is a matter of saving countless lives. Sun Lanhua, Zhao Sani, and Xiao Yu approached, overhearing their conversation. Sun Lanhua urged, Erlang, if you have a solution, you must go. The people need you. I believe my elder brother can do it. Zhao Sani chimed in support. Very well. Since you all say so, I shall go. But who will look after the household? Do not worry. I will have Zhao He and his wife come to watch over things. Besides, I will be here in the village. Take this token to the county and find Magistrate Chao, Zhao Digang said, producing a metal plaque from his pocket and handing it to Zhao Xiaochuan. Zhao Xiaochuan bid farewell to his family and rode his yellow mare toward the county town. The hours spent atop the horse felt particularly prolonged, each strike of the iron shoes upon the earthen road resonating like the heartbeat within his chest. This marked his first venture beyond the familiar confines of his world, typically. He only traveled to the nearby town, but this journey led him to a county seat further afield. As the horse galloped forth, approximately an hour later, a grand city gate began to materialize on the horizon, its grayish-blue silhouette exuding an air of solemnity. As he drew nearer, he discerned a slightly weathered plaque bearing the gilded characters Jinha County. Zhao Xiaochuan reined in his horse. At the city gate, two constables lounged against the wall, their demeanor lethargic. Upon noticing his approach, a tall, gaunt man with a face marked by freckles glanced up and called out, Hey, where are you from? Show me your travel permit. Dismounting, he retrieved the iron badge bestowed upon him by Zhao Digang. This esteemed officer, he began, but before he could finish, the freckled constable scrutinized the badge and promptly shifted to a tone of obsequiousness. My apologies, young master. Please, you may enter. He returned the badge, which, though perplexing, Zhao Xiaochuan accepted and tucked away as he entered the county town and made his way to the county office, where he met with Magistrate Chao. Zhao Xiaochuan respectfully greeted. Greetings, Magistrate Chao. I am Zhao Xiaochuan, a humble citizen. You are the nephew of Zhao Digang from Qinshan village? The one who devised the method of using fowl to consume locusts? It is said you even funded the purchase of locusts yourself? The rotund Magistrate Chao, clad in a blue official robe adorned with lifelike embroidery of a mandarin duck, regarded Zhao Xiaochuan with a smile, his round eyes twinkling, while his black cap gently swayed with his forward lean. Indeed, that is I, Zhao Xiaochuan replied with a balanced demeanor. Our county has indeed adopted your method, and most regions have avoided locust plagues. However, swarms have now invaded our territory. If you can resolve this, I shall certainly petition the court to commend you. Magistrate Chao stated earnestly, I have come with the mission to eliminate the locusts. What do you require? Please write it down, and I shall send someone to procure it. He offered with a smile, providing Zhao Xiaochuan with paper and ink. Zhao Xiaochuan wrote, Method 1. Crush the leaves of the Melia zederac tree. Filter with water to obtain a liquid that can be sprayed to exterminate locusts. Method 2. Find an open area, lay down a layer of easily ignitable dry grass. Placing fresh tender grass in the center, at night, ignite a fire in the center to attract the locusts, and once they gather in numbers, set fire to the surrounding grass to incinerate them. Method 3. In areas where locusts are rampant, inundate the ground with water to drown the eggs and non-flying young locusts. After completing his instructions, he presented the paper to Magistrate Chao. Chapter 28. Locust Extermination. Magistrate Chao perused the content of the note. pondering to himself that this young man indeed possessed a multitude of methods, though whether they would be effective remained to be seen. Given the current predicament, it was better to let him try. He then called out, "Someone." A constable entered, saluting and inquiring, "What is your command, my lord?" "Go and gather the leaves of the Melia Zederac tree," he instructed. "May I inquire how many are needed?" "The more, the better. Procure a substantial amount and deliver it to Huaihua village in the western outskirts." "Understood," the constable replied and departed. "Come, let us head to Huaihua village. You shall demonstrate the procedure. If you need anything else, do not hesitate to mention it," Magistrate Zhao remarked to Zhao Xiaochuan. "Hasten forth, I beseech you, noble sir, for I am in need of a sickle, a hatchet, and some fire starters." Magistrate Zhao rode at the forefront, followed closely by Zhao Xiaochuan on his yellow steed, with 2 armed constables trailing behind. As they ventured further west, the sight of locusts became increasingly prevalent. These were no longer the verdant green of yore, but rather shades of brown and yellowish green. The cacophony of countless locusts devouring foliage resonated sharply, sending shivers down one's spine. At the slightest disturbance, swarms of locusts unfurled their wings and soared away with a rush. In the world Zhao Xiaochuan once knew, he had never witnessed a locust plague firsthand, having only glimpsed it through various videos and news reports on his phone. Though he had mentally prepared himself, the reality before him stirred an inexplicable anxiety within. Regaining his composure, he inquired, "Sir, how long has Huaihua village been afflicted by this calamity? How far are we from there?" The locusts had invaded Huaihua village 2 days prior, and it was approximately a mile ahead. "Then there is no need to proceed. We shall find an open space here, for that area has likely been ravaged by the locusts," Zhao Xiaochuan declared as he dismounted, surveying the surroundings. He selected a clearing, distanced from the mountains, and proceeded to gather dry twigs with his hatchet, arranging them in the center. He then cut fresh grass to encircle the center and created an outer ring with more dry grass and twigs. At that moment, the constables who had gone to gather the leaves of the Melia tree returned, their arms laden with foliage, which they presented to Magistrate Zhao. Zhao Xiaochuan requested, "Might I trouble you, sir, to send someone to fetch a few barrels, each filled halfway with water? Go and carry out this young man's wishes," Magistrate Zhao instructed. Before long, the water and barrels arrived. Zhao Xiaochuan procured a length of wood, placed the Melia leaves atop it with his left hand, and deftly chopped them with his knife. He then placed the minced leaves into the barrels, massaging them to extract their juices into the water. After allowing the mixture to steep for a while, he bundled some dry grass, lifted a barrel, and using the grass, flicked the concoction onto the rice fields, creating a fine mist that enveloped the rice leaves, where the locusts were also caught. "Zhao Xiaochuan, will this liquid harm the rice? Might it poison the people?" Magistrate Zhao, observing Zhao Xiaochuan's actions, voiced his concern. "Sir, the leaves possess no toxicity to other plants, nor to humans or animals. However, they are indeed lethal to pests," Zhao Xiaochuan explained, his hands never ceasing their work as he continued to douse the rice with the mixture. "What manner of pest is this? Why have I never heard of it before?" Magistrate Zhao inquired, puzzled by the unfamiliar term. "Ah, I have coined this term myself. I believe that bees pollinate flowers and dragonflies consume mosquitoes and flies, thus providing benefits to humanity. I refer to them as beneficial insects. Conversely, those caterpillars that devour vegetables, the larvae that feast upon leaves, and the locusts that ravage rice and wheat are detrimental to us. Hence I call them pests." Upon hearing Zhao Xiaochuan's explanation, the county magistrate, Zhao, seemed to grasp the essence but was left with lingering doubts, prompting him to inquire further, "What connection does this bee have with the pollen?" The act of bees collecting nectar is instinctual, yet in doing so, they inadvertently transfer pollen from one flower to another, allowing the plants to bear fruit. Naturally, some plants do not require bees for pollination. Although Zhao appeared to comprehend, he remained puzzled. Nevertheless, this did not hinder his resolve. He promptly commanded his subordinates to partake in the task of spraying the juice of the neem leaves. Before long, several buckets of the liquid were exhausted, and vast expanses of rice and wheat fields were drenched. At that moment, the observers noted that the crops treated with neem leaf juice were devoid of locusts. The locusts that had come into contact with the juice lay still on the ground, ceasing their voracious feeding and showing no inclination to flee. It seemed the remedy had taken effect. Zhao Xiaochuan, reflecting on his previous knowledge, felt fortunate. Without such wisdom, he would be utterly lost in this world. For knowledge is indeed power. Zhao, astonished, picked up a locust from the ground and mused silently about the remarkable capabilities of this young man. The remedy was working. The locust lay motionless, The assistants who had helped with the spraying gasped in astonishment, followed by another exclamation, "Sir, come quickly. These locusts are beginning to convulse." "Sir, there are caterpillars here as well." In a flurry, Chow rushed to investigate, bursting into laughter. "Haha, it is indeed effective. These pests have all fallen." The farmer's fortunes seemed to be turning. At this juncture, Jiangze, the village head of Huaihua village, rushed in upon hearing the news, bowing respectfully to County Magistrate Chow. "I am Jiangze, the village head of Huaihua. I have come to pay my respects." "No need for formalities, Jiangze. Quickly, come over and learn this method so it can be widely disseminated." "Yes, I shall obey your command." Subsequently, Zhao Xiaochuan resumed the preparation of the neem leaf juice, meticulously explaining each step of the process. Chow, Jiangze, and the other officials gathered closely, attentively listening, while Chow diligently took notes. Time flew by, and as dusk settled, Zhao Xiaochuan ignited a fire in the center of the cleared area with a fire starter. Drawn by the light, numerous locusts flocked towards the blaze. Soon enough, the ground around the fire was teeming with locusts, most of them perched on the tender grass, voraciously devouring it. Once the scene was ripe, Zhao swiftly set fire to the surrounding dry twigs and grass, igniting a great conflagration that engulfed the locusts. The crackling sounds echoed as the aroma of roasted locusts wafted through the air. This method is truly remarkable and must be disseminated widely. Zhao Xiaochuan, you have accomplished something great. The glow of the flames illuminated Xiao's beaming face as he lavishly praised Xiao. In Chapter 29, Selling the Formula. Having witnessed the efficacy of the locust extermination firsthand, County Magistrate Xiao returned to the county office. He meticulously documented the method and instructed his clerk to transcribe it into numerous copies, which were to be distributed to the heads of nearby villages the following day. After bidding farewell to the magistrate of Chao County, Zhao Xiaochuan ventured into the county town in search of accommodation. In the distance, he spotted an inn adorned with lanterns. Approaching it while leading his horse, he noticed a plaque above the entrance that read ULI in dignified and elegant characters. "Esteemed guest, may I inquire if you seek a meal or a room?" Greeted the young attendant with a warm smile. "Please prepare some food for me, offer my horse some fodder, and arrange a room for me with hot water for a bath," Zhao Xiaochuan replied, producing 10 copper coins which he handed to the attendant, adding, "This is for your service." "Certainly, I shall take care of that for you. Please hand over your horse. You may take a seat inside," the attendant said, pocketing the coins before leading the horse to the stable. Zhao Xiaochuan entered the main hall and chose an empty table to sit at. The attendant soon returned and inquired, "What would you like to eat, esteemed guest?" Zhao Xiaochuan, inspired by the swaggering heroes he had seen on television, longed to order 2 pounds of braised beef and a jug of Huadia wine, but he knew that such indulgence was far from reality. A loud order like that would surely land him in jail. He reminded himself to remain low-key and replied, "Just some pancakes and a pot of tea will suffice." I'll nibble casually. "Very well, please hold on a moment. I shall fetch it for you," the attendant responded. As Zhao Xiaochuan reached for the ceramic bowl on the table to sip tea, he concentrated and summoned a bowl of fried grasshoppers from his spatial container. Gently placing it on the table, the grasshoppers still radiated warmth, their enticing aroma wafting through the air. Moments later, the attendant returned with pancakes and a pot of tea, setting them before Zhao Xiaochuan. "Enjoy your meal, esteemed guest. By the way, may I ask what delightful dish you have brought with you? It smells exquisite." The attendant couldn't help but voice his curiosity. Before Zhao Xiaochuan could respond, a middle-aged gentleman clad in fine garments approached, his round belly and rosy complexion giving him a jovial appearance. The attendant glanced at the gentleman and promptly retreated. The man, eyeing the platter of grasshoppers, smiled at Zhao Xiaochuan and said, "I am Chen, the proprietor of Yuelian. Might I be so bold as to taste your dish? Please have a seat, Master Chen." "Feel free," Zhao Xiaochuan replied. Zhao Xiaochuan took a pancake, took a bite, and then picked up a grasshopper to savor, crunching contentedly. Master Chen seized a pair of chopsticks, examining the grasshoppers from various angles before placing one in his mouth and savoring it slowly. Having managed the inn for many years, he had tasted countless dishes. Yet he was astounded by the bold flavors, spicy, fresh, and fragrant. Despite their appearance, the delicacy was rich without being greasy, and the more he ate, the more he craved. Master Chen continued to indulge, quickly realizing the potential for business. "May I inquire if you would be willing to share the recipe for your dish?" he asked, his eyes fixed intently on Zhao Xiaochuan. "How much of this dish do you have available for sale?" Zhao Xiaochuan finished his meal quickly. Having consumed 2 pancakes and a fair amount of grasshoppers, his stomach now satisfied. He glanced at Master Chun and replied, "What price would you offer for the recipe?" "Master Chun, if the price is right, I may consider selling it to you. I'll offer you 100 taels of silver. What do you think?" With a smile, Manager Chun inquired, "Have you thought it over?" After some contemplation, he concluded that it was indeed a profitable venture and agreed, saying, "Very well, Manager Chun. I shall teach you how to prepare this dish." Elated by the response, Manager Chun eagerly asked, "I see that these are locusts?" "Indeed, they are the locusts found outside. Rest assured, once processed, they are safe for consumption and beneficial to health," Zhao Xiaochuan replied. "Have someone catch a few pounds of locusts by tomorrow. I will instruct you on the processing." "All right, I will have everything ready by dawn." After finalizing the arrangements with Manager Chun, Zhao Xiaochuan retired to his guest room, took a shower, and rested. In the stillness of the night, he vaguely overheard murmurs, "Take him too." He thought to himself that he possessed neither money nor valuables. If they were to sell him to the salt fields, he might fetch a few taels of silver. However, he dismissed the thought. With the current locust plague rampant in the area, the salt fields would scarcely require workers. Very well then. Zhao Xiaochuan felt as though he were caught in a dream, teetering on the edge of reality, filled with confusion. Was he perhaps poisoned? Under the influence of some drug? Why had Lingo not issued a warning? The more he pondered, the more perplexed he became, yet the answers eluded him. The crowing of a rooster heralded the dawn of a new day. Zhao Xiaochuan slowly opened his eyes, feeling a profound ache throughout his body. He dressed, rose from bed, and stretched lazily before purchasing 10 pounds of pepper salt from the system's marketplace, which he then carried downstairs. "Ah, esteemed guest, you are awake. Please, take a seat and enjoy some breakfast. I have already sent someone to catch the locusts. They will return shortly." Manager Chun greeted him with a warm smile. Zhao Xiaochuan, in good spirits, naturally took a seat beside Manager Chun and began to devour the steamed buns on the table. After satisfying his hunger, he handed a small bag of pepper salt to Manager Chun, stating, "Manager Chun, this is the seasoned pepper salt I have prepared for flavoring. You may purchase this for 30 won per pound. Here are 10 pounds, and I will also share the specific processing method with you." Manager Chun was forthright, producing 100 tael silver note along with 3 strings of copper coins, which he handed to Zhao Xiaochuan, saying, "Here you go, young master. This is your remuneration for your efforts. Your lodging expenses are waived, and I would appreciate it if you could explain the process in detail." "Certainly. I will ensure you are involved throughout the preparation. May I inquire if you have any myrtle? If so, it would enhance the flavor." Zhao Xiaochuan accepted the silver note and coins, placing them into his pocket. "What a coincidence. We have chili sauce sourced from Wanyan town, which is exquisite and the perfect seasoning for our dishes. Splendid. This will undoubtedly elevate the taste." At that moment, a young attendant returned from outside, holding a cloth bag and presenting it to Manager Chun. "Manager, I am back with these. Please take a look." Zhao Xiaochuan glanced at the contents and remarked, "These are excellent, all fresh." Accepting the bag from Manager Chun, he declared, "Let us proceed to the kitchen. I will guide you step by step. Prepare a large basin filled with water. In the future, you need not catch the locust yourself. Simply place a sign at your entrance, indicating the price per pound for locusts, and naturally, individuals will come to sell them to you." The young attendant hurriedly made his way to the kitchen, swiftly preparing a basin of water. Zhao Xiaochuan emptied the bag of grasshoppers into the basin, proceeding to pinch off their wings, legs, and remove their innards. Meanwhile, Manager Chun and his assistant were also engaged in the same task. Once thoroughly cleaned and dried, they proceeded to heat vegetable oil, infusing it with fragrance, followed by a stir-fry with chili sauce and a sprinkle of pepper and salt. Both stoves worked in unison, as Zhao Xiaochuan's dish was completed just as Manager Chun's assistant finished theirs. When 2 plates of fried grasshoppers were laid out, Manager Chun personally tasted them repeatedly, finally exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent, this is the flavor." Zhao Xiaochuan then imparted the recipe and method for the pepper and salt seasoning to Manager Chun. Chapter 30. Gathering sea treasures. As Zhao Xiaochuan prepared to leave, he inquired, "Manager Chun, do you know if there are any salt fields nearby?" Manager Chun responded, "Are you looking to purchase salt? If you need a small quantity, it may not be worth the trip. It's quite far, and the shipping costs are substantial. There is a salt field over 200 miles to the east." Zhao Xiaochuan expressed his gratitude to Manager Chun, bidding him farewell. Mounting his horse, he contemplated that the chili peppers at home had just begun to blossom, and the harvest would take some time. He thought it prudent to investigate the salt field. Perhaps he might discover something worthwhile. 200 miles equated to about 100 kilometers, and his yellow horse would reach there by morning. With determination, he set forth. Galloping along the eastern official road, the sound of the horse's hooves resonating against the dirt path, raising a cloud of dust behind him. After 3 hours of brisk riding, Zhao Xiaochuan caught a whiff of a salty scent and soon beheld the vast expanse of the sea. This was his first encounter with the ocean. Previously, he had only seen it through television and mobile screens. He tugged at the reins, causing his horse to slow down while he admired the scenery. Small boats dotted the sea, with fishermen casting nets in pursuit of their catch. The sun glimmered upon the waves, casting a golden sheen. No wonder people online had remarked, "I have a home, nestled against the mountains and facing the sea, where spring blossoms abound." The view is indeed profoundly soothing, Zhao Xiaochuan mused. As his gaze wandered further, he spotted a stretch of salt fields in the distance, where individuals were seen drying salt. Astonished by the existence of a salt field, he wondered what it might look like up close. He resolved to investigate further. His thoughts racing, the yellow horse had already traversed the woods, leading to a stretch of golden beach. He allowed the horse to graze by the edge of the forest while he continued towards the shoreline. The waves crashed against the coast in harmony with the sea breeze, revealing stones densely covered with mussels, sea urchins, and conch shells. Zhao Xiaochuan removed his shoes, fastening them to his belt, rolled up his sleeves, and began to gather seafood. As he collected, he internally communicated, "Linger, recycle. Ding. Recycling successful, naturally sourced, pollution-free sea urchins. Wealth value increased by 3 coins. Ding. Successful retrieval, natural and pollution-free clams. Wealth value increased. Ding. Successful retrieval, natural and pollution-free sea cucumbers. Ding. Successful retrieval." He tirelessly gathered various seafood from the rocky shores and shallow sandy areas, covering barely 100 meters, yet due to the vast variety, his experience points soared to 780, and his wealth value increased by over 30 taels. Zhao Xiaochuan continued onward, discovering abalone, each the size of a palm, clinging to the rocks, weighing at least a pound. Ah, this is a prized find. I wager the people of this world are unaware of how to prepare it, or else I would have no chance to acquire it. Linger, retrieve it. Ding. Successful retrieval, natural and pollution-free abalone. Wealth value increased by 2 taels. Haha. I've struck it rich. This area must contain hundreds. My second courtyard will soon be a reality. Zhao Xiaochuan reveled in his joy, his mind racing with possibilities. These large specimens will be for my own consumption. He continued to harvest abalone, selecting the 20 largest, and with a mere thought, they were stored in his space. The smaller abalones were disregarded. Only the larger ones were collected, resulting in a wealth value increase of 210 taels solely from the abalone. As he pressed forward, he stumbled upon an abundance of kelp, the thick strands swaying gracefully in the water with the waves. Continuing his harvesting in the shallow waters, he utilized the system's space for direct collection in deeper areas, preserving around 100 pounds for his own sustenance, while Linger retrieved the rest, further increasing his wealth value by over 100 taels, primarily due to the sheer volume of kelp, which, despite its low price, accumulated significantly through proficiency. The seaside is indeed a treasure trove. One can easily gather enough to satiate hunger and profit from selling the excess. This is a veritable goldmine, far more valuable than the medicinal herb mountain at home. With such thoughts occupying his mind, Zhao Xiaochuan continued to collect along the coast. Orchid crabs, splendid. He gathered a few to store for later meals. Large lobsters, quite commendable. He would sell one and save the rest. Dover sole, an excellent choice, one for sale. The others for storage. Starfish, inedible, retrieved. Octopus, not to his taste, retrieved as well. He meticulously selected various seafood, reserving those he enjoyed in his space while discarding the rest. As he walked, he noticed a section of the sandy bottom marked by a distinct outline, piquing his curiosity. What could be so large beneath the sand? Perhaps a sea turtle. Filled with intrigue, he began to dig. Before long, he unearthed a magnificent golden-hued conch, adorned with brown speckles. Haha, it's a coconut snail. Linger, perform a scan. Zhao Xiaochuan communicated with Lingo mentally. Ding, detected natural and pollution-free coconut snail. Containing a sea snail pearl, recoverable, valued at 5,000 taels. Would you like to retrieve it? I shall not. I have yet to behold a sea snail pearl. I must first admire it. I will store it in my space. With a mere thought, the coconut snail was placed into his storage. After unearthing the coconut snail, it seemed his luck had waned, as he found little else of value in the sea. After washing his feet, he donned his shoes and headed towards the salt flats. After considerable effort traversing a dense thicket, I stumbled upon a vast expanse of salt flats, where numerous square salt fields coalesced into a singular panorama, encompassing at least a dozen acres. Workers were seen transporting seawater to the salt fields, while others raked the brine, and some scooped the crystallized white salt into baskets. Still others carried these baskets filled with salt into a nearby structure, from which white smoke billowed from the roof. As Zhao Xiaochuan approached, he noticed that the laborers were shackled, a shocking revelation that compelled him to conceal himself. Shackles. Forced labor. Were these individuals criminals? Or perhaps slaves? A labor reform squad from the court? As he pondered this unsettling situation, a salt bearer slipped, spilling the contents of his basket back into the brine. Instantly, a burly man emerged from the building, brandishing a whip, and charged towards the unfortunate worker, striking him with a series of sharp cracks. You worthless scoundrel. You can't even perform your task properly. No dinner for you tonight. The man on the ground writhed in agony, pleading for mercy. Oh, brother, please spare me. I beg you, don't strike me again. Zhao Xiaochuan's curiosity piqued. If this was indeed a government salt operation, why was the whip wielder not clad in official garb? Something was amiss. Concealing himself within the foliage, he stealthily approached the building, only to discover it lacked 4 walls, merely a roof sheltering several cooking stoves. The salt, retrieved from the fields, was poured into large cauldrons atop the stoves to further evaporate the moisture, transforming it into dry salt. As Zhao Xiaochuan inspected the stoves, he was struck by a shocking sight. He recognized his father, Zhao Ming, and his elder brother, Zhao Dachuan, laboring at the stoves. A surge of determination flooded him, and he retrieved the 2 daggers and a mask belonging to the masked men from his space, covering his face. He grasped the daggers firmly and advanced toward the whip-wielding brute. Upon noticing his approach, the man bellowed, "Hey, who do you think you are? Scram. This isn't a place for you to cause trouble. You're deaf, aren't you? Get any closer, and I'll kill you." As he shouted, he charged at Zhao Xiaochuan. Without hesitation, Zhao Xiaochuan quickened his pace, closing the distance rapidly, before swiftly launching a dagger at the man. With a sickening thud, the dagger embedded itself in the man's heart, blood gushing forth as he stared in disbelief at his own chest, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, staining the salt flats crimson. The commotion drew the attention of another man, scarred and wielding a long knife, who rushed towards Zhao Xiaochuan. Noticing his steady gait, it was evident that he was a seasoned fighter. Zhao Xiaochuan seized a stone from the ground and hurled it at the scarred man. As the stone neared, the man deflected it with a clang of his blade, sending it careening away. Quick thinking, Zhao Xiaochuan fished a handful of copper coins from his pocket and flung them forcefully at the scarred man's face. The clang of coins echoed as the scarred man managed to block 3 copper coins, yet 2 still struck him squarely in the face, one even piercing his right eye. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Xiaochuan grasped another handful of coins and hurled them once more at the man's visage, swiftly following with a dagger aimed at his heart. With one eye injured and preoccupied with the incoming coins, the scarred man failed to notice the dagger approaching his chest. With a sharp thud, the dagger lodged itself in his heart, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The onlookers at the salt field witnessed the scene, their hearts filled with a mixture of joy and apprehension. Noticing no one else approaching, Zhao Xiaochuan stepped beside the fallen man, retrieved a set of keys from his person, and called out, "Everyone, gather around. I will unlock your chains, and you may flee for your lives." The 10 or so individuals at the salt field, having witnessed the demise of the whip-wielding man and the scarred one, felt a flicker of hope and hurried toward him. Zhao Xiaochuan used the keys to free each of them from their shackles, receiving their grateful thanks as they departed. He intentionally saved Zhao Ming and Zhao Dachuan for last. Once the others had left, Zhao Xiaochuan removed the mask from his face and continued unlocking the shackles. "Father, elder brother, can you still walk? Xiaochuan, is it really you? What has happened at home?" After freeing their feet, Zhao Xiaochuan pressed on. "Father, elder brother, are there any horses nearby?" "There is one over there. I will go fetch it," Zhao Ming replied as he ventured into the woods behind. "Elder brother, follow this path toward the beach. I have a horse waiting there. You go ahead, and I shall wait for father." "All right, be swift in your return," Zhao Dachuan said as he slipped into the woods. Zhao Xiaochuan cast the 5 thieves into the salt field, then utilized his spatial powers to retrieve all the coins he had just thrown. He discarded the scarred man atop a pile of dry branches, ignited the heap with a burning log from the stove, and set the entire structure ablaze. At that moment, Zhao Ming returned, leading a robust chestnut horse. "Elder brother, where is he?" "Father, hurry. He has gone to the beach where my horse awaits." "Good, let us make haste." Navigating through the woods, they reunited. Father, elder brother, you two ride one horse while I take another. It will be easier for me to act if needed. Very well. We shall ride this one together, and you can manage the other, Zhao Ming said as he mounted the horse, followed by Zhao Dachuan. Zhao Xiaochuan mounted a yellow horse, tightened his legs against its belly, and commanded it to start trotting. The sound of hooves echoed as the three rode onward for over an hour. As the sun dipped low in the west, Zhao Xiaochuan inquired, Father, shall we continue our journey or find a place to rest until tomorrow? We should seek a place to rest. Traveling in the dark is perilous. Do you have any food? Your elder brother and I have not eaten all day. Father, you choose a suitable spot for us to rest. I have provisions on my saddle. As he spoke, Zhao Xiaochuan purchased 5 packets of fragrant pork jerky and transferred them into a cloth bag, along with 4 bottles of mineral water stored in bamboo tubes, which he hung on his saddle. How about that platform over there? Zhao Ming pointed towards a nearby flatland and urged his horse forward. The three dismounted and led their steeds to a grassy patch not far from the official road. Dachuan and Xiaochuan hurriedly sought out some dry twigs. The 2 horses grazed contentedly at the side, while the father and his sons busied themselves gathering firewood and hay. After a brief span of over 10 minutes, a pile of twigs lay on the ground, and Zhao Ming placed them in the center. Xiaochuan produced a fire starter from his pocket and ignited the hay. With a whoosh, the hay caught fire. He then added some twigs, and the fire blazed to life, crackling merrily. Xiaochuan retrieved a cloth bag from the saddle and settled down by the fire. Father, here is some water and dried meat for you. Brother, this is for you. Take it. He distributed the dried meat and water to both his father and elder brother, before helping himself to a piece of dried meat to chew on. Observing Zhao Ming and Zhao Dachuan devour their food ravenously due to their intense hunger, he cautioned, Father, brother, do take your time. There is plenty more in the bag. Eat slowly, lest you choke. You cannot imagine how we endured. We only managed to eat once a day. And some have perished from the torment. Xiaochuan inquired curiously, how did you come to this place? Zhao Ming, taking large gulps from a bamboo tube while chewing on the dried meat, recounted, back then, your brother and I had gathered a considerable amount of herbs in the mountains, hoping to sell them for a decent sum in the county. After selling the herbs, we were ambushed on our return journey. They unleashed a sleeping gas on us. And when we regained consciousness, we found ourselves at the salt fields. Didn't you think of escaping together? Xiaochuan questioned. Of course, but there was a scarred man with formidable skills. Even several of us could not overpower him. Moreover, there were usually 3 guards stationed, all armed with knives and trained in combat, making it truly impossible to resist. Recently, however, one of the guards has mysteriously left. Today, you just happened to contend with 2. Wait a moment, Erlang. I recall you lacked any martial skills. How is it that you have become adept now? Zhao Ming suddenly realized and posed his question. Father, I've been out here surviving daily. Once, I encountered a reclusive master who opened my meridians and directly infused me with martial abilities, Xiaochuan explained, revealing the excuse he had meticulously prepared. By the way, how is everything at home? Is mother and sister all right? They are both well. I found some wild ginseng in the mountains and sold it for a good price. I purchased land and even constructed a second courtyard. I rescued a person from bandits in the mountains. She has lost her memory and cannot recall her home or identity. Now, she resides with us, posing as my cousin. Zhao Ming and Zhao Dachuan listened in astonishment at the transformations that had taken place at home, their mouths agape and minds racing with disbelief. What? A second courtyard? Wild ginseng? What have I missed? What has happened to this son? They pondered. What has befallen my younger brother? He was once a mere ruffian, and now he has changed so dramatically. Thus, the 3 of them continued their conversation, exchanging words against the backdrop of a starlit sky and the crackling flames of the bonfire as they drifted into slumber. Chapter 32. Reunion. As dawn's gentle light began to break, the mist in the forest had yet to dissipate. Zhao Xiaochuan added some dry twigs to the fire, the warmth dispelling the chill in the air. Erlang, you rose quite early, he remarked. Father, there is still food here. Let us eat well before we resume our journey, replied Erdi. Brother, you're becoming increasingly skilled. When will you teach me your martial arts? Eldest brother. Hurry and eat. We can discuss martial arts upon our return home, Zhao Ming interjected. The 3 of them savored the dried meat and drank water before resuming their journey on horseback. After a morning of travel, they finally arrived back at the city of Jinhai and returned to the Walayan. Esteemed guests, will you be dining or lodging? The young waiter greeted them with a professional smile. Kindly arrange for hot water for 2 baths. We do not require lodging. Is that sufficient? Zhao Xiaochuan asked. producing a piece of silver to hand to the waiter. Quite sufficient. I shall make the arrangements right away. Please entrust your horses to me. There is fodder over there. The waiter replied, taking the silver and promptly leading the 2 horses away to the stable. Erlang, what is the meaning of this? Why come here to bathe? We could wash in the river at home. Why waste money? Zhao Ming questioned, noticing his younger brother's extravagance with concern. Father, eldest brother, how long has it been since you last bathed? You both need it. Relax and wash. I shall go buy you some clothes, Zhao Xiaochuan declared, gesturing to indicate their shoe sizes before departing the inn, leaving his father and elder brother behind. He ventured to the clothing store in the county town, purchasing 2 sets of clothing and 2 pairs of shoes for both his father and elder brother, based on their measurements. To his surprise, he stumbled upon exquisite silk skirts, complete with matching leather shoes, truly beautiful. Zhao Xiaochuan mused to himself, it would be splendid to buy a set of skirts for mother and my 2 sisters as well. We have accrued a modest fortune. He inquired, Shopkeeper, I wish to purchase 3 sets of these skirts. Do you have them in stock? Indeed. What sizes do you require? The shopkeeper, recognizing a potential big spender, inquired with a smile. My mother is this tall, one sister is this height, and the other sister is this tall. Zhao Xiaochuan gestured to approximate their heights. The seasoned shopkeeper, seasoned in business, quickly deduced their sizes and, with a broad smile, asked, Young master, what fabric do you prefer? Anything beautiful will suffice, regardless of the fabric, Zhao Xiaochuan replied nonchalantly. The shopkeeper thought to himself, it seems I have encountered a generous patron, and said aloud, Then we shall choose silk. Each set of skirt along with embroidered leather shoes will cost 10 taels. Very well, prepare 3 sets. The length of one pair of shoes is about this long, and the other pair is approximately this long. After completing his measurements, Zhao Xiaochuan produced a 100-tael silver note and placed it in the shopkeeper's hand. The shopkeeper was left in awe, chuckling as he prepared the skirts and shoes. Noticing hairpins on the counter, Zhao Xiaochuan purchased 3 distinct hairpins and, realizing his 2 sisters lacked combs, added 2 unique combs to his selection. Once everything was packaged, he collected the change and returned to the Yuan, carrying 2 bundles. Upon seeing Zhao Xiaochuan's return, the young waiter greeted him with a smile. Welcome back, esteemed guest. Have my father and elder brother finished bathing? Not yet. The hot water has just been prepared, and they have only recently entered. Zhao Xiaochuan unwrapped a bundle, retrieving 2 sets of clothing, trousers, and shoes, which he handed to the attendant, saying, Please, could you deliver these garments to them? Certainly, that is easily arranged. The attendant took the items to the bathing area. At that moment, the manager, Chen, beamed and inquired, Young Master Zhao, with that bundle, are you preparing for a journey? Oh, these are new clothes for my family. Manager, please prepare 3 of your signature dishes and a half jug of your finest wine. My father and elder brother will be ready to eat once they finish bathing. Zhao Xiaochuan replied with a smile. Very well. I shall prepare it immediately, Chen responded cheerfully. Before long, Zhao Xiaochuan's father and elder brother emerged from the bathing area, clad in clean attire. Zhao Xiaochuan's father stood at 1.75 meters tall, with well-defined features. His elder brother was equally tall and handsome. Aside from their slight malnutrition, they appeared quite admirable. No wonder I have such height and a well-formed physique. It must be due to my father's fine genes, Zhao Xiaochuan mused internally, while calling out, Father, elder brother, come over. The meal is ready. After we eat, we will head home. Very well. What a good son. You've even prepared wine for me. Zhao Xiaochuan's father exclaimed, his heart brimming with joy as he gazed at the table laden with food and drink. He poured 3 cups of wine, pushing them towards Zhao Dachuan and Zhao Xiaochuan, saying, Come, you 2 brothers, join me for a drink. With that, he raised his cup and drank it all in one go. Good wine. Quite splendid. Zhao Xiaochuan's father praised. Zhao Dachuan took a sip as well, remarking, This wine is indeed quite good. Zhao Xiaochuan glanced at the murky liquid in his cup. Its odor unmistakably alcoholic. He took a sip, internally critiquing, What is this poor excuse for wine? Could Manager Chen be deceiving me? This barely compares to beer and still dares to be called good wine? He promptly asked, Manager Chen, do you have any better wine available? Bring out something of higher quality. Money is no object. Young Master Zhao, you jest. This wine, named Drunken Immortal, is indeed the finest I have here. Most ordinary individuals become euphoric after just half a jug, Chen explained. Zhao Xiaochuan contemplated the potential for profit, as brewing wine could be quite lucrative, and inquired, Manager Chen, how much does this Drunken Immortal cost per pound? This Drunken Immortal is 5 taels per pound. I also have options at 2 tails and 3 tails. Would you like to sample them? The manager asked. No need for the others. We still have a journey ahead and cannot afford to become inebriated. Zhao Xiaochuan declined hastily. After the 3 of them had their fill, they settled the bill and rode away towards Qingshan village. Mother, come out quickly and see who I have brought. As soon as they arrived home, Zhao Xiaochuan shouted enthusiastically. Hearing the commotion, the black cat leapt from the yard, bounding towards Zhao Xiaochuan, rubbing against his calf. Then sniffing Zhao Ming and Zhao Dachuan. Ah, a wild mountain cat. Xiaochuan, this. Second brother, this one can bite. Zhao Xiaochuan's father and elder brother were taken aback, their feet frozen in place. Father, elder brother, this is what I rescued, now named Heimao Jingchang. Zhao Xiaochuan gently stroked the head of the black cat and added, This is my father, my elder brother. Do not frighten them, you may go play. The obedient black cat leaped away to the backyard. Zhao Ming and Zhao Dachuan gazed at the grand, their eyes wandering over the newly adorned courtyard. As the 3 crossed the flower-laden gate, Sun Lanhua emerged from the inner courtyard, inquiring, Lang, did you call for me? Their eyes met. And tears cascaded down Sun Lanhua's cheeks as she hurried to Zhao Ming, clenching her fists and striking his chest. Where have you been? Why did it take so long? Why didn't you send word home? Why? With each question, her small fists landed a blow, seeking to release the pent-up grievances of the past. Cough. Father, mother. Perhaps you could retire to the room for a proper conversation? Father can clarify everything that needs explaining, and if he fails, mother, do not let him off lightly. Zhao Xiaochuan suggested, gently nudging his father towards the main room. Zhao Sani approached Zhao Dachuan and Zhao Xiaochuan, calling out, Elder brother, second brother. As Zhao Dachuan noticed a strange woman beside Zhao Sani, he was about to inquire when Zhao Xiaochuan interjected, This is my elder brother, Zhao Dachuan. And this is our cousin, Qinyu. Hello, Dachuan Gu, Youngyu greeted sweetly. Zhao Dachuan smiled and replied, Hello, cousin. All right, Sani, Xiaoyu, come here. I have brought you gifts, Zhao Xiaochuan declared, settling on a bench in the courtyard and unveiling a bundle. This set is for Sani, come. Try it on and see if it fits. This set is for Xiaoyu. Here, you two should change and see. Oh. And here are hairpins and combs for both of you. Zhao Xiaochuan distributed skirts, shoes, hairpins, and combs into the hands of Sani and Xiaoyu. Sani, gleefully clutching her belongings, skipped into the inner courtyard. Zhao Xiaochuan pointed towards the east wing and said to Zhao Dachuan, Elder brother, that room is yours. You may tidy it as you wish. Zhao Dachuan gazed at the new house and quietly stepped inside. Chapter 33. Reunion. Xiaoyu, holding her new possessions, slowly made her way to the inner courtyard, her cheeks flushed. She pondered, why did this fool give me a hairpin and a comb? Does he not realize that presenting such gifts to a stranger signifies a promise? Does he see me as a sister? Upon entering the inner courtyard, she changed into the skirt, arranged her hair, and adorned herself with the new hairpin. Trying on the embroidered shoes, she found them to fit perfectly. Does Xiaochuan go also harbor feelings for me? How does he know my size so precisely? As she admired the exquisite silk gown enveloping her, a sudden wave of pain pierced her mind, and after a brief respite, a profound shock overwhelmed her. She recalled that she was the daughter of the national protector, General Qin Shizhong, named Qinyu. She had 2 elder brothers, Qin Shao and Qin Feng, who must be frantic with worry. After much contemplation, she remembered that she had been disguised as a boy when she was abducted while strolling through the city. How can I return home, yet feel so alone there? Perhaps it is better to remain here, playing the role of Xiaochuan's cousin. This family is kind. Far preferable to solitude at home, thought Xiaoyu, her mind racing. Xiaoyu, are you ready? Let us go out together. Zhao Sani's call jolted Xiaoyu back from her reverie. I'm coming, just a moment, she replied hastily. Zhao Sani linked arms with Xiaoyu as they made their way from the inner courtyard to the central courtyard. Adorned in a delicate white silk veil paired with a pink skirt, Xiaoyu's fair skin glowed with a rosy hue. Spinning playfully, Zhao Sani asked, Second brother, do I look beautiful? Zhao Xiaochuan responded with enthusiastic affirmations, his gaze fixated on Xiaoyu. His thoughts swirled. He had not anticipated that this girl would look even more enchanting in a dress, resembling a charming little princess. Her figure was delightful. If only she could be his wife. Alas, her memory had faded, and he knew not where she hailed from. Perhaps her parents would think little of him anyway. Noticing Zhao Xiaochuan's intense gaze, Xiaoyu felt her heart race, a distinct sensation convincing her that Xiaochuan must harbor affection for her. Perhaps her father would also approve of him. Zhao Xiaochuan regained his composure and smiled. So, how does the dress fit? Are your shoes comfortable? Second brother, My shoes are just a tad long. But they are fine to wear, Zhao Sani replied with a playful grin. You'll still grow, and in a couple of months, your feet will grow too. Look at our black cat. It has grown quite a bit. Zhao Xiaochuan teased. You're the one who resembles the black cat, dark and mischievous. Zhao Sani retorted. Just then, the black cat darted out, weaving around the trio. See, even our black cat agrees with me. Just ask him. Zhao Xiaochuan continued to jest. The cat approached Zhao Xiaochuan, nudging his hand affectionately. All right. Xiaochuan was just teasing you. Don't mind him. Our Sani is very beautiful. Xiaoyu quickly reassured the pouting Zhao Sani. Oh dear. Who has been bullying our Sani? Sun Lanhua emerged from the main house, smiling. Mother, it was second brother who said I look like a black cat. Zhao Sani began to complain. Mother, this set of clothes is for you. Please try it on and see if it fits. Zhao Xiaochuan quickly changed the subject, handing a bundle containing a dress and shoes to Sun Lanhua. Well, my son is taken to buying dresses for his mother, she exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the dresses on Zhao Sani and Xiaoyu. In her heart, she thought how lovely Xiaoyu already was, and in a dress. Even more so, if only she could marry my son, how wonderful that would be. Xiaochuan has good taste. This dress looks splendid on Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu blushed at the compliment, while Zhao Sani chimed in, Mother, don't you think mine is pretty too? Yes, both of you look lovely, Sun Lanhua affirmed. You two try on your outfits. I shall prepare some food. With that, Zhao Xiaochuan headed off to the kitchen alone. He glanced at the rice jar, noticing it was nearly empty, and decided to purchase 30 pounds of rice and 30 pounds of flour from the marketplace, placing them all into the jar. Contemplating the significance of reunion, he thought of making dumplings. Yes, indeed, dumplings. He scooped a generous portion of flour into a large basin, added water and salt, and proceeded to knead the dough. After covering it with a cloth to let it rest, he rolled out the dough into thin wrappers. Zhao Xiaochuan ventured into the vegetable garden to gather cabbage and scallions, washed them thoroughly, and chopped them finely. He also bought several pounds of pork belly from the market, mincing it into meat filling, which he mixed with the cabbage and scallions. He cracked in a few eggs, seasoning the mixture with salt, soy sauce, pepper, and minced ginger, finishing with a drizzle of sesame oil, blending it all together. Zhao Xiaochuan approached Zhao Dachuan in the courtyard and said, Brother, please invite grand uncle, second uncle, and Zhao He and his wife to join us for dumplings. Let us gather together. Very well, I shall go now, Zhao Dachuan replied, heading towards the gate. Sen and I. Shall you come? Let us wrap the dumplings. In the kitchen, Zhao Xiaochuan rolled up his sleeves and waved to his two younger sisters, Sen and I, Xiaoyu. Hurry and help with the dumplings. Grand uncle will arrive shortly. We must be quick. Sen and I responded eagerly and hurried over, while Xiaoyu ambled behind her. Sen and I. Stop playing and hurry up. Zhao Xiaochuan glanced at her as she shaped the dumpling wrapper into a rabbit, unable to suppress a laugh. Sen and I stuck out her tongue and placed the little rabbit in the corner of the counter, saying, I'll find it a companion later. Xiaoyu deftly rolled out the dumpling wrappers, her motions as graceful as a little adult. Brother, this filling smells wonderful. Can I have a few extra when we eat? Sen and I asked, her eyes sparkling. The trio worked in perfect harmony, the neatly wrapped dumplings arranged in a flowered basket, resembling a collection of plump little ingots. Zhao Xiaochuan secretly tucked clean copper coins into some of the dumplings, whispering to San and I, whoever finds one will have good fortune. She giggled, just don't break your teeth. The courtyard echoed with the hearty laughter of grand uncle, along with the voices of second uncle and aunt. Du Fengshi and Du Yu also entered, chatting with Zhao He and Lu Shi. The kitchen window exhaled wisps of steam, and the water in the pot bubbled vigorously. The water's boiling. Zhao Xiaochuan lifted the pot lid, steam enveloping his face. He swiftly dropped the dumplings into the pot. With a gentle push of the spoon, they danced like little fish. Sen and I leaned over the stove, eagerly watching the pot. Brother, they're floating. Are they done? Zhao Xiaochuan poked at the dumpling skins with a spoon and nodded. They're ready. Time to scoop them out. The steaming dumplings were ladled into a sturdy porcelain bowl, their skins so thin that the vibrant green filling was visible. Zhao Xiaochuan handed a bowl to San and I, saying, Be careful. It's hot. Take it outside. San and I took the bowl, the enticing aroma wafting into her nose. And she couldn't help but swallow hard, quickly making her way to the courtyard. Dumplings are here, she announced with glee. Grand uncle accepted the bowl with a smile, while aunt urged Du Fengshi and Du Yu to sit down promptly. No need to rush. Everyone will have a share. Xiaoyu also brought out a bowl. As everyone received a large bowl of dumplings, their appetites were immediately piqued. Jia picked up a dumpling, blew on it, and took a bite, causing the juices to trickle down the corner of her mouth. She quickly slurped them up, eliciting hearty laughter from the crowd. A gentle breeze carried the echoes of their amusement, mingling with the delightful aroma of the dumplings, drifting far away. Chapter 34. Singing to the point of exhaustion. The following day, Zhao Xiaochuan arose early and made his way to the chili field, where he noticed that the peppers had begun to ripen into a vivid red. He thought to himself that he could soon make chili sauce again. With so much money at his disposal, he envisioned establishing processing workshops, one for chili sauce, one for soap, and another for liquor, aspiring to transform Qingshan village into the wealthiest village in the vicinity. Brother Xiaochuan. Hearing someone call him from behind, Zhao Xiaochuan turned to see a troubled Xiaoyu, her face clouded with worry. He hurriedly asked, Xiaoyu, what is the matter? Are you feeling unwell? As he spoke, he reached out with his left hand to grasp Xiaoyu's hand, while his right hand rested 3 fingers on her pulse. Xiaoyu froze for a moment, momentarily forgetting what she wanted to say. After a brief interval, Zhao Xiaochuan released her hand, looking at her with a puzzled expression. Your health seems fine. Brother Xiaochuan. I am not unwell. I have remembered where my home is. Can you help me find my father? Xiaoyu inquired. Ah, that is wonderful. I will take you home to reunite with your parents and family, Zhao Xiaochuan replied joyfully. But I do not want to go home, Xiaoyu said, tears welling in her eyes. Seeing her distress, Zhao Xiaochuan reassured her. Did you not say you have a father? I can take you back in my cart. It will be no trouble at all. Xiaoyu collapsed into Zhao Xiaochuan's embrace, sobbing, I do not want to leave you, but I miss my father and brother. What should I do? Zhao Xiaochuan felt bewildered, pondering how to navigate such a complex situation. He replied, What do you wish to do? I will follow your lead. Perhaps I could return home to see my family, and then inform them that I will visit you again? Zhao Xiaochuan suggested tentatively. But if I go home, I may never return. Xiaoyu wept incessantly. How can that be? We have a cart now. There is no reason you cannot return, Zhao Xiaochuan remarked, puzzled. My home is in the capital. Once I leave, how could I ever come back? I have an idea. We can send a letter home with a courier, thus avoiding the need for a long journey, he proposed. Now, do not cry any longer. If you keep weeping, you will become unattractive, your face turning as dark as a black cat. Brother Xiaochuan, you are so mischievous. Xiaoyu chuckled through her tears, her spirits lifting. Yes, let us write to my father. Come, let us return to harness the cart. I will take you to the county town for some shopping, Zhao Xiaochuan said with a smile. Upon returning home, Zhao Xiaochuan spoke privately with Sun Lanhua. Mother, Xiaoyu and I are going to the county town. The county town is quite far. What do you need to take her there for? She inquired. Mother, Xiaoyu has remembered her family's whereabouts. We wish to deliver a letter to her home to ease her family's worries. Then be careful on your journey and return early. Zhao Xiaochuan harnessed the horse-drawn carriage, laying a thick layer of hay in the compartment for Xiaoyu to sit in. He positioned himself at the front of the carriage, and with a sharp command, the yellow-brown horse began to gallop. The hooves echoed with a rhythmic clatter, and Zhao Xiaochuan could not help but inquire, What was your original name? My name is Qin Yu. My father's name is Qin Shizhong. My elder brother is Qin Xiao, and my second brother is Qin Feng, replied Xiaoyu. Ha ha ha, what a coincidence. The names are the same, though the surnames differ, Zhao Xiaochuan marveled. By the way, where is your mother? My mother passed away when I was young. I apologize. I didn't mean to touch upon your sorrowful memories. It's all right. I have grown accustomed to it. My father and 2 brothers are often away at war, leaving me alone at home with only some servants for company. It can be quite dull. So I frequently disguised myself as a boy and climbed over the walls to play outside. A few months ago, I sneaked out to the market, but I was unfortunately drugged and lost consciousness. When I awoke, I found myself here. I managed to escape under the cover of darkness, and then you rescued me. How impressive. You can even scale walls. Haha. Zhao Xiaochuan chuckled at the thought of Xiaoyu climbing over the walls of his family's courtyard. Xiaochuan, why are you laughing at me? Xiaoyu, I find it amusing to picture you perched atop the courtyard wall. Huh? Xiaochuan, can you sing? Would you sing a song for me? Let me think. Oh, I know. I'll sing The Carriage Driver, if that's all right. Zhao Xiaochuan cleared his throat and began to sing. The sun rises and then sets, from morning till night. The road never ends. Hungry and cold. I have yet to be fed. Hey hey yo, hey yo, hey hey yo. Oh, lovely maiden walking ahead. Which village is your home? I beg. Quickly hop onto my carriage. Hey hey yo, hey yo, hey hey yo. I shall escort you back to your stead, oh dear little sister of mine. Zhao Xiaochuan belted out the lyrics, waving his arms energetically, his boisterous voice reverberating through the air, causing Qin Yu to giggle uncontrollably, eventually laughing so hard that she nearly doubled over. "Xiaochuan, your singing is absolutely hilarious," she exclaimed. "Is that so? Are you implying that others charge for their singing, while I sing for my life?" Zhao Xiaochuan teased. "Indeed, you could very well cause someone to die of laughter," Qin Yu replied with a smile. The two continued their light-hearted banter until they reached the county town. They purchased writing essentials and envelopes from a shop, and with the shopkeeper's desk at their disposal, Qin Yu pinned a letter home and sealed it in an envelope. After inquiring at the post station, they learned that sending the letter to the capital would cost 100 coins. After paying, the courier accepted the letter. "Xiao Yu, is there anything you desire? I shall take you to buy it. I have no particular wishes, but it is getting chilly. You ought to purchase some warm clothing," Qin Yu suggested. "Very well. Let us go shopping." Zhao Xiaochuan drove the carriage to a clothing store, observing as Qin Yu browsed through the garments, reminiscent of modern women shopping. He mused that ancient women were not so different from their contemporary counterparts. They would tire from walking yet could spend an entire day shopping, where trying on clothes was a necessity, regardless of whether they intended to buy anything. "Xiaochuan, do you think I look good in this outfit?" "Xiaochuan, this set would be lovely for mother." "Xiaochuan, this one is perfect for my third sister." Zhao Xiaochuan responded, and before he knew it, the carriage was filled with numerous bundles and thick bedding, presumably bought for Xiao Yu, as her bedding was too thin for the night. He thought it was quite good to have thicker blankets for warmth. "Brother Xiaochuan, we can go home now. There's a restaurant over there. I'll take you to enjoy some delicious food. You can order whatever you like, and after we eat, we can return." "All right." After indulging in a hearty meal at the restaurant, Zhao Xiaochuan contemplated the system's insistence on diligence. He realized that it was time to purchase new farming tools, as a craftsman must sharpen his tools to achieve his goals. They then visited the blacksmith, acquiring a new set of kitchen knives, axes, sickles, hoes, and other iron implements for their home. After this shopping spree, several dozen taels of silver were spent. "Oh dear, without my golden finger. It might take me 2 or 3 years to earn this amount," he mused. "I cannot merely spend money. I must continue to strive for earnings. No wonder the system constantly reminds me to work hard." Driving the carriage along the leaf-strewn rural path, the wheels creaked rhythmically. Qin Yu sat in the carriage like a lark, cheerfully chatting with Zhao Xiaochuan. As they passed through a grove, Ling's alert resonated in his mind. Ding, danger alert. Potential threat ahead. Master, please prepare yourself. Chapter 35, Morality and its Constraints. Zhao Xiaochuan pondered how there could be danger so soon after leaving the city. Wild beasts, he thought, then instructed Qin Yu, "Quickly hide inside the carriage. We may encounter trouble. No matter what happens, do not exit the carriage, understood?" He then grasped a hatchet from the carriage. "Brother Xiaochuan, please be careful," Qin Yu cautioned, though fear laced her voice. At that moment, the bushes nearby rustled, and 2 burly men wielding long knives appeared in the middle of the road. "This tree was planted by me. This road was forged by my hands. If you wish to pass, leave behind a toll." One of the men declared, "Leave the carriage, and I'll spare your life." "Brother, why bother talking to him? Just kill him. The carriage and its contents are ours," the other man urged, loudly treating Zhao Xiaochuan like a lamb for slaughter. "You two are able-bodied. Why choose thievery? Do you not understand the value of hard work?" Zhao Xiaochuan began to lecture, inwardly exasperated at the incessant troubles that plagued him. "Damn it. I do not need your preaching. Come at me." The 2 robbers lunged at him with their long knives. He leaped from the carriage, charging towards the assailants. One knife swung high, the other low. He dodged the first strike and parried the second with his hatchet, exploiting an opening to deliver a knee strike to one robber's abdomen. The struck robber doubled over, cradling his belly, rendered incapable of further resistance. Zhao Xiaochuan pressed on, sidestepping another blow aimed at him, and swung his hatchet at the back of the remaining thug's head. The robber let out a muffled groan before collapsing to the ground. Motionless, he delivered a swift kick to the robber sprawled on the ground, and with a crack, the neck snapped. To avoid attracting unwanted trouble, he quickly rummaged through the bag and extracted a few pieces of silver and some copper coins, subsequently stowing the corpse along with 2 long knives into his spatial pouch. Once Zhao Xiaochuan finished, he returned to the carriage, called out to the horses, and they resumed their journey. Hearing the familiar voice, Qin Yu poked his head out and inquired, "Brother Xiaochuan, are you injured? What happened to the bandits?" "I'm fine. I scared those 2 off," Zhao Xiaochuan replied casually. "Ah, that's a relief. I was worried about you," Qin Yu said, patting his chest. Zhao Xiaochuan flicked the whip against the horse's rear, and the yellow mare, stung by the sudden pain, quickened its pace, sending a cloud of dust swirling behind them. Fortunately, they did not encounter any more bandits on the way. Upon reaching home, he was taken aback to find a crowd gathered around his house. He wondered, what could be the matter? Didn't I settle all my debts? Why are they still blocking my door? As Zhao Xiaochuan approached, he overheard snippets of conversation. Let us see if that dandy really pays up after all this time. I doubt it. He has never even seen that stuff. What could he do with it? Never mind. We'll just enjoy the spectacle. Clearing his throat, he called out, Excuse me, everyone, please make way for my carriage. Leading the horse-drawn carriage to his doorstep, he helped Qin Yu down and shouted inside, Elder brother, father, mother, Sand and I. Come out and help with the goods. At the sound of his voice, his family rushed out, swiftly unloading the items from the carriage into the new home. Once inside the courtyard, he noticed several villagers who had helped him grow peppers, all carrying baskets filled with red chili peppers. Erlang, you're back. My peppers have ripened, and these are freshly picked, Wu remarked with a smile. Wait a moment, Aunt Li, I'll fetch the scales. Zhao Xiaochuan replied before heading to the west wing to retrieve a scale, weighing the peppers along with the baskets. He poured the peppers into a large winnowing basket and weighed the basket again, saying to Wu, Aunt Li, your basket of peppers weighs 25.5 pounds. At 3 won per pound, that totals 76.5 won. Here, I'll give you 77 won. Zhao Xiaochuan calculated the price swiftly, pulled out the copper coins, counted them, and handed them to Wu before continuing to weigh the others. At Wang, your basket weighs 28 pounds, that's 84 won. At Long, your basket weighs 23 pounds, that's 69 won. He settled each transaction as he completed the weighing, and by the end, when Lu had brought her peppers, he weighed them, paid her, and complimented, Sister-in-law, you've really put in the effort. These peppers are exceptionally large. It's all thanks to your guidance. I followed the methods you taught, just like Brother Zhao He, Lu humbly replied. Zhao Xiaochuan encouraged, all right, everyone, hurry back to the fields to pick more to sell. I'll be here waiting. Rest assured, I've prepared the money. All the villagers, ready with their baskets of peppers, left chatting and laughing, eager to return to their work. As everyone departed, the Feng family finally brought a large basket of chili peppers to the front. After weighing them, Zhao Xiaochuan settled the payment at 2 won per pound in copper coins. As the sun dipped low in the west, Zhao Xiaochuan's home became filled with vibrant red peppers, and he instructed Long Tao to commence the drying process. By the end of the day, the families who had cultivated chili peppers each sold over 5,000 pounds, yielding more than 10 taels of silver in income. As word spread, the entire village erupted in excitement. 2 acres of chili peppers harvested over 3 months had earned more than 10 taels, a sum far surpassing that of 2 acres of rice. Zhao Digang, the second uncle, had planted the most, cultivating 3 acres and reaping 20 taels from this round of harvest, much to the delight of his family. Witnessing the prosperity of others, those who had initially scoffed at the idea of growing chili peppers began to seek seeds. Xiaochuan, I was short-sighted before, given that we are neighbors, as your elder. You ought to provide me with some seeds to plant, spoke old lady Lu. Indeed, Xiaochuan, we see each other frequently. You should also give my family some seeds, added Wang Laowu. Oh, Erlang, we too wish to grow your chili peppers. You should provide us with some seeds, said Ma, the wife of Du Yud. Zhao Xiaochuan chuckled inwardly, thinking how these individuals, now envious of the benefits, had resorted to moral persuasion. I myself lack morals. So what grounds do you have to impose them on me? He replied aloud, Dear neighbors, it is now autumn. Planting would yield no harvest, as winter's frost would kill the seedlings. Let us discuss this again come spring, when the warmth returns. At that moment, Zhou Shi entered with another basket of chili peppers. Hearing the conversation, she instantly retorted, You people are truly something. When Xiaochuan was teaching his craft, you did not bother to learn. Now, seeing the profits, you come asking for seeds. If you haven't learned how to cultivate, how could you possibly grow peppers from the seeds? You simply wish for easy gains. And you too. With such ill intentions, if I were Xiaochuan, I would certainly not give you seeds, not even for money, Zhou Shi scolded Ma fiercely. Zhou Shi continued to admonish all those who had come seeking seeds, which brought Zhao Xiaochuan great satisfaction. After weighing Zhou Shi's peppers and settling the payment, he said, We all belong to the same village. Let us reconvene and discuss this further come spring. With that, the villagers who had sought chili seeds departed. Chapter 36. Drought with autumn in full swing. It was the perfect season for drying. Tens of thousands of fresh red chili peppers constituted no small quantity. The courtyard was filled with trays of various sizes, all displaying the vibrant peppers. Outside the courtyard, large drying mats sprawled across the ground, adorned with peppers that, from a distance, resembled sprawling carpets of crimson. In the ensuing days, more families began to bring in their red peppers, adding several thousand pounds after weighing. Zhao Xiaochuan also informed each seller on how to preserve seeds. However, Feng Shi approached him anxiously, saying, "Xiaochuan, the fields have cracked open, and many of the peppers have perished. You should go and take a look. I find myself at a loss for what to do." "Very well. I shall have a look. During this time, I have been preoccupied with drying chili peppers and have not ventured into the fields." Zhao Xiaochuan lamented as he walked towards the fields. He hurried to the edge of the field, and when the scene before him struck his gaze, his heart sank heavily, as if gripped by an invisible hand. The ground beneath him cracked audibly, and upon glancing down, he saw that the parched earth had formed a deep pit beneath his feet, with fissures spreading out like a spider's web. "Is the drought this severe?" he murmured, squatting down to grasp a handful of soil, the fine grains slipping through his fingers and glistening in the glaring sunlight like dazzling gray-white. The withered wild grass along the ridge curled up, crumbling into powder at the slightest touch, scattering in the breeze. In the distance, Uncle Li's hoarse voice called out, "Xiaochuan, don't exert yourself." The old man, leaning on his hoe, staggered over, his sun-darkened face etched with deep lines. Since the onset of summer, not a single drop of rain had graced the earth. Even the paddy fields had dried out completely. The leaves in the chili field, which should have been glossy, now resembled charred paper, their edges curling and blackened. Zhao Xiaochuan dashed to the nearby rice field, where the rice ears, which should have been heavy with grain, now stood like an ailing elder, sparsely propping up a few withered stalks. He bent down and snapped a stalk, the stem cracking sharply, the broken end dry and devoid of moisture. Zhao Xiaochuan's temples throbbed, a buzzing in his ears, as he realized the gravity of the situation. Such a severe drought would inevitably lead to widespread crop failure and reduced yields. He then made his way to the riverbank, where the once broad river had dwindled to a mere stream, with many villagers hauling water for irrigation. Feng Shi was also at the river, filling her bucket. When Zhao Xiaochuan quickly called out, "Auntie, there is no need to fetch water. The land is too severely cracked to be of any use. It would be a waste of effort. Please return home to help me dry the chili peppers, and I will compensate you for your labor." Upon hearing this, Feng Shi thought it made sense. So many chili peppers required assistance in drying. She promptly agreed. "Very well, I shall return at once." Zhao Xiaochuan spotted Zhao Digang returning from the river, 2 large buckets of water straining the shoulder pole, and he quickly intercepted him. "Second uncle, given the current drought, fetching water will not be of any help. It's best not to waste your energy." However, seeing the rice in the fields withering away filled him with reluctance. Zhao Digang set down the buckets, his face a mask of anxiety. "Second uncle, I believe you should not concern yourself with saving the already yellowing rice, but rather with how to safeguard our village." "Xiaochuan, what do you mean?" Zhao Digang asked, bewildered. "With the locust plague before us, and now this drought leading to crop failure, think about what may follow." Zhao Digang suddenly understood, and a tremor coursed through him. "Xiaochuan, what do you suggest we do now?" "I believe we should rally the entire village to construct a wall, and also gather more people from outside to assist. We must complete it in a short time." Zhao Xiaochuan articulated his thoughts. "Second uncle, please find more craftsmen to come back." "But our village lacks the funds to build a wall," Zhao Digang lamented, equally troubled. "I shall devise a solution to the monetary issue. You must hasten to my home and harness the horse-drawn carriage," urged Zhao Xiaochuan. Zhao Digang, now too preoccupied to tend to the fields, emptied the water from the bucket and returned home with the empty vessel. Zhao Xiaochuan quickly made his way home to prepare the horse carriage, bringing it to the entrance. "Erlang, where are you headed?" inquired Sun Lanhua. "Xiaochuan, the outside world is perilous. Do exercise caution, cautioned Qinyu, still haunted by thoughts of bandits encountered on the road. "I'm not venturing out. This is for uncle," Zhao Xiaochuan clarified, aware of his family's concern for his well-being. Just as he spoke, Zhao Digang arrived, driving the carriage away. Zhao Xiaochuan gazed around the village, observing that the majority of the fields had cracked under the relentless sun, and the village well exhibited a noticeable reduction in water supply. He pondered, should even the well run dry, the fate of Qinshan village would be dire. The spring water from the Sajia Valley could be redirected, albeit it would be somewhat troublesome. After surveying the area, he roughly estimated that constructing a wall around the entire village would entail a considerable undertaking. Calculating the costs, he realized it would require no less than 10,000 taels of silver, and under normal circumstances, it would likely take at least a year or two to complete. while others who traverse to different realms often find themselves as princes or princesses, basking in luxury. He, despite his diligent efforts over time, had only managed to accumulate a meager sum, now threatened to be depleted. It pained him deeply, however. Refraining from spending was not an option. They had just erected a new home, the family was reunited, and their prosperous days had only just begun. Alas, what a vexation this was, Zhao Xiaochuan lamented inwardly. Xiaochuan, what occupies your thoughts so? I called out to you several times, yet you were oblivious. Qingyu approached, her curiosity piqued. Ah, I was lost in contemplation and did not notice. Xiaoyu, do you require my assistance? Xiaochuan, I noticed you wandering about, seemingly lost in thought. So I came to inquire if something troubles you. You have father and mother, an elder brother, and me. You may confide in us. Qingyu expressed her concern for Zhao Xiaochuan's state of mind. By the way, Xiaoyu, do you recall those who abducted you? Do they possess a camp? Zhao Xiaochuan inquired, as a thought struck him. I remember escaping from a bandit stronghold. I ran through the mountains all night to reach this place. Qingyu recounted her experience vividly. Let us return home. By the way, would you fancy roasted rabbit? Our rabbits have grown quite large. We could prepare a couple for a feast. Upon hearing of the prospect of rabbit meat, Qinyu's thoughts instantly shifted to the delectable dish. Recalling her first taste of rabbit, a memory that lingered delightfully in her mind. Certainly, Xiaochuan, let us return and roast some rabbits. Zhao Xiaochuan approached the rabbit enclosure. Discovering two rabbits in a corner, affectionately engaged in their own activities, busy with reproduction. Haha, it seems we shall have more rabbits to feast upon in the future. With a smile, he seized the ears of the other 3 rabbits and lifted them from the cage. After preparing the rabbits and marinating them with spices, he kindled a fire on the ground. An hour later, a layer of burning charcoal lay before him. Zhao Xiaochuan placed the marinated rabbits over the glowing embers. And as they sizzled, the aroma of the cooking meat wafted through the air. Brother, this rabbit is absolutely delectable. Zhao Sani watched from the side, her mouth watering at the enticing aroma. Xiaochuan, how much longer until we can eat? Qingyu was also nearly drooling with anticipation. It won't be long. Just a little while longer, Zhao Xiaochuan replied with a smile as he turned the rabbit over. Before long, 3 rabbits were roasted to a perfect tenderness, their savory scent wafting through the air. Zhao Xiaochuan swiftly grabbed one and dashed toward Zhao Digang's home, where he spotted Zhao Feng drying chilies. Great uncle, are you busy? He entered the courtyard and handed the roasted rabbit to Zhao Feng. This is a token of respect for you. I'm off now. Without waiting for Zhao Feng to respond, he turned and ran back home. Oh, that boy, Zhao Feng thought as he looked at the roasted rabbit in his hands. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Zhao Xiaochuan had already sprinted far away and could only shake his head in resignation. This grandson isn't bad. He brings me delicious food as a gesture of respect, Zhao Feng mused. Upon returning home, Zhao Xiaochuan placed the 2 roasted rabbits on the table. Sani, go call father, mother, and elder brother back. We are having roasted rabbit, he instructed Zhao Sani. All right, brother, Zhao Sani replied, bouncing off to summon the others. Zhao Xiaochuan retrieved a cutting board and knife, deftly chopping the roasted rabbits into small pieces and quickly filling 6 large plates, just as the family returned from outside. Mother, this plate is for Uncle Long, and this one is for Aunt Du and Duya. We will keep these 4 plates for ourselves. He arranged the plates on the table, and Qingyu emerged from the kitchen with freshly baked flatbreads as the family gathered to eat. I must ask, Xiaochuan, when did you learn to do all this? You used to only know how to eat and refuse to do any housework, Zhao Ming inquired, chewing on the rabbit meat. Indeed, when did you acquire such skills, second brother? Zhao Dachuan also asked curiously. Zhao Xiaochuan thought to himself that his father and elder brother were quite perceptive. He replied nonchalantly, Oh, father, elder brother, you must be peering through the cracks. Just because I didn't do it before doesn't mean I couldn't. These things are easy to pick up. Besides, spending time outside and interacting with various people has undoubtedly expanded my knowledge. Though puzzled, the family accepted his explanation and continued to enjoy the meal. At that moment, Zhao Digang rushed into the courtyard, addressing everyone. This is bad. Everyone froze. And Zhao Ming asked, Digang, why are you in such a hurry? What's wrong? I just returned from the county town, where there are many more disaster victims than before, and Xiaochuan's prediction has indeed come true, Zhao Digang replied. Xiaochuan, we can no longer find any craftsmen. What do you suggest we do? Zhao Digang looked toward Zhao Xiaochuan. Uncle, please organize a meeting for all the villagers. The village will be sealed off, and each household must send a young man to form a village guard team, with 5 men per team, taking turns to patrol the village for 12 hours. We can designate half of these individuals to gather bamboo and some trees to temporarily construct a simple wall. What do you think? Zhao Xiaochuan proposed his plan, which he had devised while wandering around the village. Indeed, apart from the orphans, widows, and single households in our village, if each family contributes one man, we shall have a patrol team of 78 individuals. This way, we can safeguard the village in case of any emergencies, Zhao Digang asserted with conviction. But what if someone is unwilling to participate? What then? Zhao Xiaochuan voiced his concerns. Those who refuse can simply relocate beyond the village walls. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be expelled from the village. I am confident we can manage that, Zhao Digang replied with unwavering assurance. Zhao Xiaochuan pondered, indeed. In this world, one requires a permit to traverse. If an individual departs the village, their prospects diminish. Without a home or land, they become wanderers. And lacking a legitimate occupation, they risk becoming rogues. Once expelled by the village head, they would surely be labeled as outlaws. Then let us gather the others swiftly, Zhao Xiaochuan urged. Very well, I shall proceed to the village square to ring the bell. You should come along as well, Zhao Digang declared, stepping outside. At the heart of Qinshan village lies an ancient well, whose origins are lost to time. Beside it stands a colossal beech tree. During the sweltering days, many villagers seek refuge in its shade. Beneath the tree, a spacious area is paved with smooth stone slabs. On a raised platform in the square, there is a small pavilion housing a bronze bell. Whenever the village requires a gathering, the village head strikes the large bell, summoning everyone to the square for discussions. Zhao Digang reached the pavilion, grasped the sturdy wooden mallet, and struck the bronze bell with rhythmic force. The resounding clang echoed across the square, its reverberations reaching even the villagers laboring across the river. The bell served as a call to assemble, and soon, villagers began to arrive at the square in droves. Village head, what is the purpose of this gathering? Digang, we are still busy fetching water for the fields. What now? Indeed, is this not a waste of time? A considerable number of villagers had gathered below, some impatiently expressing their grievances and inquiries towards Zhao Digang on the platform. Please, everyone be patient. I will address you once we are all assembled, Zhao Digang replied, hands clasped behind his back. Several villagers commenced quiet discussions among themselves. Do you think this meeting pertains to the drought affecting our crops? Most likely, after all, the village head oversees these matters. How are your fields faring, Zhang? A villager inquired of Mrs. Zhang. Our rice paddies have also withered. Fortunately, we planted 2 acres of peppers alongside Xiaochuan, and we have already harvested them. The drought has not impacted us too severely, Mrs. Zhang responded. Thankfully, I too planted peppers with Erlang. Otherwise, my daughter and I would be at a loss, Mrs. Zhou exclaimed, her voice rising above the crowd. I recall you once mocked Erlang, yet now you benefit from his endeavors without a word of reproach, a villager remarked, seeking to provoke. And what of you? Were you not equally scornful? Alas, you only know how to ridicule. You should have followed suit and planted peppers to prosper instead. Such a pity your vision is clouded, Mrs. Zhou retorted, unyielding in her response. Humans, in essence, are inherently comparative beings. Without contrast, there can be no pain. Those who cultivated peppers now bask in a sense of superiority, secretly reveling in the wisdom of their choices. They stand a little taller, buoyed by the assurance of nearly 20 taels of silver, confident that, barring unforeseen circumstances, their family shall not suffer hunger for at least the next 2 years. At this moment, onlookers noticed Zhao Xiaochuan accompanying his family and eagerly approached him with inquiries. Xiaochuan, may our family also cultivate peppers alongside yours next year? Erlang. My family intends to grow peppers as well. So do we. Zhao Xiaochuan readily agreed. Absolutely, we shall discuss it when spring arrives next year. By now, the villagers had largely gathered. Save for a few who had ventured to the town for market day, everyone present was attentive. Zhao Digang cleared his throat from the high platform and began. All right, everyone, please quiet down. The crowd fell silent, listening intently. Dear villagers, I have just returned from the county town, where I witnessed the first signs of disaster victims begging for alms. It appears that others are already struggling to survive. And should the number of refugees increase, they may very well arrive at our Qinshan village. We have all heard tales of desperate refugees turning into violent mobs, pillaging villages for sustenance. As Zhao Digang concluded his statement, a wave of murmurs swept through the square. Soon, someone voiced, Uncle Lijing, what shall we do? We cannot allow them to seize our food. Another chimed in, indeed, Lijing, you must devise a plan. Zhao Digang raised his hand to quiet the crowd before continuing. I have decided on the following measures. First, we shall seal off the village. Each household must select a strong, able-bodied man to form a village guard, taking turns to patrol for 12 hours. In the event of trouble, this guard will provide a formidable defense. Additionally, all able-bodied men will be tasked with cutting bamboo to erect a fence around the village. Households with widows and orphans need not join the guard. Upon hearing of the labor required, discontent began to brew among those reluctant to work, who protested, "If we're all patrolling, what will we eat at home? Indeed, we cannot toil without compensation." Zhao Digang raised his voice, his face flushed with anger. "Let me make this clear. Unless in extraordinary circumstances, every household must have an able-bodied man participating. Anyone unwilling to comply may relocate outside the village. Do not come to me for assistance thereafter. Those who defy village regulations and create disturbances shall be expelled from Qingshan village." His words rendered the crowd silent. Observing the moment was ripe, Zhao Xiaochuan stepped up to the platform and declared, "Dear villagers, my family has also benefited from your kindness. Therefore, I propose this. For every participant in the village guard, I will personally provide rations, 20 pounds of white flour per person each month." Upon hearing the promise of flour, the crowd perked up, realizing that merely participating could yield a substantial reward. Zhao Xiaochuan continued, "However, I have expectations. There must be no deceit or negligence. Adherence to management is essential. Everyone shall be subject to the oversight of the entire village. Those who do not meet the standards will forfeit their 20 pounds. Those who excel may receive even more. The entire village will cast their votes, and Uncle Lijing will keep score. Xiaochuan, your proposal is commendable. Indeed, this is the best course of action." The crowd erupted with enthusiastic agreement. Zhao Digang quietly inquired, "Xiaochuan, you must realize that these commitments will require quite a sum of money. Moreover, given the current calamity, do you truly believe you can procure grain?" Zhao Xiaochuan reassured Zhao Digang, "Uncle, rest assured, I have my own channels for acquiring grain. Please continue with your discourse. I shall take my leave now." Upon descending to the crowd below, his family regarded him with expressions full of curiosity. Zhao Ming asked, "Xiaochuan, can you genuinely obtain grain? Where will you find such funds?" Zhao Xiaochuan replied, "Father, mother, elder brother, you need not worry. I possess my own methods and avenues. Simply take care of our home. Oh, and elder brother, please join the village guard. I must seek employment to purchase grain." Zhao Ming, Sun Lanhua, and Zhao Dachuan responded affirmatively. "Very well, second brother, you can count on us." On stage, Zhao Digang elaborated on further details and resolved to commence patrols the following day, also initiating the construction of fences. Chapter 38. The spy from the mountain stronghold. The next morning, as dawn's light began to grace the horizon, the entire village stirred to life. "Oldly, are you still capable? At your age, perhaps it is time to let the younger generation take over," Long Tao remarked, limping past with a machete, deliberately addressing the elderly Li, who was busy tying his shoelaces. "Pa, I assure you, I am in better shape than you," retorted Old Li, only to realize he may have overstepped, and quickly added, "Let us focus on cutting bamboo. My strength remains adequate." In the bamboo grove, the sharp machete sliced through the bamboo with a crisp sound, splintering the soft wood. Soon, a thick piece of bamboo began to lean precariously, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, quickly followed by another. On the village path, a procession of villagers, burdened with bamboo, moved in a steady stream reminiscent of ants at work. Zhao Dachuan bore a large piece of bamboo on his shoulder, his shirt drenched in sweat. The construction site at the west end of the village buzzed with activity. Individuals were diligently digging pits, the clashing of hoes and shovels against small stones creating a symphony of sounds as dirt and debris flew through the air. The robust young men huffed and puffed, their pant legs caked in mud. Nearby, several women were stripping the bark from the mulberry trees, expertly twisting it into ropes. Once the pit reached a depth of 3 feet, they sawed the bamboo into uniform lengths of 12 feet, arranging the thicker ends neatly within the pit before refilling it with earth and compacting it firmly. Using the ropes fashioned from the bark, they secured each piece of bamboo tightly. Every 3 yards, a stout tree trunk of approximately 1 foot in diameter was buried, fortifying the fence further. At the break of dawn, Zhao Xiaochuan had already ventured into the mountains, driven by the necessity to earn money. The goods in the marketplace demanded payment, and supporting the entire village required a significant amount of silver. He carried a basket on his back, containing a small hoe, and wielded a machete in hand. Accompanied by Black Cat Jingzhong, after a relentless trek, they arrived at the Golden Valley, where the water levels surprisingly remained high. Black Cat Jingzhong approached the water's edge, eagerly lapping it up. Zhao Xiaochuan mused, how peculiar. While the great rivers outside are nearly dried up, this place still boasts an abundance of water. Linger commenced the reconnaissance. Ding. The detection of the Titanarum. Ding. The detection of the Veratrum. Ding. The detection of the Acris Calamus. The melodious voice of Linger echoed incessantly in Zhao Xiaochuan's mind as the silhouettes of the surrounding flora were annotated. Zhao Xiaochuan tirelessly wielded his small hoe, excavating the earth. Each time he unearthed a herb, he commanded Linger to retrieve it, with the sound of his wealth accruing resonating in his ears. Remarkably, the area surrounding the pond flourished with mist and moisture, nurturing a bountiful and lush growth of medicinal herbs. By midday, he had amassed over 100 taels of wealth. Feeling the emptiness in his stomach, he conjured a pot from his spatial realm, gathered some dry twigs to kindle a fire, and placed water in the pot to boil. He purchased 2 packets of instant noodles and 2 eggs from the marketplace, while the black cat, Jingzhong, lounged nearby, observing. Ah, yes, and this is for you, Zhao Xiaochuan said, procuring 5 jin of pork belly from the market and offering it to Jingzhong. The cat lay on the ground, savoring the meat with great delight. As the water in the pot reached a boil, Zhao Xiaochuan added the noodles along with the seasoning packets, stirring them together. Finally, he cracked the eggs into the pot. Once cooked, he removed the pot from the fire, discarding the plastic wrappers and eggshells into the flames to be incinerated. He fashioned 2 small branches into chopsticks and picked up an egg, taking a hearty bite. Delicious, he exclaimed, slurping the noodles into his mouth and chewing contentedly. Soon, the pot was emptied of both noodles and eggs, and his hunger was satiated. Zhao Xiaochuan carried the pot to the pond's edge to wash it clean, then returned it to his spatial realm. He cupped his hands to drink the refreshing water. At that moment, he noticed a glimmer of golden light beneath the surface, and his heart leapt with joy. Could it be more gold? Indeed, this place proved to be fortuitous. Utilizing his spatial abilities, he collected the golden sand from the water. And after a series of operations, his wealth increased by over 800 taels. Haha, this is splendid. Earning several hundred taels every 6 months, if only it could happen every half year. Zhao Xiaochuan mused blissfully. He continued to excavate herbs for a while longer. And upon observing that most of the area had been thoroughly explored, he shouldered his basket and began his return journey. Just as he emerged from the Golden Valley, he noticed Jingzhong halting abruptly, fixating intently on the distant woods. Zhao Xiaochuan sensed the shift, paused his steps, crouched down, and directed his gaze in the same direction as the black cat, activating his spatial abilities to investigate. On the other side of the woods, 2 men were traversing a narrow path, gradually approaching. Zhao Xiaochuan stowed his basket within his spatial realm and, accompanied by Jingzhong, slipped into a dense thicket. Longxi, which household do you think we should target this time? The Lu family from Hehe village or the Zhao family from Qingshan village? Zhang Goa, you fool. The Lu family is affluent. They must have some wealth stored. The Zhao guy merely sold a wild ginseng for some money. How much can a house built from that really be worth? Longxi, I believe it's not so simple. I've heard that many villagers have sold various goods to him, each earning nearly 20 taels of silver. That suggests his family must still have funds. Forget it. Let us return, gather the brothers, and raid their village altogether. That should suffice. However, we are but a mere 30 brothers, while their village boasts numerous inhabitants. What is there to fear? We possess blades. Under the cover of night, we shall first seize the village headman, then slaughter all the men, and carry away the young and beautiful women to the mountains. Ha ha, splendid plan indeed. Concealed within the grass, Zhao Xiaochuan listened intently to their conversation, his heart seething with indignation. The Lu family in Xia village is my sister-in-law's father-in-law, and the Zhao family in Qingshan village. Why, that is me. They dare to contemplate a massacre of my village. Let me show them their folly. Resolving in his heart, he quietly trailed behind Long Si and Zhang Go. The silhouettes of the 2 men appeared intermittently as they navigated the winding paths of the mountainous terrain. Zhang Go, do pick up the pace. If we return late, we shall miss dinner, Long Si urged impatiently. All right, I am hungry as well. This task of gathering intelligence is indeed exhausting, Zhang Go grumbled, pulling his neck in. Approximately an hour later, the mountain path steepened, and when the hidden village nestled halfway up the mountain came into view, Zhao Xiaochuan could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. A large cave in the cliff face allowed entry by only a narrow path. He halted, meticulously surveying the terrain, contemplating how these bandits had chosen a formidable location. one that was indeed easy to defend yet difficult to assault. A direct assault would likely require at least 200 men to succeed. Glancing at the black cat beside him, with its golden eyes fixed upon him, an idea sparked in his mind. Chapter 39. Night Raid on the Bandit Stronghold. Zhao Xiaochuan lay concealed in the thicket with the black cat, taking a moment to rest. As time passed, the sun dipped low in the west. After purchasing some provisions from the system shop to sate his hunger, he noticed the black cat observing him intently. Soon, we shall confront the bandits. You must fight alongside me, not if you understand, he said. The black cat appeared to comprehend, nodding in response. Before receiving a piece of pork as a reward, as night enveloped the land, the crescent moon hung in the sky, surrounded by a multitude of twinkling stars. Zhao Xiaochuan whispered to the black cat, "Let us commence our mission." Guided by the starlight, the duo began their approach toward the bandits' lair. At the entrance of the stronghold stood 2 sentinels, beside whom a torch blazed, illuminating a wide area. Zhao Xiaochuan instructed the black cat, "I will extinguish that torch. You must leap upon them and bite swiftly, but be cautious not to be harmed by their blades." He picked up a stone from the ground, channeling his inner strength as he hurled it toward the torch. With a resounding thud, the stone struck the torch, sending sparks flying and extinguishing the flame, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Before the 2 sentinels could react, the black cat sprang forward with remarkable agility, swiftly pouncing upon one, sinking its teeth into the man's throat. It then turned and attacked the other, delivering the same lethal blow. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. The sentinels instinctively clutched their gushing wounds as they collapsed to the ground. Zhao Xiaochuan hurriedly approached, seizing a long knife from the ground, and stealthily infiltrated the stronghold. At this moment, the majority of the inhabitants within the mountain stronghold had succumbed to slumber. In a small cave room, the sound of a man's labored breathing echoed softly. After stealthily surveying the area, the layout and basic conditions of the stronghold were made clear. The bandit leader occupied a solitary small cave, while the others resided together in a larger one. The spoils of their plundering were stored separately in another cave, which was secured with a locked door. Zhao Xiaochuan whispered a few words near the ears of the black cat, which then proceeded to the larger cave. He himself, wielding a long knife, approached the small cave, lifted the blanket from the bed, and plunged the blade into the man's abdomen. The man cried out in pain, awakening the woman beside him, who instinctively grabbed her clothes and retreated, trembling in fear. Zhao Xiaochuan swiftly struck the woman's neck with a precise chop, causing her to collapse onto the floor. Meanwhile, within the larger cave, the black cat advanced, methodically biting the throats of the bandits one by one. Its movements were far swifter than those of Zhao Xiaochuan. Its dark form melded seamlessly with the night, revealing only 2 eyes that glimmered like small lanterns. With over 30 bandits sprawled across their beds, the black cat leaped silently back and forth, and in less than a minute, each bandit had their throat bitten through. The sound of blood spraying filling the cave like a cacophony. Zhao Xiaochuan retrieved a solar-powered spotlight he had purchased from the system's marketplace. With a thought, it materialized in his hand, and with a snap, he turned it on, illuminating the space before him. Approaching the locked cave, he focused his mind on the lock, causing it to vanish. He opened the wooden door and stepped inside, directing the spotlight around the cave. The ground was strewn with dry straw, upon which lay numerous bags filled with rice, wheat, white flour, and millet, at least several thousand pounds. Cursing the bandits for their plundering, he collected the grains without hesitation. In another corner, he noticed 25 rolls of fabric neatly arranged and, with a mere thought, stored them in his space. Yet another corner revealed 3 large wooden chests. Upon opening one, he found it filled to the brim with gold and silver jewelry, necklaces adorned with gems. The second chest was nearly full of silver, both in coins and ingots, along with over 20 silver notes totaling 2,300 taels. The last chest, when opened, contained a substantial amount of gold, including gold bars and nuggets of varying sizes. With a simple thought, he stored everything away. Zhao Xiaochuan contemplated how these bandits, if delivered to the county office by Uncle Lijing, could generate significant revenue for the village. According to the laws of this world, common bandits fetched 1 tael of silver each, while the leader could be worth anywhere from 10 to 100 taels. Indeed, this represented a considerable profit. Faster than collecting herbs, especially since he possessed the space system, he decided against looting further, wishing to allow Uncle Lijing to experience the thrill of the spoils himself. Resolute, he gathered all the bandit corpses into his space, along with their long knives, and meticulously inspected the area. After utilizing the spatial function to thoroughly scan the underground and cliff walls, he confirmed there were no oversights and finally ceased his activities. The black cat, Jing Chong trailed closely behind Zhao Xiaochuan, observing his master as he gathered various items. A tempest of thought stirred within the cat's mind. How extraordinary is my master, effortlessly producing valuable possessions and collecting them with ease. It is truly a blessing to follow him, for there is food and drink aplenty. Unbeknownst to Zhao Xiaochuan, who was oblivious to Jing Chong's musings, he noticed the cat tilting its head, preparing to nuzzle against his leg. Hey, you mustn't rub against me right now, he admonished. Look at you, covered in blood, you'll stain my clothes, and they're difficult to clean. The cat obediently maintained its distance. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaochuan recalled something he had seemingly forgotten. Ah, yes, there was a woman in the small cave. What a nuisance. What should be done with her? Never mind. I shall take her back and leave her for Uncle Li Jing to deal with. With that thought, he approached the cave and wrapped the woman in a bedsheet. Zhao Xiaochuan intended to store her in his space and release her in the village, but upon attempting this, he was met with failure. Linger, what is happening? He inquired. Master, the space cannot accommodate living beings, Linger explained. Very well, then he sighed, resigning himself to the task of carrying her back. How troublesome, he grumbled under his breath, shouldering the woman wrapped in the bedsheet and wielding a flashlight as he made his way home. Jing Chong instinctively led the way, moving at a leisurely pace. The night in the mountain forest was shrouded in darkness, punctuated by the rustling sounds of nocturnal creatures. The hooting of owls echoed in the air. And the most chilling of all was the eerie call of the tawny owl, reminiscent of the spine-chilling sounds in a horror film. As a modern individual who had also lived in the countryside, Zhao Xiaochuan recognized these bird calls, yet the sounds still sent shivers down his spine, raising goosebumps on his skin, while Jing Chong continued to walk ahead with unwavering calm. Were it not for the support of the system and his martial prowess, he would not dare to traverse the mountains alone at such an hour. After an extended trek, Zhao Xiaochuan stopped several times to rest, the petite woman proving to be quite burdensome over such a distance. He wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, uncertain of how long he had been walking. At last, he arrived at the familiar foot of the mountain, just in time to reach the bamboo grove where the villagers gathered to harvest bamboo. With a concentrated thought, he cast over 30 mountain bandits, including the 2 who had obstructed his path, into the wilderness of the bamboo forest, discarding their long knives beside them. After turning off the flashlight and storing it away, he retrieved a backpack from his space. With one hand grasping the backpack and the other supporting the woman on his shoulder, he headed towards his home. To his surprise, he found the door ajar. As he entered, he noticed lights illuminating the courtyard. What could this mean? Why are the lights on at such a late hour? Questions swirled in his mind. Chapter 40. The villagers licked their wounds. Upon further inspection, Zhao Xiaochuan was taken aback to find his entire family present, including Uncle Li Jing, Zhao Digang, Granduncle Zhao Feng, and Cousin Zhao He. They all appeared bewildered at his arrival, and soon a chorus of complaints erupted. You rascal! Out in the middle of the night, leaving me to wait here like a fool. Is this how you treat your elders? Zhao Feng was the first to voice his displeasure, scolding him furiously. Erlang, where have you been all night? Do you have any idea how worried your mother has been? Sun Lanhua's voice was laced with reproach and sorrow, tinged with tears. Second brother, you've finally returned. Zhao Sani was awakened by the adults' voices, her round eyes wide with curiosity. Xiaochuan, why didn't you inform us before you left? You've left the whole family in a state of anxiety. Qin Yu's eyes were red-rimmed. Xiaochuan, what is that burden on your shoulder? Where have you been? Only Zhao Digang noticed what was draped over his shoulder. Faced with a barrage of questions, Zhao Xiaochuan was at a loss for words, and could only exclaim, Second uncle. Father, elder brother, come help me. This is quite heavy. The others finally comprehended and hurried to assist him, gently laying the woman, wrapped in a bedsheet, on the ground. Zhao Digang, upon feeling the presence of a person within the sheet, pulled back some of the fabric around her head, illuminated by the oil lamp. They beheld a young woman, prompting him to inquire, Xiaochuan, explain this woman's presence. How did you bring her home? All eyes were fixed on Zhao Xiaochuan. And Zhao Ming's heart sank. Could it be that his younger brother had snuck out in the dead of night to abduct a girl? Zhao Dachuan pondered whether his younger sibling had taken to the life of a bandit. Sun Lanhua was perplexed about the implications of carrying a girl home at such an hour. What do you all think of me? Am I truly so reckless? Zhao Xiaochuan retorted. All right, I admit I may have acted foolishly in the past. However, I rescued this girl from the hands of mountain bandits. Please carry her to the guest room. Let's arrange for her to rest before we deal with the matter. Second uncle, quickly gather the outdoor team. We must move the bodies to a proper location and claim our reward at the county office tomorrow. Mountain bandits? How many were there? Zhao Digang's heart raced at the mention of bandits. Not many, just about 30 or so, lurking in the shadows. I didn't count them closely. You single-handedly defeated so many? How did you manage that? Were you injured? Zhao Digang was now inspecting Zhao Xiaochuan's body. Second uncle, I'm fine. It was our family's black cat that dispatched most of them. I only took down 3. Their bodies are in the bamboo grove over there. At this moment, everyone turned their gaze toward the black cat, now covered in blood, and felt a chill run down their spines. Zhao Xiaochuan addressed the black cat. You're too dirty. Go wash yourself in the river before returning. The black cat turned and walked toward the exit. Zhao Digang lit a torch and made his way to the village, ringing a copper gong as he walked. The resonating sound prompted every household to light their lamps, and soon, all the men of the village emerged, brandishing torches and wielding machetes and wooden clubs. What has happened? Inquired the young men running at the forefront. Zhao Digang led the group with determination, Zhao Xiaochuan guiding them swiftly to the bamboo grove. Upon arrival, they were met with a shocking sight, scattered long knives and corpses, leaving them all in stunned silence. Uncle, I witnessed 2 individuals sneaking into the village, probing about, and overheard them plotting to seize the Liu family in He village. They conspired, discussing how our villagers are affluent and intended to massacre the men while abducting the women. I lay in ambush, waiting for them, and indeed, they came under the cover of night. Together with my family's links, we eliminated them all. Zhao Xiaochuan explained everything loudly before the crowd, aiming to instill a sense of trepidation in those who might harbor ulterior motives against his family. The crowd examined the corpses scattered on the ground, confirming that most had their throats bitten through, 1 had succumbed to a knife wound, and 2 others had their necks broken. Uncle, please instruct everyone to check the bodies for any silver or identification tokens. Any silver collected will be used for the communal benefit of the village, Zhao Xiaochuan continued. Why are you all standing there? Quickly search them. Bring anything you find directly to me. Uncle, this bandit has 5 taels of silver in his pocket. This one has 3 taels. This one has none. This one only has a few copper coins. Zhao Digang spoke, prompting everyone into action. Before long, they had unearthed a significant amount of silver and copper coins. After tallying, they discovered over 70 taels of silver and several identity tokens from various places. All right, everyone lend a hand. Let us carry these bodies to the square. Tomorrow, we will transport them to the county to exchange for reward silver, which should yield a substantial sum. Zhao Digang commanded once more. United in purpose, the men of the village swiftly moved, and all the bodies were transported to the village square. As their labor concluded, the sky began to lighten with dawn. The remaining tasks no longer concerned Zhao Xiaochuan. He snuggled into his bed and drifted into a deep slumber. Upon waking, he noticed someone at his bedside. Rubbing his eyes, he realized it was Qin Yu. Gently, he rose, lifted her onto the bed, and tucked her in. He then exited the west wing and headed to the kitchen. There, he saw that the black cat, Jingzhong, was free of bloodstains and peacefully sleeping atop a haystack. He purchased 2 pounds of pork from the system's marketplace and placed it delicately before the cat's nose. As the enticing aroma of fresh meat wafted through its nostrils, Jingzhong was abruptly roused, eyes wide open. It glanced at the meat before looking back at the smiling Zhao Xiaochuan, instantly comprehending that it was a gift from its master, as only the master would provide such delectable fare. Without hesitation, it began to devour the meat. Savor it slowly, do not rush, Zhao Xiaochuan whispered. Noticing some flatbreads on the kitchen table, he grabbed 2, munching as he stepped outside. He examined the peppers in the winnowing basket, noting they were nearly dried, and proceeded to the drying rack to check the peppers there, finding they too were well on their way to being fully dried. Xiaochuan, you're awake, called Feng, who was busy drying the peppers. Yes, and these peppers will be ready for processing into chili sauce after 1 more day of drying. By sunset, we can store them in the vacant rooms, Zhao Xiaochuan replied. All right, I will lay down a layer of hay in the cellar shortly, Feng responded. Zhao Xiaochuan gazed into the distance, observing the villagers laboring with renewed vigor today. Even the women of the village had come to lend a hand, transforming the construction site for the fence into a bustling hive of activity. It seemed that the sight of the bandits' corpses and their gleaming long knives had instilled fear in everyone, prompting them to work harder. At this rate, it would not be long before the entire village was enclosed. He felt a surge of joy within. He had not seen his father or elder brother earlier. Likely they were also busy with work. However, he wondered why his mother was absent. Where could she be? Chapter 41. The fire of excess wealth. Zhao Xiaochuan made his way to the riverbank, reflecting upon the stream that was on the verge of drying up. His heart was a tumult of emotions. He noticed the soil along the riverbank marked with various outlines, and as he dug into the muddy riverbed with his hands, he uncovered sizable catfish that wriggled desperately to escape. How delightful it was to unearth fish simply by digging in the earth. Zhao Xiaochuan purchased a machete from the system's marketplace and cut some small water bamboo along the riverbank, interweaving them to quickly fashion a rudimentary basket, which he then stowed away in his inventory. He caught the floundering catfish and placed them into the basket, continuing his excavation with the aid of the system's markers, allowing for remarkably accurate digs. One fish after another emerged from the mud. Before long, he had filled the basket halfway with fish. Villagers from Downriver Village, witnessing the bounty of fish being unearthed from the silt, eagerly joined the fray. I caught one. So did I? The riverbank erupted into a frenzy of fishing, as all the villagers fetching water began to dig for fish amidst the mud. Zhao Xiaochuan waded into the dwindling water, rinsing the mud from his hands and feet before donning his shoes, deciding to leave the remaining catch for others. After all, it was a source of sustenance, a protein-rich food. With both hands cradling the basket, he trudged back home, and upon reaching his doorstep, Fengshe came over to assist him. Together, they carried the catch to the well beside the house, where Fengshe immediately took over the task of cleaning the fish. Auntie, save the white oil from inside the fish's belly. I have use for it, Zhao Xiaochuan instructed. Oh, certainly, Fengshe replied. Xiaochuan, I have good news to share. Zhao Digang burst into the house with exuberance, a broad smile illuminating his face, deepening the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Second uncle, what delightful news has you so jubilant? Zhao Xiaochuan chuckled, pouring a bowl of water for Zhao Digang. Zhao Digang gulped down the water eagerly and continued, Today, we transported those bandits to the county town with the horse cart, and astonishingly, 5 of them were wanted criminals. The bounty was quite substantial. We received 100 taels of silver for all the bandits, and the county magistrate rewarded us with 10 of their long knives. He laughed heartily. Isn't that splendid? Oh, and there is even better news. I found a craftsman to return with us. We've arranged for him to guide us at a wage of 30 taels. This will surely expedite our work on the bamboo fence, Zhao Digang added enthusiastically. Uncle, I believe that after constructing the bamboo fence, it is imperative to erect a sturdy city wall behind it, for a mere spark could reduce the bamboo to ashes. Zhao Xiaochuan articulated his thoughts. However, the cost would be exorbitant. Where would we procure such funds? Zhao Digang, upon hearing this, felt a wave of anxiety. Uncle, please discuss this with the craftsman. We can offer him a higher wage. We should build a grand wall around our village, using rammed earth, with a height of 12 feet and a width of 6 feet. I will cover the expenses. The village only needs to contribute labor. Zhao Xiaochuan shared his vision. Constructing such a perimeter would require a substantial sum. Are you certain we can gather that much? Zhao Digang expressed disbelief, pondering where this lad could possibly acquire such wealth. 6 feet wide? If it were any taller, it might rival the walls of the county town. Perhaps he has lost his senses in the pursuit of riches. Will this endeavor cost 2,000 or 5,000 taels? Selling my numerous peppers as chili paste should yield several thousand taels. Rest assured, uncle. I also plan to have the entire village cultivate peppers. In the future, Qingshan village will become renowned as a pepper village, with each household earning dozens of taels annually. Noticing Zhao Digang's puzzled expression, Zhao Xiaochuan was prepared with a response, pulling out 10 banknotes of 100 taels each and placing them in Zhao Digang's hands. Please take these and make the necessary arrangements. When you run out, come to me again, uncle, and rest assured, I have more. Very well, I shall proceed with the arrangements. Zhao Digang, gazing at the banknotes in his hands, agreed verbally, though his mind was still spinning. This lad truly was remarkable, possessing such wealth. He tucked the banknotes into his pocket and turned to leave, muttering to himself, likely calculating expenses. After bidding farewell to Zhao Digang, Zhao Xiaochuan approached the well. Feng had already cleaned all the catfish, and the fish fat filled a large basin. He carried this to the kitchen and poured it into a pot, igniting a fire to render the oil. As the temperature rose, the pot emitted a sizzling sound, and moisture evaporated steadily. With time, a layer of golden fish oil formed in the pot. After skimming off the fried residue, he ladled the remaining oil into a jar. At some point, Qingyu appeared beside him, watching with curiosity, ultimately asking, Xiaochuan, what are you doing this for? Cooking? This is best for lighting. It has no foul odor. Zhao Xiaochuan smiled and explained, suddenly recalling the girl wrapped in the bedsheet he had brought back. He inquired, by the way, Xiaoyu, has that girl awakened? Has she mentioned where she is from? Oh, she has awakened and eaten. But she hasn't revealed her origins yet, Qin Yu replied, involuntarily recalling how, had she not been rescued, her fate would have likely been far worse than that of the girl. Let us leave matters as they are for now. She should recover in a few days, Zhao Xiaochuan stated, then turned to Feng and added, "And, when you have the time, please prepare some bathing water for that girl. I have some fabric in my room. I will bring it shortly. Please make her a set of clothing, and also one for Duya." Zhao Xiaochuan turned and made his way to his side chamber, retrieving the fabrics he had collected from within. As he examined them, his mind buzzed with confusion. How many garments could one piece of cloth yield? Would it include undergarments as well? Alas, it was all quite troublesome. He decided to carry them all outside for his mother and aunt to sort out themselves. He placed the fabrics in a heap upon the large table in the courtyard. Erlang, where did all this fabric come from? Sun Lanhua inquired, her mind filled with questions upon seeing the pile on the table. Oh, I encountered a merchant on the road, and the prices were so reasonable that I bought everything, Zhao Xiaochuan replied, concocting a quick excuse. I knew it. The variety of fabrics is astonishing. This is linen, that is ramie, this is cotton, and here is silk. There's a bit of everything. Sun Lanhua, ever knowledgeable, identified the materials laid before her. Mother, please work with Aunt Du to make clothes for her and her daughter, as well as for that girl I rescued. The rest you may arrange as you see fit, Zhao Xiaochuan articulated his thoughts. As the sun began its descent in the west, the entire family joined in the task of gathering peppers, filling basket after basket with the vibrant produce, and placing them in the empty storeroom, which was lined with a layer of straw. They managed to fill all 5 storerooms, yet still had more to accommodate, leading to the overflow into the 2 adjoining rooms. Finally completing the task of packing all the peppers. Cough, cough, I never anticipated there would be so many. What a laborious endeavor, Zhao Xiaochuan remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow, acknowledging the sheer volume of their harvest. Chapter 42. Workshop shares. This could indeed be transformed into a workshop, he contemplated. We could divide the production processes, frying, crushing, frying again, seasoning, and bottling. His mind began to formulate plans. The most critical elements, oil and seasonings, must be entrusted to the most reliable individuals, ideally involving both his uncle's family and his own to handle these core components. Zhao Xiaochuan took out paper and pen, placing them on the table to sketch and jot down ideas for a lengthy factory layout. After a moment's reflection, he realized that such a design would be disastrous in the event of a fire. Thus, separation was essential. How could the entire village benefit from this endeavor? A stock offering, shares. Those with wealth could invest, while those without could contribute labor, all counted as shares. Yes, that was the plan. He continued to design a model based on modern corporate structures, also establishing a partnership between the company and the farmers. He calculated on paper, with 76 households in the village, each cultivating 2 acres and estimating 5,000 pounds per household. They could yield a total of 1 million pounds in a year through 2 cycles. Zhao Sani and Qin Yu watched him sketch incomprehensible diagrams, their minds swirling with questions. What on earth is he drawing? Has he taken to learning talismans from a Taoist priest? What is Brother Xiaochuan writing? Why can't I decipher these symbols despite having read so many books? Zhao Xiaochuan meticulously noted mathematical calculations at 3 coins per pound. The expenditure would amount to 2,280 taels, with the dried peppers totaling 300,000 pounds. The potential revenue from chili sauce could reach 300,000 taels, after deducting 1/3 for costs and the dividends for everyone. I would still net approximately 200,000 taels. Upon calculating the results, an exhilarating sense of joy surged within. 200,000 taels. Linga was indeed correct. Diligence truly reaps rewards. Achieving such a sum within a single year is a fortune. Ha ha ha, this is simply splendid. Zhao Xiaochuan, in a moment of exuberance, pulled Zhao Sani to him and planted a kiss on her cheek, then did the same with Qin Yu. Ha ha ha, you are both utterly delightful. After bestowing kisses, Zhao Xiaochuan excitedly folded the completed drawings and tucked them into his bosom, swiftly turning to stride outside. Second brother, why did you kiss my face? It's all saliva. How disgusting, Zhao Sani complained, her disdain evident. Qin Yu, taken aback by the sudden kiss, felt her cheeks flush crimson to her neck, standing there in a state of bewilderment. Upon reaching the outskirts of the village, Zhao Xiaochuan found Zhao Digang. Uncle, come here. I have an important matter to discuss with you. Xiaochuan, what is it? Zhao Digang inquired. Come spring, our entire village will cultivate chili peppers, with each household limited to a maximum of 2 acres. I also wish to establish a chili processing workshop in the village. Everyone will contribute to the funding. I will cover any shortfall. Once profits are realized, dividends will be distributed according to initial contributions. Those unable to provide financial support can contribute labor to build the workshop. And for families of orphans, widows, or the elderly and infirm, I will cover their share based on the village's minimum contribution. In essence, no one shall be left behind. Zhao Xiaochuan laid out his plan in broad strokes. Xiaochuan, you may be underestimating the situation. What if there are those unwilling to contribute either funds or labor? Zhao Digang questioned. Those who are neither orphans nor the severely ill, who refuse both to pay and to work, shall not concern us. Let them lie in the square and wait for pancakes to fall from the sky, Zhao Xiaochuan retorted, showing his disdain for the indolent. Despite the original owner's laziness, he had transformed himself. Zhao Digang contemplated his nephew's ideas and recognized their merit. A path to prosperity that could uplift the entire village was indeed commendable. He then said, "Your proposal is quite sound. Let us proceed. Where do you think is the most suitable location for the workshop?" Zhao Xiaochuan led Zhao Digang to a vacant plot within the village and asked, "Uncle, I believe this land appears ideal. The terrain is relatively level. What do you think? How much silver would it cost to acquire this land? This plot should measure over 2 acres. If we go through the proper channels to secure the land deed and pay the taxes, it would likely amount to around 40 to 50 taels." Zhao Digang estimated after a brief assessment. Zhao Xiaochuan produced the drawings he had sketched and unfolded them, pointing to the design as he explained. "First, we shall erect a wall around this land. Then, in this area, we will construct a row of buildings to serve as storage for the dried chili peppers. This section will be designated for the roasting room. This building will be for making chili sauce, and this one will be for storing the finished sauce. This open space will be used for drying the peppers. Your plan seems excessively wasteful of land. There is no need for such an arrangement. It could be more compact." Zhao Digang suggested, "Uncle, the reason I have spaced the buildings apart is for fire safety. In the unfortunate event of a fire, we would risk losing only one building. Rather than facing total ruin," Zhao Xiaochuan explained the rationale behind his design. "The cost of this endeavor is quite substantial, and you will bear the brunt of it. Are you capable of managing this?" Zhao Digang harbored concerns in his heart. "Uncle, as you mentioned, the land costs 50 taels, and constructing these houses will likely exceed twice the amount of my second courtyard, even if we estimate 600 or 700 taels. Adding to that the large iron pot and various tools, which may cost around 100 taels, along with some reserve for oil and spices. We should calculate our share for Qinshan village at approximately 1,000 taels. Zhao Xiaochuan provided a rough estimation and plan. "Xiaochuan, do you truly possess such a sum of silver? Even if every household contributes 1 tael, it would amount to at most 100 taels. And you would need to contribute 900. Zhao Digang voiced his thoughts candidly. "Uncle, it's all right. How about after the work shift, we convene another village meeting? After all, participation is voluntary, and whatever we manage to gather will suffice. If it falls short, I will cover the difference," Zhao Xiaochuan replied with growing confidence. "Very well." Zhao Digang's feelings were tumultuous. He felt both joy for the village's future with a significant workshop and anxiety for his nephew. Worried that he might be overwhelmed by the village's expectations. Time swiftly passed, and as the sun dipped towards the west, Zhao Digang rang the village square's large bronze bell. After a resonating chime, the villagers gathered in the square. "What is the reason for this meeting? What has transpired?" questioned the village head. "I'm not certain, but I suspect there are more ruffians about," another replied. "I reckon it's about distributing silver. Those mountain bandits brought a considerable amount to the county office, and each household could receive at least 1 tael. How much prize money did we receive?" Someone asked. "A full 100 taels. Each household can receive over 1 tael," came the response. The murmurs among the crowd grew louder. Zhao Digang cleared his throat and commanded attention. "Everyone, please be quiet. I have summoned you here regarding matters that pertain to your household incomes. Now, I shall invite Zhao Xiaochuan to continue." Zhao Xiaochuan stepped onto the stage and continued. "Today's meeting is to share good news. I plan to purchase a large plot of land in the village to establish a substantial workshop dedicated to producing chili sauce. By next spring, every household in our village can cultivate 2 acres of chili peppers. As you know, those who planted chili peppers this year have profited. With 2 acres planted twice a year, we could harvest 10,000 pounds of peppers, yielding 30 taels at 3 won per pound." Upon hearing this, excitement erupted in the crowd as they envisioned their own lands, which were not limited to mere plots, but also included fields suitable for cultivation. Zhao Xiaochuan continued. "The total cost for purchasing land and constructing the workshop, along with the necessary tools, is estimated at around 1,000 taels. I intend for all of you to partake in the workshop shares, so we can share both the fortunes and the burdens together. Xiaochuan, what do you mean by shares? Please explain, someone inquired from the audience. I will provide an example. The first phase of the workshop requires 1,000 taels. If at least family invests 10 taels, that represents their portion of the total. If the workshop generates 1,000 taels in profit, she would receive 10 taels as a dividend. Should it earn 2,000 taels, she would receive 20 taels. Conversely, if the workshop incurs a loss, she would be liable for 10 taels. Zhao Xiaochuan's simple explanation prompted further discussions among the crowd. And another voice raised a concern. But our village cannot possibly gather 1,000 taels. What shall we do? Erlang. Would it be acceptable if I contributed a few hundred copper coins? Everyone is voluntarily participating in the workshop shares. Whatever they can afford is welcome. For the elderly, the infirm, and the families in need in the village, I will cover their shares, calculating 5 coins of silver for each household. For those currently serving in the military, I will contribute 1 or 2 silver coins on their behalf as their share, and likewise for those returning from service. As long as my workshop exists for a single day, they will receive dividends from the profits earned. As for the other villagers, you should consider carefully how much you wish to invest. Whether it is 5 or 10 taels, it is all welcome. And even 8 or 10 coins is not too little. I will cover all the remaining costs. After Zhao Xiaochuan finished speaking, he paused. And the crowd below erupted into a cacophony of voices, each expressing their thoughts. Zhao Digang called out, "Everyone, please quiet down and allow Xiaochuan to finish." The authority of the village had restored order, and Zhao Xiaochuan continued, "All right, I have nearly said all I needed to. Those interested in participating in the shares should go to Uncle Lijing to pay and register. Once everything is settled, I will provide each shareholder with a certificate of their share." With that, he stepped down from the platform, leaving the bustling scene to Zhao Digang. Chapter 43. Fundraising. Zhao Xiaochuan descended the stage, heading home with his family. His father, Zhao Ming, felt somewhat dazed. Unable to comprehend how this son had suddenly become so articulate and thoughtful, pondering the concept of shares. Sun Lanhua was equally perplexed, wondering how her son, who had previously been so lackadaisical, had transformed into someone so considerate of the village's elderly and military families. Nevertheless, she found this change to be quite agreeable. Second brother. Carry me. Zhao Sanni, feeling particularly proud of her brother's performance on stage, playfully asked for a piggyback ride. All right, hop on. Zhao Xiaochuan crouched down, allowing Zhao Sanni to climb onto his back. With a swift motion, he stood upright, carrying his sister home. Sanni, how old are you now? Still asking your brother to carry you? Sun Lanhua chided. No matter how old, she is still my sister. Hold on tight. Second brother will take you for a ride. Zhao Xiaochuan began to sprint, eliciting peals of laughter from Sanni. Watching this joyful scene, Qinyu felt a twinge of nostalgia, recalling how her own brothers used to carry her. After running a short distance, Zhao Xiaochuan turned to see Xiaoyu trailing behind, and he gently set Sanni down before racing back to her. Crouching down, he hoisted Qinyu onto his back and resumed his spirited run, gripping tightly. She felt a rush, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Zhao Ming and Sun Lanhua observed their children's merriment, their hearts lightened with laughter. Zhao Dachuan remarked, "When will this second brother of mine grow up? Mother, father, did you see? Just moments ago, he spoke on stage with more authority than Uncle Lijing. And now he has reverted to being a child. Isn't it wonderful for our family to be this happy?" Sun Lanhua inquired. "Indeed, it is delightful. But just look at our second brother. He is nearly as small as Sanni. Yet, it is quite amusing." Zhao Dachuan chuckled. In the square, Zhao Digang was overwhelmed by the villagers' incessant chatter, his head buzzing with their words. He could only call out once more for silence, urging those who wished to invest in the workshop shares to return home and fetch their money, and then come back here to register. After nightfall, they were to come to his home for further registration. It was only then that the crowd began to disperse, with some murmuring. This Zhao Xiaochuan intends to swindle us. He'll take our money and run." "Indeed, why should we be the ones to pay?" "Feel free to be cynical," one retorted. "Look at yourselves. Zhao is hesitant to plant peppers for fear of being cheated, yet you've all profited handsomely, haven't you? Look at our 10 or so households. Which one has made at least 10 taels? He is opening a workshop to help us all earn money, and you still complain? If you're so hesitant, don't buy. Let me purchase more. I intend to buy at least 5 taels. After all, it's all from selling peppers, if there is a loss." "So be it," Zhou Shi interjected vehemently. "Exactly. If you're afraid of losing money, then don't buy," Wu Shi chimed in, adding, "My family will certainly invest 5 taels as well. I'm not afraid of losses, as it's all earned alongside Zhao. Such exchanges continued, as there remained over 10 households in the village that had genuinely profited by at least 10 taels of silver, all of whom planned to contribute 5 taels to the workshop. Before long, many villagers began to return, and in the square, Zhao Digang sat at a square table with ink, paper, and began to record the contributions. Zhao Ge, my family will put in 5 taels, said Long Tao, who walked with a limp. Zhao Digang accepted the silver and inscribed Long Tao's name and the amount on paper. My family will also contribute 5 taels, Li Shan declared, placing the silver on the table. Zhao Digang recorded Li Shan's name and the amount. My uncle, I'll contribute 5 taels as well. Feng Shi added, placing her 5 taels upon the table. Dus mother, can you manage with so much silver? Zhao Digang asked with concern. It's fine. Xiaochuan has been very good to us. He provides us with shelter and food, and he pays us for the peppers we grow. He even bought us fabric for clothes. Feng Shi explained. Very well, I shall write that down for you, Zhao Digang replied, inscribing Du Feng Shi and the amount. Li Zhang, please take note. I too will contribute 5 taels, Zhou Shi announced, placing her 5 taels on the table. Zhao Digang recorded her name and amount. Ahem. I'd like to buy a share as well, Zhao Digang, please take note, Li Laohan said, depositing 2 taels of broken silver on the table. Zhao Digang noted the name, and soon after, another person placed a full 10-tael ingot on the table. Record mine as well. My family's 10 taels, Qian Youzong smiled. My family will contribute 1 tael, another chimed in. My family 101, said yet another. My family 501, another added. Zhao Digang remained busy until the sun dipped below the mountains, then moved his operations to his home to continue working. He toiled for over another hour before no more villagers arrived. Reflecting on what was missing, he realized that it was his own name that had not yet been recorded. After discussing with his wife, Huang Shi, he produced 10 taels of silver and inscribed his name on the list. The following day, Zhao Digang visited Zhao Xiaochuan's home, presenting him with both the silver and the list. Xiaochuan, this is the current list of participants in the shares, comprising 70 households, with a total of 98 taels and 5 qian received. Second uncle, I recall that our village consists of 76 households. What is the situation with those who did not participate? Zhao Xiaochuan inquired. Niu Laosan, Ma Laosi, and Wang Dazhuang directly stated they had no funds. As for Du Yud, he claimed that even if he had money, he would not join you. The other 2 households have no adults at home as they are away working. Zhao Digang explained the circumstances. Let us record 5 qian for the 2 households, and add 5 qian for all the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled families. Additionally, we shall add 1 tael for every household that has had veterans. Please note down the amounts accordingly, Zhao Xiaochuan suggested. There are 3 households among the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled who have contributed several hundred won. As for the veterans, there is Duda, whose wife and daughter are currently working at your home, and she has contributed 5 taels. Then there is Long Tao, who returned injured from service and is also assisting you. And we must also mention your third uncle Zhao Hong, who is still away serving, Zhao Digang continued, jotting down notes. Include my third uncle's name. And note 5 taels with an additional 1 tael, Zhao Xiaochuan instructed, suddenly recalling Zhao Feng. I remember my great-uncle also served in the military and returned. Note 5 taels for him as well, with an additional 1 tael. I will cover the expenses. That brings the total to 115 taels. The funds are all here, Zhao Digang remarked. Zhao Xiaochuan reviewed the records and said, Second uncle, could you please transcribe this? We need 2 copies. Placing the names of the soldiers at the top, followed by the others, with my name at the bottom, totaling 885 taels. Please provide me with 1 copy and post another in the square for everyone to see. Keep the original safe. Very well, I will transcribe it now, Zhao Digang agreed. Second uncle, with those 50 taels, please handle the land deed and seek out the master craftsmen who previously built my house. They work quickly and efficiently, and I would like to hire them again, Zhao Xiaochuan instructed, retrieving 50 taels from his pouch and setting it aside, then securing the remaining silver. Chapter 44, Protectors of Justice. Before long, Zhao Digang completed the transcription of the 2 lists and handed one to Zhao Xiaochuan, saying, Xiaochuan, harness the cart. I will return shortly to collect some items, and we shall head to the county to finalize the land deed. With that, Zhao Digang turned to leave. All right, second uncle. Zhao Xiaochuan replied, handing the pouch of money to Sun Lanhua. Mother, please keep this silver, manage our household expenses, and spend as needed for necessities. I will earn more. Second brother, You won't spare me a little? And what about Sister Xiaoyu? You won't give her anything either? Zhao Sani began to pout. Here. One for you, and one for Xiaoyu, Zhao Xiaochuan said. Producing 2 pieces of one-tael silver from his pocket and placing them in Sani's hand before proceeding to harness the cart. Zhao Xiaochuan drove the cart, picking up Zhao Digang, and they made their way to the county. Along the route, the fields on either side had turned a desolate yellow, as the drought had become a grim reality. The carriage arrived at the county gate, where entry was granted only after the inspection of identification tokens. The sight of numerous beggars in the town struck Zhao Xiaochuan, a time traveler, with profound sorrow. Uncle, why are there so many beggars? He inquired. These are the townsfolk, who cultivate the land of the landlords. Their meager income throughout the year has dwindled further due to the drought, leaving them with no grain and thus transforming them into beggars, came the reply. Before long, the carriage reached the county yamen. Zhao Digang disembarked, and Zhao Xiaochuan suggested, Uncle, while you attend to the land deeds, I shall procure some grain from the market. Is there anything specific you wish to purchase? I can assist you, and I will return shortly to collect you. I require nothing. You may go on your own, for there is much to be done here. Zhao Digang replied before entering the yamen. Zhao Xiaochuan urged the horse-drawn carriage to the grain shop. Upon observing the prices, he was taken aback. Coarse grains were priced at 21 per pound, white flour and rice at 31, and vegetable oil at 51. The prices had indeed doubled. He mused that had he brought items from the system's marketplace, he could have profited immensely. Yet, the thought of selling thousands of pounds would attract unwelcome attention, and it was wiser to avoid such trouble without the means to handle it. After some contemplation, he proceeded to the pawn shop. The proprietor, a portly middle-aged man with small, shrewd eyes, welcomed him with a broad smile upon his arrival. Good sir, are you here to purchase a house, or perhaps some people? I seek a few guards. Do you have any suitable candidates? Zhao Xiaochuan inquired. Indeed, follow me, and I shall show you, the proprietor said with a grin, leading him to the back courtyard. In the back, several rooms contained a multitude of individuals, both men and women, as well as children, though the atmosphere was indescribably unsettling. Upon their arrival, many stood up, hopeful that someone would choose to buy them. The proprietor pointed to a group of 10 individuals in one room. These have all served as guards before and possess some skills. Curious about a man curled up in a corner, Zhao Xiaochuan asked, What of the one still sleeping on the floor? Ah, that is Zhang Long. He returned from military service, only to find his mother ill. He borrowed money for her treatment, but she passed away, leaving him unable to repay the debt and thus forced to sell himself. The proprietor explained succinctly. Zhang Long? The guard about Qi Tian? I shall refer to him as Zhang Long, Zhao Xiaochuan thought to himself before inquiring about the price for Zhang Long. Before the proprietor could respond, Zhang Long himself interjected, demanding 30 taels. Zhang Long, have you lost your mind? Who would pay you 30 taels? The proprietor scolded him. Sir, you need not concern yourself with him. Our guards typically go for 20 taels, and the others are just as capable, he hastened to clarify. Zhao Xiaochuan pondered for a moment before asking, Zhang Long, what justifies your demand for 30 taels? The sum of all those present does not equal my worth. Zhang Long disdainfully retorted. Very well, if you can prove your value, I shall purchase you, Zhao Xiaochuan declared. As soon as the words left his lips, Zhang Long sprang to his feet, executing a series of fluid movements, swift kicks and shoulder throws, effortlessly toppling over a dozen standing individuals, who fell to the ground, groaning in dismay. Shopkeeper, I shall take this man. Are there any female guards available? My sister requires protection, Zhao Xiaochuan decisively stated. My lord, unfortunately, we have none of those. But we do have some maids and a cook to assist, the shopkeeper replied. An elderly lady from a prominent family has recently moved away, leaving behind 2 maids and a cook, all of impeccable background and thus trustworthy. The astute shopkeeper, skillfully diverting attention while promoting other services, gestured towards a nearby room, revealing 2 clean and youthful maids alongside a middle-aged cook. Leaning closer to Zhao Xiaochuan, he discreetly whispered, We have confirmed that the 2 young maids are untouched. How much for these 3? Inquired Zhao Xiaochuan. 25 taels each, for all 3, a total of 70 taels would suffice, the shopkeeper replied, scrutinizing Zhao Xiaochuan's expression as he quoted the price. Very well, I will take them all. Please prepare a bath and a clean set of clothes for Zhang Long. And we shall consider this transaction complete, Zhao Xiaochuan affirmed. Certainly, I shall arrange that immediately, the shopkeeper responded, his satisfaction evident as he realized he had just sold 4 individuals. Anticipating a profitable day ahead, He had earned 10 taels per transaction, totaling nearly 40 taels. Zhao Xiaochuan produced a 100-tael silver note from his pocket, handing it to the shopkeeper, who, upon examining the note, smiled broadly, his already small eyes appearing even smaller. The shopkeeper instructed his servants to prepare a bath and fresh garments for Zhang Long, then handed over the contracts of sale for the 4 individuals along with 30 taels of silver to Zhao Xiaochuan. Upon receiving them, Zhao Xiaochuan glanced at the documents before placing them in his pocket, unable to suppress a chuckle, thinking, from now on, he shall be known as Zhang Long in my service. Zhao Xiaochuan proceeded to the entrance, climbed into the carriage, and loaded 200 pounds of white flour and 100 pounds of white rice, goods acquired from the bandit den, into the vehicle. After turning back to the yamen and waiting for over 10 minutes, Zhang Long emerged, freshly bathed and dressed in clean clothes. The 2 maids and the cook were seated inside the carriage as Zhao Xiaochuan and Zhang Long took their places at the front, guiding the horse towards the yamen. "Young master, may I have the silver now?" Zhang Long asked. "Well, you must first explain the situation to me. I cannot simply hand over the money without knowing the details." Zhao Xiaochuan smiled in response. "My brother took a blow for me on the battlefield, and his mother and sister are still alive. I need to provide them with some silver. 30 taels would sustain them for many years," Zhang Long revealed candidly. "Oh, is that all? You need not worry about the money. Bring them all to my place instead. I can provide for them, ensuring they will fare no worse than if you had given them silver directly. Where are they located? We can fetch them with the carriage. I have space for them at my home," Zhao Xiaochuan declared, waving his hand to encompass the arrangement. "They are also in the city. I shall go retrieve them," Zhang Long said as he began to depart. "Not so fast. Let us return to the yamen and procure another carriage," Zhao Xiaochuan suggested, turning the carriage around to head back to the yamen. "My lord, do you require anything else?" Upon seeing the return of a visitor, the shopkeeper hastily inquired. "How may I assist you? I wish to purchase another carriage. How much will it cost?" Zhao Xiaochuan replied. 30 taels for each carriage. And you may select the horses as you desire. Additionally, I will provide a set of saddles. These horses are far sturdier than the feeble ones you have at your doorstep," the plump shopkeeper chuckled. "Zhang Long, you may go and choose a carriage. I shall await your return at the entrance," Zhao Xiaochuan instructed, handing over 30 taels of silver to the shopkeeper. Zhang Long acknowledged the instruction and proceeded to the inner courtyard of the shop. After a duration of over 10 minutes, he emerged, guiding a newly acquired carriage. "Let us be off. Lead the way," Zhao Xiaochuan said. Zhang Long drove the newly purchased carriage ahead, navigating through winding paths until they arrived at a narrow alley where the carriage came to a halt. He approached Zhao Xiaochuan and said, "Young master, please wait a moment while I fetch them." "Go ahead. I shall be here," Zhao Xiaochuan replied. After a considerable time, Zhang Long returned, carrying 2 bundles and accompanied by an elderly woman and a young lady. The young lady stepped forward, clasped her hands, and bowed, saying, "Hu Feng pays her respects to you, young master. Thank you for your kindness in taking us in." Upon observing her, Zhao Xiaochuan noted her robust attire and pleasing appearance, exuding a spirited demeanor. A closer inspection revealed she was likely skilled in martial arts. The elderly woman, with a kind and gentle expression, smiled warmly. "Do not mention it," Zhao Xiaochuan responded with a smile. The elderly lady also bowed, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for taking us in, young master. There is no need for such formality. Please, get on the carriage," Zhao Xiaochuan urged. The 2 carriages then proceeded to a fabric store, acquiring several sets of bedding before heading to the county office to fetch Zhao Digang. Upon seeing the 3 women and an abundance of provisions and bedding in the back of the carriage, he inquired, "Xiaochuan, why have we ended up with 2 carriages and so many people?" "Uncle, I have hired 2 maids, a cook, and a bodyguard. The carriage at the back is driven by the bodyguard, while the interior carries his brother's mother and sister," Zhao Xiaochuan briefly explained. Zhao Digang fell silent, unsure of how to respond, internally critiquing his nephew for hastily acquiring a bodyguard and servants, including a cook. However, he conceded that with such a large courtyard, having these additions was reasonable, provided he could afford them. After a long pause, Zhao Digang began to chuckle. "What is amusing you, uncle? By the way, have you found the master craftsman for the house?" Zhao Xiaochuan inquired. "I visited his home and left a message for his family. They will come if they can find the time. By the way, here is the land deed, and this is the contract for your courtyard. Both have been duly arranged. Here remains 5 taels of silver." Zhao Digang cheerfully produced the silver and 2 contracts, handing them to Zhao Xiaochuan. "Uncle, Please keep the silver for yourself to buy wine. There is no need to return it to me, Zhao Xiaochuan insisted, offering the silver back to Zhao Digang. Very well. I will consider it your filial piety. Zhao Digang accepted with a grin. Chapter 45. The female bodyguard, the uncle and nephew exchanged casual conversation as they returned to the village at sunset. Upon their arrival, the entire family was taken aback. All the items from the carriages were unloaded into the courtyard. Once everyone had gathered, Zhao Xiaochuan began introducing the maids and the cook to his family, while simultaneously presenting the newcomers to his relatives. This is my father, this is my mother. This is my elder brother, this is my younger sister, and this is my cousin. I have met the master, the lady, the eldest son, the third miss, and the young lady. The two maids and the cook, truly representative of a noble household, quickly performed their salutations and introduced themselves one by one. Before Zhao Xiaochuan could make introductions, Zhang Long, standing nearby, wisely stepped forward to greet everyone with respectful bows, followed by his own introduction, as well as that of Long Shi and Hu Feng, who accompanied him. It then dawned upon Zhao Xiaochuan that the rear guest quarters would require at least 3 rooms to accommodate everyone. Alas, the quarters were filled with chili peppers, necessitating further clearing. He instructed the cook to prepare a meal and invited everyone to assist in moving the chili peppers from the 3 guest rooms into a room in his western annex, and then into a room in the eastern annex where his brother resided. Fortunately, the annex rooms were spacious enough. Once 2 were filled, they successfully cleared out all the chili peppers from the 3 guest rooms. One was allocated for Zhang Long, another temporarily designated for the cook and maids, while the third was assigned to Hu Feng and Long Shi. Dinner was livelier than ever, with 2 tables required to accommodate everyone. As Zhao Xiaochuan surveyed the table, he mused that a bustling courtyard indeed flourished with the presence of many. Zhao Ming reflected that this young lad's actions were becoming increasingly perplexing. Yet the respectful calls of master were genuinely soothing to the heart. He then placed a piece of fish in Zhao Xiaochuan's bowl and said, "Come, Xiaochuan, eat more." Sun Lanhua thought to herself, this child is truly something, bringing so many people home. Does he not consider the cost of the meal? However, the 2 maids appeared quite charming. Nurturing them could very well bring forth future additions to the family. She also placed a piece of fish in Zhao Xiaochuan's bowl, saying, "Erlang, come, eat more." Zhao Xiaochuan looked at his father with a puzzled expression, then at his mother, pondering their unusual behavior. Something felt amiss. He used his chopsticks to transfer a piece of meat to Qin Yu's bowl, saying, "Xiaoyu, come, eat more," and then placed another piece into Zhao Sani's bowl, saying, "Sani, come, eat more." Zhao Sani promptly picked it up and, chewing, asked, "Second brother, why do they call me the third miss? In a noble family, daughters are referred to as misses. I promised you, I will ensure you become a cherished young lady," Zhao Xiaochuan explained succinctly. "Oh, I don't want to be a cherished young lady. Second brother is so mean. I do not want to be a cherished young lady. I do not want to be plump," Zhao Sani declared, dropping her chopsticks onto the table, pouting, and then throwing herself onto Sun Lanhua, crying bitterly. Everyone could not help but burst into laughter upon hearing her words. Sun Lanhua patted Zhao Sani's back, comforting her. A cherished young lady signifies a girl of great value, worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Your second brother dotes on you, saying you are precious. Do you understand? Oh, so I am precious? Then I am no longer sad, Zhao Sani replied, ceasing her tears. She then turned to Zhao Xiaochuan, saying, "Second brother, you are truly wonderful." Thus, the family enjoyed their dinner, filled with laughter and conversation. Zhao Xiaochuan felt a wave of nostalgia as he recalled the days of relentless toil when he had little familial companionship. Now, surrounded by his loved ones, he truly felt a profound sense of happiness. The following morning, Zhao Xiaochuan was awakened early by Lingo's diligent reminders. He could not help but grumble internally about the necessity of hard work, as supporting such a large family was no easy feat. Just the issue of providing meals posed a significant challenge. Moreover, the pungent aroma of the chili peppers in the house was rather overwhelming. He needed to quickly process them into chili sauce and store them in jars. Resolute, he promptly purchased 1,000 pounds of cooking oil from the system marketplace, all in large jars, along with pre-measured spices and several hundred pounds of fine salt, also contained in ceramic jars. After a moment's thought, he decided to buy several thousand small ceramic jars for the chili sauce, and with a flicker of intent, he set them all in a corner of the room. Upon checking his wealth value, he noted that he had only spent a few dozen taels, relieved that he was still financially stable. Otherwise, such a purchase could have led to bankruptcy. Pushing open the door, he stepped into the courtyard. where two lovely maidens appeared to be waiting for him. Xuanmei said, "Second young master, the madam instructed us to look after you." Zhao Xiaochuan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his mother had yet to adjust to the new circumstances. He replied, "No need for that. My mother simply needs time to adapt. Xuanmei, please attend to my parents. Xiaoju, keep my two younger sisters company. I require no assistance here. Oh, and from now on, please refer to me as young master." "Understood, young master," the two maidens responded before retreating into the inner chambers. At that moment, Zhang Long approached and inquired about his primary duties. Zhao Xiaochuan replied, "Your main responsibility is to protect everyone in the courtyard. Additionally, I noticed that Hu Feng seems to possess some martial skills. Please speak with her and ask if she would serve as a guard for my two sisters. I shall offer her a monthly wage of 3 taels of silver." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "Although you were purchased, as long as you perform your duties diligently, I will reward you. Furthermore, if you can train our village's guard team, I will provide you with an additional bonus. In 5 years, I will return your contract to you, and if you choose to remain here, we can negotiate your pay further. Should you wish to leave, I will not impede your departure." Zhang Long, moved by these words, agreed, "Very well, young master. I will speak with her. Thank you for your generosity." Just as he finished speaking, Hu Feng emerged from the side, stating confidently, "No need for discussion. I will protect the two young ladies. I can easily handle any common ruffians, and if faced with formidable opponents, I will ensure their safety." Zhao Xiaochuan felt a surge of joy and replied with a smile, "Hu Feng, if possible, could you also instruct my sisters in some self-defense techniques? They need not become formidable fighters, but they should at least be able to protect themselves." Hu Feng chuckled and replied, "Very well. I shall teach them for a few years. When they grow older, they will at least be capable of defending against a man. Who are we to fight?" Sun Lanhua, having overheard the last remark, stepped out of the room. "Greetings, madam. Greetings, madam." Zhang Long and Hu Feng immediately bowed in respect. "Mother, I have asked Hu Feng to serve as a guard for my sisters and to teach them some martial skills so they can protect themselves when necessary." Zhao Xiaochuan explained, "You spoil them too much. You will end up raising a daughter who is just as unruly as you." Sun Lanhua chided her son with a playful glare. "Isn't it fine to be like me? Being able to earn a living is quite good. I shall also teach her how to make money and share a few secrets to success." Zhao Xiaochuan dismissed the objections with a scoff, determined to pursue his sisterly indulgence to the fullest. Sun Lanhua chuckled helplessly and shook her head, conceding, "Do as you wish." Chapter 46. The super engineer's shovel. After a flurry of activity, Zhao Xiaochuan suddenly felt a pang of forgetfulness. What was I preparing to do when I stepped out? Oh right, I was going to make chili sauce. He nearly overlooked his own intentions. Upon arriving at the old residence, he glanced around but ultimately shook his head, murmuring to himself, "The environment here is rather poor and unhygienic. It would be better to clear out a side room for processing. However, the odor is quite strong. Perhaps I should set up 2 stoves in the yard instead." He recalled that he still had a tenfold draw from his previous winnings yet to be utilized. In his mind, he communicated with Linger, "Use the tenfold draw." "All right, master, commencing the lottery." Ding. "You have received a free upgrade card." Ding. "Thank you for your patronage." Ding. "Thank you for your patronage." Ding. "You have received 5,000 taels of wealth." Ding. "You have obtained an exquisite sword." Ding. "Thank you for your patronage." Ding. "You have acquired a fine broadsword." Ding. "You have received a super engineer shovel." Ding. "Thank you." The tenfold draw concluded. Zhao Xiaochuan focused his thoughts on the space within, examining the 5 prizes he had received. The exquisite sword resembled the legendary Ganjiang sword, indeed a true treasure. The broadsword was standard, but the engineer's shovel looked rather peculiar. He decided he would test it out alone in the mountains another day. Notably, he had gained an additional 5,000 taels of wealth, sufficient provisions for his family for quite some time. After some contemplation, he resolved to set up 2 stoves in the storage room adjacent to the side chamber, one for frying crispy chili and the other for simmering chili sauce. Upon returning home, he entered the storage room of the west wing and began to plan the stove placements. Just as he contemplated retrieving some leftover bricks from the backyard for construction, he heard a voice call from outside. "Xiaochuan, Xiaochuan, the builder you requested has arrived." As the words faded, Zhao Digang appeared, accompanied by Master Lu, the builder. Zhao Xiaochuan hurried to greet them. "Master Lu, welcome. Please, take a seat." He gestured for the two to sit at a table in the courtyard. "Xiaoju, please bring 2 bowls of water for Master Lu and my uncle from the kitchen." Zhao Xiaochuan called to the inner courtyard. "Certainly." Young master, Xiaoju replied, dashing out from the inner courtyard to the kitchen. Young master Zhao, I had work lined up elsewhere, but due to the drought, the employer halted our project. Upon hearing you were starting construction here, I came right away. What kind of structure do you envision? Master Lu inquired as he settled into a chair. Zhao Xiaochuan produced his sketched blueprint, explaining the desired heights of the walls, the dimensions of the house, the size of the processing stoves, and the specifications for the drying racks, including the dimensions of the accompanying winnowing baskets. Meanwhile, Xiaoju returned from the kitchen, placing 2 bowls of water on the table. As Master Lu listened intently, he recorded symbols on paper with a charcoal pencil, sketching calculations. Before long, he computed the required funds. I've already assessed that plot of land. Based on your blueprint, you will need 320 taels, and the construction will take 6 months. Master Lu, could you expedite the process? Perhaps you could summon more skilled workers to assist, and I can increase the payment. Zhao Xiaochuan directly articulated his request. The gentleman offers 400 taels. If I gather some experienced craftsmen, we can certainly accelerate the work. Master Lu expressed his thoughts. Very well. I shall leave it in your capable hands, Master Lu. Zhao Xiaochuan reached into his pocket, retrieving 100 taels silver note and a large silver ingot. Placing them upon the table, this serves as a deposit of 100 taels, and this is the money for the sacrificial items needed to commence the work. I kindly ask that you procure them when you come from the county town. Should it fall short, I will compensate you upon your return. There won't be a need for excess in purchasing the sacrificial goods. I shall return any surplus to you. Master Lu produced a contract, and both parties affixed their signatures. He then collected the silver note and ingot into his possession, setting the auspicious date for the commencement of work 2 days hence. After finalizing the arrangements, he took his leave. Once Master Lu had departed, Zhao Xiaochuan slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to construct the stove in the storage room. Oh well, he thought. After all, Master Lu and his team will arrive in 2 days. I shall discuss it with him then. It is prudent to leave specialized tasks to the professionals. As for me, I shall focus on my expertise, earning a living. No, wait. Linger mentioned that as merely diligent perseverance, I should content myself with gathering herbs. He made his way to the storage room, shouldered his basket, informed his family, and set off into the mountains with his black cat, Jing. The late autumn wood should have been bustling with life, yet as he treaded upon the brittle, fallen leaves, they crunched beneath his feet, resembling anguished groans. The once vibrant maple forest now appeared only as a mottled tapestry of red and yellow, with sparse remnants of leaves clinging to the branches. As Zhao Xiaochuan observed the conditions of the woods, he mentally communicated with Ling and activated his exploration function. Instantly, the outlines of the medicinal herbs appeared before him, though far fewer than before. Beneath a thicket, a long shape was marked, and upon closer inspection, he recognized it as a yam. Ah, how delectable it is, yet challenging to unearth, he mused, recalling the presence of a super-engineer's shovel in his spatial storage. He summoned it into his hand. With a firm grip, he approached the yam and, wielding the shovel, plunged it into the earth, effortlessly extracting the entire root. A wave of delight washed over him. This is no mere shovel. It is indeed a divine instrument, he exclaimed with laughter. He then employed the shovel's serrated side against the base of a nearby large tree, and with just 2 strokes, the tree succumbed to the ground with a resounding crash. Next, he used the shovel to strike at a nearby stone, and with a crisp sound, a massive chasm was easily cleaved into it. Truly, the super-engineer's shovel was remarkable, capable of forging paths and splitting stone. With a joyful demeanor, Zhao Xiaochuan placed the yam into his basket, and he soon uncovered several more. He could not deny that these yams were quite substantial. A few had already filled half his basket. At that moment, he noticed a large, peculiar shape marked in the ground not far off, prompting him to ponder, what an odd shape, and how grand it appears. With a vigorous swing of his super-soldier shovel, he unearthed a brownish tuber from the ground, resembling an oversized sweet potato. Possessing rudimentary artistic skills, he quickly discerned that this particular Hishowu must be of considerable age. Linger, please assess this Hishowu, Zhao Xiaochuan mentally communicated. Ding. Detected a 600-year wild tribute-grade Hishowu, recoverable, valued at 1,600 taels. Would you like to recover it? Tribute grade? 600 years old? Let us keep it in the space for now. There's no need to sell it since money is not a pressing concern at the moment. Zhao Xiaochuan felt a surge of joy and, with a thought, stored the Hishowu in his space. He wandered nearby, collecting some Schisandra berries, atractylodes, and cuscuta. Ding. Current requirements for upgrade are met. Wealth value needed, 200 taels. Time required, 8 hours. Would you like to upgrade? The prompt from Linger echoed in his mind. Zhao Xiaochuan mused that it was wonderful to be on the verge of another upgrade, but he decided to postpone it until nightfall. After all, with the drought causing most plants to perish, it was best to return home. He stowed the soldier's shovel in his space and, with a joyful heart, carried the basket back home. Chapter 47. Warming the bed. Zhao Xiaochuan arrived at the well, carrying a basket filled with yam. He poured the yams into a large basin and drew water from the well to wash them. At that moment, the cook, Wu Li, approached. My lord, allow me to handle this. You should rest. Very well. Do you know how to prepare this? Zhao Xiaochuan inquired. Of course. The yams can be stir-fried, stewed, or made into pastries. If we have sugar, we can even make desserts. What flavor would you prefer, my lord? Wu Li asked as she began to wash the yams. I'm fine with anything. Please ask my mother and sister what they would like. I have sugar in my room. I'll go fetch it. Zhao Xiaochuan replied. Heading to the west wing, where he purchased a jar of white sugar from the system marketplace and handed it to Wu Li. Upon opening the lid, Wu Li exclaimed in excitement, My lord, this is exquisite sugar frosting, quite precious. Internally, she was astonished that her new master possessed such capability to casually present tribute-grade sugar. I bought this from afar. Use it for now. If we run out, I'll purchase more. After all, it's merely food, Zhao Xiaochuan said nonchalantly. Time passed swiftly. And the next day upon waking, the first thing Zhao Xiaochuan did was to communicate with Linger. Linger, please open the attribute panel. Linger responded promptly and unfolded the panel. Name, Zhao Xiaochuan. Wealth value, 18, 812 taels, and 6 coins. Current level, level 4, experience, 10, 000, marketplace, level 4 space, level 4 skills, intermediate martial arts, beginner swordsmanship, beginner medicine, beginner telepathy detection range, 40 meters. After glancing at the marketplace, he noted the expanded variety of goods, towels, toothpaste, toothbrushes, undergarments, soap, shampoo, shower gel, sanitary napkins, toilet paper, clothing, skirts, down jackets, military coats, cotton quilts, and bed sheets. If all these items were to be sold, it would resemble a small department store. Zhao Xiaochuan felt quite satisfied with this development. Linger, what does this telepathy skill entail? Zhao Xiaochuan continued the conversation. Master, mind reading allows one to perceive the thoughts of others. Each use for 10 minutes consumes 10 coins of wealth, Linger elucidated. Linger, you are akin to a certain corporation that demands payment for everything. Is there no option for free usage? You are indeed a merchant of deceit. Despite Zhao Xiaochuan's protests, they fell on deaf ears, leaving him no choice but to relent. Calculating the number of individuals at home, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, he counted 13 in total. He purchased 13 enamel basins, each adorned with different patterns on their bases, 13 cotton towels, each embroidered distinctively, 13 enamel cups, each featuring unique designs, 13 sets of toothpaste and toothbrushes, each in varying hues. Additionally, he acquired 2 large enamel jars, one filled with shampoo and the other with body wash. He also procured various sizes of women's undergarments, sanitary napkins, and toilet paper. With a mere thought, he summoned all the purchased items, organizing the 13 sets of toothpaste, toothbrushes, and towels into each basin. After deliberation, he decided to buy 13 bars of soap, paired with enamel soap dishes, distributing them among the basins. Zhao Xiaochuan transported the items to the courtyard and called, Xuemai, Xiaojun. The two hurried to his side. Young master, what are your orders? He instructed, come closer, and I shall teach you how to use these items. Pay close attention. As Zhao Xiaochuan engaged Linger to utilize the mind-reading technique for 10 minutes, he explained, this is toothpaste, and this is a toothbrush. Open the toothpaste, squeeze some onto the bristles, wet it, and clean your teeth. Brush the upper teeth downward and the lower teeth upward, ensuring every surface is clean. Rinse well with water. Watch closely, I shall demonstrate. As he spoke, he mimicked the actions on the palm of his other hand, and after finishing, he squeezed toothpaste onto the bristles and began brushing his teeth with well water. Ah! Young master, why is there so much foam? Is it poison? Should we fetch you some foul water? They exclaimed, perplexed by the bubbles forming in his mouth. No, young master appears perfectly fine. Let us observe further. Their thoughts resonated with curiosity, and fortunately, the two maidservants refrained from fetching the foul water. After completing his dental hygiene, Zhao Xiaochuan filled another basin with water, opened the soap dish, wet the towel, and rubbed the soap onto it until it lathered, then proceeded to wash his face, rinsing with clean water afterward. What is this substance that produces lather? Is it made from soapberries? What is that delightful fragrance? The young master's items are truly exquisite. After his demonstration, he inquired, "Well, have you both learned?" To which they replied in unison, "We understand, young master. We shall wash our faces and brush our teeth every morning and evening, ensuring our mouths are fresh and our faces clean." Zhao Xiaochuan then opened the lids of the two large enamel jars. This one is for bathing, and this one is for washing your hair. The method of use is similar to that of soapberries. Take some in hand, rub it into your hair with a bit of water to create lather. And the bathing one is quite similar. "Young master, why must these be separated?" "We use soapberries for both hair and body," Xiuemei inquired, voicing her thoughts. "This is a specially formulated blend that leaves the hair smooth and easy to comb after washing. You will heat water and wash it all. You will know once you try it." "Do you understand?" Zhao Xiaochuan inquired. "We understand," replied Xiaojun and Xiuemei. "Follow me inside. I have something else to discuss with you." As Zhao Xiaochuan spoke, he walked toward the western wing, with the two maids trailing closely behind, their thoughts echoing in his mind. What does the young master want us to do inside? Isn't warming the bed supposed to happen at night? Does he intend to take us both? How embarrassing during the day." Hearing their unspoken thoughts, Zhao Xiaochuan couldn't help but shake his head. However, in this world, having multiple wives and concubines is quite normal. And so is having maids to warm the bed. Once inside, Xiuemei and Xiaojun closed the door, their faces flushed with embarrassment as they looked at Zhao Xiaochuan. Awaiting further instructions. "Xiuemei, Xiaojun, come here. I will teach you how to use these items." Zhao Xiaochuan beckoned, and the two approached. This is women's intimate apparel. With buttons at the back. Pay close attention. You can tighten it by adjusting inward or loosen it by pulling outward. These items come in various sizes. For example, this symbol can be understood as size A, and this one is size B, indicating that the corresponding cups are larger. This is women's underwear. This symbol represents the smallest size, while this one signifies a small size. This item is a sanitary pad, used during menstruation, which is cleaner than menstrual cloths. Tear this part off and stick it onto the underwear. After use, burn it in the fire and replace it with a new one. It cannot be washed. This is toilet paper, used in the restroom for cleaning. As Zhao Xiaochuan explained, he carefully taught them to identify the markings, and although they were blushing furiously, they diligently absorbed the information. "Have you both learned everything? I can explain again if you haven't noted it down. You two will also need to teach others." Zhao Xiaochuan asked. "We remembered it all, young master," Xiuemei responded. I have also noted it down," Xiaojun added. "All right, take these undergarments, panties, and sanitary pads and distribute them to all the women residing in this courtyard." "Oh, and the young girl is still too young for such undergarments or sanitary pads. So do not give her any. Distribute a roll of toilet paper to everyone, and keep the rest in the inner courtyard. They can ask you for more when they run out. Also, distribute a complete set of the 13 basins along with towels, toothpaste, toothbrushes, and soap to everyone in the courtyard. The set I have used can be placed in my room." After giving these instructions, Zhao Xiaochuan felt a sense of relief as he had educated the two maids. He suddenly recalled the soap pod tree he had planted, which could be quite profitable. Zhao Xiaochuan arrived beside the vegetable field and looked up to see the locust bean trees laden with large pods, their outer skins transformed into a deep brown hue. He thought to himself how fortunate it was that the water well was nearby, for the drought had not significantly impacted the harvest. Indeed, the trees bore such an abundance of fruit. Observing that there was no one in sight, he approached the towering trees and, utilizing his spatial abilities, collected the pods from the branches, managing to gather all from 10 large trees. For the remaining 5 smaller trees, he picked by hand, taking all that he could reach, while retrieving the rest through his spatial capabilities. Zhao Xiaochuan held a large locust bean pod in his hand and communicated with Lingo for a detection. A prompt echoed, "Ding. Natural locust beans detected. Recoverable. Each pod holds a wealth value of 1. Will you proceed with recovery?" After checking, he noted that there were 21,520 locust beans in his space. Calculating quickly, he realized that 20,000 when equated to 20 taels, which constituted a commendable sum of income. "Linger, recover those I harvested by hand, leaving all in the space intact." Ding. Successful recovery of natural locust beans. The seeds within these pods were indeed a valuable commodity. In the original world, locust bean flour sold for several hundred yuan per pound. He pondered the potential market value in this realm, but at the very least, they could serve as sustenance. With over 20,000 locust beans in his possession, he could produce a significant quantity of locust bean flour. With this thought, he placed the pods back onto the ground. Zhao Xiaochuan then fetched a basket, making multiple trips to carry the locust beans to the courtyard. Brother Xiaochuan, where did you gather so many locust beans? Asked Erlang, astonished. You can take these to the county town to sell. Such a quantity will fetch a handsome price. Young master, do you intend to use these for something specific? Inquired another. Second brother, the face wash you gave me smells delightful. The onlookers in the courtyard gathered around the heap of locust beans, prompting Zhao Xiaochuan to say, Perfect timing. Everyone lend a hand. Let's work together. Xiaojun, please fetch a winnowing basket and a large basin. Xiaojun complied and returned with the requested items. All eyes turning to Zhao Xiaochuan. He picked up a locust bean pod from the ground, split it open, and meticulously extracted the seeds, placing them into the basin while adding half a basin of water. Come, everyone, let's work together to remove the seeds from these pods and place them in the basin. The crowd began to assist, breaking open the pods with vigor and tossing the seeds into the water basin. The collective effort proved fruitful, and after an hour, all the locust bean pods had been opened, with the seeds filling the basin to a generous half. San and I, Xiaojun, please go to the storage room and fetch a bag to store these pods, he instructed. Xiaojun nodded and hurried off, returning with a large burlap sack as everyone pitched in to transfer the locust bean pods into the bag. Zhao Xiaochuan then taught them how to peel the locust bean seeds, demonstrating how to hold the seed and gently pry open the outer skin with a fingernail, placing the peeled seeds into the winnowing basket. As he spoke, his hands moved deftly. Erlang, what purpose do these seeds serve? Sun Lanhua inquired, her curiosity piqued. Mother, these are valuable. In that world, they command a high price. This is to be dried in the winnowing basket, rich in nutrients. Zhao Xiaochuan nearly misspoke but quickly corrected himself. What is this nutrient-rich item? Sun Lanhua inquired again. Mother, all you need to know is that this item is valuable. It will serve a purpose once properly dried, Zhao Xiaochuan replied succinctly, not wishing to elaborate further. All right, let us all work together to peel this. It can be sold. Sun Lanhua stated concisely. Soon, the women of the household gathered around, and before long, they had peeled a substantial portion of the soap pod seeds, spreading them out on 2 large winnowing baskets to sun-dry. Zhao Xiaochuan returned to his room, contemplating the chilly workshop opening the next day, and realizing he hadn't yet prepared the delightful items. He checked the system marketplace, but found nothing suitable. He then examined his space, noting the wheat, rice, and millet, and thought the village was out of grain. Perhaps he could give each visitor a bit of wheat or rice. How much should he distribute? 2 pounds for each visitor would suffice. Considering the village had over 200 people, he purchased 300 small red lucky bags and 5 pounds of white rabbit candy from the system marketplace. He then brought several large sacks of wheat into his room and called out at the doorway, Xuemei, Xiaoju, come here for a moment. Xuemei and Xiaoju entered the west wing. Young master, did you call for us? Come help me fill these lucky bags with wheat, pack them full, and add 2 pieces of candy on top. Then tie them with a ribbon, like this, Zhao Xiaochuan instructed, demonstrating how to pack the wheat and candy, securing the opening tightly. After finishing 1 bag, he took a piece of candy and said to Xuemei, open your mouth. She complied, and he placed the candy in her mouth. Here is one for you too, Xiaoju. Thank you, young master. Zhao Sani rushed in excitedly. What are you doing? I want some too. Qinyu followed closely behind. Zhao Xiaochuan peeled 2 more pieces of candy, placing one in Zhao Sani's mouth and the other in Qinyu's. How is it? Is it delicious? Yes, it's sweet and fragrant. All right, let us continue packing. Make sure the openings are secured tightly to avoid any spillage. Zhao Xiaochuan encouraged as he resumed filling the lucky bags. Second brother, why are you packing this delicious candy into bags? Zhao Sani asked. Our workshop opens tomorrow, and these will be gifts for the villagers who come to celebrate. Do you understand? Zhao Xiaochuan explained the purpose. He then added, Sani, in a few years, once you come of age, I will teach you a skill that will provide for you for a lifetime as part of your dowry, all right? But why would I need a dowry? I have you, second brother. You have everything. Zhao Sani blinked, her big eyes questioning. It's nothing. We can discuss it later. Zhao Xiaochuan surrendered to the conversation and said, by the way, finish filling these lucky bags. You can divide the remaining candy among yourselves. There are 13 of us in the courtyard, so let us divide it into 13 portions, 1 for each person. No need for 13 portions, 12 will do. I don't need any, she replied. No, it must be divided into 13 portions. Could you give me your share, second brother? Please? Zhao Sani inquired. All right. You and Xiaoyu can divide it later. I'll give you my portion, Zhao Xiaochuan replied with a doting smile. Before long, All 300 joy bags had been filled. He counted the remaining 91 pieces on the table and asked, Sanni, Xiaoyu, it's up to you two now. How shall you divide them? Zhao Sanni felt her mind turn into a muddle, anxiously scratching her head. Qinyu, however, promptly separated 13 pieces on the table, then encircled them with sugar, placing 7 circles in total, perfectly utilizing all the candy. Zhao Xiaochuan observed this method. It was the simplest and quite effective. He thought to himself, once wealth is acquired, one ought to establish a school in the village, ensuring that everyone can read, write, and perform arithmetic. Especially the youth and children should be literate and numerate. He could begin by educating his own family members. Chapter 49. The mathematics teacher with a burgeoning idea in mind. He fetched paper and pen, spreading them on the table. He wrote the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 across 10 columns, totaling 100. On the second sheet, he drafted a multiplication table, while the third contained the symbols for addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, along with larger units, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1,000,000. After completing 3 sheets, Zhao Xiaochuan began teaching the 4 individuals how to read these numbers, from 1 to 100. After several rounds of instruction, it was evident that Qin Yu had the best retention, while Xuemei struggled the most. He proceeded to teach the multiplication table and then the mathematical symbols, elucidating their meanings. It must be noted that Qin Yu was exceptionally bright. After just 2 rounds of instruction, she had nearly memorized everything. Zhao Xiaochuan remarked, Since Xiaoyu has mastered this, you shall be responsible for teaching them these concepts. Once you all comprehend them, I will guide you in applying these numerical symbols to various real-life situations. All right, brother Xiaochuan, Qin Yu readily agreed. Second brother, must I really learn this? It's so difficult to remember, Zhao Sanni complained. Sanni, consider this. Just moments ago, you were unsure how to divide the candy. What if you cannot even count money in the future? For instance, that pile of 91 pieces needs to be divided among 13 people. Let's calculate. Zhao Xiaochuan wrote 91 on a piece of paper, followed by the division sign and 13, then an equals sign, along with the calculation method. You see, calculating by 6 yields merely 78. By 8 gives 104, but by 7, it perfectly equals 91. Let me give you another simple example. If you consume 2 taels of rice per meal, eating 3 meals a day, how much rice would you need for 30 days? I can determine that swiftly. 1 meal is 2 taels, 3 meals a day. Therefore, using the multiplication table, 2 multiplied by 3 equals 6. Over 30 days, 3 times 6 equals 18, and adding a 0 gives 180 taels, which is 18 jin. Isn't that straightforward? As Zhao Xiaochuan wrote the numbers on the paper, he pointed out which multiplication phrase to use. When did you learn all this? Brother? Why was I not aware? Zhao Sanni expressed her envy and confusion. In Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with admiration and affection. She mused that if only she could marry Xiaochuan, for his intellect was truly remarkable, surely her father would not oppose. Xuemei radiated delight. Recognizing how benevolent her master was, even imparting knowledge to a mere maid like herself, how wonderful it would be if he desired her warmth at night. Xiao Ju was filled with hope. Her cheeks flushed as she pondered whether her young master held a fondness for her. If she mastered these teachings, would it allow her to remain by his side indefinitely? She wondered when he might call upon her. Zhao Xiaochuan observed the 3 girls, their faces aglow. Puzzled by their intentions, silently he employed his mind-reading skills. Indeed, these 3 young ladies seemed incessantly preoccupied with the notion of warming his bed. However, he felt it prudent for them to mature a bit more over the next few years, as their current physiques might complicate childbirth. His thoughts, however, wandered astray. Second brother, you are daydreaming again. What are you thinking about? Zhao Sen and I called out. By the way, the meal must be ready now. Let us go eat. Zhao Xiaochuan swiftly shifted the subject to alleviate the awkwardness. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the following day. Master Lu arrived with his construction crew, presiding over the ritual once more. The altar was adorned with offerings of 3 animals, grains, and sweets, while Zhao Ming took on the responsibility of lighting incense and burning paper money. The village's wall construction was temporarily halted, and all gathered at the workshop's ceremonial site to observe in silence. After the ceremony concluded, villagers approached to share auspicious words, and Zhao Xiaochuan distributed red cloth bags filled with wheat and candy to each well-wisher. The villagers, elated with their gifts, returned to their homes or resumed work at the wall site. Noticing several remaining lucky bags, Zhao Xiaochuan generously offered one to each of the 20-plus craftsmen present. who gratefully accepted while uttering blessings. The surplus bags were entrusted to Xiao Ju to take home. He approached Master Lu and said, "Master Lu, could you please install a double stove in the storage room of the west wing of my courtyard? I will compensate you accordingly." "Young Master Zhao, I have arranged your courtyard according to feng shui principles, and the storage room in the west wing is ill-suited for conversion into a kitchen. I suggest you continue using the original kitchen, as this courtyard is meant for living, not for a workshop," Master Lu replied candidly. "Very well, thank you, Master Lu. I appreciate your attention to the workshop," Zhao Xiaochuan expressed sincerely. After a moment's thought, he added, "Rest assured, the completion of this workshop will be well compensated. And I wish to construct another workshop as well. Your expertise will be invaluable." "Thank you, young Master Zhao, for considering our livelihood," Master Lu responded. His spirits lifted at the prospect of future work. Zhao Xiaochuan contemplated the workshop's progress and realized he needed to visit Manager Han to ensure proper business etiquette and honesty. He returned home to harness the horse-drawn carriage. "Second brother, are you going to the market again? Can you take me with you?" Zhao San and I approached, playfully seeking his attention. "San and I, tell me what you wish to eat, and I shall bring it back for you," Zhao Xiaochuan replied, concerned for her safety outside. "I simply want to see the world beyond." Zhao Sani tugged at Zhao Xiaochuan's hand, shaking it playfully. "How about we make a pact? If you memorize the numbers and chants that second brother taught you, I shall take you to the county town." Zhao Xiaochuan began to negotiate terms. "Agreed. But no backing out. I'm off to learn from Sister Yu now." With a skip in her step, Zhao Sani bounded back into the courtyard. Zhao Xiaochuan called out, "Giddy up." The yellow horse sprang into action, its hooves thundering along the path, the sound diminishing into the distance as dust was kicked up behind the cart, gradually fading away at the road's end. As the cart approached Wanyun town, he instructed the yellow horse to halt, gathered some hay from the roadside, and placed it onto the cart. He then retrieved jars of fried locusts he had prepared, filling the cart to the brim and wedging hay into the gaps, 50 jars in total. Zhao Xiaochuan communicated inwardly. Ling assessed the value of this jar. Ding. Fried locusts detected. Recyclable. Valued at 400 won per jar. "Do you wish to recycle?" Ling responded. "No need for recycling. I'll sell them. Besides, they are quite delectable." Zhao Xiaochuan made his choice and gently guided the cart towards the byway building in town, halting before the entrance. He hopped down, clutching a jar of fried locusts, and approached Han Maochong with a respectful gesture. "Manager Han, business seems to be thriving." "Ah, young Master Zhao, it has been a while. What brings you here?" Han Maochong returned the gesture, casting a glance at the cart outside. Noticing other patrons in the hall, Zhao Xiaochuan suggested, "Manager Han, shall we discuss this in a private room?" "Very well," Han Maochong replied, leading Zhao Xiaochuan to a small private chamber. Zhao Xiaochuan placed the jar on the table, removing the sealed lid, releasing an enticing aroma into the air. "Manager Han, do take a taste," Zhao Xiaochuan urged. Han Maochong picked up a pair of chopsticks, sampled a locust, and upon crunching it, was delighted by its crispness and chicken-like flavor. Unable to resist, he indulged in a few more, savoring the peppery and fragrant taste. "Excellent. Young Master Zhao, how much for this jar?" Han Maochong inquired. "This jar weighs 5 pounds. You may set the price," Zhao Xiaochuan replied. After a moment of contemplation, Han Maochong proposed, "I'll offer you 500 won per jar. What do you say?" "That's acceptable. Manager Han, please arrange for the goods to be unloaded from the cart," Zhao Xiaochuan replied with a smile. They returned to the hall, observing several attendants busily transporting jars from the cart. Zhao Xiaochuan turned to Han Maochong, saying, "Manager Han, I have something to discuss with you. Feel free to speak." Han Maochong encouraged. "We are currently constructing a chili sauce workshop at home, which will take about 6 months to complete. During this time, we will be unable to supply you with chili sauce, and I wanted to inform you to avoid any misunderstandings," Zhao Xiaochuan explained candidly. "Young Master Zhao, what scale are you planning for your workshop? What will its output be?" "You must consider me, of course," Han Maochong responded eagerly. Realizing that the cessation of supply was for a larger endeavor, he began to calculate the potential profits, thinking how lucrative it would be to ship these goods to the capital. "Young Master Zhao, I am your first customer. You must prioritize me when the time comes. By the way, what will be the capacity of your workshop?" "This is natural, Manager Han. Your integrity in business and your sincerity make you one of my most favored partners." The workshop currently spans 2 acres, with an estimated output exceeding several 100,000 jars annually. Although Zhao Xiaochuan did not disclose the total production, it nonetheless left Han Maochong astonished. "Mr. Zhao's business is indeed substantial, and he is likely to earn a considerable profit this year. Not at all. You can certainly taste it. I have included numerous spices, which are quite costly. My strategy relies mainly on thin margins and high sales volume. Moreover, the construction of the workshop was funded by contributions from the villagers. If profits are made, we must share the dividends with everyone. Zhao Xiaochuan feigned poverty. Oh, may I inquire, Mr. Zhao, do you still require funds? I could provide you with some silver, An Maochong hastily asked. Thank you, Manager Han, but I have already gathered sufficient funds for now, Zhao Xiaochuan replied, thinking to himself that if not for the intention of helping the villagers earn money, he wouldn't have needed their contributions. After all, that represents a stake in his company. By the way, Mr. Zhao, if you have any more at home, please feel free to send it my way. I would gladly accept it. Certainly. I will deliver it when I have the opportunity, or perhaps someone else will bring it, he replied. While they spoke, the jars from the cart were entirely unloaded. After settling the payment, he took his leave. Chapter 50. Braised meat. Zhao Xiaochuan arrived at the market and noted that the prices of grains had increased once again. The rice, which once cost 10 won per pound, now reached 41, while the originally 5 won coarse grain flour had also risen to 20 won per pound, quadrupling in price. He inquired, "Excuse me, butcher, what is the price of pork?" The robust butcher glanced at Zhao Xiaochuan and replied, "Pork ribs are 30 won per pound. Bones are 10 won per pound. Offal is 10 won per pound. Fatty pork is 80 won per pound. Streaky pork is 60 won per pound. Lean meat is 30 won per pound, and a pig's head costs 51. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaochuan recalled the braising spice packets available in the marketplace. Realizing this was undoubtedly a fortuitous opportunity. In the market, ribs were priced at 61 per pound, and bones at 51 per pound. The offal was quite inexpensive as well, and once braised, the flavor would be exquisite. Braising the pig's head, paired with some white wine, would truly be delightful. He proclaimed to the butcher, "I will take all the offal, ribs, and the pig's head. Please calculate the total." Upon hearing that he would purchase everything, the butcher immediately donned a flattering smile. "Very well, I shall weigh it for you." After a thorough assessment, he reported, "The ribs weigh 160 pounds, with 2 pig heads and 60 pounds of offal, totaling 1 tael and 7 chien of silver. Additionally, I will buy that large wooden basin for the offal. Please load it onto my cart." "Sure, the basin will be 51, the butcher said as he lifted a large platter of offal onto the cart, placing the ribs and pig heads atop as well. Zhao Xiaochuan paid the amount, drove the cart away, and after leaving the town, he focused his thoughts and stored the items from the cart into his space. Calling out loudly, he urged the yellow horse forward, which galloped swiftly, the cart racing towards Qingshan village. After traveling some distance, he discovered a dead tree obstructing the road. It was impossible to pass with the cart. And after scanning his surroundings, he mused that someone had deliberately placed it there, clearly an attempt at robbery. Was he cursed to attract thieves wherever he went? With a firm tug on the reins, he called out, prompting the yellow horse to come to a halt. Zhao Xiaochuan leapt down from the cart and gradually approached the withered tree. Upon nearing it, he bent down to examine the dead trunk. Behind him, 2 individuals stealthily advanced, each brandishing a wooden stick raised high, poised to strike his head. Zhao Xiaochuan, however, had already sensed the impending danger. With a swift leap, he dodged, and the sound of 2 thuds echoed as the sticks missed their mark, crashing down onto the ground and sending dirt flying. Had those blows connected with his skull? They would have surely resulted in severe injury, if not death. He took a closer look at his assailants, noting their tattered, homespun garments, and inquired, "Who sent you to? Why resort to violence upon arrival? Do I harbor any enmity towards you? Quit the nonsense and hand over your silver," one retorted. "Why waste time talking? Let us just eliminate him and search his belongings," the other added, eyeing Zhao Xiaochuan's cotton clothes. "Those will be mine soon." The 2 men swung their wooden sticks at Zhao Xiaochuan once more. He nimbly evaded them again, countering with a swift kick to one of their legs, which resulted in a sharp crack as the bone snapped. The man cried out in agony. Zhao Xiaochuan swiftly turned to the second assailant, delivering a similar blow to his leg, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of breaking bone, followed by a decisive kick to the head, rendering him motionless. The man writhing on the ground, upon witnessing this turn of events, pleaded, "Young master, please spare me. We were merely hungry and sought some food." Without a word, Zhao Xiaochuan advanced and delivered a swift kick to the man's head. Utilizing the spatial capabilities of his system, he surveyed the surroundings for any additional threats. And upon finding none, he stored the incapacitated bodies within his space, subsequently moving the dead tree to the roadside. He jumped back onto the cart, shook the reins, and called out, urging the horse to gallop forth once more. Soon, he approached Qingshan village, where he halted the cart and purchased 200 pounds of rice and 200 pounds of flour from the system's marketplace, loading them into the cart's compartment. He then added the pork ribs, pig's head, and offal procured from the butcher. With the added weight, the cart wheels creaked louder as they made their way back home. Upon arrival, he called out, and the family members quickly came to assist. In no time, they unloaded the cart, storing the rice and flour in the pantry while placing the meat beside the well. Dialing. What do you intend to do with so many ribs and a pig's head? You'd have been better off buying more fatty meat. Clearly, you lack household management skills. Sun Lanhua complained, eyeing the substantial haul. Mother, you have no idea. Once I prepare this, you will be left longing for more. Zhao Xiaochuan replied as he began the cleaning process, with Wu Li hastily joining him to assist. They meticulously cleaned and categorized all the pig offal, placing it in separate clean bowls, and then carefully removed the meat from the pig's head, setting it aside after washing. Finally, he utilized an axe to sever the bones of the head, ensuring everything was thoroughly cleaned. Zhao Xiaochuan entered the kitchen and instructed Wu Li to ignite the stove. He picked up some pig bones and placed them into a pot, then poured in fresh water, bringing it to a vigorous boil. After skimming off the froth, he added slices of ginger to eliminate any unpleasant odor. After a period of simmering, he achieved a delicious broth, seasoning it with an appropriate amount of salt. He then ladled the entire broth into a large basin, setting the bones aside in a separate soup plate. Zhao Xiaochuan meticulously cleaned the pot, adding a suitable amount of oil to coat its surface. Next, he introduced a portion of white sugar, stirring continuously until it caramelized into a deep amber hue. He then poured a portion of the prepared broth into the pot, followed by a packet of seasoning. Once the liquid was ready, he added the drained pig's head meat and subsequently the chopped ribs. When the ingredients were nearly cooked, he incorporated the drained offal. The enticing aroma of the braised meat wafted through the kitchen, filling the courtyard with a mouth-watering scent. In the backyard, Zhao Sani, a little glutton practicing with Hufeng's, was drawn to the kitchen by the delightful fragrance. She peered at the bubbling pot, her mouth watering as she asked, "Second brother, what are you cooking today that smells so divine?" "Ah, there's even a pig's head." This method of preparation is known as braising, which imbues the dish with an intense flavor, Zhao Xiaochuan patiently explained. Qingyu, standing beside Zhao Sani, was also captivated by the aroma, thinking to herself how impressive Zhao Xiaochuan was, as even the mere scent of his cooking was irresistible, promising an even greater delight upon tasting. The Black Panther, too, nudged against the two sisters, seeking attention. Zhao Xiaochuan took 3 bones from the platter, handing one to Zhao Sani, another to Qingyu, and the last to the Black Panther, watching them gnaw on the succulent meat, pondering how they truly were 3 little gluttons. As time passed, the flavors of the braise penetrated the meat. Zhao Xiaochuan procured a large bucket, ladling the braising liquid and various meats into it, allowing them to continue soaking. He cleaned the large pot, entrusting it to Wu Li for preparing rice. After the braising liquid had simmered for a while, the rice was ready. Zhao Xiaochuan retrieved the braised meat from the bucket, using a knife to slice the pig's head, expertly cutting into the most delectable parts, including the nose. He fed a piece to Zhao Sani and another to Qingyu. When he reached the pig's ears, he offered a slice to Zhao Sani and one to Qingyu as well, then continued slicing various offal, neatly arranging each type in separate bowls. Zhao Sani and Qingyu, under Zhao Xiaochuan's attentive feeding, savored the braised pig head, ribs, and assorted offal, their faces glowing with happiness. Zhao Xiaochuan retrieved a large plate, filling it with the various braised delicacies, and packed it into a food container. He turned to the little girl, Xiaozhu, saying, "Xiaozhu, please take this food container to the village head's home and deliver it to my great-uncle." "Certainly, young master," Xiaozhu replied, eagerly taking the container and scampering outside. "All right, everyone, let us work together to set the table. Shuemei, please call everyone from our courtyard to come for dinner." "Understood," Shuemei responded, heading off to gather the others. Before long, the remaining 12 individuals had gathered, all savoring a flavor unlike anything this world had ever presented. "Erlang, how did you manage this? It is truly delectable," Zhao Ming could not help but inquire. "Second brother, when did you learn to prepare such dishes?" Zhao Dachuan asked. "I acquired these skills while I was away. With you and father gone for so long, I have learned much," Zhao Xiaochuan offered as a feeble excuse. This was the first time everyone had indulged in such exquisite cuisine, and they all relished it with great satisfaction. Chapter 51. Water source planning. Zhao Xiaochuan turned to Zhao Dachuan and asked, "Elder brother, How do you find the flavor of this meat? It is undoubtedly excellent. No one could possibly claim it to be unpleasant, Zhao Xiaochuan replied candidly. Elder brother, would you consider selling this? I can teach you the art of preparing this marinated meat, Zhao Xiaochuan suggested, gazing at his elder sibling. It is indeed good. But I lack the knowledge of business and the initial capital, Zhao Xiaochuan admitted, scratching his head in embarrassment. I will provide you with the capital, and these ingredients can be procured cheaply from the butchers in town. Our family possesses a cart. You can buy the goods and, after processing, sell them for a substantial profit, Zhao Xiaochuan continued. Then I shall give it a try, but what about the construction site and the patrol team in the village? Zhao Xiaochuan pondered. I will handle that. I am still in good health, and those tasks will be easier for me than for you. You should focus on working with Xiaochuan to earn money, and with wealth, you can consider marrying sooner, Zhao Ming interjected at an opportune moment. By the way, elder brother, do you have a lady in mind? We can find someone to act as a matchmaker, Zhao Xiaochuan seized the moment, pressing on. Noticing Zhao Xiaochuan blush and chuckle foolishly, Zhao Xiaochuan grasped the situation and continued, Elder brother, do not keep this to yourself. Do not let someone else take her away. Zhao Xiaochuan replied, I would never. Please do not speak so carelessly. Father, mother, are you not concerned about elder brother? Look, he has someone he fancies, and you are not taking notice. Zhao Xiaochuan pressed further, addressing Zhao Ming and Sun Lanhua. Zhao Ming and Sun Lanhua exchanged glances, then smiled joyfully. Dachuan, tell us. Which girl have you taken a liking to? We can find someone to act as a matchmaker, Sun Lanhua inquired with a smile. It is Lu Chun from the eastern end of the village, Zhao Dachuan replied, somewhat shyly. Mother, you must pay attention to this matter and find a matchmaker to discuss it. I have sufficient dowry here, so you need not worry. Zhao Xiaochuan recalled the sturdy young woman named Lu Chun, who was not only strong but also reasonably attractive. He thought to himself that his elder brother's taste was indeed simple and unpretentious. A robust and hard-working partner would likely please their parents as well. He then took out a banknote of 100 taels from his pocket and handed it to Sun Lanhua, saying, Mother, please arrange this for elder brother. If it is insufficient, I have more. Very well. I shall have the village head inquire with the Lu family to see if Lu Chun is willing to marry your big brother, Sun Lanhua affirmed with a smile. After the family had eaten to their fill, everyone returned to their respective tasks. Zhao Xiaochuan pondered, next year, Qingshan village is set to cultivate a substantial quantity of chili peppers, while also engaging the villagers in the planting of potatoes, sweet potatoes, and corn, ensuring that everyone has food to eat and money to earn. However, the current drought's duration remains uncertain. Relying solely on the whims of nature is untenable. It is imperative to channel the spring waters from Shajin Valley into the village. In his mind, he formulated a rough plan, envisioning the use of bamboo to create conduits that would convey the mountain spring water to the village. Accompanied by his loyal companion, Black Panther, Zhao Xiaochuan ventured outdoors, taking a tour of the construction site. The location he had chosen was relatively elevated, and he observed numerous skilled craftsmen diligently at work. Casting his gaze towards the lower-lying village, he noted the parched fields, contemplating the feasibility of diverting water to the area adjacent to the workshop, where he could construct a large reservoir using stone slabs to provide both drinking water and irrigation for the entire village. With a nascent plan taking shape, he stood at the proposed site for the reservoir, gazing in the direction of Shajin Valley. Indeed, the terrain rose gradually, suggesting that the water diversion project was entirely plausible. Zhao Xiaochuan approached Zhao Digang, sharing his thoughts beside the construction site. Uncle, considering that our village's land lies in a low-lying area, if I were to build a large reservoir here, it could irrigate the entirety of our village's fields. Xiaochuan, your idea is commendable, but drilling a well here may not guarantee a water supply, Zhao Digang responded, acknowledging the merit of the plan. Uncle, while foraging for medicinal herbs in the mountains, I discovered a spring with a substantial flow. I propose to channel that spring water here and construct a large reservoir, then distribute it to the fields below, Zhao Xiaochuan elaborated. Yet, excavating so many areas without sufficient labor is daunting, Zhao Digang lamented. Uncle, by utilizing the large mozo bamboo from the mountains to pierce through the internal nodes, we could create a pipeline. Each bamboo stalk measures over 10 feet. And the mountains are abundant with bamboo, ample for our needs. Zhao Xiaochuan proposed a solution. However, all the men in the village are occupied with building the walls and cannot spare the manpower for this task. Zhao Digang expressed his concern. If necessary, I will hire workers from outside, Zhao Xiaochuan insisted. At that moment, Zhao Lijing and Zhao Gongzi approached, having overheard their conversation. What are you two discussing about hiring workers? Master Lu, I intend to construct a large reservoir here and channel water from a spring in the mountains, but I am troubled by the lack of labor. Zhao Xiaochuan candidly explained. Upon hearing of another potential task, Master Lu suggested involving his other relatives, asserting that channeling the spring water posed no significant challenge, requiring only oversight of the crucial elements. He remarked, "Why not let me handle this task? I can enlist other relatives to assist, overseeing both sites to ensure that the project remains on schedule and maintains quality." Given Master Lu's endorsement, Zhao Xiaochuan readily agreed, stating, "Let us proceed to assess the site. You determine the costs involved." Master Lu, I intend to construct a grand water pool at this location, spanning from here to that side, crafted with stone slabs. Beneath it, I envision 3 smaller pools, the first for drinking water, the second for washing vegetables, and the third for laundering clothes, arranged in a tiered fashion, allowing the water to ultimately flow toward the fields below. The mountain spring water originates from the hillside in the distance, to be channeled through bamboo tubes. What are your thoughts? Zhao Xiaochuan remarked while gesturing towards the approximate location. Young Master Zhao, let us venture into the mountains to inspect the spring water's position. Master Lu suggested. Then let us proceed. Zhao Xiaochuan replied, leading the way, with Black Panther by his side, followed closely by Master Lu and Zhao Digang. After winding their way through the mountains for quite some time, they arrived near the spring. Master Lu squinted, using one eye to gauge the height and distance, then ascended to a higher vantage point to estimate the approximate distance. After some contemplation, he remarked, Young Master Zhao, while utilizing bamboo for water diversion may expedite the process, it will deteriorate within 2 to 3 years, risking water contamination and rendering it unsuitable for drinking. Furthermore, the decay necessitates replacement, incurring additional labor costs. It would be prudent to employ ceramic pipes, ensuring a long-lasting solution without the need for frequent replacements. Master Lu, could you calculate the total cost for the completion of this project? Zhao Xiaochuan inquired, feeling quite pleased at the mention of ceramic piping. To lay the pipes from here to the water pool, construct the storage tank, and the 3 washing pools, the materials and labor will amount to 500 taels. And the project should be completed in approximately 2 months, primarily due to the high cost of the ceramic pipes, Master Lu elucidated. Very well. I shall leave the task in your capable hands, Master Lu. Let us return to formalize our agreement, Zhao Xiaochuan declared decisively. The trio, accompanied by the panther, made their way back to the courtyard, where they documented the terms of the contract, both parties signing and sealing it. Zhao Xiaochuan promptly provided a deposit of 200 taels. At that moment, Shuimei approached with news. Young master, there is a stranger outside seeking an audience with you. Zhao Xiaochuan paused, pondering who this unfamiliar visitor could be. Chapter 52. The unexpected guest. He escorted Master Lu and Zhao Digang outside, where they encountered a tall, imposing man. Although clad in simple cloth garments, the visitor exuded an air of menace, his temples bulging, and his legs standing straight and firm, indicating he was no ordinary individual, likely a martial artist, possibly even a member of the military. Zhang Long had silently positioned himself beside Zhao Xiaochuan, whispering, Young master, exercise caution. This man possesses formidable skills, and I sense uncertainty about whether we could best him. Zhao Xiaochuan assessed the situation and was confident in his own abilities. Shuimei interjected. Young master, this gentleman is the one who seeks your presence. The man performed a courteous bow and inquired, May I ask if you are Zhao Xiaochuan of Qingshan village? Indeed, I am he. What brings you here? Zhao Xiaochuan responded, also bowing respectfully. I am Qin Xiao, the elder brother of Qin Yu. My family received her letter, and I have come to ascertain its authenticity. The visitor introduced himself, clarifying his purpose. Shuimei, summon Xiao Yu from the inner courtyard to see if she recognizes this person. Zhao Xiaochuan instructed a nearby maidservant. Shortly thereafter, the well-cared-for Qin Yu emerged from the courtyard. Upon spotting the man outside, her eyes immediately reddened, and she dashed towards him, weeping pitifully. Woo, brother, did you know I almost didn't get to see you again? Woo, I'm sorry, it's my fault, brother. You've endured so much suffering. Qin Xiao continuously comforted his long-lost sister. Xiao Yu, take your brother into the courtyard. Once inside, we can chat slowly. Brother Qin Xiao, you haven't had a meal yet, have you? Come on, we have delicious food prepared at home today. Seeing that it was Qin Yu's elder brother, Zhao Xiaochuan hurriedly invited him into the courtyard, and Zhang Long beside him finally exhaled in relief. Qin Yu led Qin Xiao into the courtyard, while Zhao Xiaochuan arranged for two maidservants to reheat the braised meat and rice in a water bath. Once seated in the central courtyard, Qin Yu continued, "Brother, how are father and second brother faring? Upon learning of your disappearance, we dispatched people to search everywhere. After such a long time, we feared you might no longer be amongst us. Father even fell ill because of it. Later, as the border situation grew dire, we returned to defend the frontiers. Now, with famine rampant and mobs rising, I was ordered back to the capital, and upon receiving your letter, I came to see how things stood." Qin Shao explained. Hearing that father had fallen ill tightened Qin Yu's heart, but knowing that they had returned to defend the borders suggested that his health must not be critically compromised. "Brother, I do not wish to return home. There is only me there. I would prefer to stay here with Brother Xiaochuan." Qin Yu's voice dwindled to a whisper. "What are you thinking? How can a young lady remain in another's home indefinitely? He saved you. We can repay him with silver, but you must return home with me." Qin Shao's tone was resolute, leaving no room for argument. "If you force me, I will run away in the capital, and you will never find me again," Qin Yu said, her voice rising in agitation, uttering words that seemed unbelievable. Qin Shao was momentarily stunned, then turned to Zhao Xiaochuan with a furious glare, asking, "What have you done to my sister to make her act this way? Indeed, you are quite something. You saved your sister, yet not a kind word to express gratitude. Instead, blaming me. Have you even considered why your sister went missing? Have you fulfilled your duties as an elder brother? Have you bought her a dress? Do you know the size of her shoes? Have you ever prepared a meal for her?" "Humph, you are simply being unreasonable," Zhao Xiaochuan retorted without hesitation. Then strode directly into the western chamber. Qin Shao stood in shock, questioning himself. Yes, father and the two brothers had always been away, leaving his sister alone at home. How lonely it must have been. It was precisely this solitude that led her to venture out, thus making her vulnerable to abduction. The person who rescued his sister was now met with such an attitude from him, which was indeed unwarranted. "Sister, have you been living with that man?" "Brother, what are you saying? I've been living in the back courtyard with his sister. Everything is new beds, new bedding. He even bought me skirts and clothes. I get to eat delicious meals every day, better than what we have at home," Qin Yu said, a smile illuminating her face. "Well, sister, since you wish to stay here, then do so. I will write to father and let him know that you are doing well here." Qin Shao felt a sense of helplessness, contemplating the regret he would endure for a lifetime if he were forcibly taken home and subsequently lost. Soon, the kitchen had prepared the rice and braised meat, setting them on the table. Qin Yu approached Xiaochuan in the west wing, urging him not to hold a grudge against her elder brother, as his long service in the military had rendered his words rather harsh. He often spoke in a similar manner to her. All right, I am not angry. Has the meal been warmed up? Let us not keep your brother waiting." "You should not go hungry," Xiaochuan replied with a smile before leaving the west room. Upon arriving at the dining table, he observed Qin Shao devouring the food with great enthusiasm, and as he feasted, he mused about why his sister was so reluctant to return home. The food was simply too delectable. Were it not for the imperial decree he bore, he would wish to linger here indefinitely. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he turned to Xiaochuan with a grin, saying, "I was too hasty earlier and spoke a bit too bluntly. I hope you can forgive me, young Master Zhao. I must trouble you to look after Xiaoyu. Here are all the silver notes I possess, to serve as my sister's meal expenses. When I return next time, I shall bring you a token of gratitude." With that, he produced 200 taels of silver notes from his person. "You speak as if you were a stranger. Xiaoyu cannot possibly consume so much. Let us forego the meal expenses. You should keep the money for your journey. Taking your sister back will incur considerable costs." Zhao Xiaochuan graciously declined the offer, for his intention in saving others was not driven by monetary gain. In the past, he might have accepted such a sum. But now, he found himself in no need of wealth. No, Xiaoyu will remain here. I shall return alone. With your care, I can sense that she is quite happy living here." Qin Shao insisted as he attempted to press the silver notes into Zhao Xiaochuan's hands. Zhao Xiaochuan was somewhat taken aback, pondering whether Qin Yu had truly taken a liking to him. However, he could not deny that the young lady was quite charming. Given another 2 years, she would undoubtedly grow even more beautiful. In any case, he felt he had nothing to lose. "You should keep this silver note for yourself." "I am not in need of money," Zhao Xiaochuan reiterated, once again placing the notes back into Qin Zhao's hands. "If you truly intend to marry me, then she is to be my wife. I cannot accept the money of my future brother-in-law." Suddenly, an idea struck Qin Shao, and he tucked the silver notes into his own bosom. He then retrieved a 3-finger-wide token and placed it in Zhao Xiaochuan's hands, saying, Keep this token safe. Should you encounter any troubles, you may present it. If you face an insurmountable issue, bring this token to the Northern Army for assistance. Zhao Xiaochuan examined the token closely. It was a bronze plaque, one side adorned with the carving of a tiger and the character for Qin beside it, while the other side featured a prominently engraved character for command along with Northern Town inscribed below. He accepted it without hesitation, placing the token securely in his bosom and smiling. You should stay here. I will prepare a guest room for you. No, you take care of Xiaoyu. I must return home. By the way, there have been numerous instances of civil unrest among disaster victims outside. You all must exercise caution and refrain from leaving the village unless absolutely necessary, Qin Xiao advised earnestly. After exchanging a few parting words with Qin Yu, he bid farewell and departed, with Zhao Xiaochuan and Qin Yu accompanying him outside. Brother Qin, how did you arrive here? I have a horse. You may ride one back. Zhao Xiaochuan recalled his concern regarding the journey ahead. My horse is grazing over there by the roadside. You may keep your horse. With that, Qin Xiao let out a whistle, and a chestnut steed galloped towards him from a distance. He mounted the horse, squeezed his legs, and the magnificent creature took off, vanishing from sight in mere moments. Chapter 53. Chaos outside. Zhao Xiaochuan noticed a somewhat distracted expression on Qin Yu's face and inquired, "What troubles you? Do you wish to return home?" "No, I do not wish to go home. I want to accompany Brother Xiaochuan," Qin Yu promptly retorted. "Come on. Let us see how many eggs the chickens and ducks have laid today. We shall gather the eggs," Zhao Xiaochuan urged as he led Qin Yu to inspect the chicken coop. And so, time passed serenely for over 2 months. The village walls were completed. Although constructed from rammed earth, their protective capacity remained undiminished, particularly in this era of cold weapons, where such fortifications sufficed. The ceramic pipes drawing water from the mountain spring had also been laid, each joint sealed with a mixture of rammed earth, and all pipes buried underground to prevent freezing in the winter. A large reservoir had been built, with water flowing robustly into it. From there, it flowed into a drinking trough, then to a vegetable washing basin, and subsequently to a laundry basin, before meandering down a stone-lined ditch towards the lower fields. All the villagers, witnessing the water reaching the fields, were overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down their faces, expressing sentiments such as, "We shall no longer worry about water shortages. Next year we can farm with peace of mind. If only we had had water sooner, my family's land would not have gone barren," someone lamented. Indeed, had we received water earlier, things would have been different. Seeing this scene, Zhao Xiaochuan pulled Zhao Digang aside and whispered, "Uncle, please inform everyone that next year our village will cultivate a high-yield crop suitable for food, with a yield potentially exceeding 2,000 pounds per mill." "Are you certain? A crop yielding 2,000 pounds? Comparable to peppers in yield?" Zhao Digang was somewhat agitated. "Uncle, you must trust me. I genuinely possess this crop. Just convey this message to everyone," Zhao Xiaochuan replied, producing a pound of potatoes purchased from the system's marketplace, taking out 2 and placing them in Zhao Digang's hands. Observing the peculiar items in his hands, though perplexed, Zhao Digang cleared his throat and announced, "Everyone, please quiet down. The mountain spring water was funded by my nephew, who hired craftsmen to redirect it. Henceforth, our fields shall never lack water. Furthermore, I must share another matter. My nephew has discovered a high-yield crop suitable for food that everyone can plant next year, ensuring we shall not go hungry." Zhao Digang refrained from disclosing the yield, thinking it prudent to wait until next year's planting before making any claims about production figures. The villagers proceeded to burn the remnants of their dried-up crops and irrigate the land, preparing for the spring planting. "Uncle Lijing, will the seeds for that crop be free? Can we receive them in advance?" asked Niu Laosan from the crowd. "You, Niu Laosan, with your presumptuousness, I can already guess your intentions. The seeds will not be distributed until next year, and they will require payment. There is no such thing as free seeds. If you wish to partake, then earn some money to buy them," Zhao Digang retorted sharply. "I perceive that you wish to indulge in what is offered for free. Yet you neglected to seize the opportunity to collect chili seeds when they were available. Is it not a case of laziness, an unwillingness to till the soil? Had you labored in the fields, would you find yourself in such financial straits?" Nearby, the unreserved Mr. Zhou fired a retort at old Bulsan. Bulsan, taken aback, lowered his head and discreetly withdrew, while others ignited the parched rice stalks from their fields, engulfing the entire village in flames. With plumes of white smoke billowing into the air, Zhao Xiaochuan arrived at the construction site of the workshop, where those who had completed the water diversion project had joined in the building efforts. Now, nearly 50 individuals were laboring busily, orchestrated methodically by Master Lu. Upon noticing the arrival of the patron, Master Lu approached with a greeting. Young Master Zhao, the workshop's construction is nearly complete and shall certainly be finished before the snowfall. Thank you, Master Lu. Your efforts are much appreciated, Zhao Xiaochuan replied, handing over the final payment for the water reservoir and diversion project. Master Lu accepted the payment and returned to his work. Zhao Xiaochuan then made his way to the old adobe house, glancing at the beehive, initially intent on harvesting honey. He reconsidered, realizing that due to the ongoing drought, the bees likely had little stored. It would be best to leave them sustenance. He returned home and spoke to Zhao Ming. Father, I wish to dismantle the old residence to construct a workshop there. You should focus on completing the current workshop first. I see you are spending liberally. It is prudent to ensure its operation yields some profit before embarking on further construction, Zhao Ming advised. Through his ability to read minds, Zhao Xiaochuan understood his father's perspective and silently reflected, acknowledging that his assumptions were perhaps overly presumptuous. It would be wise to abandon thoughts of altering the old home for the time being. As dusk approached, he fashioned a small stick to block the entrance of the beehive, gently untying the rope, and carried it outside to secure it under the eaves of the west wing. Once firmly in place, he removed the stick. At that moment, he heard someone call from behind, Brother Xiaochuan. Why have you moved the bees here? Would they not be better left where they were? This new house has sturdier eaves, making it a more suitable location. Zhao Xiaochuan smiled and explained to Qingyu. In Qingshan village, tranquility still reigned, yet chaos loomed externally. Due to locust plagues and drought, a multitude of refugees inundated the towns, begging for sustenance. Some formed groups to flee towards larger cities, driven by desperation. In their hunger, they resorted to unspeakable acts, leading a number to become bandits, and as their ranks swelled, insurrection began to brew. After departing Qingshan village, Qin Shao returned to his post, quelling unrest and eliminating bandits. In the county seat of Jin County, Magistrate Chao found himself overwhelmed, convening a meeting with his officials. Sir, the number of refugees in the city is overwhelming, and thefts are rampant. We are at our wits' end. What shall we do? Deputy Li implored. Should we not begin distributing gruel? The influx of refugees grows daily, Deputy Zhang echoed, seeking guidance from Magistrate Chao. My lord, it is not feasible. Our granary is already scarce, and this year's locust and drought disasters have prevented us from harvesting sufficient grain. How can we provide porridge? We must await the arrival of relief grain from the court, Wang Shiya immediately countered. County Magistrate Chao furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss for a solution, mumbling. We can manage the locust disaster to some extent, but the plight of the disaster victims is indeed a troublesome matter. Do not solely rely on me. Let everyone contribute their ideas. My lord, I propose we close the city gates and clear the refugees from within to ensure the stability of public order, suggested Wang Shiya. I believe this is a viable approach to maintain peace in the city, Li County Lieutenant concurred. County Magistrate Chao. I have thought of someone who possesses methods for dealing with locusts. Perhaps he might have a solution for the disaster victims as well? Why not consult him? Suggested Zhang County Clerk. Are you referring to Zhao Xiaochuan from Qingshan Village? County Magistrate Chao recalled the young man known for his expertise in combating locusts. Chapter 54. Strategizing in Qingshan Village. A swift horse approached rapidly, bearing a constable clad in dark attire. Upon sighting the imposing walls of the village, the constable was momentarily taken aback, pondering if these rebellious villagers had declared themselves rulers of the mountain. With a sense of uncertainty, he arrived at a grand entrance and called out to the patrolling guard. Please inform the village head that I come on the orders of the county magistrate with urgent matters to discuss. Before long, Zhao Digang hurriedly arrived to greet him, inquiring, May I ask what urgent matters bring you here, good constable? The constable produced a letter from his possession, stating, This is a missive from County Magistrate Chao addressed to Zhao Xiaochuan. I kindly request you expedite its delivery. I shall deliver it at once, Zhao Digang responded, swiftly making his way to Zhao Xiaochuan's residence, while the constable completed his mission and rode back. Xiaochuan, this letter is from the county magistrate. Delivered just now by a constable. You ought to read it promptly, Zhao Digang said as he handed the letter to Zhao Xiaochuan. Zhao Xiaochuan opened the envelope and extracted the contents, which detailed the situation of the disaster victims and requested his assistance in formulating a solution. After perusing the letter, he passed it back to Zhao Digang. Uncle, take a look at this. The county magistrate truly seems to regard me as some kind of deity. With tens of thousands affected in this county, how could I possess the capability to save them all? Zhao Xiaochuan chuckled, albeit with a hint of helplessness. Zhao Digang read through the letter and began to jest about County Magistrate Chao's reliance on them despite having so many subordinates. However, this is indeed a matter of national and public concern. If you truly have a good idea, it would be best to offer him some guidance. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Xiaochuan pondered deeply, recalling various knowledge about disaster relief from the previous world, distributing porridge, opening granaries, and employing labor as relief. Finally, he said, "Uncle, what is your opinion of this county magistrate? Is he trustworthy?" This county magistrate Zhao has served here for many years, always considering the welfare of the common people. It is precisely because he does not seek to ingratiate himself with superiors that he has not been promoted thus far. Zhao Digang reflected pensively. Then, I shall go to the county town to assist County Magistrate Zhao. Observing the gravity of the situation as detailed in Lord Zhao's letter, it becomes apparent that the congregation of disaster-stricken individuals presents a significant risk for the outbreak of epidemics. We must seal off the village and refrain from contact with outsiders to prevent infection, remarked Zhao Xiaochuan. Do take care of yourself as well. The famished populace can easily turn into a mob. Exercise utmost caution, Zhao Digang advised. After bidding farewell to his family, Zhao Xiaochuan mounted his yellow horse and sped towards the county town. Before long, he arrived at the outskirts of the town, where the sight of countless displaced individuals filled him with unease. This was far from the dramatized scenes portrayed in television and film. Upon reaching the city gates and stating his purpose, the constable permitted him entry. Inside the county office, Magistrate Zhao received Zhao Xiaochuan without pretense, immediately addressing the matter at hand. Young friend Zhao, your presence is solicited for the benefit of the many common folk. Should you have any viable solutions, I implore you to share. Lord Zhao, may I inquire if there exists a map of our county? Zhao Xiaochuan asked. One sure ya. Please bring forth the map. Magistrate Zhao commanded. After examining the ancient map, Zhao Xiaochuan found it comprehensible. He pointed to a river labeled Jinsha River and inquired, Lord Zhao, the banks of this river must host abundant arable land, correct? We could seize this opportunity to renovate the riverbanks and restore the irrigation channels between the fields, ensuring a more fruitful planting season in the coming year. Furthermore, the smaller streams must also be repaired. Otherwise, during the flood season next year, the waters could devastate these fields, adversely affecting the harvest. Just as Magistrate Zhao was about to inquire about specific methods, Zhao Xiaochuan continued, moreover, the conduits could all benefit from repairs. It is impractical for the disaster victims to remain outside the city awaiting relief. You could employ a labor-for-relief strategy to address their plight, while simultaneously identifying those who exploit the situation for their own gain. Providing sustenance to the needy in exchange for labor, save for the elderly, infirm, and disabled, would ensure that only those who contribute receive provisions. When the imperial relief funds arrive, distribute the money accordingly. If grain is sent, distribute that instead. With proper management, these challenges can be surmounted with relative ease. Indeed, this is an excellent strategy. We currently have some funds in the granary, and in a few days, the imperial relief grain will arrive. I shall organize this meticulously, Magistrate Zhao responded, his confidence buoyed by the concrete plan. Thank you, young Master Zhao, for your invaluable counsel. You have greatly aided the common people. Magistrate Zhao expressed with repeated gestures of gratitude. Zhao Xiaochuan elaborated on the specific details, which Wang Shiye diligently recorded. After conveying all pertinent information, he took his leave from Magistrate Zhao and wandered through the county town, observing the prices of grain. He noted that white rice and flour had surged to 60 or 71 per gene, while other miscellaneous grains had escalated 5 to 6 times in price. He couldn't help but lament the unscrupulousness of the grain merchants. If prices continued to rise, the ordinary populace would find it impossible to afford sustenance. As Zhao Xiaochuan surveyed the scene, he pondered the notion of acquiring a storefront to sell grain at a fair price. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. Recognizing his lack of power and influence, such a venture would undoubtedly attract considerable trouble. Perhaps it was best to contemplate this later. Yet he resolved to explore the shops in the meantime. He pondered deeply as he arrived at the pawnshop, where the proprietor greeted him with a broad smile and inquired, Esteemed young sir, may I ask if you are interested in purchasing a house, land, or perhaps a person? Proprietor. I wish to acquire a shop in the county town for business purposes. Do you have any prime locations available? Zhao Xiaochuan queried. Indeed. We have several shops available. The pawnshop owner replied, his eyes almost disappearing in delight. Then lead the way. Let us take a look, Zhao Xiaochuan stated directly. The two traversed the main streets of the town east, south, west, and north, examining all the shops for sale. Zhao Xiaochuan was particularly pleased with the south-facing shop at No. 6 East Street, which boasted a wide storefront and a two-story main building, each floor nearly 200 square meters. Previously, it had been a tavern, and behind it lay a spacious courtyard with more than 10 rooms, and even a well. The price, however, was not insignificant, 1,000 taels. After making the payment, he received the property deed and, clutching the keys, approached the shop, envisioning a culinary venture involving braised meats and fine liquor, reminiscent of the roguish characters from films. "Waiter, bring me 2 pounds of pig's head and a pound of the finest wine," he mused, savoring the thought. After indulging in his daydream, he resolved to wait until Master Lu completed his work before renovating the entire place. Zhao Xiaochuan locked the shop door and rode his yellow horse out of town. With the joy of owning real estate in the county, he temporarily forgot the troubles he had witnessed among the refugees. Singing merrily as he rode along the dirt road, "I have sown a seed, and it has finally borne fruit. Today is a momentous day. I will pluck a star to gift to you." However, as he reached the outskirts of the village, a distant scene abruptly startled him. Chapter 55. The bandits attack. Rubbing his eyes, he looked again. This was no mere illusion. A group of people was assaulting his village, some attempting to breach the gates by ramming into them with large tree trunks, the resounding thuds echoing ominously. Outside, shouts of "You scoundrels! Hit harder! Have you not eaten? Strike with all your might!" rang out. Elsewhere, others were digging at the base of the walls with hoes, the incessant clattering sounds filling the air. He could not help but curse under his breath. "How fortunate that I returned in time. Otherwise, these bandits would have plundered my home." Zhao Xiaochuan retrieved his saber from his spatial pouch, gripping it firmly in his right hand. With a flick of the reins in his left hand and a squeeze of his legs, his yellow horse galloped fiercely towards the bandit horde. Seeing a mounted figure approaching, the bandits paused momentarily, and upon realizing it was just one person, their leader commanded 2 men to intercept him. With several mighty leaps, the yellow horse reached the bandits. Zhao Xiaochuan reined in the horse, raising its front hooves high to strike at the 2 intercepting bandits' chests. With 2 dull thuds, the bandits crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Using the momentum, he launched himself off the horse, shouting "Kill!" as he charged towards the bandit leader. The chief raised his sword to block, and with a sharp clang, the 2 blades clashed. The saber severed the leader's longsword, continuing its arc directly toward the chief's shoulder. With a sickening squelch, the saber cleaved through half of the bandit leader's body, who let out a wretched scream before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Several bandits swung their blades toward him, but Zhao Xiaochuan nimbly leaped aside, evading the onslaught of long knives, and swiftly struck, severing the arms of 2 assailants. In the courtyard, the Black Panther, alerted by its master's voice, sprang into action, transforming into a streak of black lightning as it darted toward the wall. With a powerful leap, it reached the top of the enclosure and quickly approached Zhao Xiaochuan's location. Upon witnessing the fierce battle below, it leapt down from the wall, sinking its teeth into one bandit's neck, and then launched a relentless assault, pouncing and biting at the remaining foes. "Ah, a beast! Quick, kill it! Run!" The bandits, now leaderless and terror-stricken by the panther's ferocity, descended into chaos. Zhao Xiaochuan, wielding his broadsword, cleaved at those attempting to flee, and in an instant, the ground before the wall was awash in blood, with dismembered limbs scattered about. After more than 10 minutes of fierce combat alongside the panther, all the bandits were vanquished. Zhao Xiaochuan wiped his sword clean on the garments of one fallen bandit, and, with a thought, stored it away in his spatial pouch. He theatrically picked up a long knife from the ground and approached the door, calling out, "You may open the door now. The bandits outside have been slain." Upon hearing the familiar voice, someone was dispatched to scale the wall and verify the situation. Once it was confirmed to be safe, they shouted back that the door could be opened and that Zhao Xiaochuan was outside, having eliminated the bandits. The large gate of the enclosure creaked open, and the village's guard and men emerged, some brandishing long knives, others wielding hoes or wooden clubs. Zhao Digang pushed through the crowd to the front, and upon seeing the corpses littering the ground and Zhao Xiaochuan, bloodied and holding a long knife, his heart tightened. He hurried over to check for injuries, followed closely by Zhao Ming and Zhao Dachuan, who were equally taken aback by the sight of the slain bandits. "Erlang, are you all right? Second brother, are you hurt? Father, second uncle, eldest brother, I'm fine," Zhao Xiaochuan reassured them, handing the long knife to Zhao Digang. "Second uncle, please arrange for the bodies to be collected and sent to the county for a reward. I need to change my clothes." "Very well, you go home. I will handle things here," Zhao Digang quickly instructed, organizing men to gather the spoils, arms and iron, all valuable items. Zhao Xiaochuan, accompanied by the Black Panther and leading his yellow horse, made his way back to the village and toward his home. At the doorstep, Sun Lanhua, Zhao Sanni, Qingyu, Zhang Long, Hu Feng, and others stood in astonishment, staring at him. Zhao Xiaochuan smiled and said, "Xiaozhu, please fetch me a set of clothes from my room and bring out my washing basin. I need to clean up at the water tank." "Certainly, young master," Xiaozhu responded, turning to head into the courtyard. "Zhang Long, please lead the horse to the stable," he continued with a smile. "Of course, young master," Zhang Long replied as he took the yellow horse away. Finally, unable to contain herself, Sun Lanhua seized a broom from the ground and began to swat at Zhao Xiaochuan's backside, scolding him as tears streamed down her face. "I'll teach you a lesson. I'll teach you a lesson." "All right, mother. See, I am fine. Please stop crying. Shuimei, assist my mother into the house. I will wash up and return shortly." "Oh, and do prepare a meal swiftly," Zhao Xiaochuan said with a playful grin. At that moment, Xiaozhu approached him, holding a basin and a set of fresh clothes. Zhao Xiaochuan turned to Black Panther and said, "Come, let us cleanse ourselves. Our bloodied appearance has surely alarmed our family." The Black Panther obediently followed him to the washing area. Zhao Xiaochuan discarded his blood-stained garments, took the towel from the basin, and washed himself at the sink. Before donning clean attire, he gently wiped the blood off the Black Panther's head and body, and the creature stood still, cooperating perfectly. "Xiaozhu, do tell me about the situation in the village earlier," Zhao Xiaochuan inquired. Xiaozhu, perceptive as ever, began washing the bloody clothes in the sink. Engaging in conversation, "Young master, you are unaware, but just a moment ago, the village bell rang, and all the men rushed towards the gate with hoes and wooden clubs. They claimed that numerous bandits had arrived. Soon after, we heard the sound of bandits banging on the door, and the entire village was engulfed in fear. We were all in the courtyard, and Zhang Long and Hu Feng were with us. Then, the Black Cat leader called out and dashed outside. Not long after, we received the good news that you had slain the bandits. Young master, how many bandits were there outside? Did you kill them all?" "I took down a few. The rest were dispatched by our Black Cat leader," Zhao Xiaochuan replied with a smile. "Indeed, our Black Cat leader is quite formidable," Xiaozhu could not help but praise. Yes, our Black Cat leader has achieved great merit today. I shall send you some meat shortly," he said, patting the Black Panther's head as he made his way home. On the way, seeing no one around, Zhao Xiaochuan purchased a large piece of pork belly from the system store as a reward for the Black Panther. "Find a place to enjoy this, and return home once you are finished," he said. The Black Panther took the meat and leapt away to the backyard of the old residence. Chapter 56. Qingchuan brand. Zhao Xiaochuan walked slowly into the courtyard. Sun Lanhua's eyes were still glistening with tears as she chided, "Erlang, you frequently go off to confront bandits. How many lives do you think you possess? If not for yourself, at least consider me. Do not act so recklessly in the future, do you hear?" He could only respond gently, "All right, mother, I will not rush headlong into danger again." Truthfully, today it was our Black Cat leader who accounted for the most kills. "Do not try to argue. Your clothes are soaked in blood. It appears you haven't been punished enough. Shuimei, go fetch me a bamboo stick. I shall teach this rascal a lesson," Sun Lanhua declared, her temper flaring. "I am sorry, mother. No need to strike me. I have learned my lesson," Zhao Xiaochuan quickly pleaded. "Mother, do not hit second brother if you hurt him. Who will prepare delicious food for me?" "Second brother's cooking is the best," Zhao Sanni promptly interjected, her primary motive being the food. Upon hearing this reasoning, everyone could not help but burst into laughter. After much effort in soothing their mother, the family finally gathered for a meal. After a hearty meal, Zhao Xiaochuan resumed planning the affairs of the workshop. The preparation of chili sauce required firewood, as did the frying of crispy peppers. Thus, it was essential to procure a sufficient supply. Having made his decision, he proceeded to the village entrance. "Xiaochuan, you truly are remarkable, single-handedly defeating so many bandits," the villagers praised. "Indeed, Xiaochuan is formidable. Even our entire team combined could not match his prowess." The members of the village guard continuously lauded him, causing Zhao Xiaochuan to blush with modesty. He quickly redirected the attention, saying, "Esteemed uncles and brothers, let us not attribute all the credit to me. It is the efforts of my family's mountain cat that deserve recognition. By the way, my workshop will soon be completed, and once operational, we will need firewood. When you have time, please gather some. I will purchase it at a generous rate, 3 won for fresh wood per load, and 6 won for dry wood per cart." Settling the payment on the spot. Upon hearing the prospect of earning money, those who were free hastily departed, eager to cut as much wood as possible for sale. With the mountains nearby and such lucrative prices, one could earn a substantial amount in a day. Observing the villagers busily gathering firewood, Zhao Xiaochuan returned to the ancestral home, contemplating the storage location for the incoming wood. Before long, the villagers began to arrive one after another, carrying their loads of firewood. He paid them according to the agreed prices, and within days, the entire courtyard of the ancestral home was filled with wood, dry wood piled on one side and fresh wood on the other. As time passed, the temperature continued to drop. Each night, a layer of frost adorned the grass and plants, signaling that snowfall was imminent. The workshop was completed in its entirety, and Zhao Xiaochuan settled all financial transactions, even offering a little extra as a token of gratitude. He also mentioned another project that required attention. Master Lu, I have an inn in the county town that needs renovation. Please take care of it. Anything that is in disrepair should be replaced, and any necessary oiling should be done. Let me know the costs afterward. How long does young Master Zhao require this? Master Lu inquired. There is no rush. It can wait until spring planting next year, Zhao Xiaochuan replied, handing over the key he had retrieved from a broken item. Oh, I know that place. I will inspect it thoroughly and provide you with a quote afterward, Master Lu said, accepting the key before taking his leave. Zhao Xiaochuan then sought out his uncle Zhao Digang. The workshop is now ready, and I intend to invite the struggling families in the village, those unable to work the fields, to join us at the workshop. This way, we can provide them with some assistance. Xiaochuan, have you thought this through? Many of them lack sufficient strength. Zhao Digang expressed his concerns. Uncle, please do not worry. I have it all figured out. I would appreciate it if you could inform them and see who is willing to come to the workshop to earn some money, Zhao Xiaochuan replied confidently. Very well. I will notify them and encourage those interested to come earn a living with you, Zhao Digang said before departing. Zhao Xiaochuan then approached Uncle Long Tao. You will also work in this workshop, and I will pay you 2 taels each month. All right, Xiaochuan, rest assured, I will ensure everything is well managed. Long Tao promptly agreed. Zhao Xiaochuan then found Aunt Du and said, Aunt Du, you need not farm my land next year. Please come to work in my workshop instead. I will pay you 2 taels of silver each month. Upon hearing that she was not permitted to cultivate the land, Feng felt a pang of anxiety. However, the prospect of working in the workshop and receiving a monthly wage brought her immense joy, prompting her to readily acquiesce to the arrangement. Zhao Xiaochuan returned home to discuss matters with his family. Father, mother, eldest brother, the land in front of our house is currently farmed by Aunt Du. I have arranged for her to work in the workshop. Next year, we will continue to plant chili peppers on our land. What do you think? Zhao Xiaochuan suggested. I believe cultivating chili peppers is a good idea. They can fetch a higher price. But what shall we do if we only plant chili peppers and have no grain? Zhao Ming countered, presenting an alternative viewpoint. I think we should let Erlang decide. Whatever he suggests, we shall follow. Sun Lanhua expressed her trust in her second son. Why don't you all discuss it while I head to the workshop to coordinate the work? Once you have reached a consensus, please assist in transporting the chili peppers to the workshop, moving all the peppers occupying the rooms at home to the workshop, Zhao Xiaochuan instructed, directing 2 maids, while Feng and Long Tao began the task of moving the peppers. As they worked industriously, akin to ants relocating their home, Zhao Digang arrived with 3 individuals in tow. He pointed to a young woman, saying, This is Zhu, Zhao Hai's wife. Currently, she is the sole provider at home, without any income or land, and is willing to work here. Sister-in-law, Zhao Xiaochuan called out, recalling that her husband, Zhao Hai, was a hunter who had vanished 500 years ago after entering the mountains, leaving them without land. Zhao Digang then introduced a middle-aged man. This is He Mingxing, a peer of your eldest brother. Brother, Zhao Xiaochuan remembered that he too had lived by hunting until an injury rendered him unable to venture into the mountains. I need not introduce myself, as Xiaochuan is already acquainted with me, another middle-aged man said with a silly grin. It was Yugue Shu, whom Zhao Xiaochuan recognized as Zhao Yugue, a relative by kinship, necessitating the address of uncle. Very well, I shall not prolong the discussion. In my workshop, as long as everyone commits wholeheartedly, the monthly wage will be 2 taels. Those who perform well will receive a year-end bonus, while those who do not will face dismissal. However, I must make it clear that no one is to disclose the workshop's formulas and secrets. All must sign a contract, and any leakage will incur a compensation of 1,000 taels. If you are willing to work, come and fetch your baskets to begin transporting the chili peppers. Zhao Xiaochuan succinctly conveyed the necessary information. I am willing. I am willing. I too am willing. Zhu, Zhao Yugue, and He Mingxing expressed their eagerness to undertake the work. As a yearly income of 24 taels was indeed substantial, especially when finding such wages in the county town was a challenge. They all proceeded to the workshop to retrieve baskets for transporting the peppers. Second uncle, could you please prepare a few contracts for them to sign shortly? Also, prepare one for yourself, as you will serve as the accountant for the workshop, with a monthly wage of 2 taels, Zhao Xiaochuan requested. Very well. I shall return home to prepare a few contracts and deliver them to you once ready, Zhao Digang replied, feeling a sense of satisfaction at the prospect of his own compensation, appreciating that his nephew was considerate and attentive to his needs. 2 hours later, all the dried chili peppers in the courtyard had been transported to the workshop storeroom. Within the workshop, there were only 6 individuals present, including Zhao Digang, who was responsible for bookkeeping. All had signed contracts. The workshop was fully equipped with essential tools such as stone mortars, stone mills, multi-eyed stoves, drying mats, and shelves. Additionally, everyone was provided with work attire akin to a doctor's white coat, along with masks and head coverings, with the stipulation that anyone entering the processing area must don the work garments and ensure their hands were thoroughly washed. Zhao Xiaochuan had already filled several thousand jars in the oil storeroom, while the spice storeroom was brimming with jars filled with meticulously blended spice powders. He commenced assigning tasks. He Mingxing was tasked with tending to the fire, while Zhao Yugui began to slowly fry the dried chili peppers in an iron wok before crushing them with a stone mortar. At another stove, Long Tao managed the flames, and He Mingsheng began cooking the chili sauce. Once the sauce was prepared, it was ladled into a massive vat, where Zhu Shi would portion it into small ceramic jars, ensuring they were sealed properly. In pursuit of establishing his own brand, Zhao Xiaochuan named it Qi Chuan and commissioned a brass trademark stamp featuring a mountain above a river, complemented by the name Qi Chuan. The seal indicated a 1-year shelf life. With the production date specified as year, month, and day, it was affixed with red sealing wax on a square piece of white paper, then adhered to the exterior of the chili sauce jars, with the production date inscribed, lending an air of professionalism. Choosing an auspicious day, he hung a plaque at the workshop entrance inscribed with Jin County Qingchuan Chili Sauce Factory. The chili sauce factory had been operational for over 10 days, producing more than 200 pounds of sauce daily, resulting in 3,000 jars in just over 10 days. Outside, the sky had begun to lightly snow, blanketing the land in white. Taking advantage of a day when the weather warmed slightly and the snow had lessened, Zhao Xiaochuan laid down layers of straw in a cart, employing 3 horse-drawn carts, accompanied by his father and elder brother, to deliver the goods to Baiwei Building. Upon arrival, the 2 parties exchanged cordial commercial greetings. Upon noticing the red seal on the chili sauce jars, Han Maochong inquired, "Young Master Zhao, isn't this paper affixed to the jars rather extravagant? And what does this shelf life signify?" "Ah, Master Han, this is the first batch of chili sauce produced by my workshop, and the label bears my brand. The shelf life indicates that, if unopened and sealed, it can be stored for a year without spoiling. However, once opened, it should be consumed promptly," Zhao Xiaochuan explained. "Ah, I see," Han Maochong nodded, scrutinizing the white paper affixed to the jars, his mind racing with larger business strategies. "By the way, Master Han, I may not be able to deliver more goods until spring, as the mountain roads are covered in snow," Zhao Xiaochuan added. "That's perfectly fine. Spring deliveries will suffice," Han Maochong replied with a smile. After finalizing the transaction for 3,000 jars of chili sauce, which garnered 1,500 taels of silver, Zhao Xiaochuan bid farewell to Han Maocheng and proceeded to the market. Upon reviewing the grain prices, he noted that white rice and flour had surged to 80 yuan per jane. He couldn't help but lament, "The price has increased 8-fold. Who can afford this?" Dispatched the frugal old man and his elder brother to a ready-made clothing store, Zhao Xiaochuan proceeded to load 2 carts with white rice, assorted grains, and flour from his storage. Subsequently, he ventured to the market, procuring 2 pig's ribs, 2 pig heads, and 2 sets of offal, all of which were loaded onto the carts. He then returned to the systems marketplace to purchase an additional 200 pounds of pork belly, further filling the carts. Only then did he set off to fetch the frugal old man and his elder brother. Upon seeing the carts brimming with provisions, the frugal old man erupted, "My boy, how could you be so careless with your spending? Such exorbitant prices, and you still buy? Do you not know how to manage your resources?" "Shoo, father, please lower your voice," Zhao Xiaochuan urged, placing a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. At this moment, Zhao Ming suddenly grasped the situation and quickly whispered, "Let us hurry home. We must not attract attention to all this." The trio, driving their carts over the thin layer of snow, returned, the wheels crunching softly against the snow. As they entered the village, envious glances were cast their way. "Uncle Ming, What have you brought back? Dachuan. What treasures do you have on that cart? Xiaochuan. What is the price of grain in the market these days? Noticing the frugal old man and his elder brother remained silent, Zhao Xiaochuan answered, esteemed uncles and brothers, today. The price for white rice and flour in town is 81 per pound. I merely brought back some provisions. Our family is large, and expenses are significant. A small purchase would not suffice. What? The price of grain has surged so dramatically outside? Is there no hope for us? Indeed, a drought causes such inflation. The villagers began to voice their grievances, engaging in discussion. Upon reaching his domicile, Zhao Xiaochuan instructed, elder brother, please clean the pig heads and offal thoroughly and drain the excess water. I shall teach you how to prepare braised meat shortly. Very well. I will take care of it, Zhao Dachuan replied as he headed to the kitchen, where the cook, Wu Li, and 2 maidservants assisted him. Zhao Xiaochuan took 6 cloth bags, each holding 20 pounds of flour, and proceeded to slice 6 pieces of pork belly. He arrived at the workshop just as a pot of chili sauce was being finished and called out, Uncle Long, Uncle Gui, Brother Mingxing, Sister Zhao, Aunt Du. Our workshop shall be on break from now until the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. Please clean and organize the tools. Then come to my yard to collect your New Year's provisions. All right, Xiaochuan, they all responded in unison. Not long after Zhao Xiaochuan returned home, the 5 individuals came over. Long Tao handed him all the keys to the processing plant, saying, Xiaochuan, here are the keys. Uncle Long, as the plant is near your home, please keep these keys. I trust you to oversee it, and I will increase your monthly stipend by a couple of silver coins. Zhao Xiaochuan declined the keys, as he already possessed a set and wished to assist Long Tao's family further. Very well, I will ensure it is well looked after. Long Tao agreed. Now, let us distribute some benefits, Zhao Xiaochuan said with a smile, beginning to hand out flour and pork to everyone. Uncle Long, here is your flour and pork, along with your wages. Zhao Xiaochuan placed a 20-pound sack of flour into Long Tao's hands, followed by a slab of fatty pork, and then added 3 taels of silver. Uncle Gui, this is for you. Zhao Xiaochuan then handed a 20-pound sack of flour to Zhao Yugui, along with another slab of fatty pork and 2 taels of silver. Brother Mingxing, this is yours. Sister-in-law, this is for you. Aunt Du, this is for you. Everyone joyfully returned home with their provisions, save for Feng Shi, who remained standing still. Once the others had departed, she remarked, Xiaochuan, there's no need to give me the meat and flour. I've been eating and staying at your home. Why should you still give me these? Oh, Aunt, you may keep the money. Where shall I put the rice and meat? He spoke plainly without pretense. Feng Shi set down the flour and pork, taking the silver with her to her own dwelling. Zhao Xiaochuan collected the 2 sacks of flour and 2 slabs of pork, then proceeded towards Zhao Digang's residence. Uncle, grandfather, are you home? Zhao Xiaochuan began calling as he approached the courtyard. Come inside quickly, it's cold out here, Zhao Digang replied, peering through a crack in the door. Zhao Xiaochuan dashed inside, placing the sacks of flour and slabs of pork onto the table, causing the occupants to exchange puzzled glances. Xiaochuan, what does this mean? Indeed. What is this about, Xiaochuan? Uncle, I distributed benefits to everyone at the chili sauce processing plant. 20 pounds of flour, a slab of pork, and 2 taels of silver for each person, Zhao Xiaochuan explained, pulling out 2 taels of silver and placing them into Zhao Digang's hands. The other 20 pounds of flour and pork are a token of my respect for grandfather. You little rascal, why do you continue to show such reverence for me? Zhao Feng chuckled, his smile deepening the wrinkles on his face. By the way, uncle, could you ring the copper bell in the square? Zhao Xiaochuan inquired. What are you up to now? You can't just go ringing the bell without reason, Zhao Digang expressed incredulously. Uncle, that processing plant was funded by 70 families from our village. With the new year approaching, I just sold 3,000 jars of chili sauce. Considering the poor harvest this year, I purchased 3 carts of grain, and I wish to distribute some of it to each of the 70 families, 20 pounds for each family. Zhao Xiaochuan shared his intentions. So, you really want me to ring the bell? Are you certain? Zhao Digang was also troubled by the lack of food among many in the village. Uncle, you go ring the bell, and I will return home to fetch the grain with the cart. Zhao Xiaochuan concluded, sprinting home as a voice called from behind. Xiaochuan, no need to rush. Take your time, don't fall. He arrived at the stable, harnessed a cart, and then wandered around the processing plant, utilizing a concealed space. He retrieved over 1,500 pounds of wheat, mixed grains, and millet, sufficient to ensure each of the 70 families received 20 pounds, with a surplus remaining. He loaded the goods onto the cart and led it towards the village square. The grand copper bell in the village began to toll, resonating throughout the entire village. Villagers braved the cold wind, gradually making their way to the square, while Zhao Xiaochuan's cart creaked as it approached. Zhao Lizing, are you inviting everyone to just stand here in the cold wind? Someone jested. The gang, what are you up to now? You aren't cold. I'm the one feeling the chill, an elderly man complained. Zhao the gang cleared his throat on stage and declared, everyone, please be quiet. My nephew has something to say to you all, so let us maintain silence. Zhao Xiaochuan jumped down from the cart and walked directly to the stage, proclaiming, esteemed villagers, our chili sauce processing factory has sold its first batch of chili sauce this year. I have purchased some grain to distribute 20 jin to each household that supported the factory with their funds. The provisions are on my cart. So please head home and bring back bags or bowls to collect them. Upon hearing that grain was to be distributed, the crowd hurriedly rushed home. Zhao Xiaochuan moved all the grain from the cart to the square. In no time, the villagers returned one by one. Zhao the gang pulled out the list of those who had contributed funds and began to read the names in order. First, Long Tao. Upon hearing their name, Zhou hurriedly approached Zhao Xiaochuan with a bag in hand. Auntie, which type of grain do you prefer? Zhao Xiaochuan inquired with a smile. I would like 10 jin of this wheat and 10 jin of that millet. Please put the wheat in this bag and the millet in that one, Zhou replied. Selecting from the large bags of grain on the ground, Zhao Xiaochuan swiftly filled the bags with grain, waited, and handed it over to Aunt Zhou, saying, it's cold. You should hurry back home. Zhou and Long Tao left with the grain. Zhao the gang continued to call out the next name, Li Shan. Uncle Li. Which grain do you want? Zhao Xiaochuan asked. I'll take 10 jin of this mixed grain flour and 10 jin of wheat, Li Shan decided. Third, Du Feng Shi, Zhao the gang continued. Xiaochuan, I want to take any grain, Feng Shi said as she approached Zhao Xiaochuan. Fourth, Wang Zhou Shi. Fifth, Li Honglin. The driver, old Li, cheerfully approached with a bag. Xiaochuan, my stomach isn't great. I'd prefer all 20 jin to be millet. It makes for delicious porridge. All right, old Li, Zhao Xiaochuan replied. Zhao the gang continued announcing names, 6th, 7th, and so forth. When the last name on the list was called, only 6 households remained in the square. Li Zheng, why isn't my name on the list? Niu Laosin expressed his grievances with frustration. Li Zheng, your actions are unjust, Ma Laosi followed suit. Zhao Li Zheng, I will report you to the county magistrate. Du's wife, Ma, placed her hands on her hips and began to scold angrily. Oh, I am merely distributing benefits to the shareholders who funded the processing factory. They provided the money, and now, as the new year approaches, I am helping everyone by purchasing grain. Where is the wrongdoing in that? Did you contribute money or effort? If you wish to report my uncle, feel free. But do not expect to escape the magistrate's punishment. Zhao Xiaochuan narrowed his eyes at Ma, a smile playing on his lips, neither fully smiling nor frowning. Xiaochuan, I want to report your uncle anymore. Could you spare us a few jin of that grain? Ma quickly shifted from anger to flattery. In town, white rice and flour are priced at 81 per jin, mixed grain flour at 41, and millet at 61. How much do you need? I can weigh it for you, Zhao Xiaochuan calmly inquired. You are extorting us. Ma glared angrily, her voice filled with indignation. Since you have no need for it, you can purchase it in the city where it is only 10 per jin. If you truly do not want it, then I shall take it. Zhao Xiaochuan cast a disdainful glance at Ma and, without hesitation, began to tie the remaining bags on the ground. He then raised his voice towards Zhao Di Gang, saying, Second uncle, regarding the leftover grain, let us distribute it among the families in our village who are elderly, weak, ill, or disabled. Let us lend them a helping hand. After speaking, Zhao Xiaochuan hoisted a bag of grain and headed towards Zhao Di Gang's home, with Zhao Di Gang promptly following, carrying half a bag of grain. This left the few individuals who had been causing a ruckus staring at one another in bewilderment. Chapter 58. Imparting skills. Having deposited the remaining 100+ jin of grain at Zhao Di Gang's residence, each struggling household in the village would receive 20 jin. Zhao Xiaochuan entrusted this matter to Zhao Di Gang, for after all, he was the village head. With a cheerful demeanor, he guided his cart back home, but upon arrival, he was met with his father's curious gaze, quickly followed by a reprimand. Second son, have you truly learned to be so resourceful? To give away such a quantity of grain so casually? Indeed, second brother, such a waste, Zhao Dachuan chimed in. Father, brother, do you have any idea how we managed while you were away? I had no food, so I resorted to stealing grain from our neighbors, pilfering their eggs, fruits, and even their old hens. Were it not for the kindness of our neighbors, mother, My sister and I might not have survived this far. Do you know why I invited Uncle Long to work at my factory? I had stolen 2 of his laying hens and their eggs. He is disabled and cannot earn a living, and his little one is only 6, also lacking sustenance. I even took 3 hens from Aunt Lee, all of which were laying hens. As Zhao Xiaochuan spoke, his emotions intensified. Uncle Li and his family have been so considerate towards us that it makes me feel embarrassed. Do the villagers not see how second uncle favors me? That is sheer generosity. During my hardest times, great uncle gave me all his private savings. Did you know that? Now that fortune smiles upon me, earning a profit, I must assist my fellow villagers. I cannot be ungrateful. Do you think my workshop truly lacks the villagers' money? Am I really going to ask them for funds? The names on that list signify their trust in me, a thief, and they still wish to support me. Tears welled up in Zhao Xiaochuan's eyes as the yard fell silent. Xiaochuan, I'm sorry. It is my fault for allowing you and your mother to suffer. You were right. A drop of kindness deserves a fountain of gratitude. You have done well. From now on, whatever you choose to do, your father will support you. Zhao Ming, listening to this revelation, felt a pang of sorrow. Second brother, you are commendable. By the way, I have already washed the meat. Come. Teach me how to prepare braised meat. Zhao Dachuan took Zhao Xiaochuan by the hand and led him to the kitchen, using this as an opportunity to ease the tension. After all, family matters could be resolved with open communication. Once in the kitchen, Zhao Xiaochuan began his lesson. Brother, place these bones in the pot, add water, and then light the fire to bring it to a boil. Now skim off the scum, yes, just like that. Now add salt, taste it. It should have this level of saltiness. The bubbling should be done this way, and the color must be just so. Now, add the bone broth. This is the marinade packet, which can flavor 10 pounds of meat. Since we have 20 pounds, we shall use 2 packets. The pig head meat needs to be marinated for half an hour and soaked for an additional half hour. The pig offal also requires half an hour of marination and should be left to steep for another half hour. If the marination time is too short, the meat will be tough. If it is too long, it will become overly soft. Steeping allows for a deeper infusion of flavor. After an hour and a half, under Zhao Dachuan's guidance, the beautifully glazed, golden marinated meat was prepared. He deftly sliced the meat on the cutting board, prompting a compliment from his elder brother. Your skills now rival those of our second brother. Zhao Sani could hardly contain her saliva as the marinated meat was served, drawing everyone in with its unique aroma. As usual, 2 tables were set in the room, and everyone indulged, their mouths glistening with oil. After tasting, Zhao Xiaochuan remarked, Brother, your skills are indeed commendable. Next spring, you could open a restaurant in the county and earn some money. What restaurant can be built on a single dish? You jest. Second brother, Zhao Dachuan replied with a chuckle, yet he remained pragmatic, knowing well that a restaurant cannot thrive on just one dish. Next spring, I will procure some delicious crops for the villagers to plant, yielding 3,000 pounds per acre, crisp and sweet. I will buy them back at a good price. What do you think? Zhao Xiaochuan asked. What kind of crop can yield 3,000 pounds? And sweet? Zhao Ming interjected, pondering the remarkable claim. This younger lad is becoming increasingly extraordinary. A type of melon from the outskirts, quite delectable. Toss in some scallions, ginger, garlic, vinegar, and fresh chili for a refreshing salad. It's absolutely delightful. And those peanuts, when fried until crispy and sprinkled with a touch of salt, delicious accompaniments for drinks. As Zhao Xiaochuan contemplated these classic snacks, his throat instinctively salivated. Fried peanuts, 5-spice edamame, smashed cucumbers, cold pig ears, stir-fried river snails, marinated chicken feet, century eggs, and crayfish. As he listed these delicacies, the entire family was left in stunned silence, gazing at him in bewilderment. What are all these? Zhao Ming wondered. Why do I only know of pig ears? After being confined to the salt fields for so long, what have I missed? This young lad is progressing too quickly, learning so many things at once. This Erling of ours is truly something, causing mischief everywhere and yet absorbing so much knowledge. Zhao Dachuan mused, acknowledging his younger brother's impressive growth. Second brother, are all the things you mentioned food? Can you make them? When can you prepare them for me? Zhao Sani inquired eagerly, her questions tumbling over one another. They are all delicious, and by next year, we will plant them all, so we can enjoy every dish. I can prepare them all. Here, this is pig ear. Isn't it delightful? Zhao Xiaochuan smiled as he served some to his sister. You should eat more. He also added some pig ear to Qin Yu's bowl. After the family had their fill, they settled down to rest in the bitter cold, knowing that a full belly would keep them warm. After Zhao Xiaochuan finished his morning ablutions, he returned to his chamber, shedding his outer garments before reclining on the plush bed. His mind wandered through the offerings of the system marketplace while he surveyed the inventory of the system space with his spiritual perception. He couldn't help but ponder when he might achieve another upgrade. He also wondered about the well-being of his family in his original world. Lost in thought, a sense of melancholy enveloped him, and tears began to roll down his cheeks. After a considerable time, he consoled himself, reflecting that he was, in fact, quite fortunate. He had family, a home, a factory, and wealth. By all accounts, he had achieved considerable success. The only things missing were a wife and children to share a warm hearth. He then communicated, Linger, display the attribute panel. Lingo appeared before him, unveiling the system panel. Name, Zhao Xiaochuan, wealth, 18. 812 taels and 6 coins. Current level, 4 experience, 32, 010, 000. Marketplace, level 4 space, level 4 skills. Intermediate martial arts, basic swordsmanship, basic medicine. Basic mind reading consumes 10 for every 10 minutes of use. Detection range, 40 meters. He sighed, lamenting the fact that upgrading now required a staggering 10,000 experience points. Regrettably, with winter's chill upon him, there were no opportunities for gathering. He would have to wait until spring to accrue experience again. Zhao Xiaochuan shook his head in resignation. At that moment, the door creaked open gently, and a figure clad in thick clothing stealthily entered the room, quietly closing the door behind her. Chapter 59. Do not deceive me. Zhao Xiaochuan had not truly been asleep and had heard the door's movement. However, the system had not issued a warning, indicating that there was no danger. Who could it be? Shuai, Xiao Ju, Zhao Sen and I. Wasn't she afraid of the dark at night? As the figure approached the bedside, a soft voice inquired, Xiaochuan Ge, are you asleep? Zhao Xiaochuan was taken aback and quickly sat up. Xiao Yu, why haven't you gone to bed? Is there something you wish to discuss? I want to talk to you, Qin Yu replied in a hushed tone. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Xiaochuan retrieved a fire starter and ignited the oil lamp on the nearby table. The tiny, flickering orange flame illuminated the room, dispelling the darkness. Then come up and put your feet under the covers. Qin Yu cheerfully responded with an before removing her shoes and sitting opposite Zhao Xiaochuan, tucking her feet beneath the blanket. Xiaochuan Ge, your quilt is so worn. Isn't the bedding on your bed all the same? If it's too thin, I can fetch you another quilt, Zhao Xiaochuan suggested, suspecting that perhaps the quilt was indeed insufficient. No need for an extra quilt. This is already thicker than those at my home. I simply wanted to come over and talk to you. Xiaochuan, good. Could you tell me where you get all that food? Qin Yu asked with genuine curiosity. Oh, that, Zhao Xiaochuan began, when my father and elder brother were away. I spent my days climbing trees for bird eggs, fishing in the river for shrimp, foraging for herbs in the mountains, and then selling what I gathered in town. Being around so many people has taught me a great deal, and I even went to the seaside to catch fish. He spoke, intertwining truth with embellishment. Xiaochuan, good. You have seen the sea. Please tell me, what is the sea like? And what are the fish like? Qin Yu leaned in, resting her chin on her hands, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she looked at Zhao Xiaochuan. The sea is vast and deep, its water salty, and it teems with large fish. Zhao Xiaochuan began to recount the enormity of these creatures. How large? Qin Yu inquired, her curiosity piqued. On the shore, the fish are relatively small, but in the depths, one can encounter enormous specimens. Some are as large as a boat, with mouths that can open wider than our kitchen's large iron pot, and their teeth are formidable, sharp enough to bite off a leg in a single snap of their powerful jaws. Zhao Xiaochuan animatedly demonstrated the ferocity of a shark's bite. There exists an even larger type of fish, its body exceeding the size of a house, capable of swallowing hundreds of cattle whole. Its tail is larger than a small boat. Ah, such a massive creature. If it were to bite someone, it would be catastrophic. Qin Yu expressed her concern. However, Zhao Xiaochuan reassured her that this giant fish does not prey on humans. It feeds on smaller fish and shrimp. There are even instances of fish rescuing people who have fallen into the water. He continued to describe the myriad creatures of the sea, sharing tales of beachcombing for shells, catching crabs, and gathering edible seaweed, such as kelp and nori. Qin Yu listened, utterly enchanted, her heart brimming with longing. Brother Xiaochuan, when will you take me to the seaside? I wish to see the ocean and dig for shells, she said, her voice laced with admiration. Now, with snow falling and ice forming everywhere, there isn't much to eat at the beach. We shall wait until next summer when I can take you there in my cart, Zhao Xiaochuan replied with a smile. Which of these fish are delicious? Qin Yu's focus seemed to shift to culinary delights. Along the rocky shore, there are abalones that are delectable whether steamed or braised. The shells are also delightful when boiled in water. I can prepare them for you, Zhao Xiaochuan said, causing Qin Yu to salivate at the thought. As their conversation unfolded, Qin Yu gradually succumbed to sleep. Zhao Xiaochuan shook his head, gently positioned her comfortably, and covered her with a blanket before extinguishing the oil lamp and drifting off to sleep. The following morning, he awoke from a pleasant dream, feeling something soft against his chest. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to find Qin Yu sleeping soundly in his embrace. Did I inadvertently bring her here last night? Wasn't she on the other side? He quickly checked his trousers and, relieved, found them still intact. After cautiously lifting the blanket, he confirmed that his clothing was also in order. With a sigh of relief, he gently moved her delicate hand, which felt as soft as if it were boneless. Qin Yu stirred awake, a radiant smile adorning her lovely face as she draped her arms around his neck, her breath fragrant and sweet, enveloping Zhao Xiaochuan in a heady aroma. He felt a surge of emotions, his body responding instinctively, longing to pull her closer. However, reason quickly overcame desire, and he softly explained, "Little Yu, I understand your feelings, but you are still young, and your body has yet to fully mature. Let us wait for 2 more years, and I promise to marry you then." "Very well, but you must not deceive me, brother Xiaochuan," she replied, releasing her grip and bestowing a gentle kiss upon his lips before rising from the bed. Zhao Xiaochuan was momentarily frozen in place by the unexpected kiss until Qin Yu departed and closed the door, at which point he finally regained his senses. He rolled out of bed, donned his shoes, and slipped into his outerwear before stepping outside. To his astonishment, he discovered the yard blanketed by a thick layer of snow. He retrieved a shovel from the storage room and commenced the laborious task of clearing the accumulated snow. The rhythmic sound of the shovel scraping against the ground resonating through the air. After only a few strokes, Xuemei, Xiaozhu, and Wu Li joined him in the endeavor, and soon the entire group in the yard was engaged in the collective effort, the cacophony of shoveling filling the atmosphere. With the strength of many, the snow was swiftly cleared from the yard. Observing the substantial mound of snow outside, Zhao Xiaochuan began to gather the snow into a cohesive pile. "Brother, what are you doing?" Zhao Sani, watching curiously from the side, inquired. "Sani, Xiaoyu, come and help. Let us shape the snow into a large circle," Zhao Xiaochuan instructed, his hands never pausing as he continued to pile the surrounding snow together. Zhao Sani and Qin Yu joined the snowman building brigade, laughter and merriment echoing around them. Before long, a massive snow mound took form. He crafted a snowball larger than a basketball and placed it atop the mound to serve as the snowman's head. He then scavenged for 3 stones to affix to the snowman's head as eyes and a mouth, and found 2 branches to serve as arms. "Ah, so this is a snowman," Zhao Sani exclaimed, her face alight with joy as she gazed up at the towering figure. Qin Yu also found it quite fascinating, as no one at home had ever constructed a snowman in such a manner. Chapter 60. New Year. In the ensuing days, snow fell nightly, and each morning the group gathered to shovel the snow, transforming the landscape into a scene reminiscent of a thickly laid quilt. Today was New Year's Eve and afternoon. Everyone in the yard began to prepare the celebratory feast. Sun Lanhua, without hesitation, instructed Zhao Ming to catch a large rooster from the coop. The rooster squawked in terror, its cries echoing in the air. With a swift motion, Zhao Ming brought the knife down, blood gushing from the rooster's neck as he held it by its feet, the blood collecting in a bowl beneath. In no time, the rooster had fulfilled its purpose and met its end. After all, with 13 people in the yard, 1 rooster was hardly sufficient. Subsequently, a plump duck also met a similar fate. The drained chicken and duck were immersed in boiling water for a few moments before the 4 women, Wu Li, Xiaozhu, Xuemei, and Feng Shi, quickly plucked them clean. Their speed remarkable. They ignited a bundle of dry straw to singe away any remaining down. Zhao Xiaochuan recalled gathering abalone, lobster, shells, and kelp by the seaside, but he hesitated to find a suitable excuse to retrieve them. After deliberating, he declared, "I will prepare today's dishes. Who will assist with the fire?" "I will." Both Xuemei and Xiaozhu answered in unison. "Very well, you 2 tend to the fire while I handle the cooking." Zhao Xiaochuan, with a resolute demeanor, placed the freshly cleaned chickens and ducks upon the cutting board. With a decisive chop, the large duck was cleaved into smaller pieces, while its legs were meticulously preserved. He filled a large pot with cold water, immersing the duck pieces within, then brought it to a vigorous boil. After blanching, he retrieved the duck, letting it drain before placing it back in the pot to saw it until it turned a delicate golden hue. He then purchased a packet of seasoned duck soup mix from the system's marketplace, pouring it into a large earthenware jar, into which he then transferred the duck pieces. Boiling water was added from the large pot, and the jar was set atop a small stove to simmer gently. Xiaoju, please fetch a basin of clean snow from outside, Zhao Xiaochuan called. Certainly, young master, Xiaoju replied, promptly departing with a basin and returning shortly with a bounty of snow. Zhao Xiaochuan placed the snow into a water bucket to further chill it. Grasping a large rooster by its feet, he dipped its body into the boiling water for a mere 10 seconds before swiftly transferring it to the icy water for a 5-minute cooling period. This process was repeated thrice, alternating between the boiling and icy baths. Maintaining a gentle simmer, he submerged the entire chicken in the pot for 20 minutes. After which he retrieved it and placed it in the ice water for an additional 3 minutes. Once cooled, he laid it upon the cutting board, slicing it into smaller portions while reserving 2 legs. The rooster was divided into 2 generous platters. Next, he minced ginger and scallions, drizzled them with hot oil, seasoned with salt and soy sauce, and added a touch of the original chicken broth, creating a flavorful dipping sauce. He also opened a jar of chili sauce, preparing another dipping sauce to accompany the 2 platters of poached chicken. He then brought forth 2 rehydrated dried fish, arranging them upon 2 large plates. With deft strokes, he scored the fish, sprinkled salt, and drizzled them with soy sauce, laying them on a bed of ginger and scallions before steaming them over high heat for 15 minutes. Upon their emergence from the pot, he garnished them with aromatic scallions and a splash of hot oil, releasing an enticing aroma into the air. The task of cooking rice was entrusted to Wu Li and her companions, while Zhao Xiaochuan retreated to his room, retrieving the red paper he had previously purchased, cutting and adhering it into long strips. Armed with ink and brush, he proceeded to the grand hall of the northern chamber, addressing his father. Father, I have prepared the paper for the couplets. Please inscribe a few for me. Very well, it has been some time since I last wrote, Zhao Ming replied, rising to take the brush, deftly crafting couplets with swift strokes. May flowers bloom abundantly, bringing joy to every household. May lights illuminate, bestowing happiness year after year. Happy New Year. Spring brings prosperity to every home. Blossoms flourish upon every branch. May the spring festival be auspicious. Having completed the couplets for all the doors in the courtyard, Zhao Ming set down the brush and said, "Dachuan, please affix these couplets." Of course, Zhao Dachuan exclaimed, smiling as he fetched a ladder. Zhao Xiaochuan contemplated writing a couplet for the entrance of the processing factory as well. Noticing Qinyu, a young lady from a prominent family, he believed her calligraphy must be exquisite. Xiaoyu, could you assist me by writing a couplet for the factory's entrance? Certainly. Brother Xiaochuan, please share the content, and I shall write it for you, Qinyu replied, her hands itching to grasp the brush after a long absence from writing. She picked up the brush resting upon the table. As the spring arrives, bringing with it a year of good fortune, and the seasons yield prosperity, Zhao Xiaochuan recited these words. Qinyu gracefully twirled her wrist, and beautiful characters emerged upon the paper, sturdy yet delicate, elegant and refined. In less than 2 minutes, a pair of couplets was born. Gazing at the inked characters, Zhao Xiaochuan could not help but admire her skill, exclaiming without hesitation, "Xiaoyu, your writing is truly exquisite. It rivals even that of our county magistrate." With a tinkling laugh, Qinyu responded, "Oh, Xiaochuan, you always know how to tease me." Zhao Ming also offered his praise, acknowledging, "Indeed, your writing surpasses mine by leaps and bounds." Once Zhao Xiaochuan noticed the ink had dried, he took the couplets and paced to the entrance of the workshop. Xiaochuan, a bit higher, just a touch more to the top. Yes, perfect. Now they are aligned. He followed Qinyu's directions, finally adhering the couplets with precision. Meanwhile, the family meal was prepared, fragrant joss paper and candles lit, and the ancestral rites were conducted under Zhao Ming's guidance as the head of the household. As per tradition, 2 tables were set, each adorned with a pot of old duck soup, a plate of white-cut chicken, a platter of fried locusts, and a steamed fish accompanied by fragrant rice. Zhao Xiaochuan picked up a chicken leg and placed it in Duya's bowl, saying, "Sister Ya, this chicken leg is for you." He added another chicken leg to Zhao Sani's bowl, proclaiming, "This one is for you, Sani." His chopsticks then delved into the pot of duck soup. Retrieving a duck leg for Qinyu, "Xiaoyu, this leg is for you." Noticing that everyone was hesitating to start, Zhao Ming urged, "All right, everyone, stop staring and dig in." He promptly took a piece of the duck soup into his mouth, marveling at the unfamiliar yet delightful flavor. After sampling a spoonful of the broth, he exclaimed, "Shao, this duck is delicious. Hurry, everyone, try it. This soup is truly fragrant. This duck meat is exquisite, and the soup is delightful," praised Sun Lanhua after tasting. "I find this chicken leg delectable," Zhao Sani chimed in, biting into the leg and chewing heartily while mumbling her approval. Qin joyfully added, "This duck leg is wonderful. Delicious. Everyone should eat their fill. Make sure to enjoy it while it's hot." Zhao Xiaochuan smiled, as laughter and joy filled the courtyard. The family banquet lasted nearly an hour, with everyone leaving the table with satisfied bellies. After the New Year's Eve feast, the tradition of staying up late commenced. The family gathered around a large fire, warming themselves, chatting, and envisioning a bright future. Zhao Xiaochuan went to the West Wing, purchasing 12 fabric bags for red envelopes from the system's marketplace, placing 2 taels of silver in each before returning to the main room. "Duya, this is your red envelope. Happy New Year." Zhao Xiaochuan first presented it to the youngest, Duya. "Thank you, brother Xiaochuan." Duya exclaimed joyfully as she received it. "Sani, this is your red envelope. Happy New Year." He then handed it to Zhao Sani. "Xiaoyu, this is your red envelope. Happy New Year." Then the gifts were distributed to 2 maids, the cook, 2 guards, the Long family, the Feng family, and Zhao Dachuan. "Thank you." Lastly, they were sent to dear father and mother. "Father, this is your red envelope. Happy New Year." "Mother, this is your red envelope. Happy New Year." "Hey, why are you sending red envelopes to your parents? Shouldn't it be us giving you red envelopes?" Zhao Ming felt somewhat embarrassed. "Father, mother, I am now the chief steward of a factory. I must first practice on you, learning how to distribute red envelopes, right? Watch closely." "Ahem, Zhang-san, how are you managing the work? You can't even start a fire. With such large logs, how can you expect to cook them directly in the pot? Your mind is not functioning properly. You need to add oil. What do you think? Do I have the demeanor of a chief steward?" Zhao Xiaochuan began to perform a solo skit, mimicking the appearance of the wealthy landlord Huang Shuren with remarkable skill. Laughter erupted from everyone, filling the courtyard with mirth. Chapter 61. The arrival of spring. On the first day of the new year, the sun hung high in the sky, casting warm rays upon the earth. Today, Zhao Xiaochuan finally indulged in a leisurely morning. Uncertain of the time, he dressed and stepped outside, glancing at the shadow on the ground, estimating that it was probably past noon. After freshening up, he ventured out, gazing at the snow that reached the thickness of his thighs. He pondered that such a heavy snowfall would undoubtedly lead to a spring flood. He wondered how the magistrate Chao had fared in repairing the waterways, yet he saw no workers attending to the small river outside. What are these officials thinking? He mused. Never mind. I am but a mere soul surviving on kitchen waste, yet I am troubled by the affairs of the state. Zhao Xiaochuan chuckled and shook his head. Xiaochuan, what are you thinking? You look both troubled and foolishly smiling, Qin Yu remarked, having approached Zhao Xiaochuan without him noticing, gazing up at the towering figure before her. Oh, I was contemplating how thick the snow is. When it melts, it will cause flooding, inundating the lands near the riverbanks, Zhao Xiaochuan patiently explained. Xiaochuan, how do you know all this? I never encountered such knowledge while reading at home, Qin Yu replied, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Your father and brother lead troops. Haven't you read many military strategy books? Zhao Xiaochuan inquired curiously. Well, I have read some, but they never teach me martial arts. Claiming it is inappropriate for a girl to engage in fighting, Qin Yu said, a hint of complaint in her voice. It's all right. You can learn some self-defense from San and I think her skills are quite adequate, Zhao Xiaochuan suggested. Yes, I was learning alongside San and I while she practiced. Qin Yu responded, finding joy in the notion of martial training. Zhao Xiaochuan reached out to touch Qin Yu's hand, which felt cold. You should hurry back inside to warm up. Your hands are so cold. We mustn't let you freeze, he advised. As he held her warm hand, Qin Yu's heart raced. Her cheeks flushed with warmth. She softly murmured in agreement, gently withdrawing her hand before turning to head back indoors. A few days passed, and it was now the 6th day of the new year, a day marking the reopening of the processing factory. Zhao Xiaochuan gathered the people from the courtyard early in the morning to clear the path from their homes to the factory. In less than half an hour, the task was accomplished. As the hour of Qin approached, offerings were arranged in the center of the factory, and incense, paper, and candles were lit. Zhao Xiaochuan fervently made various wishes, embracing the ceremonial spirit that was undeniably essential. Zhao Digang, Long Tao, the Zhu family, Zhao Yugui, and He Mingxing arrived. Trudging through the deep snow, observing the snow prints on their pant legs, Zhao Xiaochuan felt a sense of helplessness and remarked, Today marks the first day of work for the new year at the factory, and I shall distribute work benefits to everyone. With that, he produced 6 pieces of 1 tael silver from his pocket and handed one to each person. Uncle, this is for you. Uncle Long, this is yours. Yugui, It feels inappropriate for me to accept money without having done any work. Zhao Digang thought his nephew was rather extravagant with his generosity. Indeed, Xiaochuan. We have only worked for a little over 10 days, and you are already bestowing 3 taels of silver upon us. That is quite excessive. Long Tao also felt that the proprietor was being rather lavish. Sensing that others were about to express their concerns, Zhao Xiaochuan quickly interjected, "All right, everyone. Let's not persuade me otherwise. Such benefits are typically reserved for large factories. Look at how grand our establishment is. We cannot skimp on welfare." The villagers, who seldom encountered the outside world, were easily convinced, believing Zhao Xiaochuan's words to be sound. Only Zhao Digang understood the truth. His nephew was too kind-hearted, continually aiding the villagers whenever he came into money. Zhao Xiaochuan swiftly assigned tasks. "Uncle, your assistance is not needed here at the factory for now. Please organize the villagers to clear the accumulated snow from our village roads, and have the village guard check on families in precarious situations to ensure their homes are safe." "Indeed, your foresight is commendable. I shall return to do just that," Zhao Digang replied, saying little more as he departed the factory. "All right, uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters. Let us clear the snow from the factory courtyard first, and then we can light the stove." Zhao Xiaochuan continued with his arrangements. "Very well, Xiaochuan. You go about your other tasks. We shall handle this," Long Tao said. "In that case, I shall leave this in your capable hands." Zhao Xiaochuan responded before exiting the factory courtyard. He stood at the entrance, watching Zhao Digang's receding figure. Before long, villagers began to emerge from their homes, leading to a scene of bustling activity as the roads were gradually cleared. By afternoon, the village pathways had been largely cleared, and even the square was accessible. Carrying a piece of dried fish from home, Zhao Xiaochuan leisurely made his way along the cleared path toward Zhao Digang's house, eager to visit his great-uncle, whom he had not seen for quite some time. Upon entering, he found the family gathered around the warmth of the fire. "Great-uncle, aunt, Zhao He, sister-in-law. You are all here. Come closer to the fire. Xiaowen, go fetch a stool for your brother Xiaochuan," Zhao Feng called out, welcoming Zhao Xiaochuan while instructing Xiaowen to bring a stool. Zhao Xiaochuan handed a fish to Grandpa Zhao Feng, saying, "I don't have much to bring you. So here is some dried fish. Soak it in water, then steam it. The flavor is quite delightful. I prepared it this way during the New Year, and it turned out quite well." Zhao Feng replied, "You always bring me food, which is rather unnecessary. From now on, just come to visit. There's no need to bring anything." Despite his words, Zhao Feng felt a surge of joy within. "Xiaochuan, please have a seat," called Xiaowen, who fetched a stool. "Thank you," replied Zhao Xiaochuan, glancing at his cousin, who he hadn't seen in a long time. Xiaowen appeared even fairer than him, exuding an air of scholarly refinement, and stood at least close to 1.60 meters, almost reaching his shoulder. "By the way, Xiaowen, when does your school term begin? When will you take the entrance examination?" Zhao Xiaochuan inquired. "School resumes on the 16th, with classes starting on the 17th. The teacher mentioned that I will sit for the entrance examination this autumn." Xiaowen replied earnestly. "Oh, if you qualify, you will become the first scholar in our village. Here, take this for your studies," Zhao Xiaochuan said, producing 2 silver ingots weighing 5 taels each and placing them in Xiaowen's hands. "Xiaochuan, I can't accept this," Xiaowen stammered, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. "Do not be polite with me. If you continue to act coy, I shall be displeased," Zhao Xiaochuan said with a serious expression. Xiaowen, looking helplessly at his grandfather and mother, sighed. All right, just accept it from your brother Xiaochuan. It won't even take 2 strokes to write the character for Zhao. We are all family. Just remember us when you achieve success," Zhao Feng interjected, knowing well Zhao Xiaochuan's stubborn nature. "Xiaochuan, will giving away so much money affect your business?" Huang Shi asked with some concern. "Aunt, do not worry, it will not impact me," Zhao Xiaochuan assured with a smile. Suddenly, Zhao Digang rushed into the room, exclaiming, "Where's the medicine I bought from the county last time? Hurry and bring it to me." Zhao Xiaochuan quickly stood up and asked, "Uncle, what is happening? Why do you need medicine immediately? Who is ill? What is the ailment? You can't just give out medicine without knowing." "Xiaochuan is here too, thankfully. You mentioned organizing the village path today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known that old man Li has been sick at home for several days. If we waited until the snow melted to visit, we would have to carry him up the mountain. It would be impossible to find a doctor. The snow is too deep." Zhao Digang spoke rapidly. "Uncle, let's go. Perhaps I can help," Zhao Xiaochuan said as he headed outside. "Can you really treat illnesses?" Zhao Digang followed, still questioning him. "I know a few simple remedies. It's worth a try," Zhao Xiaochuan replied, quickening his pace. Before long, they arrived at old man Li's home, A dilapidated mud and straw house, even more rundown than Zhao Xiaochuan's old abode. Old Manly lay on a bed of dry straw, his face contorted in pain, trembling uncontrollably and occasionally coughing. Zhao Xiaochuan reached out to touch the bedding of the Old Manly, discovering that it was not filled with cotton, but rather with dry straw. As he gently squeezed it, the straw crackled softly. He withdrew his hand and placed his fingers on the old man's pulse, quietly attuning himself to his condition. After 2 minutes, he had gathered a fair understanding of the old man's ailment. Reflecting on the rudimentary medical skills at his disposal, he concluded that they were insufficient and decided to upgrade them. He then communicated with the system, Linger, to elevate his medical knowledge. With a chime, the upgrade was successful, consuming 200 wealth points, and he attained intermediate medical skills. Zhao Xiaochuan proceeded to examine and inquire further about the Old Manly's condition, deducing it to be a case of cold-induced illness, chills and fever, body aches, absence of sweat, cough with copious thin phlegm, a white and slippery tongue coating, along with a floating pulse. With clarity in his mind, he recalled the various traditional Chinese medicines available in his system's shop. Immediately, he formulated a treatment plan and said to Zhao Digang, "Uncle, please fetch some firewood. I will return home to get the medicine." With that, he dashed towards his home. "All right, I'll hurry." "You too, make haste," Zhao Digang responded. Upon entering the western chamber, Zhao Xiaochuan selected the necessary herbs from the system's shop: ephedra, peony, asarum, dried ginger, and honey-fried licorice, preparing 7 doses. He wrapped the herbs in yellow grass paper and exited, heading to the kitchen where he found a clay pot and a small stove. After a moment's thought, he decided to take a maid along for instruction and called out, "Xuemei, Xiaozhu, come here for a moment." The 2 maids quickly appeared. "Young master, what do you need us to do?" they asked. "Which of you knows how to brew medicine?" Zhao Xiaochuan inquired. "I do," Xuemei promptly replied. "Then Xiaozhu, accompany me to assist." "Xuemei, please prepare a bowl of meat porridge in the kitchen and deliver it to Old Manly." "Oh, and bring a few eggs as well," Zhao Xiaochuan instructed, handing the herbs to Xiaozhu. Though Xiaozhu appeared perplexed, she obediently followed her master, pondering why she, who was unfamiliar with the art of brewing medicine, was chosen over Xuemei, who was knowledgeable. They soon arrived at the Old Manly's home. Zhao Xiaochuan placed the small stove on the ground, layering some straw at the bottom, then added the dry firewood brought by Zhao Digang, chopped into small sections. He ignited the straw from below, and as the firewood caught the flames, it crackled eagerly. He opened the package of herbs and placed them into the clay pot, adding well water to soak them. After a while, he set the pot atop the small stove and explained to Xiaozhu that the dried herbs should first be soaked for the duration of an incense stick, approximately half an hour, allowing the herbs to absorb water and swell. Following this, he instructed her to bring the water to a boil, skimming off any floating foam, and then to simmer it on low heat until 3 bowls of water reduced to 1. The decoction would then be taken warm, 2 to 3 times a day. "Do you remember?" he asked. "Yes, I remember," Xiaozhu replied earnestly. "Very well, then this pot of medicine is entrusted to you," Zhao Xiaochuan said, passing the responsibility to her. "Understood, young master," Xiaozhu responded, her spirits lifted by his thorough guidance. Before long, the medicine was ready. Zhao Xiaochuan rummaged through Old Manly's home for a bowl and a spoon, washing them clean and handing them to Xiaozhu. "The task of administering the medicine is yours," he said. "All right, young master," she agreed. Xiaozhu poured the medicinal broth from the clay pot into a bowl and then brought it to the bedside of the Old Manly. Zhao Xiaochuan assisted the elderly man, who could no longer sit up unaided, into an upright position on the bed. Xiaozhu then gently fed the broth to the old man, spoonful by spoonful. After an hour of consuming the medicinal concoction, Zhao Xiaochuan returned to check on Li, and thought to himself that the situation was promising. The high fever had significantly subsided, indicating that the system's offerings were indeed of superior quality. If only the marketplace would open up to Western medicine. "Master, the marketplace can be activated for specific categories." With a major category requiring a wealth value of 1,000 taels, Ling Er interjected promptly. "Ling Er, you are nothing but a cunning merchant from the goose factory. Why must activating a category for Western medicine cost so much?" Zhao Xiaochuan exclaimed in frustration upon hearing the exorbitant price of 1,000 taels. "Master, the primary categories of Western medicine include anti-infection, neurological, anti-rheumatic, analgesic, and hormonal treatments. The activation of these 5 major categories comes at no cost alongside the provision of Chinese and Western medical instruments, along with expertise in Western medicine, requiring a total wealth value of 5,000 taels. Shall we proceed with the activation?" Ling Er continued to present the enticing offer. Not at all, Ling Er. You are indeed a product of the goose factory. Is there no end to this monetary expenditure? Is it merely a matter of having enough wealth to unlock anything? Can I then activate weapons like grenades or machine guns? Zhao Xiaochuan was incensed at the thought of having to part with 5,000 taels yet again. That is not the case, master. In your current realm, the activation of firearms is prohibited. However, you may unlock the production of iron tools and cold weapons. The production of iron tools encompasses 3 major categories, while cold weapons consist of 18 categories. Activating each category of refined iron requires 200 taels, and activating each category of refined steel requires 300 taels. Shall we proceed? Ling Er reiterated the financial implications. Oh dear, Ling Er. You truly are a master merchant of Goose Factory. Zhao Xiaochuan sighed, feeling utterly defeated. Yet soon, he recalled that the system had awarded him 5,000 taels, which meant that he could essentially acquire the categories of Western medicine and expertise without actual cost. This realization lifted his spirits, as indeed, perspective alters perception. Ling Er. Activate the 5 major categories of Western medicine, he resolved. Ding. Activation of the 5 major categories of Western medicine successful. Activation of Chinese and Western medical instruments successful. Expertise in Western medicine acquired. 5,000 taels deducted, announced Ling Er's voice. Zhao Xiaochuan eagerly explored the Western medicine section of the system marketplace, pleased to see that traditional Chinese medicine, Western medicine, and medical instruments were all available. He felt quite like a seasoned hospital expert at that moment. Just as he was reveling in his newfound status, Shuemei arrived with meat porridge and 10 eggs. Xiaochu, please feed Old Li another bowl of meat porridge. Shuemei instructed, placing the eggs on the table. Of course, young master, both maids responded in unison before attending to their tasks. Chapter 63. Who do you look down upon? The next morning, Zhao Xiaochuan returned to the old man's home with Xiaoju in tow. Xiaochuan, you've come. I'm sorry for troubling you. Ah, why can't this old man just pass away sooner to avoid being a burden? Old Li expressed, tears of gratitude streaming down his face as he saw Zhao Xiaochuan arrive with the beautiful young maid. Old Li, your words do not sit well with me. You have invested in my processing factory and are now one of the managers. Once we finish processing and selling the chili peppers in the warehouse, I will arrange for a dividend. Your investment will surely yield a handsome return. I will have my uncle introduce you to a lovely lady. Zhao Xiaochuan began to shift the conversation. Cough, cough, cough. Old Li was teased and choked on his saliva in excitement. Please, don't get worked up, Old Li. If an older woman won't do, how about a younger matron? If that doesn't suit you either, perhaps a young maiden? Seeing his words had an effect, Zhao Xiaochuan continued to press on. You little rascal, I am of a similar age to your great-grandfather, and here you are, making a mockery of me. Old Li finally chuckled. See, I told you, Old Li is still Old Li. Only the young and beautiful are worthy of our manager Li, Xiaojun. Hurry up and prepare some medicine for our esteemed manager. Zhao Xiaochuan continued his jovial banter. Of course, young master. Xiaojun stifled her laughter, her shoulders shaking as she took a bag of herbs and a pot to brew the medicine. Zhao Xiaochuan approached Old Li's bedside to check his pulse and conduct an examination. After a few minutes, he remarked, Old Li, your recovery is quite satisfactory. Keep taking your medicine and indulge in some nourishing food. Once you're fully restored, I could arrange for a few young and beautiful ladies, similar to the girl brewing medicine at the door. He glanced playfully towards Xiaojun. You little scamp. Old Li couldn't help but smile, his spirits lifting. Before long, Xiaojun had finished brewing the medicinal soup and fed it to Old Li. Zhao Xiaochuan then entered Old Li's kitchen, washed the pot, ignited the stove, and added water to the pot along with a steaming basket. He cracked 3 eggs into a bowl, added a suitable amount of warm water and salt, and mixed it well, skimming off the foam. Once the water boiled and steam billowed from the basket, he placed the bowl inside and covered it. 15 minutes later, the egg custard was perfectly steamed. Zhao Xiaochuan purchased a jar of fragrant oil from the system store and set it aside, drizzling a bit over the custard along with some soy sauce before bringing it to the table. Here, Xiaojun, please feed this custard to Old Li. Certainly, young master. Xiaojun carefully scooped the custard with a spoon, feeding it to Old Li bit by bit, until the bowl was soon empty, with both medicine and nourishment. Old Li's complexion improved significantly. Zhao Xiaochuan continued to visit for several days, and after consuming a few batches of medicine, Old Li's health was restored. When he saw Zhao Xiaochuan arrive, tears of joy streamed down his face. Xiaochuan, you have truly saved my life. How can I ever repay you? He prepared to kneel, But Zhao Xiaochuan swiftly caught him, threatening, "Oldly, if you kneel to me again, I will be furious. I warn you, if you provoke me, I will have to remove you from the list of shareholders, and you will forfeit your share of the profits. Please, no? I was wrong. I won't do it again. Just don't deny me my share." Oldly, although he did not grasp much of the conversation, was quick to react upon hearing that there was nothing left to distribute. He became anxious and promptly surrendered. "That's the spirit. You must take good care of your health. Otherwise, when the processing plant distributes its dividends, how will you manage to carry them?" Zhao Xiaochuan remarked with a smile. All right. I will certainly maintain my health and guarantee that I can carry 100 pounds. Will you be able to distribute that much?" Oldly chuckled, the wrinkles on his face deepening with his laughter. "Next time, I'll send you 100 pounds of grain and perhaps a plump wife. You'll need to strengthen your physique. Otherwise, how will you manage?" Zhao Xiaochuan teased while conducting a health check on Oldly. "You rascal, is it absolutely necessary for you to send me a wife?" Oldly retorted, momentarily speechless. Nevertheless, he mused that if a wife were to be sent, it wouldn't be such a bad thing. "You think I can't handle a wife? Who do you look down upon? Misterly, your health is perfectly fine now. Just ensure you eat regularly and rest well. I shall take my leave." Zhao Xiaochuan concluded after finishing the examination and bidding farewell. "Very well, Xiaochuan. Take care," Oldly said as he accompanied Zhao Xiaochuan to the door. Time flowed like pages stirred by the wind, turning one after another. The sky appeared as if someone had polished its azure eyes. With the radiant sun shining brightly each day, the icicles on the old locust tree began to drip, initially in a gentle rhythm before transforming into a hurried downpour. The melting snow water cascading into delicate streams, which then converged into small brooks. The water levels in the river rose steadily, and the paths leading to the town and county transformed from snowy trails into muddy roads, with tender green shoots emerging from the ground. The processing factory routinely processed several hundred pounds of chili peppers every day, accumulating thousands of jars of chili sauce over 10 days. Zhao Xiaochuan covered the 3 horse-drawn carts at home with elevated wooden planks and hay, then layered them with jars of chili sauce. Once the carts were loaded, he sought out his thrifty father. "Father, shall we deliver the goods to the town together? How many carts do we have?" 3. "All right, let us hurry. The sooner we leave, the sooner we return." Zhao Ming promptly stood up and called for Zhao Dachuan. The 3 of them set off for the town, the wheels creaking as they struggled along the muddy path. After a challenging journey, they finally arrived at the 100 Flavors building. Zhao Xiaochuan entered the main hall of the restaurant and quietly approached manager Han Maochang. "Manager Han, I have brought your delivery." "Excellent. Young man, go and unload the goods," Han ordered. Together, they transferred all the jars of chili sauce from the 3 carts into the storeroom, where they proceeded to count them. "Young Master Zhao," after counting, "there are a total of 900 jars. Here's the payment," Han Maochang said, handing over a banknote to Zhao Xiaochuan. Zhao Xiaochuan tucked the banknote into his pocket. "Manager Han, I shall take my leave now. Please sell these promptly. My processing plant currently has tens of thousands of pounds of chili peppers. Rest assured, young Master Zhao, as long as you deliver the goods, your payment is guaranteed," Han Maochang replied with a smile, though internally he thought after so many years in business, there was no way he wouldn't have the funds unless Zhao Xiaochuan were to suddenly deliver tens of thousands of jars. Besides, he would surely sell more in the future, reaping considerable profits. Departing from the 100 Flavors Pavilion, Zhao Xiaochuan handed some silver coins to Zhao Dachuan, saying, "Elder brother, please procure some pig offal and pig head meat to prepare braised meat. Consider it a practice." With a scoff, Zhao Dachuan retorted, "Clearly, you simply desire to indulge in meat, yet you present it so grandiosely. Very well, I shall go by it." Nonetheless, he too harbored a craving. Accepting the silver and tucking it away. "Father, accompany elder brother and help him with the cart while I await your return here," Zhao Xiaochuan suggested, intending to divert his frugal father, which would also facilitate his retrieval of items from the system. "All right, I shall accompany you and teach elder brother some bargaining skills." Every penny saved counts, Zhao Ming agreed without opposition, easily settling into Zhao Dachuan's cart. Zhao Xiaochuan meandered through the grain store, inquiring about prices, which had risen by 10 per pound compared to before the new year. Finding a secluded corner of the street, he purchased potatoes from the system's marketplace, filling 2 carts to the brim with bags of potatoes. Before long, Zhao Ming and Zhao Dachuan returned with pig heads and offal. Upon seeing the numerous bags piled on the carts, Zhao Ming surmised that his younger brother had once again made an unusual purchase, though he chose not to inquire further. The trio of carts creaked back to the village, where Zhao Xiaochuan took the procured items into the courtyard for processing. Zhao Xiaochuan labored to move the 2 carts of potatoes into the ancestral home, calculating that with 70 households, if each were to cultivate an acre of potatoes, they would require 20,000 pounds of seeds. He decided to purchase the requisite amount from the system's marketplace, storing it all in the ancestral home. As planting would commence in just over 10 days, the processing plant continued its daily operations, producing hundreds of jars of output. And Zhao Ming and his son frequently delivered goods to the 100 Flavors Pavilion. One day, Master Lu arrived in Qinshan village seeking Zhao Xiaochuan. "Young Master Zhao, I inspected your restaurant. The roof has some broken tiles and leaks, and certain areas require replacement, including sanding and varnishing. The total will be 100 taels of silver. What do you think?" he inquired. "That sounds agreeable. I entrust it to you," Zhao Xiaochuan replied, producing 100 taels in promissory notes and handing them to Master Lu. Master Lu retrieved a contract from his pocket, and both parties affixed their signatures. As early February approached, the processing plant had consumed nearly 6,000 pounds of dried chili peppers over 30 days, yielding over 10,000 jars of chili sauce and generating an income exceeding 6,000 taels. Noticing the warming weather, Zhao Xiaochuan sought out Zhao Digang. "Second uncle, it is time to ring the bell once more." "What is the bell for this time?" Zhao Digang asked, admiring his nephew yet eager for clarity. "I have procured seeds capable of yielding 3,000 pounds per acre. I intend to distribute an acre of seeds to each household. But we must gather to learn how to ring the bell," Zhao Xiaochuan explained. "Very well, I shall ring the bell," Zhao Digang acquiesced without hesitation. Proceeding to the village square. After the bell tolled, the villagers arrived, their pace noticeably swifter this time. Upon seeing Zhao Digang and Zhao Xiaochuan on stage, someone called out, "Xiaochuan, are you about to announce some new benefits?" "Indeed, indeed. Hurry and tell us, what will be given today?" Zhao Xiaochuan stood on the stage, addressing the gathered villagers below with a warm smile. "Esteemed villagers, I have procured seeds capable of yielding 3,000 pounds of grain per acre. This time, these seeds will be distributed as a benefit to the shareholders of our processing plant, with each person receiving seeds sufficient for 1 acre. The crowd erupted into murmurs upon hearing about the promise of such a bountiful yield. 3,000 pounds per acre? My goodness, our rice only yields a few hundred pounds. Is this truly the case? Zhao Xiaochuan continued, "Please, everyone, quiet down. This is a new variety. Anyone wishing to receive seeds must come to my field for an on-site demonstration. Now, those who live nearby should fetch their host quickly. It will expedite the process. Those farther away can accompany me to help transport the seeds." The villagers were eager to assist, and soon 6 bags of potatoes were carried to his field. This year, he decided against planting peppers, as many villagers had already done so. With numerous villagers turning the soil, his 2 acres were soon prepared. And they even helped to incorporate the farmyard manure from his stable as a base fertilizer. Standing in the field, Zhao Xiaochuan took out a potato and began his explanation. "This is called a potato. Observe the small indentations on its surface, known as eyes. For larger potatoes, cut them into 4 pieces, ensuring that each piece contains at least one of these eyes, just like this." He sliced the potato and displayed it for everyone to see, encouraging them to pass it around. The villagers near the field edge grasped the concept, and Zhao continued. "Now pay close attention. Place the seed in the planting furrow with the eyes facing upwards. This will facilitate rooting and sprouting. Cover it with 3 inches of fine soil. Then plant another seed 9 inches away. After completing 1 row, leave 2 feet before starting another row. Just like that. All right, those with hoes, come forward to dig the trenches. Those without hoes, come to plant the seeds. Here is a knife. Those who wish to learn how to cut the pieces, come over, and I will instruct you." Under Zhao Xiaochuan's guidance, and through the villagers' collective efforts, the 2 acres were soon planted in an orderly fashion, and all the transported potatoes were sown. The villagers who came to learn had grasped the essentials, for farmers are quick to adapt to the art of cultivation. Observing the eager villagers, Zhao Xiaochuan found their enthusiasm amusing yet heartwarming. All right, he said patiently. "It seems you have learned quite a bit. Now, let us proceed to collect the seeds. How much seed can each household receive?" One villager inquired. "By the way, how do we eat these beans?" Another asked. "Really now? Didn't you hear him? Those are seeds. You think only of eating. If you consume the seeds, what will you plant?" The villagers continued to converse as they walked. Zhao Xiaochuan led them to his family's old residence, where the villagers once again filled the courtyard. He found the scene oddly familiar and thought back to a year prior when, upon his arrival in this time, many villagers had crowded around seeking money. Now, He was the one providing benefits to them. A smile crept onto his face at the reflection. Zhao Digang stepped forward to maintain order. All right, everyone, please settle down. I will now call out names. Those who are mentioned should come forward to collect their seats. The first name is Long Tao. Please make way, make way. Zhou Shi cheerfully squeezed through the crowd. And, please go and collect them. For an acre of land, 3 bags will suffice. Zhao Xiaochuan said with a smile, as Zhou Shi happily took the potato seeds. Zhao Digang continued reading. The second, Li Shan, the third. Once the list was completed, a few households remained without seats. Zhao Digang glanced at his nephew, unsure how to address the situation for these families. Zhao Xiaochuan looked at the 6 individuals outside and smilingly remarked, initially, I had no intention of distributing these seats to you. However, my uncle mentioned that you all have your struggles, and he urged me to assist you. I originally intended to charge you, but upon reflection, I have decided against it. I shall lend you these seeds, and upon harvest, you may return to me the equivalent weight in potatoes. If you wish to partake, please come and collect. If not, that is perfectly fine. Xiaochuan, would you truly provide me with seeds? Ma Shi inquired with a flattering smile, slightly bending forward in a tentative manner. All right, all right. My nephew has stated that you must return 3 bags upon harvest. Those who wish to take them may go inside and collect 3 bags. Those who do not may forego it, Zhao Digang replied. Very well, I shall collect them now. Diyud, hurry up. Ma Shi pulled Diyud inside to gather the seeds. Xiaochuan. Might I also receive some seeds? Niu Laosin asked tentatively. Xiaochuan, could you spare me some seeds as well? Ma Laosi inquired. Xiaochuan, we are all brothers. Please do share a little with me, Wang Dazhuang said, his eyes darting about. All right, you may all take 3 bags for an acre of land. Remember, upon harvest, you must return to me 3 bags, Zhao Xiaochuan reiterated. Yes, yes, you can rest assured, we will remember. The 3 men each took 3 bags of potatoes, and the other 2 households also collected their share. Once everyone had departed, Zhao Digang remarked, Xiaochuan, you truly have a kind heart to share with them as well. Uncle, we cannot allow them to starve. Unless they commit a grave error, we must provide them with a means to survive, Zhao Xiaochuan replied, feeling somewhat helpless. Chapter 65. Road construction. After distributing the potato seeds, Zhao Xiaochuan observed that within just a few days, each household had swiftly planted their potatoes. With no work left for the villagers and the wild vegetables still scarce in the mountains, Zhao Xiaochuan learned that some families were facing severe food shortages. He devised a plan and approached Zhao Digang once more. Uncle, I propose that we have everyone in the village participate in road construction, compensated with food. Each person will receive 3 pounds of grain for a day's work. What brought about this idea? Zhao Digang queried, puzzled. I see many families in our village surviving on thin porridge. However, I cannot simply distribute grain. Our village roads are all dirt, dusty in dry weather and muddy in the rain. Repairing these roads would greatly facilitate our travel. But how shall we find materials to pave the road? Zhao Digang questioned. Uncle, you can arrange for someone to go to the town and county to purchase lime. We can mix it with soil to create a solid surface, Zhao Xiaochuan suggested, pulling out 200 taels of silver notes and handing them to Zhao Digang. Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements, Zhao Digang said, taking the notes and turning to find suitable individuals in the village. 2 days later, a multitude of ox carts arrived, laden with an abundance of lime. The villagers commenced their tasks. Some were designated to excavate yellow earth, others to sift sand by the riverbank, while a few were assigned to level the road. And some were tasked with proportionately mixing and preparing the 3-in-1 soil. It must be said, the sight of over 200 men, women, and children from the entire village laboring together was truly magnificent. I remarked to Li Honglin, you rascal, having just recovered, you come back to work. Aren't you afraid of exhausting yourself? Zhao Feng swung his hoe, filling in the uneven road. Hey, Zhao Feng, stop comparing yourself to me. With your physique, you can't hold a candle to my vigor. Even if you tire, I shall remain unscathed. Li Honglin exerted himself even more vigorously, wielding his hoe to scrape the road surface. Nonsense. When I was fighting the foreign tribes in the northern frontier, I wielded a long knife from dawn till dusk. My blade sharpened to the point of curling, and you dare to compare your strength to mine? How absurd. Zhao Feng, unwavering, began to reminisce about those days. Old grandpa, how about I find a bride for both of you? Zhao Xiaochuan happened to pass by and overheard the banter between the 2 old men, joining in the teasing. You cheeky brat, dare to jest with your grandpa? Just wait until I give you a thrashing, Zhao Feng exclaimed. raising his leg to kick at Zhao Xiaochuan's backside. The latter nimbly dodged the elderly man's kick, retreating while shouting, "What's wrong? Not satisfied? Then let us get you a young and beautiful one. Ha ha ha. Hey, old Zhao, your grandson is quite filial, planning to find you a young and pretty bride. If it were me, I'd laugh awake from my dreams." Old Zhang, laboring nearby, joined the jest. "Old Zhang, don't you want a young beauty as well? If you wish, I can have Xiaochuan arrange one for you right now," Zhao Feng provocatively suggested. No. I haven't managed my own wife yet. If your grandson really brought me one, my wife would tear me to shreds." Old Zhang immediately begged for mercy. Laughter erupted among all the villagers present, lightening the laborious atmosphere. Days passed, and the village roads were entirely hardened with 3-in-1 soil. The paths leading to Jinhai County and Wanyan Town were widened and progressively fortified. With the entire village mobilized, they could lay down hundreds of meters in a single day, leaving space for expansion joints. While drainage ditches were constructed on both sides using stones and 3-in-1 soil. A month later, March arrived, and the road to Wanyan Town was fully paved. Over 1,000 taels had been spent on silver notes for Zhao Xiaochuan, and thousands of pounds of rice and millet were distributed among the villagers who participated in the labor. He vaguely sensed that something was amiss, though he could not pinpoint it, as most matters were under Zhao Di Gang's management. This month, all the plants thrived in wild exuberance. Looking up, the wild peach trees had blossomed profusely, their pink petals sparkling in the morning light like countless little lanterns adorning the branches. By April, the road from Qingshan village to the county town had been completely paved. The remaining thousands of pounds of wheat and miscellaneous grains in Zhao Xiaochuan's space had also been distributed to the villagers who participated in the labor. Thus, all the grain collected from the bandit stronghold had been fully allocated. Master Lu has meticulously refurbished the shop located at number 6, East Main Street, Jinhai County. Zhao Xiaochuan gazed at the transformed tavern, his heart swelling with excitement. Upon entering the courtyard at the back of the tavern, he was equally pleased. "Master Lu, your craftsmanship is truly commendable. It appears as if it were newly constructed." "Indeed, quite remarkable," he exclaimed. "I am thoroughly satisfied. This is but a small token of my appreciation for your hard work." He retrieved a silver ingot weighing 10 taels from his pocket and placed it into Master Lu's hands. "Thank you, young Master Zhao. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to visit my home." Master Lu expressed his gratitude before taking his leave. Zhao Xiaochuan locked the door and returned home, where he found his elder brother. "Zhao Dachuan, brother, after practicing your braised meat skills for so long, your proficiency is nearly sufficient. Why not consider opening a shop in the county? Are you certain? Can my skills truly sustain a shop?" "Do not deceive me," Zhao Dachuan replied, incredulous. "I have secured a tavern in the county town. Would you like to give it a try? I can provide the capital," Zhao Xiaochuan proposed. Well, Zhao Dachuan hesitated. "Brother, no rush. You may take your time to ponder it until tomorrow," Zhao Xiaochuan encouraged, noticing his brother's indecision. Xiaochuan, are you in there? Erlang, come outside," came a voice from beyond the courtyard. Zhao Xiaochuan stepped outside to find dozens of townsfolk, his mind instantly filled with questions. "At last, you've come out. Our fields have been plowed, and we have gathered to request chili pepper seeds from you." "Yes, indeed. This year, we must not be without the means to plant chili peppers. Even a seed sufficient for an acre will suffice." The townspeople clamored, and it was then that Zhao Xiaochuan comprehended their intentions. Fortunately, the chili processing plant had already prepared the seeds according to his specifications. He fetched the seeds from the processing plant and distributed 2 taels to each villager, enough to cultivate 2 acres, while reminding them, "Dear friends, if you are unsure how to plant, consult those who have planted last year." "Very well, thank you, Xiaochuan. Gratitude to you, Erlang." The villagers expressed their appreciation as they departed. At that moment, Zhao Xiaochuan realized that among the crowd were none of the usual faces Niu Laosan, Ma Laosi, or Wang Dazhuang. Reflecting on this, he recalled that these 3 had not shown up for work during the road construction. "That explains it. I had a feeling something was amiss. Perhaps they have consumed the potato seeds as food. 3 bags could last quite a while. Xiaochuan, come quickly with me. Hurry, we need to save someone." Zhao He panted, approaching with sweat beading on his forehead. Zhao Xiaochuan quickly inquired, "Zhao He, do not panic. Catch your breath and explain what has happened. Someone is in dire straits. You must come quickly to see if you can help." Zhao He managed to express after taking a few deep breaths. "Let us go. Lead the way." Zhao Xiaochuan commanded without delay. Zhao He hurried ahead, with Zhao Xiaochuan following closely behind, both racing towards the scene. Upon entering the abode of Ma Laosi, Zhao Xiaochuan was greeted by a startling sight. 3 individuals lay sprawled on the floor: Niu Laosan, Ma Laosi, and Wang Dazhuang. A fleeting glance revealed that the trio was already convulsing, their consciousness fading. The floor bore remnants of vomit, and nearby, a pot contained potatoes sprouting long green shoots. An inkling of understanding washed over him, and he inwardly cursed these 3 rascals. Rather than cultivating the potatoes in the fields, they had hoarded them for personal consumption. And now, with their green shoots, they dared to eat them. How had they not poisoned themselves? Zhao Xiaochuan extended his hand to check their pulses. And after a brief examination, he concluded that they had suffered from an overdose of solanine. Xiaochuan, can they be saved? Inquired Zhao Digang from the sidelines. Uncle, quickly arrange for someone to fetch some manure water to administer to them. They will recover once they expel it, Zhao Xiaochuan replied. Although he could have employed other methods to induce vomiting, seeing their pitiful state, he felt a desire to make them suffer a little for their foolishness. No sooner had he spoken than Zhao Digang dispatched someone to fetch manure water from the latrine. Zhao Xiaochuan stepped outside. Shortly thereafter, a bucket of manure was brought forth, and several villagers began to assist in administering the concoction to the 3 on the floor. Li Shan supported Niu Laosan with one hand while prying his mouth open with the other. Zhao Yi scooped from the bucket and began to pour the manure water into Niu Laosan's mouth. Gurgle, gurgle, heave. Gurgle, gurgle, heave. Heave, heave. Gurgle, gurgle, heave. Li Shan and Zhao Yi worked swiftly and in perfect harmony, moving on from Niu Laosan to Ma Laosi. Gurgle, gurgle, heave. Once Ma Laosi was attended to, they proceeded to Wang Dazhuang. Gurgle, gurgle, heave. After a thorough round of administering the manure water, the 3 began to vomit uncontrollably. Outside, Zhao Xiaochuan shielded his mouth and nose with his sleeve, retreating as far as possible while issuing distant commands. Brother Zhao He, give them another round. If that doesn't suffice, repeat the process. Understood. Li Shu, let us administer another round, Zhao He replied, once more prying open Niu Laosan's mouth. While Li Shan wasted no time in pouring the manure water into him. Gurgle, gurgle, heave. Heave, heave. Zhao He then opened Ma Laosi's mouth and subsequently attended to Wang Dazhuang. After a prolonged bout of vomiting, the contents of their stomachs had indeed been expelled. After a short while, the poison within their bodies had largely dissipated, although the odor in the room was quite pungent. Zhao Xiaochuan cast a distant glance into the room and remarked, Brother Zhao He, Uncle Li, I believe that should suffice. You both should hurry and wash up. Ah. Very well. Agreed. Zhao He and Li Shan responded, immediately abandoning the 3 on the floor and rushing towards the water's edge. Xiaochuan, what has happened to them? How did they end up like this? Zhao Digang inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Oh, uncle, do not worry. They will be fine shortly. They merely consumed the sprouts and leaves of the potatoes, which caused the poisoning. Ah, potatoes can be toxic? Zhao Digang was struck with alarm upon hearing this, pondering how his nephew could allow everyone to cultivate such hazardous produce. Rest assured, uncle, the leaves of these potatoes are inedible. However, the tubers beneath the soil are completely safe, provided they are thoroughly cooked, Zhao Xiaochuan elucidated. When the potatoes are harvested, I shall explain to everyone how to properly consume them. Oh, that's a relief, Zhao Digang responded, finally at ease. Before long, Niu Laosan, Ma Laosi, and Wang Dazhuang also revived. In truth, excessive consumption of solanum nigrum is unlikely to be fatal. Upon witnessing their recovery, Zhao Digang snorted in disdain and stormed away in a huff. Zhao Xiaochuan followed closely behind, a sly smile adorning his face, reveling secretly in the thought that perhaps this experience would instill a sense of caution in the 3 of them. He made his way towards his family's fields, spotting a group of people diligently uprooting weeds in the potato patch. Even Qinyu, do ya? Zhao Sani, the Long family, and the 2 bodyguards were all engaged in the weeding effort, with the pulled weeds collected into a basket to be taken home for feeding the horses. As Zhao Xiaochuan approached the edge of the field, the languidly sunbathing black panther caught a whiff of its master's scent from afar. Its eyes snapped open, and it stretched before hastily bounding over to Zhao Xiaochuan, nuzzling against his pant leg while emitting a series of contented growls. Now, the black panther had grown to the size of an adult, weighing approximately as much as an average human, its glossy fur a testament to its regular meat diet. Zhao Xiaochuan glanced over and thought better of it. The weeds would soon be cleared, and there was no need for him to linger. He decided to return home instead. He affectionately patted the panther's large head and said, Come, let us return home. With that, he turned to leave, and the panther followed closely behind. Once home, Zhao Xiaochuan grabbed a basket and set off into the mountains. His primary motivation was to accumulate experience points for leveling up. Although the experience gained from collecting previously harvested flora and fauna would be significantly diminished, he understood the value of persistence. After all, small efforts accumulate to yield substantial results. The following day, Zhao Datsai approached Zhao Xiaochuan, scratching his head with a hint of embarrassment. Second brother, I've pondered throughout the day and still believe that I lack the acumen for business. I fear I may not succeed in the county town. Would it be possible for you to purchase a few more acres of land for our family? I am more suited for farming. Ah, that is agreeable. Acquiring land is a minor matter. Which location do you have in mind? Have you inquired about the price? Zhao Xiaochuan refrained from further persuasion, recognizing that each person must make their own choices, and he could only respect that. I spoke with Uncle Lijing. There are still several acres of paddy fields available in the village. I think the 4 acres adjacent to our land would be excellent. They are priced at 100 taels. Though they have been neglected for some time, with some attention, they can yield a bountiful harvest each year. Consider this money a loan from me. I shall repay you once I earn some. Zhao Datsai asserted earnestly. Oh, no need to worry, brother. Just proceed with the purchase. We can discuss repayment later. Hurry and secure the land deed. Tend to it promptly, and you should still be able to plant a crop this season. I have a new variety of seeds. You can sow them in the field, Zhao Xiaochuan said, pulling out 100 taels in banknotes and placing them into Zhao Datsai's hands. Oh, don't linger. Go quickly. You must drive uncle to the county town. Upon encountering Zhao Dachuan, Zhao Xiaochuan was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly urged him to step outside. Once he saw his elder brother had exited, he turned and made his way back to the west wing, where he calculated and subsequently purchased 20 pounds of corn seeds from the system marketplace. Placing them into a cloth bag, Zhao Xiaochuan then approached his frugal father and said, Father, these are the seeds I managed to acquire. If cultivated properly, 1 acre can yield over 1,000 pounds. What? 1,000 pounds per acre? Is that truly the case? Zhao Ming was momentarily stunned, at a loss for words. Please take these for now. My elder brother has gone to purchase land. Once that is arranged, we can plant them, and we shall utilize the manure from the stable as fertilizer. Zhao Xiaochuan handed the bag of corn seeds to Zhao Ming. Subsequently, he began to explain to his father the processes of preparing fertilizer, the depth of planting, and the spacing between rows. The father and son duo were deep in conversation about the potential of brewing liquor from the harvested corn when a commotion erupted outside the courtyard. Zhao Xiaochuan, come out here. You better hurry up and show yourself. If you don't come out soon, I'll set fire to your courtyard. Their conversation halted, both furrowing their brows. Please leave a 5-star review. We seek your support. Chapter 67. Provocation. Upon hearing the unusual noises, Black Panther swiftly arrived by his master's side. Hearing the insults at the courtyard entrance, Zhang Long seized a wooden stick and prepared to step outside. Zhang Long, let us assess the situation first. If they don't make a move, there is no need to intervene, Zhao Xiaochuan instructed hastily. Zhao Ming and Zhao Xiaochuan promptly approached the door, with Black Panther closely following. At this moment, a crowd of onlookers had gathered outside their courtyard, consisting of local villagers. Leading the charge were Niu Laosan, Malausi, and Wang Dazhuang, who were vociferously cursing. Zhao Xiaochuan shouted, You 3, be quiet. What do you want? If you don't clarify your intentions, you shall see my wrath. Wang Dazhuang roared, You deliberately caused us to be inundated with manure, didn't you? Exactly. My house is now filled with excrement. How am I supposed to live there? You owe me a house. Niu Laosan added angrily. You are truly despicable. My clothes are ruined with manure. You must compensate me. Ma Laosi chimed in with similar indignation. As Zhao Xiaochuan was about to retort, he noticed 2 figures rushing towards them from a distance. They pushed through the crowd of spectators and began to berate the trio. You 3 heartless scoundrels. You waste the very manure that saved your lives. Had I known, I would have used it to fertilize the fields instead. At least then there would be food to eat. The speaker was Wu Shi, the wife of Li Shan. I say, you 3 good-for-nothings. If it weren't for the village chief asking Zhao Xiaochuan to save you, you would have been buried in the ground by now. You truly have the audacity to come and spew filth at your savior's doorstep. You 3 are nothing but wretched beings, with sores on your heads and pus on your feet. Zhou Shi unleashed a barrage of insults. Ma Laosi, just look at your pitiful state. It's a waste to even give you manure. You. Ma Laosi was so enraged he could barely point at Zhou Shi, trembling with fury. You, with such a dismal appearance, are surely destined for a short life, Zhou began, turning her gaze fiercely towards Wang Dazhuang. You, Wang Dazhuang, with your robust physique and abundant strength, squander your potential by idling away your days, indulging in laziness. Feeding you excrement would be a kindness. Your very existence is a waste of air. You might as well suffocate yourself in a cesspit. And you, Niu Lao-san, have brought nothing but misery to your family. While pigs can be raised for meat and dogs serve as guardians, you are a pitiful excuse for a man, defiling your own home and incurring losses. Were it not for our pleas to the village chief on your behalf, you would have long since been locked away in prison. You three rascals had better leave at once. If you dare to trouble Xiaochuan again, I will make certain to douse your abode in filth. Zhou unleashed her tirade, leaving the three miscreants red-faced and embarrassed. It seems you three have come specifically to provoke trouble in the absence of the village chief. Do not think you can evade the consequences. Once he returns, I shall inform him of your antics. Wu, sensing something amiss, recalled that she had seen Zhao Digang and Zhao Xiaochuan driving away from the village while she was working in the fields. Upon hearing that she would inform the village chief, Niu Lao-san, Ma Lao-si, and Wang Dazhuang exchanged worried glances. Zhao Xiaochuan, perceptive as ever, noted their furtive glances and concluded that their lack of compassion would warrant his own response. Now, Niu Lao-san, you promised to repay the silver before the new year. Yet months have passed since then. When shall I see my money? Niu Lao-san faltered, wishing to flee, realizing that had it not been for Wang Dazhuang and Ma Lao-si's instigation, he would not have sought trouble here. What could he repay when he had no money? Curse be his two foolish companions. And you three, have you planted the potatoes in the field? How tall have they grown? Have you weeded? How much fertilizer have you applied? And have you added any supplementary nutrients? Harvest time is approaching in just over a month. Can you truly repay me with 3 bags of potatoes? Well, I'm going to water the fields now. I need to go weed. I must apply fertilizer. As Niu Lao-san, Ma Lao-si, and Wang Dazhuang spoke, they hastily departed amidst the murmurs of the onlooking villagers, who soon followed suit, discussing the events as they left. I had no idea they came for this. Had I known, I would have scolded them. Indeed, had it not been for Zhao Xiaochuan's intervention, they would have perished. Why would they die? They have no idea what they consumed to become ill. There are many mushrooms in the mountains now. They likely ingested poisonous ones. Listening to the villagers' chatter, Zhao Xiaochuan shook his head, knowing he had no desire to elaborate further. Xiaochuan, why did you let them go? Zhao Ming quietly inquired. Father, it's best to let it be. I see the situation clearly, and there's no need to stoop to their level. As long as they leave, that's sufficient. Zhao Xiaochuan replied softly. Very well, you make a valid point. There is indeed no necessity for us to lower ourselves to their standards, Zhao Ming concurred. Acknowledging his son's wisdom, Zhao Xiaochuan returned to the courtyard, slinging a basket onto his back and grasping a hoe, poised to venture out. Qin Yu approached and inquired. Brother Xiaochuan, are you heading to the mountains? I am going to the bamboo grove to dig up some bamboo shoots. Would you care to join me? With a cheerful smile, Zhao Xiaochuan replied, Certainly, I shall accompany you. Qin Yu, her face radiant with joy, stepped outside. Hey Kong, come along with us. Zhao Xiaochuan called to the Black Panther. The panther swiftly darted to his side, following them as they exited their home, the trio making their way to the bamboo grove. Utilizing the system to precisely locate the bamboo shoots underground, Zhao Xiaochuan raised his hoe and began to excavate the soil. With a few decisive strikes, he unearthed a bamboo shoot. To foster Qin Yu's sense of involvement, he called out, Xiao Yu, come quickly. I found one. Here it comes, wow. This one is truly large. Qin Yu rushed over, lifting the sizable bamboo shoot with both hands and placing it into the basket. Zhao Xiaochuan shifted to another spot and unearthed another large bamboo shoot. There is another one here. Come over and collect it. Qin Yu joyfully dashed over, only to exclaim, Oh, this one is enormous. She struggled to lift it, her efforts proving futile. Brother Xiaochuan, this is too heavy. I cannot manage it. Please come and assist me. Zhao Xiaochuan set down the hoe, bent down, and lifted the colossal bamboo shoot into the basket. The basket was already filled with numerous shoots, and with this addition, it brimmed to the top. He crouched down, hoisting the basket onto his back, grasping the hoe in one hand while taking Qin Yu's hand with the other. The basket is full. Let us return home. With her hand clasped in his, Qin Yu felt her cheeks flush, her heart racing with excitement as they quietly chatted on their way back. Upon arriving home, they peeled the bamboo shoots, washed them thoroughly, sliced them, and blanched them before spreading them out on a winnowing basket to dry. Zhao Xiaochuan and Qin Yu repeatedly ventured to the bamboo grove to harvest shoots. Busy yet blissful in their endeavors, After a day filled with activity, they both enjoyed a restful and deep slumber that night. The following morning, Xiaoju hurriedly entered the western chamber, exclaiming, "Young master, wake up quickly. There has been an incident." Zhao Xiaochuan, still groggy from slumber, was roused by the commotion, irritation creeping into his voice as he wondered what calamity had befallen them. Chapter 68, An Incident. Despite his annoyance, he donned his clothes and stepped outside, where he spotted Long Tao in the courtyard. "Xiaochuan, I am truly sorry. It is my incompetence. The processing factory has been robbed." Long Tao continuously apologized upon seeing Zhao Xiaochuan. "Uncle Long, do not panic. Please recount the events in detail," Zhao Xiaochuan urged. Feeling a surge of anger at the news of the theft, but knowing he must first ascertain the facts. "Yesterday, we processed an extra batch. After finishing our work, we left rather late. I did not awaken during the night to check the factory, thinking the village patrol would keep watch. When I came this morning to inspect the factory, I discovered the lock on the storage room had been pried open." Long Tao recounted the sequence of events. "Have you assessed what items have been taken?" Zhao Xiaochuan inquired. "I conducted an inventory. We are missing 100 jars of the chili sauce we made yesterday. I also inquired with the patrol team, and they reported seeing no one on the village roads during the night," Long Tao replied. Zhao Xiaochuan felt discontent brewing within him and called out, "Hey Kong, come here, follow me." The Black Panther swiftly dashed from the kitchen to its master's side, following him out. Soon, the inhabitants of the house began to rise. "Uncle Long, has anyone entered the processing plant?" he inquired as he walked. "As soon as I noticed the situation, I hastened to find you," Long Tao replied. "Second brother, what has happened? Quickly tell elder brother." Zhao Dachuan urged as he chased after them. "Xiaochuan, what is it? Speak up." Zhao Ming followed closely behind. "Elder brother, please summon Uncle Lijing to the processing plant and inform him that it has been burgled. Also, call the patrol team." Zhao Xiaochuan began to delegate tasks to his elder brother. "Understood," Zhao Dachuan responded, hastily making his way to Zhao Digang's home. Zhao Xiaochuan swiftly arrived at the entrance of the processing plant, bending down to inspect the ground for footprints. Alas, the entire area was paved with large tiles, obscuring any prints. However, he still felt it necessary to examine closely. To discern the footprints on the tiles, he crouched down and scrutinized them carefully. Within 10 minutes, Zhao Digang arrived with the village patrol team. Upon seeing the damaged lock on the warehouse door, he inquired, "Xiaochuan, how much has been stolen?" "Uncle Lijing, I noticed that 100 jars of processed chili sauce are missing," Zhao Xiaochuan began, but Long Tao interjected before he could finish. When Zhao Digang heard that 100 jars of chili sauce had been pilfered, valued at 50 taels of silver, his beard quivered with rage. He began to berate the patrol team. "Those who were on patrol last night, step forward and explain yourselves. Were you not instructed to frequently check the processing plant? Did you slack off last night?" The young men, hearing this, realized they were in trouble, even though they had been diligent in their patrols and had seen no one. "Uncle Lijing, our squad was on patrol last night, but we truly did not encounter anyone on the road. Moreover, the village wall is quite high, and the gate is always locked at night. It is not easy for so many items to be taken out." Wang Chunsheng, the team leader, stepped forward to respond. "Indeed, Uncle Lijing, the main gate was secured last night," added Li Dagan, feeling unjustly accused. "Then tell me, did you observe anyone entering the processing plant last night? With so many items missing, and you claim to have fulfilled your duties?" Zhao Digang chastised the young patrolman. At that moment, Zhao Xiaochuan discreetly observed the expressions and actions of those around him, but after a prolonged watch, he discerned no abnormalities. He pondered. It seemed unlikely that the patrol team was involved. Who, then, could have absconded with such a significant quantity of goods under their watch? An ordinary person could not carry away so much chili sauce, as the jars alone weighed over 200 pounds, certainly not something one individual could transport. Noticing his master deep in thought, the Black Panther approached and nudged him with its head, which suddenly sparked an idea. "Uncle, cease your scolding. I have devised a plan to catch the thief." Zhao Xiaochuan halted Zhao Digang and turned to the Black Panther, saying, "Black Cat, come here and sniff. Discover from which direction these individuals absconded with our belongings. If we catch the thief today, I promise to reward you with a feast of delicacies you've never tasted before." The Black Panther, upon hearing that the master would reward it with a delectable treat for catching a thief, something it had never tasted before, immediately widened its eyes and briskly made its way into the storeroom to investigate. It sniffed the ground and the air incessantly. Subsequently, it began to walk towards the back wall of the processing plant. Upon reaching the wall, it leaped effortlessly over it. Observing this, the onlookers hastily turned to run towards the main gate of the processing plant, then dashed toward the backyard. The Black Panther, displaying an understanding of its master's intentions, patiently waited for the master to catch up before proceeding. Leading the way, the Black Panther sniffed as it moved forward, followed closely by Zhao Xiaochuan and Zhao Digang, with over a dozen young patrollers trailing behind. Upon exiting the confines of the backyard wall, the Black Panther ventured into a stretch of farmland, traversing several ridges and circumventing the vegetable patches of a few households, eventually heading towards the residence of Wang Dazhuang. Zhao Digang, following this path, mused to himself, there are still many oversights in this patrol route. It seems improvements are necessary. The Black Panther arrived at the entrance of Wang Dazhuang's home, glancing between the door and its master. Zhao Digang gestured, commanding, go and knock. Wang Dazhuang, urged to open the door, promptly complied. Wang Chunxing, shouting, began to pound on the door vigorously. After several knocks, a disgruntled voice from within exclaimed, who is it? Why are you knocking so loudly? Is someone dead in your family? Are you here to announce a death? A bleary-eyed Wang Dazhuang opened the door, yawning and stretching. Search inside. Leave no corner unexamined. We must find what we are looking for, Zhao Digang ordered with a wave of his hand. Wang Chunxing, accompanied by his team, forcefully pushed past Wang Dazhuang and stormed into the house. Hey, what are you doing in my house? What are you searching for, Li Zheng? You can't bully people like this. Wang Dazhuang feigned composure, though inwardly he thought, you think you can find anything in my house? Dream on. Before long, the interior had been thoroughly searched, and Wang Chunxing emerged, declaring, Li Zheng, we found nothing. Zhao Digang, puzzled, looked towards his nephew. Zhao Xiaochuan turned to the Black Panther and said, Black Cat, go and search for our belongings. Find out where they are hidden. Hurry, the sooner we locate them, the sooner we can return home. With a nimble leap, the Black Panther entered the house, sniffing around before returning to the doorway, sniffing at Wang Dazhuang. Startled, Wang Dazhuang trembled, his voice quaking, Zhao Xiaochuan, you, please, keep your big mountain cat away from me. I'm frightened. After completing its investigation, the Black Panther turned and made its way outside, soon arriving at the doorstep of Niu Laosan's home. After glancing at the door and then at its master, Wang Chunxing, understanding the unspoken command, began to knock vigorously. As Niu Laosan opened the door, Zhao Xiaochuan pushed past him, and the Black Panther leaped into the house. After a thorough sniffing, it approached Niu Laosan's bedside, investigating the bed and beginning to rummage through the bedding. Chapter 69. Are you treating us differently? Wang Chunxing lifted the blanket on the bed, but found nothing, leaving him perplexed. Could it be that Zhao Xiaochuan's big mountain cat had made a mistake again? Zhao Xiaochuan strode over and lifted the mattress laid upon the bed, revealing a neat array of chili sauce jars beneath it. Zhao Digang shouted, bind that cow, Laosan. Hey. I say, Uncle Li Jing, what is the meaning of this? Why are you tying me up? On what grounds? I didn't see you binding your nephew when he stole. I refuse to comply. You all must let me go. Cao Laosan struggled fiercely, but with so many people present, he was swiftly subdued and his hands were bound behind his back. Ah, Cao Laosan, you truly do not know the gravity of your situation. According to our laws, theft of goods valued under 5 coins incurs 30 days of labor. Theft under 1 tael demands a year of labor. For goods exceeding 1 tael, one is to bear a mark on the face and serve 3 years in prison. Exceeding 5 taels results in a 5-year sentence in a remote region. And for theft over 10 taels, one is marked and exiled to a desolate land. The items you pilfered are worth 50 taels, and it is for the county magistrate to decide whether your hand, foot, or head shall be severed. Zhao Digang declared, upon hearing the severity of the punishment, especially for something valued at 50 taels, Cao Laosan's head spun, and he immediately begged for mercy. Uncle Li Jing, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please spare me. I truly understand my mistake. These are not my thefts. It was all Ma Laosi and Wang Dazhuang's doing. Excellent, excellent, Zhao Digang replied. Wang Chunxing, go and bind Ma Laosi and Wang Dazhuang as well. We shall convene a grand assembly at the village square. He realized that this situation called for a demonstration to deter others. Before long, the remaining half jar of chili sauce was found at Ma Laosi's home. The patrol team, escorting the bound Cao Laosan, Ma Laosi, and Wang Dazhuang, along with all the recovered jars of chili sauce, arrived at the village square. The resonant clang of a copper bell echoed throughout Qingshan village. In a short time, the square was filled with villagers who exchanged perplexed glances. They looked at the stern-faced Li Jing, then at the 3 bound individuals, then at the 100 jars of chili sauce on display, and finally at Zhao Xiaochuan and his mountain cat. Confusion ensued, and whispers began to circulate. What is happening? Are they distributing chili sauce to everyone? No way. Did you not see those 3 rascals bound up? I believe they are to be dealt with. I concur. Zhao Xiaochuan's seeds failed to germinate for them. Surely that displeased Li Jing. So what if they didn't tea plant? It doesn't tea affect us. Sure. Lower your voices. Be careful or Li Jing may turn on you. Hearing the murmurs from the crowd, Cao Laosan resumed his pleas to Uncle Li Jing. Please, these items were all stolen by Ma Laosi and Wang Dazhuang. I had no part in it. Curse you, Cao Laosan. You're speaking nonsense. You smashed the lock of the storeroom yourself, and yet you claim innocence. Ma Laosi retorted immediately. You scoundrel, Cao Laosan. You lack loyalty. Wang Dazhuang glared fiercely, cursing him. Indeed, Wang Dazhuang, this was your idea. You carried the most chili sauce in your backpack during the theft. Cao Laosan did not hesitate to expose them all. As the trio hurling accusations at one another, the villagers below began to grasp the unfolding situation. Zhao Digang called out several times, yet the cacophony persisted. He resorted to striking a copper gong with force, producing a resounding clang that instantly silenced the crowd. He declared, Listen to me, everyone. Last night, 3 individuals clandestinely scaled the wall into our village's processing plant, forcibly breached the warehouse, and absconded with 100 jars of chili sauce, resulting in a direct loss exceeding 50 taels. I will soon escort these 3 to the county office. The purpose of gathering you all here today is to convey that theft incurs consequences. As soon as he finished speaking, the disgruntled Niu Laosan on the ground began to wail. The village chief is truly unjust. When your nephew Zhao Xiaochuan stole from our fellow villagers, why weren't you bound and sent to the county office? Why must it be us who face such punishment? Speak up. Others joined in. Indeed, village chief, you are biased. I will also lodge a complaint against you at the county office. Zhao Digang felt an overwhelming wave of frustration wash over him, but promptly replied, Very well, allow me to elucidate. According to our laws, the theft of ordinary citizens' possessions falls under the category of the people do not pursue the government. Furthermore, Zhao Xiaochuan has already compensated the villagers for his transgressions and has received their forgiveness. However, what you have stolen is not merely personal property. This processing plant is a communal enterprise involving over 70 households. Therefore, the legal implications are distinctly different. What more do you wish to say? Can I compensate for the losses? One of them pleaded. We only open 1 jar. The others remain untouched. Another chimed in. Yes, Uncle Village Chief. Let us compensate for 1 jar. The 3 on the ground hastily begged for mercy, hoping to elicit sympathy from the crowd. Some in the audience began to advocate for their clemency. Village Chief Zhao, perhaps you could spare them. Zhao Digang responded, Very well. If anyone wishes to grant them an opportunity, please gather 50 taels of silver, and we shall consider this matter resolved. At this pronouncement, the crowd fell silent. Seeing no further objections, Zhao Digang decisively concluded the matter. At that moment, Zhao Xiaochuan seized the opportunity to address the villagers. Dear villagers, the chili sauce that has already left the warehouse can no longer be sold. Consider it a gift for everyone. Each family may come and claim a jar. Upon hearing this, joy erupted among the villagers. Each household promptly designated a representative to queue for their share. Before long, over 70 jars of chili sauce had been distributed, leaving just 20 jars on stage. Zhao Xiaochuan remarked, Second uncle, please take these remaining jars home. Are these truly unsellable? Zhao Digang asked, perplexed. My intention was to sell them, as they represent the honor of Qinshan village. We cannot allow such trivial matters to tarnish our brand. If that were not the case, why would I maintain such stringent cleanliness at the processing plant? Workers must don clean uniforms, wear masks, and wash their hands thoroughly, all for the sake of hygiene. Zhao Xiaochuan explained. Very well then, Zhao Digang conceded. What more could he say? His nephew was becoming increasingly formidable, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce. Zhao Digang arranged for someone to return the chili sauce home, and then hitched a cart, which carried Niu Laosan, Ma Laosi, and Wang Dazhuang in the rear, while Wang Chenxing took the reins at the front. After watching the cart depart through the village gate, Zhao Xiaochuan returned to the processing plant, where operations had resumed their regular pace. He reflected on his recent arrival in this world, feeling fortunate that it was his second uncle, the village chief, who had found him. Otherwise, having pilfered so many items, he would surely have been sent to the county office. This thought brought a wry smile to his face as he shook his head. Leaving the processing plant, Zhao Xiaochuan fetched a basket from home and took Qingyi with him to forage for bamboo shoots. Just as they returned with a full basket, distant shouts echoed, Xiaochuan. Something's wrong. Xiaochuan. Furrowing his brow, Zhao Xiaochuan muttered, What could possibly be wrong with me? He set down the bamboo shoots and stepped outside to discern the source of the commotion. He spotted Wang Chunxing running toward him, drenched in sweat, and gasping for breath as he stammered. They escaped. Who escaped? Zhao Xiaochuan asked, bewildered. Niu Laosan, Wang Dazhuang, and Ma Laosi. They somehow managed to loosen their ropes and fled midway. We couldn't catch up, Wang Chunxing explained after catching his breath. Are you all right? Is my second uncle okay? Where is he now? Zhao Xiaochuan pressed, concern etched on his face. Neither I nor the village chief have been harmed. He has returned home. Wang Chunxing reassured him. Zhao Xiaochuan hurried to Zhao Digang's residence, finding him squatting in the yard, diligently tending to a loose hoe. Upon entering, Zhao Xiaochuan inquired anxiously. Second uncle, are you uninjured? Zhao Digang glanced at his nephew before resuming his task, saying, Xiaochuan, at my age, it is difficult to keep pace with them. They managed to escape, and my old limbs couldn't follow. Do you blame me? Second uncle, why would I blame you? They ran off. But as long as you're safe, that's all that matters, Zhao Xiaochuan replied, observing his uncle's expression and deducing the situation without needing to state it outright. I came specifically to check on you. It's a relief that you're fine. I must return now, as the bamboo grove is abundant with shoots, he added. Go on then. Gather as much as you can. It will fetch a good price, Zhao Digang encouraged. Zhao Xiaochuan turned to head home, instructing Qian Yu to continue processing the bamboo shoots while he took Black Panther to the bamboo forest. Once he ensured no one was around, he selected a large abalone from the system's space, conjuring it into existence on the ground, still fresh but devoid of life. This is your reward. It's an abalone from the sea, something you've likely never tasted before. It's worth quite a bit of silver, Zhao Xiaochuan said to Black Panther. Black Panther, staring at the sizable dark object on the ground, was puzzled. After pawing at it and sniffing, it seemed intrigued by the pleasant aroma, and soon began to investigate how to consume it. Zhao Xiaochuan ceased to concern himself with how the Black Panther feasted and resumed his endeavor of harvesting bamboo shoots. This time, he diligently reclaimed every shoot, with the system signaling success repeatedly. The experience points that had stagnated for so long began to rise gradually once more. The bamboo shoots in the field transformed daily, soon becoming unsuitable for harvesting. Those that had sprouted above ground grew wildly, and in merely a month, they had ascended to heights nearing 3 stories. With 3 horses at their disposal, the plowing progressed swiftly, and under the efforts of his father and elder brother, the newly acquired 4 acres of corn now stood at an impressive foot high, creating a lush expanse as far as the eye could see. Upon arriving at the 2 acres of potato fields, Zhao Xiaochuan observed that the foliage had begun to shift from green to yellow. The corners of his mouth lifted in a smile as he exclaimed, in this household, we cultivate jade, and from the earth, we yield gold. Zhao Dachuan was busy weeding in the cornfield when he spotted Zhao Xiaochuan approaching. He hastily dropped his hoe and rushed over, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, his tone laced with urgency. Second brother, I was just thinking to ask you about those 2 acres of potatoes. Why haven't they produced any fruits? The leaves are turning yellow. Have they not been cared for properly, or are they wilting? You must take a look quickly. Eldest brother. They're ready for harvest. Quickly, seek out Uncle Lijing and have him summon all the villagers to the field. They should bring large scales and, by the way, tell them to bring hoes as well. Zhao Xiaochuan began directing his elder brother. All right, I shall go at once. Zhao Dachuan scratched his head in confusion, but hastened off to find Zhao Digang. Zhao Xiaochuan calculated that the 2 acres might yield over 10,000 pounds, necessitating many bags for collection. With a shift of thought, he purchased 100 burlap sacks from the system's marketplace, envisioning the villagers tying up the potatoes and helping carry them home. The thought alone brought him delight. He reclined on a burlap sack, basking in the warm sunlight, and soon dozed off. Hey, you rascal, dreaming of marrying a wife, are you? Look at the drool at the corner of your mouth. Zhao Feng playfully tapped Zhao Xiaochuan's leg, neither too hard nor too soft. Ah, who dare strike me? Zhao Xiaochuan was startled awake, jumping up and preparing to scold the offender. Upon seeing who had startled him, his anger dissipated into laughter. Uncle, you truly are something. I was just dreaming of delicious food, poised to indulge, and you had to ruin it. Xiaochuan, why have you gathered the entire village? Everyone is here now. Why did you ask me to bring the scales? Zhao Digang approached, holding a large scale in hand, with many villagers trailing behind him, all wearing puzzled expressions. Oh, everyone. Please come closer. I wish to discuss the potato harvest with you all. Today, I would like everyone to learn about this new variety's harvest, preservation, and culinary methods. Zhao Xiaochuan began explaining the reasons behind the gathering. Before long, the ridges of his fields were crowded with villagers, eager to listen. He raised his voice slightly to begin his explanation. Everyone, take a good look. The part growing on the ground is the potato's leaves. Once this potato matures, the leaves will begin to change from green to yellow and eventually wilt. Zhao Xiaochuan plucked a potato leaf from the earth to demonstrate to everyone. Then continued with heightened enthusiasm. Today marks our village's inaugural potato harvest. From now on, our village will no longer suffer from hunger. On this momentous day, let us witness the bountiful yield of grain together. Later, I will need your assistance to transport these home, and I shall teach you how to prepare this delicacy. While he spoke, he remained oblivious to the imposing figure of a burly middle-aged man standing behind the villagers, accompanied by the smiling Qingyu, both of whom observed the unfolding scene with keen interest. Pay attention. The excavation must commence from one side. Do not dig straight down the middle, or you will damage the potatoes within. Zhao Xiaochuan seized the hoe from Zhao Feng, who stood closest to him, raised it high, swung it down with force, and then pulled it back vigorously. The soil was turned over, revealing one large potato after another beneath the earth, two as large as fists, with this single swing. For potatoes were already exposed. He meticulously dug around and beneath the plant, ultimately unearthing 6 potatoes, 4 of which were substantial in size, with 2 somewhat smaller, their golden hue strikingly visible against the soil. Second uncle, bring the scale. Let us see how much this first plant yields. He called out to Zhao Digang. Zhao Digang, holding the scale, placed the 6 potatoes onto the weighing pan, lifting the handle with his right hand while adjusting the weights with his left. After a careful examination of the scale's indicators, he announced the result: 2 Jin and 6 Liang. His voice rang with excitement as he declared, 2 Jin and 6 Liang. This plant yielded that much. He continued, quickly, everyone, let us all pitch in to see how many Jin we can harvest from my nephew's 2 mu of land. Don't just stand there. Get to work. As his words faded, the villagers, armed with hoes, descended into the fields, and in an instant, the entire area was abuzz with activity, hoes swinging in unison. Be careful while you dig. Do not damage the potatoes. I mean it. Watch your step. Lift your foot if you step on something. Place all the excavated potatoes into this bag. Those without hoes, hurry over to help bag them. You there, bring the potatoes over. Dig carefully on that side. Don't leave any behind in the ground. Just fill the bags. Once full, switch to another bag. Zhao He, stop digging. Go home and fetch a carrying pole. This bag is too heavy to lift by hand for weighing. Xiaochuan, stop watching and go grab some mulberry bark to tie the bags. Zhao Digang moved about the field like a foreman, directing the villagers, who worked with smiles and engaged in quiet discussions. Goodness. How do you think we should prepare these potatoes? I have no idea. Perhaps they should be boiled like rice. With such a large one, how long do you think it will take to cook? Just cut it smaller, right? You really are naive. Where do you think Zhao Xiaochuan got all these? I've never seen anything like them before. Don't underestimate him. He is always out and about. His experiences far exceed yours from toiling in the fields every day. Indeed, it is true. In the past, I would venture out daily for amusement, and it is likely that such escapades led to fortuitous encounters, perhaps even with celestial beings. Look at you, so enamored with the notion of divine encounters, only you could conceive of such fantasies. Your son plays every day. Yet he has never stumbled upon a deity, has he? Humph. You remain skeptical. Just observe Zhao Xiaochuan over the past year. He has amassed a considerable fortune, purchased land, constructed a courtyard, and even built a substantial workshop. He has even managed to divert a water source from afar. With such wealth, can one truly say he has not encountered a celestial being? Fortune has favored him. He caught a giant soft-shell turtle in the river and discovered wild ginseng in the mountains, yielding a handsome profit. Without such luck, where would his riches come from? Indeed. Let us hasten our digging. Soon we shall await his guidance on how to prepare these potatoes. The sounds of discussion and laughter resonated through the fields. Chapter 71. The Harvest Before Long. Zhao Xiaochuan returned with an ample supply of mulberry bark, and Zhao He brought a sturdy yoke. The villagers worked swiftly, and the 2 acres of potatoes were soon unearthed, filling 100 burlap sacks to the brim, with a substantial pile remaining beside them. Zhao Digang called out, Chunxing, come here, Dagon, you too. You both lift the yoke while Zhao He manages the scales, and I will keep count. Zhao He passed the yoke through the scales hook, suspending 2 sacks from it. Wang Chunxing and Li Dagan each lifted an end of the yoke, and as the sack ascended, the scales' weights gradually shifted until they settled into equilibrium. Upon inspection, Zhao He exclaimed, this sack weighs 103 Jin. Zhao Digang was already prepared with paper and pen, ready to record the figures. After noting the weight, he instructed, "Do not linger. Take the weighed sacks to Xiaochuan's courtyard." Soon, they weighed another sack, which came to 98 jin, followed by 101 jin, and then 102 jin. The meticulously weighed sacks of potatoes were carried by the villagers to Zhao Xiaochuan's home. As time passed, all 100 sacks were weighed. Yet a sizable heap of potatoes remained in the field. Zhao Digang waved his hand, declaring, "Whoever lives nearby, go fetch a basket to carry the potatoes and weigh them before transporting them to Xiaochuan's courtyard." Shortly, several baskets arrived, and their weights were recorded before they were filled with potatoes. After weighing, Zhao He reported, "This basket weighs 33 jin." The weighed baskets were then transported to Zhao Xiaochuan's home, followed by the second and third baskets, weighing 35 jin and 31 jin, respectively. In no time, the large pile of potatoes was entirely relocated to Zhao Xiaochuan's residence. After a thorough calculation by Zhao Digang, the total yield was finally revealed, and all present awaited the exact figures with bated breath. The 2 acres yielded a total of 13,685 jin of potatoes, averaging 6,842 jin per acre. Zhao Digang announced this with fervor, his voice trembling with excitement as he held the paper and pen. "Ah, can my land yield such a bounty?" questioned the village head, incredulity evident in his voice. "Have you made a mistake in your calculations? I can hardly believe my ears. All of this was personally excavated from the earth, yet you still remain skeptical. Alas, if only this grain had been available sooner. My loved one would not have succumbed to hunger. Ha ha ha, we shall never face starvation again, with such an abundance of grain. Planting a few acres would yield tens of thousands of pounds. Indeed, these 2 acres alone can produce over 10,000 pounds, ensuring we will not go hungry. We are immensely grateful to Zhao Xiaochuan for providing us with these seeds. Thank you, Xiaochuan. Thank you, Erlang." Among the villagers, some wept, some laughed, others expressed their gratitude, and a few were so overwhelmed with excitement that they jumped in place. A middle-aged man, who had been observing all of this from the sidelines, was equally astonished, his mind racing with the implications. Is this truly grain? If this were to be disseminated nationwide, the entire country would be free from the worry of hunger. Yet, it remains unclear how one might consume this or whether it is palatable. Seeing the villagers so elated, Zhao Xiaochuan felt a surge of joy himself and raised his voice. "Dear villagers, please calm down. I have yet to explain how this is to be consumed." He continued, "Let us do this. Each household should send 1 person to my courtyard, where I will elucidate how to preserve and prepare this food." Upon saying this, he took Zhao Feng by the hand and led him home, cheerfully exclaiming, "Come, let me treat you to a taste of my culinary skills." "Very well. I too wish to sample this unfamiliar delicacy," Zhao Feng replied. All right. No need to pull me. I can walk on my own." Zhao Feng laughed so heartily that the wrinkles on his face deepened. The villagers promptly designated 1 person from each household to head to Zhao Xiaochuan's courtyard. As soon as Zhao Xiaochuan arrived home, he called out, "Xuanmei, Xiaoju, come here and help wash the potatoes. Wu Li, please light the stove in the kitchen and boil a pot of water." After issuing his commands, he placed the freshly dug potatoes into a large basin to wash them. Wu and Zhou immediately rolled up their sleeves and said, "Xiaochuan, you go prepare other things. We'll handle the washing." "Yes, you hurry and prepare. We can wash them much faster than you," they insisted. Zhao Xiaochuan acquiesced and swiftly turned to the kitchen, retrieving a knife and a cutting board, along with 2 basins filled with clean water. He picked up a fist-sized, already cleaned potato and sliced it in half, then proceeded to cut it into thick slices, which he then transformed into strips before soaking them in the basin of water. After filling half a basin, he took another potato to cut, first into slices, then quickly chopping them into julienne pieces, the rhythmic sound of the knife against the board echoing in the air. The finished potato strips were also immersed in another basin of water. Zhao Xiaochuan selected the smaller potatoes and handed them to Wu Li, saying, "These should be placed directly into the pot to boil." He then fetched a small stove and pot for the courtyard. Igniting the stove and pouring in half a pot of cooking oil, he retrieved a slotted spoon from the kitchen, drained the potato strips, and placed them into the hot oil. As the flames licked the bottom of the pot, the oil heated and began to sizzle, and before long, the potato strips emerged crispy on the outside and tender within. Using the slotted spoon, he lifted them out to drain excess oil, then placed them in a basin, sprinkling a touch of fine salt on top. Additionally, he prepared a small bowl filled with half a bowl of chili sauce to serve as a dipping condiment. After frying the potato strips, the oil in the pot is poured out, and the pot is thoroughly cleaned before new vegetable oil is added. Next, ginger shreds, garlic, and segments of dried chili peppers are placed in the pot. Then, the potato shreds are added with a sizzling sound, and they are continuously stir-fried with a spatula. Once cooked, salt is added for seasoning, and the dish is transferred to a large plate. During this time, the entire courtyard is surrounded by villagers, who watch intently as he prepares and processes the dish. Zhao Xiaochuan enters the kitchen, where the potatoes have already been boiled. He retrieves them from the pot and places them all into a large basin before carrying the basin to the courtyard. Come, everyone try some. Each of you take one. This is boiled potato, simply cleaned and cooked in the pot, ready to eat. Of course, placing the potatoes in the hot ashes of the stove can also cook them beautifully, which is quite delicious as well. As he speaks, he distributes the potatoes to the villagers, the first one going to Zhao Feng. A few minutes later, everyone has received a potato. Noticing their puzzled expressions, he picks one up and demonstrates, saying that it can be eaten directly after peeling. The thin skin can be left on without issue, and he takes a bite. It's quite hot inside. The flavor is truly delightful, delicious, and quite remarkable. Wow, this tastes just like a dessert, soft and sticky. It's so good. If boiled potatoes taste this good, imagine how much better they would be when processed. The villagers, encouraged by his enthusiasm, begin to eat as well. Among them, a person hiding in the crowd also receives a potato and is astonished by its delightful flavor. Seeing that everyone has nearly finished, Zhao Xiaochuan takes a pair of chopsticks and places them in the basin of potato shreds, offering them for everyone to taste. A villager picks up a few shreds with the chopsticks, transferring them to their hand and savoring the flavor. Soon, everyone follows suit, and the potato shreds are quickly distributed among them. It must be said that the combination of oil and salt enhances the taste significantly. Indeed, it is delicious. The flavor is even better after being cut into shreds. Xiaochuan's culinary skills are truly impressive. He could easily open a restaurant. I agree. The flavor is genuinely delightful. The taste of the potato shreds receives unanimous approval from the crowd. Zhao Xiaochuan then picks up a fried potato strip with his thumb and forefinger, saying, "This is fried potato strips. They can be eaten as is or dipped in our chili sauce for an even better flavor." He demonstrates by dipping one into the sauce and savoring it. All right, everyone, come forward and give it a try. I'll tell you how to preserve the potatoes shortly. Before long, everyone has tasted the fried potato strips. Zhao Xiaochuan further explains how to preserve potatoes, to store potatoes for a long time. The best method is to wash them, slice them, blanch them in water, and then dry them. This way, they can be preserved for a considerable time. As long as they remain dry and free from moisture, they will not spoil. Additionally, digging a dry cellar to store the potatoes can keep them for up to 6 months to a year. However, it is important to note that once potatoes sprout, they are no longer suitable for consumption. The sprouts and leaves that grow from the potatoes should not be eaten. After the potato harvest, the leaves are turned into the soil to serve as fertilizer. The second round can be used to cultivate chili peppers or other crops, and employing a rotation method will enhance the land's productivity. Once the villagers grasped this, they all gradually departed. Chapter 72. The guests as the villagers left the courtyard. Zhao Xiaochuan noticed Qin Yu standing beside a stranger, beaming with delight. The man appeared to be a middle-aged individual, approximately 1.8 meters tall, similar to Zhao Xiaochuan's own height. Upon closer observation, although he wore plain garments and bore a smile, his commanding presence and an undercurrent of intensity could not be concealed. His stance exuded a military demeanor, and Qin Yu's features bore a resemblance to his. Zhao Xiaochuan's mind raced. He deduced that this man was undoubtedly a military general, and given Qin Yu's resemblance to him, it was highly likely he was her father. Zhao Xiaochuan approached the middle-aged man, clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, and said, "I am Zhao Xiaochuan. May I ask who you are?" The man returned the gesture and replied, "I am Qin Shizhong, Qin Yu's father. I am grateful to you for saving my precious daughter. Pray, how may I repay you? Considering your age, I presume you are older than my father, so I shall dare to address you as uncle. My rescue of Qin Yu was merely a matter of chance. There is truly no need for recompense," Zhao Xiaochuan responded. "Please, have a seat. I shall prepare a meal," Zhao Xiaochuan added. "You need not trouble yourself. I have matters to discuss with you. Qin Yu, please assist in the kitchen," Qin Shizhong instructed. "Wu Li, have you mastered the potato dish I made earlier? If so, proceed to the kitchen and prepare potato shreds and strips as side dishes. Also, fetch a plump hen to be stewed, and catch a fish," Zhao Xiaochuan directed. Wu Li acknowledged and promptly departed. "By the way, uncle, What matters do you wish to discuss? Zhao Xiaochuan inquired of Qin Shizhong. May I take these potatoes to the capital? I wish to promote them widely so that the populace may benefit from this grain, Qin Shizhong said, his gaze fixed on Zhao Xiaochuan with a smile. This is undoubtedly a noble endeavor. It is also my wish to ensure that the people do not suffer from hunger, Zhao Xiaochuan replied, clearly pleased. You trust me so readily. Are you not concerned I might usurp your credit? Qin Shizhong asked, grinning. Having spent considerable time with Qin Yu. She has shared many tales of you. I understand you are no ordinary man, Zhao Xiaochuan responded with a smile. You have been living with my daughter? Qin Shizhong exclaimed, a mix of anger and helplessness in his tone. Not quite. Qin Yu resides with my sister in the inner courtyard, while I occupy the western wing. She has confided in me about her feelings, but I believe she is still young and should wait a few more years before considering such matters, Zhao Xiaochuan answered truthfully. In that case, do you hold her in low regard? Qin Shizhong inquired, narrowing his eyes. Qin Yu is indeed beautiful. To be candid, I am quite fond of her. However, she is still quite young, and it would be best for her to mature a bit more before embarking on such a journey, Zhao Xiaochuan replied honestly. Then shifted the topic. By the way, uncle, how many of these potatoes do you require? Does this potato have seeds? Can you provide seeds? How much seed is needed for 1 acre? What is the maximum quantity you can offer? Inquired Qin Shizhong. It is best to plant potatoes by cutting them into pieces, as this significantly enhances the germination rate. Currently, I possess over 13,000 pounds of potatoes, which were just harvested with the help of the villagers. All of these can be given to you. For 1 acre, approximately 250 to 300 pounds of potatoes are required for cutting, with additional fertilizer. The yield could reach 7,000 to 8,000 pounds, or even near 10,000 pounds, Zhao Xiaochuan promptly replied. All 13,000 pounds are for me. Qin Shizhong asked incredulously. Indeed, all 13,000 pounds are yours. This year, they can be planted over 43 to 50 acres. With proper management, a harvest exceeding 300,000 pounds is possible. Next year, we could cultivate 1,000 acres, yielding approximately 16 million pounds over 2 seasons, and by the following year, we could plant 540,000 acres. If we reserve some seeds for this season's harvest in Qinshan village, let me calculate how much we can provide. Zhao Xiaochuan said as he returned to the house to fetch paper and pen, beginning to jot down figures. After reserving seeds for our village, we can supply you with 370,000 pounds. Adding my 13,000 pounds, you could take away 380,000 pounds. This year, you can plant 1,260 acres, and by next spring, 25,200 acres. After harvesting in summer, we could plant again, and before winter, we could yield 150 million pounds of potatoes. With sufficient fertilizer and proper management, the yield could even increase by 20%, Zhao Xiaochuan concluded after his calculations. What? 150 million pounds next year? Are you certain? Qin Shizhong exclaimed, suddenly rising from his chair with excitement, causing it to topple over with a loud crash. He breathed rapidly, exhilarated by the prospect of such an immense yield, envisioning the potential for national promotion. He steadied himself, sitting back down to suppress his excitement, and requested. Recalculate to ensure there are no errors. If such a quantity is indeed feasible, I will present a report to the court immediately. Zhao Xiaochuan recalculated, stating, our village has 70 households, each planting 1 acre. Assuming a yield of 6,000 pounds per acre, that amounts to 420,000 pounds. After reserving 46,000 pounds for seeds, we still have 370,000 pounds available, including my family's contribution of 13,000 pounds. That brings us to 380,000 pounds. This quantity could be used to plant 1,240 acres, resulting in a harvest of 744,000 pounds by winter. Next spring, we could plant 24,800 acres, yielding 14,880,000 pounds in summer, and subsequently, we could cultivate 496,000 acres, with a winter harvest of 2,900,000,000 pounds. Here in our village, potatoes can be cultivated twice a year, while in colder regions, only once. If you are certain, we can wait a few days. The village will soon be ready for harvest. I assure you that I can secure 380,000 pounds for you to take. What do you think? Zhao Xiaochuan asked. Very well. I entrust this matter to you. Please determine the cost, and I will arrange for the funds to be brought over, Qin Shizhong requested. Zhao Xiaochuan quickly calculated in his mind, noting that the system market price was merely 3 won per pound. Even if I charged the villagers 5 won per pound, 380,000 pounds would amount to only 1,900 taels of silver. Perhaps it is best to gift it to the court. As the chili sauce could earn several thousand taels within a month, this minor expense is inconsequential. Upon reflecting on this, he promptly declared, "Let these 380,000 pounds be my tribute to the court and to the common folk. There is no need for compensation. Just arrange for the transport to be made promptly, so we can plant it early. If we sow now, we might reap a harvest before winter. However, it would be prudent to send someone to learn the methods of cultivation, for we cannot afford to waste the seeds." "Very well. Lend me your paper and pen for a moment. I shall compose a letter to the capital," Qin Shizhong replied. Zhao Xiaochuan retrieved some paper from his quarters. Qin Shizhong then took the paper and pen, commencing his letter. After a little over 10 minutes, he completed the correspondence, producing a finely crafted bamboo tube from his pocket, into which he carefully rolled the letter, sealing it and affixing a layer of wax with 3 red triangular stamps. Next, he produced a bone whistle, placing it in his mouth and blowing a sharp, clear note that echoed in the air. Almost immediately, the sky was filled with the cry of a bird, and a majestic eagle began to descend. Qin Shizhong extended his arm, and the large bird alighted upon it, its head, neck, and breast adorned with white feathers, while its body boasted a rich brown plumage. He meticulously tied the bamboo tube to the eagle's leg and instructed, "Go swiftly, deliver this letter to the capital, and you shall be rewarded with meat." The eagle unfurled its wings with a powerful flap and soared into the sky, disappearing from sight in no time. Zhao Xiaochuan, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Uncle, what species is this eagle?" "This is a haydonking." "What of it? I see that glimmer in your eyes. Do you fancy it?" "Alas, you cannot afford to keep one. It only feasts on goose meat," Qin Shizhong retorted. "Nay, I have my own beasts, which rival your haydonking. They have accompanied me in vanquishing many bandits, and they too are carnivorous," Zhao Xiaochuan boasted proudly. "Oh, what kind of animals do you possess that can slay bandits?" "Might I see one?" Qin Shizhong asked, equally intrigued. "Black cat, come here," Zhao Xiaochuan called out. From an unseen corner of the house, a massive black panther sprang forth, swiftly approaching its master, startling Qin Shizhong, who instinctively reached for the short sword concealed within his garments. The panther, with its eyes half closed, rubbed its head affectionately against Zhao Xiaochuan's calf. "Black cat, allow me to introduce you. This is Xiaoyu's father. Get acquainted," Zhao Xiaochuan said. The panther, upon hearing this, glanced at Qin Shizhong and sniffed him curiously before nuzzling his leg, which rendered Qin Shizhong momentarily frozen in place. "Enough. Go play," Zhao Xiaochuan exclaimed, eager to defuse the tension. The panther bounded away, and Qin Shizhong finally exhaled deeply, a flood of relief washing over him as he curiously asked, "How long have you had this mountain cat?" "I rescued it last year from the mountains. Had I not intervened, it would have perished long ago," Zhao Xiaochuan replied with a smile. "No wonder you claim it can slay bandits. Its teeth are sharp, its claws formidable, and its speed remarkable." "A single bite to the neck would prove fatal," Qin Shizhong remarked, acknowledging the creature's prowess. Apart from tigers, the bobcat ranks as the most formidable, exhibiting agility that even surpasses that of the tiger. An encounter with its attack in the wild often leads to a dire outcome. Qin Shizhong, well versed in such matters, elucidated the characteristics of this fierce beast. "It is indeed your erudition, uncle, that allows you to possess such knowledge," Zhao Xiaochuan began to flatter. Their conversation flowed seamlessly until the sun dipped below the horizon. The kitchen at home had prepared a sumptuous feast, and all family members who had been working in the fields had returned. As per tradition, 2 tables were set in the courtyard. Qin Shizhong took a seat beside Zhao Ming, while Zhao Xiaochuan discreetly returned to his room to procure a jar of 50-degree grain liquor weighing 5 pounds from the system store. He filled 2 bowls to the brim and placed them before Zhao Ming and Qin Shizhong, exclaiming, "Father, allow me to introduce this gentleman. He is the father of Xiaoyu." "Uncle, this is the father of the group brawl, and this is my mother, my elder brother, and my younger sister." Zhao Xiaochuan commenced introducing his family to Qin Shizhong. Before long, Zhao Xiaochuan's father and Qin Shizhong were engaged in lively conversation, their cups clinking as they indulged in drink, becoming increasingly merry. They alternated between calling each other brother and friend, causing the others present to stifle laughter behind their hands. The following morning, Zhao Xiaochuan visited the home of Zhao Digang once more. "Uncle, I would like to request your assistance in collecting all the potatoes from the village, retaining 1,000 pounds for each household, and I will acquire the rest at 5 per pound." He stated his intentions straightforwardly. "Why do you need so many? Your family already has over 10,000 pounds. Is that not sufficient? Would you mind sharing your purpose?" Zhao Digang inquired, puzzled, as the village's total yield was substantial. To be candid, the child I rescued, Xiaoyu, has a father who is a general in the imperial court. He visited yesterday and, upon seeing our potato yield, expressed a desire to purchase them for seed. My idea is to donate them directly to the court. With over 70 households cultivating potatoes in the village, each averaging about 7,000 pounds, if we reserve 1,000 pounds for seed, we could provide the court with 380,000 pounds. If the court plants 2 seasons, they could expand to 100 million pounds, alleviating hunger for the populace nationwide within 2 years. This is my vision. Zhao Xiaochuan explained earnestly. That will not do. We should request donations instead. Your expenses seem excessive, Zhao Digang remarked, feeling his nephew was at a disadvantage. Rest assured, uncle. I will use the profits from the chili sauce factory to purchase the villagers' potatoes. Is that not a reasonable arrangement? Everyone needs to eat. We cannot let our fellow villagers suffer. Please follow my plan. I assure you the processing plant will remain stable. And I will distribute dividends to everyone before the new year, Zhao Xiaochuan insisted with sincerity. Very well, very well. Is there anything else you wish to convey? Zhao Digang replied, shaking his head in exasperation. Tell the villagers to wait until the potato leaves turn yellow before harvesting. Do not dig them up prematurely. I want to purchase some burlap sacks, which will be used to pack goods later. The court will arrange for people to come and assist, as well as to learn how to cultivate crops. I will ensure that both you and brother Zhao He receive ample attention. Perhaps you may even earn some commendation. Zhao Xiaochuan said with a smile. All right, whatever you say, Zhao Digang replied, beaming widely. He felt quite pleased with this nephew of his, who was considerate enough to think about enhancing their visibility before the officials, perhaps even leading to a reward. After bidding farewell, Zhao Xiaochuan returned home, mounted his yellow horse, and galloped towards the county town. Nowadays, the roads were nearly as smooth as concrete, allowing the horses to run without kicking up dust, and rainy days no longer turned them into muddy quagmires. He arrived at a grocery store in the county town and inquired about the price of burlap sacks, discovering they cost 10 coins each. The system marketplace sold them for only 5 coins each, making the choice clear. The latter was indeed the better option. Zhao Xiaochuan then went to his shop at number 6 East Street, quietly calculated, and purchased 4,000 burlap sacks from the system marketplace, mentally placing them in the store. There was no way he could leave such a large number of sacks out in his home without arousing suspicion. The sudden appearance of so many sacks would certainly raise questions. Maintaining a low profile was paramount. He hired 8 horse-drawn carts to transport the sacks, agreeing on a price of 5 coins per cart. The impressive procession of carts drew the attention of passers-by. The rhythmic clatter of hooves echoed as they gradually made their way back to the village. The smooth road allowed the entire convoy to pick up speed. What once took an hour now took only half that time. Sir, where should we deliver these goods? One of the cart drivers inquired. Follow me to the village square. Zhao Xiaochuan instructed, leading the convoy there. After unloading the carts, he settled the payment with the drivers. Upon returning home, Zhao Xiaochuan found Qin Shizhong and said, Uncle, come. Let me take you to the fields to see the potatoes that our fellow villagers have planted. Let us go, let us go. Ah, your father can certainly drink. But alas, he is not as formidable as I am, Qin Shizhong chuckled, following Zhao Xiaochuan outside. Your liquor is indeed potent, even more so than the emperor's royal brew. When I return, could you send me 10 or 8 jars? Qin Shizhong asked, beaming with mirth. This. Zhao Xiaochuan was at a loss for words, not out of concern for the cost, but rather apprehensive about how to explain such a gift. What's the matter? Are you reluctant? Let's make a deal. Since you fancy my daughter Xiaoyu, if you give me 50 jars of this wine, I shall consider it her dowry. What do you say? Qin Shizhong proposed unexpectedly. Hearing this, Zhao Xiaochuan stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. He thought to himself, goodness, this old drunkard is bartering his daughter for wine. I wonder how Xiaoyu would feel upon hearing this. Does she truly equate to 50 jars of liquor? He decided to start haggling. 10 jars, he declared. 45 jars. Qin Shizhong countered. 15 jars. Zhao Xiaochuan insisted. 40 jars, came the reply. 20 jars. Zhao Xiaochuan pressed. 38 jars, Qin Shizhong retorted. 22 jars. Zhao Xiaochuan finalized. As the two individuals strolled along, engaging in a lively discussion, they ultimately settled on the sum of 31 jars. Qin Shizhong laughed heartily, exclaiming, Indeed, indeed. This daughter of mine is worth 31 jars of fine wine, enough to sustain me for quite some time. He then turned to the young man. Now, my dear Xianxiu, we have a deal. This fine wine must be delivered to me, or I shall take my daughter home. Zhao Xiaochuan stumbled again, left speechless. This was what they called a negotiation with Xianqiu. Ah, covering his face, he thought, isn't it just a matter of being thick-skinned? I can do that too. Who is afraid? A person without shame is invincible. He quickly replied, Dear father-in-law, rest assured, the wine will be prepared for you, and it will certainly be in abundance. Now, how shall we arrange our wedding? Surely, it requires the 3 letters and 6 rites, along with a grand sedan chair, does it not? You mentioned nurturing her for 2 years, did you not? We shall see how it unfolds then, as long as Xiao Yu is happy. As a mere warrior, I have always acted according to my whims. Rituals are of little consequence. Besides, I spend most of my time on the battlefield. And who knows when I might meet my end? I lack the time to attend to her. Now that fate has brought you together. If she has taken a liking to you, please take good care of her and ensure she does not suffer. Qin Shizhong spoke, his tone becoming somber, akin to a final request. Father-in-law, please wait a moment. I shall fetch something from home, Zhao Xiaochuan said, turning back towards the courtyard. He hurried to the west wing, where he summoned a finely crafted saber from the system space. With the saber in hand, he briskly returned outside. Dear father-in-law, this is a fortuitous find of mine. A gift for you. I hope you will like it, Zhao Xiaochuan offered, presenting it with both hands. Qin Shizhong accepted the saber and examined it closely. The hilt was adorned with brass, intricately carved with the pattern of a coiling dragon, while the scabbard was crafted from ebony wrapped in sharkskin, embellished with silver thread and cloud designs. As he gently pushed the hilt, the blade slid forth from its sheath, producing a clear, resonant sound as the edge brushed against the copper lining, echoing like a dragon's chant. The guard featured a bronze dragon head, fierce and imposing, and the blade itself gleamed with a dark hue reminiscent of poisoned fire, with 2 blood grooves enhancing its elegant form. Near the hilt, the ancient script breaking the enemy was inscribed, and in the sunlight, the edge shimmered with a frosty brilliance. Ah, this is indeed a precious blade. Wait, does it still carry the scent of blood? Have you used this weapon? Qin Shizhong inquired. Yes, I wielded it against several bandits last time. They attempted to block with their own knives, but I cleaved both weapon and man in 2, Zhao Xiaochuan replied. Is that so? This is truly a fine sword. Are you truly willing to part with it? It is worth far more than 1,000 jars of good wine, Qin Shizhong remarked, his gaze fixed upon the saber, unabashedly revealing his admiration. Since you have graciously allowed your cherished daughter to marry me, how could this mere saber compare to Xiao Yu? Moreover, a precious sword is befitting of a hero, and only you are worthy of such a blade, Zhao Xiaochuan flattered him. Ha ha ha, indeed. A precious sword for a hero. Qin Shizhong laughed joyously, his smile nearly reaching the back of his ears. Chapter 74. And he's for a duck? Zhao Xiaochuan led Qin Shizhong to the village fields, where they observed the villagers busily tending to their lands. He descended into the field to inspect the potato plants, which had begun to exhibit a slight yellowing. At that moment, Li Laohan, who was diligently weeding at the edge of the field, raised his head and shielded his eyes from the sun with his hand. Finally noticing the presence of someone in the field, he hurried over and, upon getting closer, recognized the visitor. Xiaochuan, what brings you to my land? Are you here to help me with the weeding? Li Laohan inquired. Grandfather Li, has my second uncle informed you? I intend to reclaim most of these potatoes. Are you willing to part with them? Zhao Xiaochuan asked. I understand. Oh, it's merely a reclamation. What is there to be reluctant about? You want to lack for food while you're with me. Take as many as you need, Li Laohan replied with a smile. Grandfather Li, hand me your hoe. I wish to assess the yield of your land, Zhao Xiaochuan said, stopping by a potato plant at the edge of the field. He grasped the hoe that Li Laohan handed him, swung it forcefully, and plunged it deep into the earth. With a vigorous tug, the soil was turned over, revealing golden potatoes on the surface. After carefully excavating, he ultimately harvested 6 sizable potatoes. Qin Shizhong, filled with excitement, picked up the largest one and examined it repeatedly, muttering to himself, excellent. This one is truly substantial. If only it could be transformed into convenient military rations. The produce is splendid, though the processing is somewhat cumbersome. One must ignite a fire to cook. But having something to eat is already a blessing. Zhao Xiaochuan, listening intently, thought to himself that this was a desire for military food supplies. My compressed biscuits from that world are indeed remarkable. Utilizing them for military purposes would be perfect. He then remarked, esteemed father-in-law, I can resolve your military food supply dilemma. When not on duty, one can still cook. However, during missions or battles, when time is scarce, compressed biscuits can suffice. A small piece weighing 2 taels is equivalent to a full meal for an adult. What do you think? What? My talented son-in-law. Are you certain that this compressed food is genuinely that good? Can you produce it? What would it cost? If you can truly make it, and it is as splendid as you say, I will pay you. If not, I have a niece I can send your way. How does that sound? Qin Shizhong asked, his excitement palpable. Nearby, Li Laohan thought to himself, well, this fellow seems to have a way with words. He has already been called a son-in-law, and now there is mention of a niece as well. Zhao Xiaochuan must indeed be quite fortunate. Upon hearing of the niece, Zhao Xiaochuan stumbled slightly, hastily responding, esteemed father-in-law, please refrain from sending any niece my way. I will provide you with the recipe and method for making compressed biscuits, and we can have the court produce them. Otherwise, should you invest, it may lead to financial ruin. Indeed, maintaining an army is a matter for the court alone. Are you truly willing to share the recipe with the court? Qin Shizhong inquired. Without a nation, how can there be a home? The nation is a collective. While we are but individual families, each family must strive to thrive. When every family prospers, the collective flourishes. Each household contributes a little strength, and thus, the collective grows ever stronger. Zhao Xiaochuan articulated succinctly, conveying profound truths in an easily comprehensible manner. Without a nation, how can there be a home? Certainly. Here is the refined and elevated version of the text in English. Very well, I have taken note of your words. I will certainly report back to you alongside that peculiar duck recipe. Haha, Xiao Yu indeed has a discerning eye. I am thoroughly satisfied now. Qin Shizhong is generous with his praise. Zhao Xiaochuan, blushing from the compliment, proceeded with his companion to inspect the condition of the potato fields, where the harvest was nearly ready. They soon arrived at Zhao Digang's land, where a group of men were diligently working. Uncle, second uncle, brother Zhao He. You are all quite busy, he greeted them eagerly. Allow me to introduce, this gentleman is my father-in-law, and this is my paternal grandfather, my uncle, and my cousin. Zhao Xiaochuan made the introductions, and they exchanged respectful greetings, engaging in pleasantries. Zhao Digang inwardly mused about his nephew, wondering how he suddenly acquired a father-in-law. Having become the son-in-law of a general, he would surely achieve great success in the future. Zhao Feng was equally puzzled by this young rascal, who seemed to have secured a wife so rapidly. Even her father had come to see him, likely impressed, or else he wouldn't address him as father-in-law. It appeared there would soon be a wedding celebration to attend. Second uncle, we have just observed that the potatoes are ready for harvest. I propose we organize the entire village into teams for the digging, bagging, and weighing process. Each household can keep 1,000 pounds, while the remainder can be brought to the village square for storage. We can lay down a layer of straw on the ground and cover it with straw mats to shield it from rain. Mobilizing the entire village will expedite the process. You need only document how many pounds each family sells, and once everything is at the village square, I will distribute the funds accordingly. I have already prepared the money and the bags for the potatoes, which are all set at the village square under the watchful eye of Wang Chunxing. Very well. I shall arrange for the harvesting immediately. You may continue with your tasks. We cannot complete several 100,000 pounds all at once. Once it is done, I will send someone to fetch you, Zhao Digang replied before departing. Let us return. I am eager to see how you prepare that duck, Qin Shizhong said, impatiently pulling Zhao Xiaochuan back home. This left Zhao Feng and Zhao He exchanging glances, then whispering to each other. Hey, I wonder what kind of person Xiao Yu's father is, to be so excited over a duck. Is it truly that delicious? How come I never noticed? Grandfather, haven't you realized? Everything that passes through Xiaochuan's hands turns out delicious. Indeed, that seems to be the case. I wonder where this rascal learned his skills. Zhao Xiaochuan and Qin Shizhong hurried back to the courtyard. Father, brother Xiaochuan, why the haste? Qin Yu inquired curiously upon witnessing their urgency. Oh, it's nothing. Zhao Xiaochuan began to respond, but was swiftly interrupted by Qin Shizhong. Quickly, let us prepare that duck. We must attend to the matter at hand. Father-in-law, please remain calm. Please have a seat here while I gather the necessary items from the house. And then I will lead you to the kitchen so we can cook together. Very well, do hurry. I shall wait here, Qin Shizhong replied, resignedly taking a seat on a chair in the courtyard. Upon hearing the mention of preparing duck, Qin Yu couldn't help but think how delightful it was. After all, duck was a delectable dish she hadn't savored in quite some time, and the memory of its exquisite flavor brought a smile to her face. Zhao Xiaochuan entered the side room, only to find that the system space was devoid of any grain. He had no choice but to purchase supplies from the system marketplace: wheat, sesame, peanuts, and walnut kernels. He carefully placed these items into cloth bags and retrieved a jar of fried locusts from the space. Chapter 75. Compressed biscuits. As he exited, Qin Shizhong noticed the jar in his hands and hurried over, eagerly taking it from him and setting it on the table. He opened it with anticipation, only to be taken aback. Is this what they call duck? Why is it insects? Yet, the aroma is indeed quite delightful, he exclaimed. Father-in-law, do try this. It's my creation, and I believe you haven't tasted it before. Xiao Yu, please fetch a set of chopsticks and a bowl for your father to sample, Zhao Xiaochuan instructed. All right, I will, Qin Yu replied, turning to head to the kitchen for the utensils. Zhao Xiaochuan followed her with the bag of supplies, and Qin Shizhong picked up the ceramic jar to accompany them. In the kitchen, Zhao Xiaochuan gently lifted the cloth covering the stone mill and used a bristle brush to clean its surface, followed by a meticulous wipe with a clean towel to remove any dust. Once everything was pristine, he placed the wheat onto the millstone and began to turn the stone grinder. Their mill was a small one, consisting of 2 circular hard stones. The lower stone was fixed to a stone trough, while the upper stone had a handle on one side. By grasping the handle and turning it clockwise, the mill began to churn with a rhythmic grinding sound, allowing the wheat to flow through an opening and be ground into flour that cascaded down from all sides. He continued to feed wheat into the small opening, repeating the process until the wheat gradually diminished and the flour in the trough increased in volume. Brother Xiaochuan, you push the mill, and I will add the wheat, Qin Yu said, taking the bag of wheat from Zhao Xiaochuan. Very well. I shall be the donkey while you add the wheat, Zhao Xiaochuan chuckled, then began to mimic the braying of a donkey with exaggerated enthusiasm. Huh, Brother Xiaochuan, you are too amusing. Your donkey call is remarkably lifelike. Qin Yu laughed heartily, nearly doubling over with mirth. Meanwhile, Qin Shizhong, who was munching on the fried locusts, felt a surge of mixed emotions as he observed his precious daughter laughing so joyfully. It had been ages since he had seen her this happy. The last occasion was during a family reunion for the new year, back when his beloved wife was still with him. Sighing, he thought, as long as she can live happily like this, that is all that truly matters. I say, dear son-in-law, what other animal sounds can you imitate? Please enlighten us. He prompted. I can also mimic the chicken's cluck. It goes like this. Cluck, cluck, cluck. And the cat goes meow, meow, while the dog barks woof, woof, woof. Zhao Xiaochuan continued to push the mill while imitating various animal sounds. Unbeknownst to them, Hey Bao, their pet, had wandered into the kitchen. Drawn by the cacophony of animal sounds, with wide eyes, he scanned the room, ultimately realizing that these peculiar noises originated from his master's mouth. Filling his mind with a multitude of questions, why was his master producing such an array of animal sounds? Did he consume all those items? With so much ingested, how could he not save a little for himself? And are these animal sounds truly amusing? Shouldn't they be considered delectable instead? Before long, 10 pounds of wheat were entirely ground into flour amidst Qin Yu's laughter. Zhao Xiaochuan meticulously swept the flour from the stone mill with a palm brush, ensuring every last bit was collected into a clean basin. He then ignited the stove and poured a pound of peanuts into the iron pot, gently stirring until they achieved a delightful crispness before removing them. Subsequently, he added half a pound of sesame seeds and half a pound of walnut kernels to the pot, stirring them slowly until they too were perfectly toasted. Zhao Xiaochuan then retrieved a stone mortar to crush the roasted peanuts, followed by the sesame and walnuts. He then added the wheat flour into the pot, incorporating the crushed sesame, walnuts, and peanuts, along with a pound of sugar, an appropriate amount of salt, a suitable quantity of vegetable oil, and a measured amount of lard. He diligently stirred the mixture until it was thoroughly combined, explaining, by adding sugar, salt, and oil to the wheat flour, along with sesame, peanuts, and walnuts, we can achieve the essential nutritional components that one typically requires. With this compressed biscuit, the basic needs for a rapid march will be sufficiently met. Next, he scoured the storeroom for leftover scraps from the carpenter's earlier work, fashioning them into a rectangular mold. He filled the mold with the uniformly mixed flour, pressing down each layer with a wooden block, continuing this process until the mixture was tightly compacted, even using a hammer to further secure the top layer, all while explaining to Qin Shizhong, Father-in-law, I lack a proper mold. This one is rather rudimentary. A craftsman could create an iron mold with uniform pressing blocks, allowing for simultaneous compression, unlike my method of pressing piece by piece, which yields each block at roughly 2 ounces. Zhao Xiaochuan proceeded to press the mixture piece by piece, and after considerable time, he finally completed the processing of all the flour. He then purchased a wire mesh and an iron frame from the system shop, placing the mesh atop the frame. and evenly arranging the compressed biscuits on the wire. He positioned a lit charcoal basin below the frame, covering it with a large iron pot, propping it slightly above the ground with small wooden blocks to ensure adequate airflow for the charcoal's combustion. I lack an oven, so I am improvising with an inverted iron pot. However, for large-scale production, a proper oven capable of baking hundreds at once is essential. As he worked, he elucidated each step. Qin Shizhong, nearby, diligently took notes and occasionally posed questions. What is this nutrition? What does the mold represent? Zhao Xiaochuan patiently explained, nutrition, in essence, can be understood as this. Without salt, one lacks strength, just as one feels hunger without food. The mold refers to what is now termed a form or template. Approximately an hour later, as the temperature of the inverted iron pot gradually declined, he lifted the lid, and in an instant, the enticing aroma of the compressed biscuits wafted through the air. Upon careful examination, the compressed biscuits on the iron rack had transformed into a golden hue, releasing a delightful aroma. Zhao Xiaochuan picked up a piece, broke it in half, and inspected the thoroughly cooked center. With a bite, he was met with a blend of savory, salty, and sweet flavors, far surpassing the biscuits of the original world. It must be said, products from the system are undoubtedly of exquisite quality. Beside him, Qin Shizhong gazed with wide eyes and inquired, "How is it? Is it well made?" "Indeed. This is the flavor, delicious. Come, everyone, have a taste," Zhao Xiaochuan responded, handing a piece to Qin Shizhong and another to Qin Yu, even offering a piece to the nearby Black Panther. Qin Shizhong examined the compressed biscuit from every angle, inhaling its fragrance before savoring it in small bites. As if he were a connoisseur, Qin Yu, upon receiving her piece, immediately began to eat, exclaiming, "Brother Xiaochuan, this is delectable and fragrant, even better than the pastries made by others. May I have another piece? You have a small appetite. One piece is sufficient. This will expand in your stomach." Equivalent to a full meal, Zhao Xiaochuan replied, not withholding due to stinginess, but rather out of concern for her comfort. "How should this be preserved? If we intend to use it as provisions or for transport," Qin Shizhong asked with curiosity. "This should be wrapped in oil paper of fixed size and stored in wooden boxes, with layers separated by oil paper. As long as it remains dry, it can be preserved for an extended period. If stored properly, it could last a year, and if sealed in jars with wax on the outside, it could endure for 2 to 3 years. Zhao Xiaochuan began to elucidate the preservation methods. Qin Shizhong diligently noted down the preservation techniques with paper and pen. Chapter 76. For 100,000 Jin Zhao Xiaochuan, having prepared the baked compressed biscuits, filled several jars, remarking, "Father-in-law, you may take these compressed biscuits with you for verification. They are indeed quite useful. By the way, did you record the recipe, or shall I repeat it?" "No need. No need. I have documented everything, including how you made it. Initially, when you mentioned duck dry, I thought it referred to an actual duck. Only now do I realize it is made from this wheat flour." Qin Shizhong replied with a beaming smile, tinged with embarrassment. "Oh, ducks. That's easy. I'll stew 2 shortly, making an old duck soup. Wu Li, go fetch the 2 fattest ducks you can find and prepare them for cooking," Zhao Xiaochuan promptly instructed the cook. "Understood, young master." Wu Li replied and hurried to the chicken and duck pen. "By the way, father-in-law, we also have rabbits at home. How about we prepare rabbit tomorrow?" Zhao Xiaochuan asked. Sure. I'll eat whatever you prepare. I'm not picky," Qin Shizhong chuckled. "Then I shall retrieve 2 fish traps. I'll use the duck intestines as bait," Zhao Xiaochuan said, heading to the backyard of the old residence, where he found the fish traps he had woven earlier. After a thorough inspection, he was pleased to find them in good condition. Before long, 2 plump ducks fell victim to Wu Li's swift hand, and Zhao Xiaochuan acquired 2 sets of duck intestines for bait, which he quickly placed in the river at a suitable location. On that day, the entire village was bustling with activity, once again mobilizing as a community to dig up potatoes from each household. The villagers were divided into several teams, diligently excavating the tubers, while some individuals meticulously filled burlap sacks and tied them shut. Others were tasked with weighing the harvest, and Zhao Digang was responsible for documenting the proceedings with pen and paper. The following noon, Li Dagan hurried to find Zhao Xiaochuan, and upon their meeting, he anxiously exclaimed, "Xiaochuan, we've gathered all the potatoes. Can you guess how many pounds we have?" Zhao Xiaochuan, filled with curiosity, replied, "Surely the village's entire potato yield has been given to me, leaving nothing for seed?" "Not at all. Each family has reserved 1,000 pounds for seed, and the rest has been packed up. Your 4,000 sacks are completely filled. forming a substantial pile in the village square. A few households, lacking bags for storage, were unable to contribute, and they've been quite vocal about it, Li Dagan said, his face glistening with sweat and excitement. Does that mean there are already 400,000 pounds in the square? Zhao Xiaochuan remarked, somewhat speechless. After all this effort, it seemed his family's yield was the lowest. While others had reached over 7,000 pounds per acre, otherwise, they wouldn't have amassed such a quantity before the collection was even complete. Go ahead and gather everyone in the square. I'll prepare the funds, he instructed. Zhao Xiaochuan entered the side room and checked the system space, discovering a large chest of silver coins collected from the bandits, which was perfectly suited for distributing money. However, the chest was quite large, so he decided to find a smaller box for convenience. He purchased a wooden box from the system marketplace, confident it could hold around 200 pounds without issue. He then filled the small box with the silver coins and communicated with Linger to exchange for several thousand copper coins, placing them in a cloth bag, which he also added to the wooden box. Finally, he carried this box outside. With his newly acquired intermediate martial skills, the 200 pounds felt remarkably light. Zhao Xiaochuan led the way, followed closely by Qin Shizhong and Qin Yu, until they reached the village square. It was impressive to behold the 4,000 sacks of potatoes piled high, arranged with meticulous care. A layer of straw was spread on the ground, with the sack stacked atop, followed by another layer of straw and then more sacks, creating 3 tiers, all covered with a final layer of straw and a sunshade to protect them from rain. He ascended the platform with the box, lifting the lid and placing the bag of copper coins on top. Below, dozens of eager villagers stood, their excitement palpable as they began to discuss the sight of a chest full of silver. Noticing that the funds were ready, Zhao Gang began to call out names. First up, Li Shan, with a total weight of 6,620 pounds, amounting to 33 taels and 101. Li Shan joyfully stepped forward, and Zhao Xiaochuan quickly counted out the corresponding silver and copper coins, handing them over. Uncle Li, your land has produced remarkably well. This is just the beginning. I paid close attention when you were teaching, Li Shan replied cheerfully. Next, Li Honglin, 6,400 pounds, which equals 32 taels. Zhao Gang continued. Old Li, with a pot in hand, stepped forward with a grin. Haha, Xiaochuan, see how well I've managed. I saved 1,000 pounds and still have this much. Indeed, your prowess surpasses mine by far. Uncle Li remains ever the same. Zhao Xiaochuan chuckled as he handed over the meticulously counted silver coins. Next, Zhao Gang called out after distributing one batch. Thus, over the span of more than half an hour, they managed to distribute over 400,000 jin, with an additional 1,000 jin, and all the villagers who had brought their bags received their due potato earnings. The box of silver had dwindled significantly, leaving only a few copper coins behind. By the way, uncle, which families haven't sold their potatoes yet but are contemplating selling? Zhao Xiaochuan inquired. Including my own family, there are 5 households, Zhao Gang replied candidly, as he too wished to sell a few dozen taels of silver to support his younger son's education, given the considerable expenses. Very well, uncle. Please inform everyone to deliver their potatoes to my home using their baskets. My ancestral house should be able to accommodate it. Also, I would appreciate it if you could keep a record of how much each household brings, so I can make the payments promptly, Zhao Xiaochuan stated, as he believed in fairness. All right, I will arrange this immediately and return to collect the payment once everything is ready, Zhao Gang readily agreed. Turning to Qin Shizhong and Qin Yu, Zhao Xiaochuan said, Father-in-law, Xiao Yu, let us head to the riverbank to check our fishing nets. They have been in the water for a day and a night. Let us see how many fish we have caught. Certainly. Let us go and see how many fish that contraption has yielded, Qin Shizhong replied with a smile. Qin Yu, as sprightly as a fawn, followed closely behind Zhao Xiaochuan. While Qin Shizhong observed this joyful scene, his lips curling into a broad smile, the trio soon arrived at the riverbank, where they pulled up the first fishing net to reveal 2 large catfish. They then proceeded to haul up the second and third nets, ultimately uncovering a total of 5 catfish. Zhao Xiaochuan, standing by the bank, deftly wove a few willow branches to string the fish together. Qin Yu carried 1 fish, while Zhao Xiaochuan held 2, and Qin Shizhong also grasped 2. Upon reaching the village gate, they encountered Wang Chunsheng on duty, who immediately began to jest. Xiaochuan, are you taking your cousin fishing again? That cousin, could you spare your fish for your older brother? Qin Yu's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her head and walked inside. Zhao Xiaochuan quickly interjected, Brother Chunxing, your family has already amassed 30 taels. When will you find a partner as well? You could borrow my family's horse for the occasion. That chestnut stallion would be splendid for fetching a bride. Indeed. That chestnut horse from Xiaochuan's family is perfect for such an occasion. How about I introduce you to my cousin from my aunt's side? Chimed in a young man nearby. Get lost, you rascal. The cousin from Zhang Guzi's family would be a burden. If she were to sit upon that chestnut horse, it would surely break a sweat just from walking, Wang Chunxing retorted, recalling the daunting image of Zhang Guzi's cousin. Come on now, you have no cousins to speak of. And yet you express disdain. I will have a word with my aunt and ensure you receive a generous dowry, Zhang Guzi quipped. Brother Chunxing, my horse doesn't mind the sweat. You can use it for your carriage. Rest assured, Brother Guzi, this matter is on you, Zhao Xiaochuan added with a grin. With the conversation successfully diverted, he promptly made his way home, leaving them to continue their light-hearted debate regarding cousins. Upon their return home, a piercing cry of an eagle echoed through the sky. Qin Shizhong produced a bone whistle and blew a note, causing a magnificent sea eagle to alight upon his arm. He deftly untied a small bamboo tube from the bird's talon, inspected the seal upon it, and then unfolded a letter within. As he read, a frown creased his brow. Chapter 77. Entrustment. Zhao Xiaochuan, upon seeing the sea eagle, extended a catfish from his hand. The eagle grasped it with its claws, flapped its wings a few times, and soared into the sky once more, leaving the courtyard. Zhao, observing the troubled expression on Qin's face, hurriedly inquired, Father-in-law, what troubles you? Your countenance is quite grim. What has transpired? The emperor has commanded me to expedite the return of these goods, yet I find myself lacking sufficient carts to transport the 400,000 pounds. Qin Shizhong lamented, feeling quite helpless. Father-in-law, this is rather straightforward. There is no need for distress. We could enlist a courier service for transportation, and you could dispatch some soldiers to escort the goods. Surely, no one would dare to intercept. With 4,000 bags of potatoes, you could even mobilize a cavalry of 4,000, each horse carrying a bag. Would that not suffice? The army has logistics units. They could assist with the transport as well. Zhao Xiaochuan proposed several solutions in quick succession. Indeed, if the courier service employs double horses, they could haul over 3,000 pounds. With over 100 carts, we could accomplish the task. That is an excellent plan. Qin Shizhong's expression brightened with satisfaction at the suggestion. Precisely. Such specialized matters should be entrusted to professionals. That is the essence of expertise, Zhao Xiaochuan remarked with a smile. Very well. I shall head to the county town to contact the courier service. By the way, you must also arrange for someone to travel to the capital to impart knowledge on planting and fertilization techniques. Qin Shizhong stated resolutely as he made his way towards the stables. Zhao Xiaochuan followed closely behind and soon spotted a magnificent stallion within the stable. The steed, upon noticing a stranger, snorted loudly. This was Qin Shizhong's mount, and Zhao could not help but feel a pang of envy. What man does not admire a fine horse? He mused that he must one day acquire a steed of exceptional pedigree, a true symbol of prestige. Do you fancy my horse? Qin Shizhong astutely noted the envy in Zhao's gaze. Your horse is not quite the type I most admire. It merely possesses a robust physique, somewhat akin to my yellow-spotted mare, Zhao Xiaochuan modestly asserted, unwilling to concede his admiration, though he would find a thoroughbred more appealing. Father-in-law, let us compare our horses and see whose is superior. I shall ride my yellow-spotted mare, he challenged boldly. You dare to race against me? Come. Let us hasten to saddle our horses, Qin Shizhong declared, quickening his preparations. Zhao Xiaochuan swiftly saddled his yellow-spotted mare, and soon both riders mounted their steeds. Galloping forth beyond the village, the two figures, horse and rider, stood poised on the broad road, and Qin Shizhong called out, Are you ready? Begin. No sooner had he spoken than he spurred his horse into a gallop. Upon witnessing the situation, Zhao Xiaochuan quickly realized what was happening. He promptly struck the horse's hindquarters with his whip, prompting the yellow horse to gallop forward in pain, its hooves flying. He incessantly shouted commands to urge the horse onward. Soon, the yellow horse began to close the distance to the blue-maned horse, sensing that it was being pursued. The blue-maned horse hastened its pace until it reached the end of the road. However, the yellow horse was still unable to catch up. Qin Shizhong had already halted the blue-maned horse at the road's conclusion. After a few breaths, Zhao Xiaochuan arrived on the yellow horse. What do you think? Are you convinced? This horse of yours is indeed remarkable. If it were to go to battle, it would be classified as a superior steed. However, it seems that it has sustained injuries in the past. Although it has recovered, it still shows effects Otherwise, these two horses should be evenly matched. Qin Shizhong expressed his opinion. Father-in-law, you truly possess extensive knowledge, even discerning the quality of horses, Zhao Xiaochuan praised. Ha ha ha, within the army, one encounters all kinds of horses. Just observing the cavalry mounts can be quite dizzying. I have seen the finest horses in the imperial palace. I have encountered your long ago. It is just that most people do not recognize it. You must have spent a considerable sum to acquire this horse, Qin Shizhong remarked with an air of knowingness. Indeed. It was quite an expense, Zhao Xiaochuan confirmed, eager to redirect the conversation. Let us hurry and find the escort agency. The two rode into the county town. And after making inquiries, they located the Zhanwei escort agency. Upon their arrival, a burly man greeted them with a smile. I am the escort at this agency. May I ask if you gentlemen are here to hire an escort? I have a shipment to deliver to the capital. I am curious about the cost. Qin Shizhong began to inquire. Pray tell, how much cargo do you have? I can then calculate the number of horses needed, the escort inquired with a smile. For 100,000 jin, all packed in burlap sacks, approximately 100 jin each, totaling 4,000 sacks, Qin Shizhong detailed the specifics. 4,000 sacks? For 100,000 jin? Please, have a seat and wait a moment while I fetch my abacus for some calculations, the burly escort said, promptly retreating to the back room. In a short while, he returned, his expression a mixture of excitement and concern. Ultimately, he stated, Gentlemen, with such a substantial amount of cargo, we will require over 100 horse-drawn carts for transport. The cost will not be low. I wonder how much silver you are prepared to allocate? That is fine. Please let me know how much will be required, Qin Shizhong replied confidently. After calculations, the transportation fee, including provisions for the horses and personnel, will be at least 1,000 taels. We require a deposit of 200 taels, the escort said, observing Qin Shizhong's reaction closely. Very well. Please make the necessary arrangements immediately. I am in a hurry, Qin Shizhong declared with determination, producing 2 silver notes from his pocket and handing them over. Excellent. I shall draft the contract for you right away, the escort replied, verifying the authenticity of the notes before placing them safely away. He then retrieved the contract for completion. And both parties confirmed the details, affixing their seals. Upon receiving the contract, Qin Shizhong inquired, how long will it take to transport the goods? This is urgent. Otherwise, I would not be willing to spend such a large sum on shipping. Rest assured, I shall arrange everything promptly. If either of you requires anything, feel free to go ahead. We still need to prepare our horses and provisions here. Let us reconvene in half an hour and then proceed to the location where your goods are stored. The escort master provided an explanation. Very well. We shall also take a stroll outside, procure some items, and return just in time. Qin Shizhong reflected on this. After all, embarking with such a large party indeed necessitated some preparation. Zhao Xiaochuan, tugging at Qin Shizhong, said, Father-in-law, let us go. I shall treat you to a meal. What restaurant? Your cooking is far superior to any establishment, Qin Shizhong replied. Right, let us return home for a meal. The escort agency will arrive shortly. Qin Shizhong promptly opposed dining out, primarily because the meals prepared by Zhao Xiaochuan were truly delightful. He informed the escort master of his situation, expressing that he would wait for them at Qinshan village. Zhao Xiaochuan and Qin Shizhong mounted their horses and rode back, this time at a leisurely pace, no faster than the ordinary trot of their steeds, soon returning to the village. Upon arriving home, Zhao Xiaochuan hurried into the kitchen, where Wuli had already prepared several fish. He rolled up his sleeves, seized the chef's knife, and began chopping the fish into pieces. He then procured a bag of cornstarch from the system's marketplace, coated the fish pieces, and heated oil in a large pot to fry them. The sizzling sound filled the air, and before long, the fish pieces emerged with a golden brown crust. After retrieving all the fish and ladling out the oil, he added a small amount of water to the pot, brought it to a boil, and incorporated yellow bean sauce, fermented bean curd, and soy sauce, allowing the fish to simmer for over 10 minutes. Lifting the lid, he seasoned it with salt, chicken essence, and MSG, continuing to cook until the sauce thickened. 2 large bowls of fish were arranged on the table, and the enticing aroma wafted throughout the surroundings. Ha ha ha, the meals prepared by my son-in-law are truly delightful. Just look at how fragrant it is already. I scarcely wish to leave, Qin Shizhong exclaimed heartily, disregarding the astonished gazes of the others in the courtyard. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ming pondered, so this is what it means to have a worthy son-in-law. Have I missed something? What transpired that I am unaware of? Alas, this little you seems quite remarkable. I wonder how much betrothal gift is required. When did Sun Lanhua arrange this match? Why was I not informed? Could it be Zhao Ming who set it up? Zhao Xiaochuan smiled and said, as long as my father-in-law is willing, I can prepare delicious meals for you every day. He mused that it was unnecessary to mention the delightful nature of his cooking, as he had yet to utilize all the seasonings from the system's marketplace. And with 365 days in a year, each meal could be uniquely different. The courtyard was soon filled with 2 large tables, and everyone enjoyed their meal with great satisfaction. Just as they finished dining, someone arrived at the entrance. Zhao Xiaochuan stepped outside to find Wang Chunqing from the patrol team waiting. Upon seeing Zhao Xiaochuan, he hurriedly said, Brother Xiaochuan. A team of escorts has arrived at the entrance, along with numerous carts. They mentioned they were entrusted to collect items. And I thought it might be you who arranged this, so I came to inquire. Zhao Xiaochuan replied, the escort agency is here to collect potatoes. Please proceed. I shall join you shortly. Very well, make haste, Wang Chunqing said before turning to leave. As Qin Shizhong arrived at the entrance, he addressed Zhao Xiaochuan, stating that he would oversee the goods while Zhao attended to his tasks. Zhao Xiaochuan nodded in agreement and proceeded to the west wing, where he purchased 5 wooden crates capable of holding 10 bottles of liquor each, along with 50 bottles of white wine, which he carefully placed inside the crates. To prevent damage during transportation, he lined the bottom and the spaces between the bottles with straw, covering the top with more straw as well. He then prepared another crate, filling it with 6 cans of fried locusts, also cushioned with straw. After harnessing the horse-drawn carriage, he loaded the 6 crates and transported them to the village square. At that moment, the square was bustling with activity, as large horse-drawn carts were being loaded, each drawn by a pair of horses and carrying 30 bags apiece. Noticing Zhao Xiaochuan transferring crates from his cart to the square, Qin Shizhong approached him, inquiring about the contents of the crates. Father-in-law, these 5 crates contain wine. And this one holds fried locusts, Zhao Xiaochuan replied, setting down the last crate and opening the lid to show Qin Shizhong the contents. Very good, very good. I graciously accept this wine. By the way, who will teach this planting technique? Qin Shizhong responded with a smile as he accepted the crates. I have documented everything on paper for you to take back and follow, with every detail included, Zhao Xiaochuan said, producing his previously prepared instructions for potato cultivation, which not only contained written instructions but also illustrations, making it accessible for anyone who could read. As for why he refrained from sending someone to the capital, Zhao Xiaochuan thought it prudent to avoid the risk of inadvertently offending a high-ranking official there. Before long, all the potatoes were loaded, and the wooden crates were placed onto the cart. After an extended farewell with Qin Shizhong finally mounted his horse and followed the escort's caravan as it departed, leaving Qin Yu standing there, tears streaming down her face. Chapter 78. All your fault. Zhao Xiaochuan quietly approached Qin Yu and pulled her into his embrace. Little Yu, if you wish to return home, I can take you back. I do not want to go home. I only wish to be by your side. I want to wait for you to take me to see the sea, she declared firmly, ceasing her sobs. All right. This weather is perfect for a trip to the seaside. We can even swim. Let me prepare, and then I will take you there, Zhao Xiaochuan mused, contemplating the bounty of seafood that could be gathered during this season. The large escort caravan departed, gradually fading from sight. Xiaochuan, we have already delivered the potatoes to your ancestral home, Zhao Digang remarked, noticing the caravan's departure. Zhao Xiaochuan turned to him and asked, Uncle, could you tell me the total weight and the corresponding silver? The remaining 5 households amount to 163 taels and 251, Zhao Digang reported, pulling out a notebook to provide the figures accurately. Uncle, let us return home to collect the silver. Otherwise, dividing the silver notes would be cumbersome, Zhao Xiaochuan suggested as they began walking home. He then pondered aloud, Uncle, what do you think about establishing a private school in our village? It would nurture the youth. And who knows, we might even produce a few officials, or at the very least, a few scholars. Establishing a private academy requires a considerable amount of funds, and it entails long-term expenses. Zhao Digang expressed his concerns verbally, yet within his heart lingered the desire for the village to have its own school. Uncle, if our village continues to develop as I propose, we shall soon prosper, and sending children to school is imperative. Illiteracy must be eradicated, Zhao Xiaochuan articulated, having already contemplated this matter. However, he believed that the village head should take the lead on this initiative. I think the plot of land not far from the village square would be suitable for a school. It is conveniently located at the village's center, allowing the hired teacher to reside nearby, close to the well, ensuring a comfortable living situation, Zhao Xiaochuan remarked. Indeed, that location is quite adequate. But constructing the school will require significant financial resources, Zhao Digang pondered as they walked. In their conversation, the trio arrived at Zhao Xiaochuan's courtyard, where he discreetly entered the west wing, retrieving 200 taels of silver from his storage space. He placed the silver into a cloth bag and walked to the central courtyard, handing the money to Zhao Digang. This is the payment for the potatoes. Please take it. The surplus is for your household expenses and for purchasing some paper and ink for Brother Zhaowan. Do not return it to me. By the way, uncle, I entrust you with the school as establishment. Once the processing factory completes the chili sauce, please arrange for its delivery to Byway Building. Keep the silver notes for now, and use them for the school as construction. It must mirror the factory standards. The floor should be paved with large tiles. And both the school and the teacher's residence must be constructed with quality bricks and tiles. The room should exude elegance. And the school windows must be large to ensure ample natural light. Later, please return any remaining silver to me. Zhao Xiaochuan meticulously outlined his vision. Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest. It seems you were planning to leave. Why are you delegating everything to me? Zhao Digang acquiesced, realizing something felt amiss. I will be away for a while, and I am entrusting the factory's management to you, Zhao Xiaochuan responded. All right, just take care of yourself while you're out. Return promptly, Zhao Digang said, though he harbored many unanswered questions. Zhao Xiaochuan performed extensive maintenance on the largest horse-drawn carriage, meticulously repairing the wheels and refurbishing the interior. After an hour of diligent work, the carriage transformed into a mobile bed, akin in size to a home bed, complete with compartments for pots, utensils, and everyday items. He reinforced and waterproofed the sides and roof of the carriage, widening the driver's seat and installing a custom water tank. Once everything was completed, he admired his handiwork, feeling a twinge of regret that he could not procure a recreational vehicle from the system's space. For an off-road vehicle would be ideal given the poor road conditions of this world. However, he dismissed the notion, aware that such a vehicle would inevitably attract trouble. After the family finished dinner, Zhao Xiaochuan retrieved the 200 taels of silver and handed them to Zhao Ming, saying, Father, please take this money and arrange for a wife for elder brother, as he is not getting any younger. Last time, I asked Mother to make arrangements, but there was no follow-up. Now that I'm requesting your assistance, it is imperative that we see some progress. You, my dear brother, are you feeling a bit mischievous? How dare you imply I am at fault? Can I be blamed for this? The responsibility lies with you. Sun Lanhua cast a sharp glance at her second son and spoke with irritation. What does this have to do with me? I have not hindered him from seeking a wife. Why am I being blamed? Zhao Xiaochuan replied, utterly perplexed. Your elder brother has taken quite an interest in that Xuemei near me. His gaze is rather unsettling. He refuses to consider other young ladies. So can we not place some blame on you? Sun Lanhua elucidated the matter. Oh, he fancies Xuemei, is that so? What of it? Father, mother, do you disapprove of her? Or is it that Xuemei is unwilling? Zhao Xiaochuan queried with curiosity. I asked Xuemei, and she said she would defer to your wishes. Whatever you decide will be acceptable, Sun Lanhua replied. Xuemei, come here for a moment. Zhao Xiaochuan called to the maid who was busy tidying up. Speak up. My elder brother has taken a liking to you. What are your thoughts on this? Ah, well, I shall leave it to the young master to make the decision, Xuemei said, her face flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head, her fingers nervously fiddling with the hem of her dress. Oh dear, this is not an answer. How can I make a decision? Father, mother, elder brother, Xuemei, you all should discuss this amongst yourselves. I have no objections. If it pleases you, let elder brother acquire Xuemei's contract from the authorities and restore her freedom, and then simply register the marriage at the county office. What could I possibly say against it? Very well, let this matter rest here. Please do not place further blame on me. Zhao Xiaochuan then retrieved Xuemei's contract from his possession, placing it on the table for them to deliberate. He mused to himself, what a jest. Let me arrange matters when I am yet to comprehend them myself. Zhao Ming remarked, what about the contracts of the others? Bring them forth so I may safeguard them for you. What? Are you still interested in Xiaozhu or Wu Li? Zhao Xiaochuan, not overthinking it, reached into his robe, effectively drawing out the deeds to the courtyard, land, the processing plant, as well as the contracts for Zhang Long, Xiaozhu, and Wu Li. Laying them out on the table one by one, Zhao Ming exclaimed, Goodness, why do you carry these things so carelessly? Hand them over to me for safekeeping. We must avoid losing them. He then gathered the entirety of the deeds, land contracts, and servitude agreements from the table. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Xiaochuan conceded that he indeed appeared somewhat unreliable. Who among the ordinary would carry such documents on their person? He watched helplessly as his father collected the items from the table. Well, if it brings you joy, then so be it. He deliberately addressed Sun Lanhua, saying, Mother, do keep an eye on things. With such wealth at stake, be cautious that father does not become tempted to take a few concubines. Sun Lanhua shot him a particularly exasperated eye roll. Zhao Xiaochuan returned to the western chamber with a cheerful demeanor, purchasing a complete set of pots, bowls, and utensils from the system's marketplace. He also acquired various spices, which he neatly packed into a small wooden box, along with bags of rice and flour that he placed into the newly modified cart. He arranged everything meticulously within the compartments on either side, and added a small iron stove to the interior. Subsequently, he filled the water tank with well water and laid soft bedding inside the cart, preparing 2 blankets as well. After completing these tasks, he retired to his room for a well-deserved rest. Lying on his bed, he closed his eyes for a while, and soon, the spirit of sleep came to him, guiding him to a game of chess. The next day, upon awakening, Zhao Xiaochuan bid farewell to Zhao Ming and Sun Lanhua, explaining his intention to be away for some time. After much persuasion, they reluctantly agreed. He then sought out Zhang Long and Hu Feng, informing them, I shall be away for a while. The wildcat at home will accompany me, and I entrust the safety of our residence to you. Rest assured, young master. We will keep a vigilant watch over the household. Zhang Long and Hu Feng replied in unison, assuring him of their commitment. Zhao Xiaochuan then turned to Qin Yu and said, Let us depart together. Do you not wish to see the sea? We shall set off at once. Really? We are leaving now? Qin Yu responded, incredulous. Zhao Xiaochuan called for the black cat and said, Come along. As he took Qin Yu's hand and led him towards the stable, he harnessed the yellow horse to the cart and said, Get in. Overjoyed, Qin Yu climbed aboard, while the Black Panther looked on, bewildered. You should join us in the cart, so as not to alarm anyone else, Zhao Xiaochuan added. Upon hearing this, the Black Panther complied and nestled into the cart. The wheels rolled steadily, and the hooves of the horse rhythmically struck the ground as the cart departed the village. Qin Yu leaned out and asked, Xiaochuan, how far is the sea from here? How long will it take to reach? At this pace, it will take us several days to arrive, Zhao Xiaochuan replied with a smile. The two chatted merrily as they traveled, and before long, they arrived at the county town. Xiaoyu, would you like to eat? Let us procure some provisions for the journey, Zhao Xiaochuan inquired cheerfully. No need to buy anything. I find your cooking delightful. Just purchase some ingredients for us to prepare meals, Qin Yu replied, her smile radiant. Very well, we have everything we need on the cart. Let us buy some pancakes. Zhao Xiaochuan said, somewhat resigned, as he purchased a batch of pancakes from a shop and stored them in the cart. Thinking to himself that cooking was no trouble at all, he directed the cart eastward, and as they left the town, the road became uneven, causing the cart to jolt. Noticing Qin Yu furrow her brow, he slowed the cart's pace and began to sing. The stone roads of the capital are hard and smooth. The watermelons are large and sweet. The girls of the capital have long whips, and their eyes are truly beautiful. If you wish to marry, do not wed another. You must marry me, bringing your dowry, and your sister, driving the cart along. His voice floated through the air, carried by the wind. The yellow horse found its master singing more grating than a donkey's bray, while the Black Panther thought it rivaled the honking of the village's geese. Yet, Qin Yu's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing as she pondered whether he was hinting at marriage. The more she thought about it, the faster her heart raced. The carriage continued its journey until noon, at which point Zhao Xiaochuan found a suitable spot to halt. He retrieved some pancakes to satisfy his hunger. Noticing that Qin Yu was not enjoying his meal, he purchased a ceramic jar of juice from the system's marketplace and handed it to him. Here, try this. With a hint of curiosity, Qin Yu accepted the jar, inhaling the sweet aroma before pouring a small amount into his mouth. The taste was delightful, and he quickly gulped down several mouthfuls, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. The Black Panther dismounted the carriage, seemingly in search of a place to mark the map. Zhao Xiaochuan discreetly purchased a piece of meat from the system and offered it to the Black Panther, which cleverly carried the meat into a nearby thicket to enjoy its meal. Qin Yu extended the juice jar to Zhao Xiaochuan, saying, Brother Xiaochuan, you should have some too. Zhao Xiaochuan took a few hearty sips before passing it back to Qin Yu. The two shared their pancakes and juice joyfully, thus concluding their midday meal. After eating, they rested for a while, and soon the Black Panther returned, prompting the carriage to resume its forward journey. The afternoon passed, and after several hours of travel, before the sun dipped below the horizon, Zhao Xiaochuan found a grassy clearing. He set up a small iron stove on the ground, gathered some dry twigs, and ignited them in the stove. He then placed rice and water into a pot, added diced meat, corn kernels, cracked 2 eggs, sprinkled in some seasoning, covered the pot, and set it over a low flame to simmer. After half an hour, a delightful aroma wafted from the pot. "Brother Xiaochuan, what is this dish called? Why haven't we made it at home before?" Qin Yu inquired with curiosity. "Some ingredients I just recently acquired," Zhao Xiaochuan replied, fabricating an explanation. For the nature of the system's contents could not be divulged without dire consequences. Estimating that the rice was nearly done, Zhao Xiaochuan removed the pot from the heat, lifting the lid to reveal a plume of steam and a rich fragrance of meat, corn, and eggs, complemented by the crispy aroma of the rice at the bottom. Even the meat-loving Black Panther approached eagerly. He retrieved 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks, scooping the flavorful rice with meat into a bowl. "Come, it's time to eat." It smells wonderful," Qin Yu replied, accepting the bowl and beginning to eat. Once they had their fill, the two cleaned the pots and bowls, stowing them away in the carriage. Zhao Xiaochuan secretly gave the Black Panther another piece of meat and instructed, "Black Cat, during our sleep, your duty is to keep watch. Do you understand?" The clever creature nodded, though it could not speak. Otherwise, it would have readily agreed, "Master." The night sky twinkled with stars, and a full moon hung high, casting a silvery glow upon the earth, while the surrounding chorus of frogs and insects filled the air. Zhao Xiaochuan spread out bedding inside the carriage, draping one blanket over Qin Yu and another over himself. Before long, he had succumbed to slumber, drifting into the realm of dreams. He dreamt of his family from the original world, and once again beheld his cherished childhood friend. Her long hair cascaded gracefully, adorned in a beautiful pink dress, her face radiating like a fairy under the sunlight. She shyly approached him, and soon they embraced, the unique fragrance of youthful innocence enveloping him, quickening his pulse. Zhao Xiaochuan gently laid her down and softly kissed her enchanting lips. The beauty of the dream made him reluctant to awaken, wishing fervently that this blissful moment could last forever. As dawn filtered through the carriage window, illuminating the interior, Zhao Xiaochuan opened his eyes, feeling a weight upon him. He gently pulled back the covers to reveal a scene of spring, the lovely Qin Yu nestled in his embrace. He contemplated rising to prepare something to eat, and as he moved slightly, Qin Yu opened her eyes, a shy expression gracing her face. "Xiaochuan, you're awake," she said. "Are you hungry, Xiaoyu? I can make you something." Zhao Xiaochuan inquired softly. "I'm not hungry. Just stay with me a little longer. We can set off later," she replied, snuggling closer, their skin delicate as if made of fine jade, tinged with a hint of rosy hue. After half an hour, Qin Yu finally dressed and stepped out from the carriage. Zhao Xiaochuan began to tidy up the bedding in the carriage, folding 2 blankets neatly to one side, only to notice a small patch of crimson on the sheets. He stored the soiled linen in the system space and retrieved a fresh sheet to lay down. Chapter 80. Retreating to the tidal flats to gather shellfish, Zhao Xiaochuan browsed through the system marketplace, noting the scarcity of instant food items. He communicated with Linger, inquiring about the wealth value required to unlock instant food options. The wealth value required to unlock instant food categories is 2,000 taels. "Would you like to proceed?" Linger announced, revealing a substantial cost. "What subcategories does it include?" "Please do not deceive me," Zhao Xiaochuan responded cautiously upon hearing the price. "It encompasses fast food items such as fried rice, noodles, hamburgers, fried chicken, and pizza, convenient foods like frozen dumplings, buns, canned goods, and self-heating meals, snack foods including nuts, candied fruits, and dried fruits, along with other instant options like beef pies, cold noodles, rice noodles, and meat sandwiches, totaling over 100 items." Lingo provided a concise overview. "Linger, I have chili sauce in my space. I possess a considerable amount of silver notes. Can I convert them into wealth value?" Zhao Xiaochuan recalled the over 20,000 taels of silver notes in his possession. "Master, those silver notes cannot be exchanged for wealth value. That represents my hard-earned labor. Why can't it be exchanged?" Zhao Xiaochuan retorted, frustration evident. "That indeed reflects your diligent efforts, yet it is not gold or silver, thus it cannot be converted." "Then I shall utilize my system wealth value to unlock the instant food options," Zhao Xiaochuan conceded, recognizing that the silver notes, mere paper outside this realm, would lose their value. He could always exchange them at a money shop later. Ding! Instant food category successfully unlocked. 2,000 taels deducted. Zhao Xiaochuan purchased several beef pies from the instant food section of the system marketplace, opening the side compartment to place them inside. After a brief wash, he turned to Qin Yu and said, "Xiaoyu, shall we have a beef pie for breakfast?" He then retrieved one from the carriage. "The culinary delights you have prepared are truly exquisite. Qingyu accepted the pie, unwrapping the oil paper atop it, and indulged in hearty bites. The black panther, with its large, expressive eyes, fixated on the pie in its master's hand, incessantly licking its lips. All right, I'll give you one. I can see how tempted you are, Zhao Xiaochuan said, as he unwrapped a beef pie and placed it on the ground, subsequently retrieving another for himself from the cart. The black panther lay on the ground, eagerly munching on the beef pie, pondering why the delectable offerings from its master were so much more enticing than the fish it had caught from the river. It would seem that in the future, it must seek out a taste of whatever its master enjoyed, for this flavor was truly delightful. After breakfast, Qingyu returned to the cart, while the black panther sprawled atop the cart's boards, peacefully slumbering. Zhao Xiaochuan continued to drive the cart forward, the wheels rumbling, churning up a cloud of dust behind them. 2 days later, they arrived at the seaside, where he parked the cart beneath a grand tree, unbridling the horse and allowing it to graze freely. Zhao Xiaochuan then retrieved a hatchet, chopping several branches to support the cart's cabin, ensuring a comfortable resting place for the night. Qingyu gazed at the expansive sandy beach, feeling the invigorating sea breeze laden with salt, and admired the waves rhythmically crashing against the shore. She couldn't help but exclaim, "This is absolutely stunning, Brother Xiaochuan," and dashed towards the center of the beach. The black panther, having never witnessed such a scene, bounded alongside Qingyu, frolicking in the sand. Zhao Xiaochuan purchased a tin bucket and 2 small shovels from the system shop, carrying them toward the shoreline. Qingyu removed her shoes, relishing the warmth of the sand beneath her bare feet, laughing joyfully, as if a carefree fairy had graced this realm. Zhao Xiaochuan stood, entranced by the beauty surrounding him, realizing that this world held its own charm: loving parents, kind neighbors, a home, a cart, and a beloved companion, all steering towards a promising future. As her delicate feet danced upon the frothy white waves, each surge of water made her sprint a few steps onto the beach, only to chase the retreating surf, repeating this delightful game with infectious laughter carried away by the sea breeze. Just as she was reveling in her merriment, the water gradually receded, the waves growing more distant, revealing the rocky seabed beneath as time slipped by. "Brother Xiaochuan, why is the seawater moving further away? What is happening?" Qingyu inquired, noticing the unusual phenomenon. For stepping further revealed not the clean sand, but rather the rocky bottom. "We are experiencing a low tide. It's an opportune moment for gathering seafood. Put your shoes on, and I shall teach you how to catch it," Zhao Xiaochuan explained. "What is a low tide? What is seafood?" Qingyu found these terms quite peculiar. A low tide is when the water recedes, exposing the seabed, making it easier for us to gather accessible food. Edibles from the sea are referred to as seafood, while those from the river are known as river delicacies, Zhao Xiaochuan succinctly responded. He led Qingyu into the mudflats revealed by the receding tide, where they encountered a stranded octopus in a puddle. He quickly reached out and placed it into a bucket, explaining that this creature, known as an octopus, was quite delectable. "Really? Is something so ugly truly delicious?" Qingyu wondered, finding the creature undeniably unattractive, questioning its culinary appeal. "Look at this small hole in the sand. It typically harbors something edible," Zhao Xiaochuan remarked, retrieving a small shovel from the bucket to dig near the little hole. With a single scoop, a white clam emerged, which he picked up and added to the bucket. He set the tin bucket down on the ground and handed Qingyu another small shovel, suggesting a friendly competition. "Let us see who can catch more." "All right, I promise I'll catch more than you," Qingyu replied, taking the shovel and beginning her search for small holes in the mudflat. Zhao Xiaochuan also commenced his beach combing, continuously gathering seafood and instructing Lingo to assist with the collection. Beep. Successfully collected wild clams, wealth increased. Beep. Successfully collected wild oysters, wealth increased. Beep. Successfully collected wild mussels. Beep. Successfully collected wild white clams. Beep. Successfully collected sea urchins. He discovered a myriad of different sea snails and some stranded mantis shrimp, lobsters, and starfish. Perhaps the inhabitants of this world were unaware that these creatures were edible. As the seafood on the mudflat was beyond abundance, it could only be described as overwhelming. Not only was there an abundance, but the sizes were impressive as well, with one large lobster being as thick as an arm. In less than 2 hours, his wealth had increased by over 2,000, and his experience points surged by several thousand. From time to time, Zhao Xiaochuan would toss a clam into the tin bucket, both to facilitate system collection and to ensure that Qingyu would catch more than he did. He hastened his seafood gathering and soon discovered several large fish in a sizable puddle. Rolling up his sleeves and pant legs, he waded into the water, cautiously approaching one fish to grasp it firmly. However, the fish darted away, leaving him with nothing. He tried again with another fish, gently edging closer before forcefully lifting it toward the shore. A golden-hued fish leaped from the puddle, flailing desperately on the ground, its golden scales shimmering in the sunlight. He mentally communicated with Linger for collection. Beep. Successfully collected wild yellow croaker, wealth increased by 6,200. He was momentarily taken aback. Yellow croaker? Is it truly that valuable? What a stroke of fortune. He proceeded to extract several more fish from the puddle, though these were merely ordinary sea fish, yielding less significant wealth. He also gathered numerous oysters, successfully collecting the majority and storing several hundred pounds in his inventory, planning to savor them later. Zhao Xiaochuan then uncovered a significant number of orchid crabs beneath the rocks, collecting several smaller ones, while keeping the two largest to place into the tin bucket. Oh, Brother Xiaochuan, what is this? It's so colorful. Can it be eaten? Qinyu inquired, her curiosity piqued by the clawing orchid crab at the bottom of the bucket. Both the steamed and fried versions are delightful. I shall prepare them shortly, Zhao Xiaochuan remarked with a smile. Come on, there's no need to gather them. This half-bucket of seafood is ample for the two of us. Zhao Xiaochuan pulled Qinyu along the shore, collecting a few oysters, seaweed, and kelp as they walked. Brother Xiaochuan, why are you putting stones in the bucket? Qinyu inquired, puzzled. You'll see shortly. Now, let's get cooking, Zhao Xiaochuan replied with a smile, offering no further explanation. Chapter 81. What lies beyond the sea? They arrived at a small stream along the shore. Brother Xiaochuan, take off your shoes. I'll wash them together and let them dry, Qinyu suggested. He removed his wet shoes, which Qinyu then submerged in the stream for cleaning. Zhao Xiaochuan meticulously washed the clams in the bucket, skillfully prepared the orchid crabs and octopuses with a small knife, and scrubbed the oysters to remove the mud. Ensuring all the plants were thoroughly cleaned before carrying them towards the cart, he set up a stove on the ground, collected dry twigs from the woods, rinsed some rice, and placed an iron pot atop the stove to cook the rice. He then retrieved a frying pan, dug a makeshift fire pit with a spade, set the pan over it, and ignited the fire below. Contemplating, he decided to purchase a package of hot pot base from the system store. He poured an adequate amount of cooking oil into the pan, added slices of ginger and cloves of garlic to saute until fragrant, then tossed in the prepared octopus, clams, and orchid crabs to stir-fry. Subsequently, he added water and the hot pot base, covering the pot with a lid. After washing the two pairs of shoes, Qinyu found a sunny patch near the cart to lay them out to dry. She approached Zhao Xiaochuan, who was crouched by the fire, gently resting her head against his back, and whispered, Brother Xiaochuan, have you cooked everything in the bucket? It smells so delicious. Are you starving? Just a moment. It needs to be flavorful, Zhao Xiaochuan replied, lifting the lid to sprinkle in some salt, chicken essence, and oyster sauce. After tasting it with chopsticks and finding it well seasoned, he covered the pot again to let it simmer. Unbeknownst to them, Black Panther had caught a fish on the mudflat and sauntered over, clutching a large sea fish in its mouth, settling under a tree to feast. Before long, the aroma of cooked rice wafted from the iron pot, mingling with the rich, spicy scent of the hot pot, the fragrance of spicy seafood carried away by the breeze. Zhao Xiaochuan moved the rice pot aside, lifting the lid from the hot pot, which bubbled and simmered invitingly. Come, it's time to eat, he called, handing a bowl of rice to Qinyu before using a small knife to pry open an oyster, offering her the fresh oyster meat. Try this. It's good raw. I prefer it cooked. I don't dare eat it raw, Qinyu replied. Zhao Xiaochuan pinched the oyster between his thumb and forefinger, slurping it into his mouth with satisfaction before chewing and swallowing, leaving Qinyu astonished. He pried open another, scraping the oyster meat into the spicy hot pot, quickly repeating the process, rapidly adding the oyster meat to the bubbling pot. Hasten to wield your chopsticks and indulge. This octopus has absorbed a wealth of flavors. Do sample it. As for the clams, one should only savor the tender meat within, discarding the shell. The flesh of this orchid crab is nestled inside, requiring a decisive bite to access. These oysters can be enjoyed raw, cooked, or even grilled. I shall prepare them grilled for you next time. While Zhao Xiaochuan diligently added morsels to Qinyu's bowl, he elaborated on the various delicacies. He also introduced strands of seaweed and kombu into the hot pot. The taste of this oyster is delightful, and the clam is quite palatable, though the meat is rather scant. Qinyu devoured a spicy oyster, glistening with oil at the corners of her mouth, followed by a clam, discarding the shell carelessly on the ground. The piquant flavors tantalized her palate, rendering her unable to pause, as she continued to consume one after another. Seeing her relish the feast brought Zhao Xiaochuan immense joy. As the two savored their meal, their shoes dried in the sun. And after tidying up the cookware scattered on the ground, a wave of fatigue washed over them. After a long day of beachcombing, they were indeed weary. Zhao Xiaochuan reclined inside the cart for a brief respite, and soon, Qinyu laid down beside him, both succumbing to slumber swiftly, uncertain of how long they had slept. Zhao Xiaochuan awoke to find Qinyu still peacefully dreaming. He quietly descended from the cart, noting that Black Panther was curled up beneath it, also in deep slumber. Armed with a tin bucket and a shovel, he made his way to the beach, for their earlier feast had emptied the bucket of seafood. And he needed to gather more lest they go hungry by nightfall. At the shoreline, the tide had reverted to its former state. Zhao Xiaochuan strolled along the coast and stumbled upon a plethora of fist-sized abalones amidst a rocky area, collecting over a dozen into his bucket. He also harvested some seaweed, filling the bucket to capacity. Reluctantly, he returned to the stream, leaving behind the two largest abalones while securing the rest within his system's space, as it provided optimal preservation. After thoroughly cleansing the two large abalones, he placed them in the bucket alongside the meticulously washed seaweed. He devised a plan. The thicker sections of the seaweed would be used to stew with ribs, while the thinner parts would be prepared as a salad. The abalones would be diced for a braised dish. Arriving at the cooking site, he skillfully removed the abalone shells, using salt to scrub away the slimy residue from the flesh. He diced the abalones and procured a piece of pork belly from the system store, cutting it into cubes as well. In a heated pan, he added a suitable amount of oil, releasing the fragrant aromas of scallions, ginger, and garlic. The diced pork belly and abalone were stir-fried until they turned a delicate golden hue. Then, he introduced oyster sauce, rock sugar, soy sauce, and a pinch of salt, adding water to let it simmer until the sauce reduced. Just before serving, he sprinkled chopped scallions on top, the aroma becoming utterly irresistible. Remove the thin parts of the kelp, blanch them in boiling water, then retrieve and slice them into fine strips, placing them into a large soup bowl. Crush and finely chop 2 raw chili peppers, ginger, and garlic, adding them to the kelp strips. Incorporate a suitable amount of soy sauce, vinegar, salt, chicken essence, monosodium glutamate, and chopped scallions, stirring meticulously with chopsticks until well combined. Upon tasting, the dish reveals a delightful umami flavor, accompanied by a hint of acidity and a subtle spiciness. Indeed, this is the essence of cold kelp salad, worthy of a score of 95. With the 2 dishes prepared, the rice in the clay pot has also been perfectly cooked. Zhao Xiaochuan approached the cart to rouse Qinyu, exclaiming, "Xiaoyu, it's time for dinner. Tonight, we shall feast on abalone." "Abalone? I wasn't aware of what that was," Qinyu replied, still hazy from sleep, rubbing her eyes and filled with curiosity. After disembarking, she took a towel to wash her face by the stream, rejuvenating her spirit. As the sun descended, the evening glow painted the sky like a spilled palette of colors, orange, crimson, and golden hues blending seamlessly. Zhao Xiaochuan and Qinyu smiled at one another, sharing dinner amidst this breathtaking backdrop, a scene that brought tranquility to the heart. Having satiated their appetites, they tidied up the dishes and returned them to the cart. As night fell, the two sat upon the sandy shore, a full moon casting its glow in the starry sky, the sea breeze gently caressing them with a refreshing chill. "Brother Xiaochuan, what lies beyond the sea? Are there people over there as well?" Qinyu inquired, resting her chin on her hands, her eyes filled with wonder. "Beyond the sea lies another land, teeming with various animals and plants. There may be people, or perhaps none at all," Zhao Xiaochuan replied. "How many stars are there in the sky? Can we count them all?" Qinyu leaned her head against Zhao Xiaochuan's shoulder. "There are thousands of stars visible to our eyes, while others are too distant for us to see," Zhao Xiaochuan said, wrapping his arms around her. "Brother Xiaochuan, they say that when people die, they become stars in the sky. Is that true? Is my mother up there?" Qinyu asked, her voice tinged with melancholy. "Yes, your mother watches over you from above. And when you are happy, she is happy too. So, you must find joy every day, all right?" Zhao Xiaochuan comforted her gently. Let us go and find happiness together," Qinyu whispered in his ear. Hand in hand, they returned to the cart, where a black panther lay resting outside. Inside, the atmosphere was filled with warmth and delight as they savored each moment, unlocking further joys together. Chapter 82. The Rogue with Severed Ties That Night. After an unknown duration of activity, they finally succumbed to a contented slumber. Zhao Xiaochuan experienced an extensive dream, envisioning himself as a wealthy magnate. Yet, he found himself surrounded by unfamiliar faces, each adorned with sinister smiles, pointing at him and mocking him with repeated taunts of "you fool. Ha ha ha." The laughter echoed incessantly, sending chills down his spine and causing beads of sweat to form. No, leave me be," he cried, retreating until he fell into darkness. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaochuan awoke, the dawnlight gently illuminating the horizon. Sweat clung to his forehead as he picked up a towel to wipe his brow. His movements causing the nearby delicate arm to tighten its grip, eyes glowing with excitement as he gazed upon the rosy cheeks and the pair of rabbits, enthusiastically pressing them beneath him. As the sun ascended high in the sky, he donned his attire and alighted from the carriage, carrying a basin to the brookside. After refreshing himself, he commenced his day's endeavors. He fetched water and began to prepare lunch. In one pot, rice simmered, while in another, seaweed was stewing with ribs. The bubbling pots released an enticing aroma that roused Qin Yu from her slumber in the carriage. Xiaochuan, what delectable dish have you concocted? It smells so delightful. Yet I've never encountered such a fragrance before, she yawned, stretching as she descended from the carriage. Ah, Xiaoyu, do wash up first. And then you may join me for the meal. It's already been stewed, Zhao Xiaochuan said with a tender smile. All right, I will, Qin Yu replied, taking the basin to the brook. After they shared a meal, they ventured to the seaside to gather seafood, adhering to their routine of foraging during the day and resting at night. After 3 days by the sea, Zhao Xiaochuan's wealth had surged to 21,200 taels, and his experience points reached 9,260. He had thoroughly exploited the nearby beaches, storing a considerable amount of seafood he deemed delectable in his space. On the 4th day, at Qin Yu's behest, they harnessed the horse to the carriage and set off for home. Black Panther and Qin Yu occupied the carriage while Zhao Xiaochuan cheerfully drove. Breaking into song, the main road stretches far and wide, leading to my humble abode. Nestled beneath the verdant mountains, the land below is fertile, 5 acres of earth. What shall we plant on this fine plot? Upon finishing the melody, Qin Yu poked her head from the carriage and asked, Xiaochuan, how do you know so many songs? I have never heard them before. Our experiences are inherently limited. The things we encounter and the knowledge we acquire are finite. It is impossible to know everything, Zhao Xiaochuan replied with a chuckle. Their banter continued as they journeyed onward. After 3 more days, they finally returned to the familiar city of Jin County, and the carriage once again traversed the well-known path back to Qingshan village. Ah, Spring Sheng. It is your turn to guard the gate today? Kindly open it for us. Zhao Xiaochuan greeted upon seeing the partially closed village gate and Wang Chunqing dozing beside it. Wang Chunqing abruptly stood up, not only refusing to open the gate but instead shutting it completely. Zhao Xiaochuan, taken aback and puzzled, leaped down from the carriage and approached the gate, saying, Spring Sheng, do not jest with me. Open the gate at once. Who do you think you are? You've been expelled from the village. Now get lost. Wang Chunqing shouted from within. What did you say? If you dare to insult me again, I will certainly make my way in and confront you, Zhao Xiaochuan retorted, feeling a surge of indignation. I said you've been disowned. Why are you still so arrogant? Came the continued taunts from inside. What? Disowned? Who did such a thing? Open the gate and explain this to me. Zhao Xiaochuan's voice grew louder. Hearing his master's anger, Black Panther dashed to the side of the gate. Unleashing a low, thunderous growl that resonated powerfully, he pounded his paws against the gate, producing a resounding thud. Baring his sharp teeth and fixating his large eyes on the individuals within through the crack in the door. Oh dear, someone is about to be murdered. It must be said that the roar of the Black Panther indeed terrified those inside, causing them to flee in panic. Through the crack of the door, Qin Yu could see the gatekeepers, Wang Chunqing and Zhang Godin, hastily running into the village. Alighting from the cart, Qin Yu approached Zhao Xiaochuan and inquired, Brother Xiaochuan, what is happening? Zhao Xiaochuan, filled with anger, replied, I am still unaware of the situation inside. Moments later, over 100 villagers, armed with sticks, marched towards the gate. A scene reminiscent of the time when the entire village demanded repayment upon his arrival. Peering through the door's crevice, Zhao Xiaochuan recognized the leader as the village head, Zhao Digang, alongside Zhao Ming, Zhao Dachuan, and unexpectedly, Wang Dazhuang. A frown creased his brow. What on earth had transpired in just over 10 days? Xiaoyu, quickly head to the cart. Given the current atmosphere, a scuffle may ensue, Zhao Xiaochuan cautioned, concerned for Qin Yu's safety. Although incredulous, Qin Yu retreated a short distance towards the cart. The village gate creaked open slowly, the massive hinges emitting a grating sound. Just as the Black Panther was about to erupt, Zhao Xiaochuan intervened. Everyone was blocked inside the gate, except for Zhao Ming, who stepped forward and handed Zhao Xiaochuan a piece of paper. Xiaochuan, you have been expelled from Qingshan village. This is your severance letter and household registration. You must leave. With your capabilities, you can earn a living anywhere, Zhao Ming declared. Zhao Xiaochuan took the paper, the words severance letter glaring back at him, detailing accusations of his lack of filial piety and neglect of proper work in the village, culminating in the conclusion of his expulsion. Below were the signatures and seals of the village head, Zhao Digang, Zhao Ming, Sun Lanhua, and Zhao Dachuan. Next, Zhao Ming presented a household registration, akin to a modern identification card, which now stated that he had been expelled from Qingshan village. For him, there was neither home nor land, rendering him a drifter. And without a legitimate job, he was deemed a vagrant. Suppressing his anger, Zhao Xiaochuan asked, "But the courtyard was built with my money. The processing factory was established with my funds, and the servants and guards were purchased by me. Father, how could you be so heartless? You? By what right do you claim those possessions as yours? Bring forth the deeds and contracts. Those were clearly bought with my money," Zhao Ming retorted arrogantly. "Uncle, will you also allow them to sever ties?" Zhao Xiaochuan turned to Zhao Digang. "Give it up. With your pitiful tricks, who is unaware? We now have chili seeds and potato seeds. It's merely a matter of ing them in vegetable oil and spices. Anyone could do it. Oh, and regarding the contract for byway building, we have already renegotiated it. The processing factory now belongs to the entire village, and you have no claim to it," Zhao Digang asserted, suddenly appearing composed, brandishing a contract from his pocket. "Indeed, the world will continue to turn without you, Zhao Xiaochuan. Will the sun not rise tomorrow?" Wang Dazhuang chimed in from the side. "Indeed, the processing factory was built with the collective funds of our entire village. What connection do you have to it? You. Just hurry and leave. Go on. With your appearance, resembling that of a newly affluent person, barking orders day in and day out, just leave. You are nothing but a fraud, a deceiver who has taken our money to enrich yourself." As the villagers hurled insults at their master, the Black Panther howled loudly several times, momentarily silencing their voices. The relentless barrage of harsh words pierced through every fiber of Zhao Xiaochuan's being, causing him to stumble back a few steps, nearly losing his balance. A fog settled over his mind, and darkness clouded his vision. As if all his strength had been siphoned away, Xin Yu hurriedly rushed to support his staggering form, quietly reassuring him, "Brother Xiaochuan, hold on, you still have me. You promised my father to take care of me. Yes, Xiao Yu is now my woman, and I have pledged to look after her. I cannot falter." Zhao Xiaochuan was roused from his stupor. He suddenly widened his eyes and shouted furiously, "Enough. I no longer want the courtyard, nor do I wish for the processing factory. But what about the household guards I purchased? Return them to me. The maid and the cook are also mine. Let them come forth. If they wish to follow you, I will accept it, but those who wish to follow me shall come with me. By what right do you command me? Those are all mine." Zhao Ming raised his head defiantly. "Are you certain you will not summon them?" Zhao Xiaochuan began to smirk, then crouched down to stroke the Black Panther on the ground. Zhao Ming was startled by this gesture and hastily instructed Zhao Dachuan to call for help. Zhao Xiaochuan tucked the severance documents and household registration into his bosom, actually placing them into his spatial storage. Time trickled by, and soon, Zhang Long, Hu Feng, Long Shi, Xuemei, Xiaoju, and Muli all arrived at the entrance. "I have been severed from kinship and have become an outcast. Those who wish to follow me, step to my side. Those who wish to stay may do so. I do not compel anyone," Zhao Xiaochuan spoke calmly. "I shall follow you, my lord," Zhang Long declared without hesitation, standing beside Zhao Xiaochuan. "And I too," Hu Feng added, pulling Long Shi along to join them. After a moment, Xiaoju bit her lip and said, "My lord, I will also go with you." With that, she took her place beside Zhao Xiaochuan. "Bring forth their contracts." Noticing the lack of response from the others, Zhao Xiaochuan approached Zhao Ming and extended his hand. Zhao Ming glanced at Zhao Digang and, receiving a nod, reluctantly retrieved a few contracts from his pocket, handing over those of Zhang Long and Xiaoju. Zhao Xiaochuan accepted them, verifying their authenticity before tucking them away, then turned and called out, "Let us go." The village gate creaked shut once more. Zhao Xiaochuan slowly made his way to the carriage and asked Zhang Long and Xiaoju, "I am left with nothing now. Perhaps I should give you some silver and return your contracts, so you can go to the government and change to free status." "My lord, I wish to follow you." "Freedom matters not to me," Zhang Long replied. "Wherever you go, I shall follow, and if one day you truly cannot carry on, you could sell me for a few silver coins," Xiaoju said, tears glistening in her eyes. "Do not gaze upon me, for you cannot purchase my loyalty. Wherever brother Zhang Long goes, I shall follow. Simply ensure that my mother and I have our meals. Matters of wealth are of no concern." Hu Feng also expressed his agreement. "All right, everyone, let's board the carriage." Zhang Long and I shall drive. Even if we are reduced to begging, we shall do so as a united front, Zhao Xiaochuan jested. Long Shi, Xiaoju, and Qin Yu all settled into the carriage, while Zhao Xiaochuan and Zhang Long took the reins at the front, with Black Panther seated beside the master. The carriage wheels rolled and rattled, swiftly arriving at a fork in the road, one path leading to Wanyun Town, the other to Jinhe County. Chapter 83. Retrieving the contract. Zhang Long inquired, Young master, shall we head to the county or the town? Let us first visit the town, specifically the Byway building, Zhao Xiaochuan replied. Zhang Long tugged the reins towards the town, and the carriage began its journey in that direction. You should join us in the carriage. We wouldn't want to frighten the others, Zhao Xiaochuan said, patting Black Panther beside him. Obediently, Black Panther climbed into the carriage and settled inside. The carriage soon arrived at the entrance of Byway building. Zhao Xiaochuan leaped down and entered the main hall, followed closely by Zhang Long, who stood attentively beside him. Manager Han, are you busy? May we have a moment to speak privately? Zhao Xiaochuan greeted, cupping his hands in respect. Oh, it is young Master Zhao. Please, come in. Han Maochong responded, maintaining a professional smile as they proceeded to a private room. Manager Han, my processing factory is no longer under my control. I am uncertain about your intentions regarding this matter, Zhao Xiaochuan stated, explaining the situation. Young Master Zhao, you cannot hold me accountable for this. The village head and several villagers approached me to renegotiate the contract, threatening to transfer the business elsewhere if I did not comply. As you know, I am merely a businessman, Han Maochong explained, producing the previous contract signed with Zhao Xiaochuan and placing it on the table. It is of no consequence, I understand. I shall take this contract with me and bid you farewell, Zhao Xiaochuan remarked, examining the document before tucking it into his coat and turning to leave. Young master, where to next? To the county, Zhao Xiaochuan replied as he and Zhang Long took their positions at the front of the carriage, initiating a discussion about their destination. The wheels clattered as the carriage set forth towards the county. Zhang Long, tell me what transpired in the village during my absence, Zhao Xiaochuan inquired. After your departure, your father, no, Zhao Ming, took the property deeds to the authorities for modification and conferred with the village head on how to divide your factory. Given that the villagers had all invested, they could not reach a resolution. Eventually, it was decided that the entire village would run the factory together and share the profits. Zhang Long recounted. When did Wang Dazhuang return? Have Niu Laosan and Ma Laosi come back as well? What is their situation? And what has transpired in the courtyard? Zhao Xiaochuan asked, intrigued. The three of them seem to have been hiding. They reappeared 3 days after your departure. As for their negotiations with the village head, I am not privy to that information. As for Xuan Mei, she has long been taken to the east wing by Zhao Dachuan. You were simply unaware. The cook appears to harbor some feelings for Zhao Ming. Zhang Long recounted what he knew. My true intention in summoning you all here is to provide everyone with a choice. I find myself devoid of everything now. Why would you choose to forsake your freedom to follow me? Zhao Xiaochuan expressed his confusion. I have served as a bodyguard for many. Yet you stand apart from the rest, instilling in me a profound sense that you are a commendable master, and that by following you, I can lead a good life. Zhang Long chuckled. Are you not afraid of misjudging someone? Zhao Xiaochuan inquired with a smile. I am single. How much worse could it get? Zhang Long replied. Their exchange flowed swiftly, and before long, the carriage arrived in the county town. Young master, where to now? Zhang Long asked. To the largest clothing store. We shall first procure garments and bedding. Understood. The carriage soon reached Su's fabric shop, which not only sold various fabrics, but also ready-made clothing and bedding. Upon entering, Zhao Xiaochuan was greeted by the proprietor, who sported a prominent belly and a beaming smile. Young master, I am the owner of this establishment, surnamed Su. May I inquire what you wish to purchase? Fabric or ready-made garments? Mr. Su welcomed him warmly while sizing him up. What ready-made garments do you have? And what types of fabric are they made from? Zhao Xiaochuan asked. Please, this way. Here we have linen. Here is coarse cotton. This is fine cotton. And these are silk. Custom orders can also be arranged. As long as the price is right, brocade and satin are no issue. We have the most comprehensive selection in the entire county. Mr. Su began his introduction. Never mind, I lack knowledge in this area. Zhang Long, please summon everyone from the carriage. Let them all come to choose. Each person shall select 2 outfits for now. Zhao Xiaochuan instructed Zhang Long. Once everyone entered the shop, Mr. Su was elated. Counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He realized he could sell 10 garments in one go, and he excitedly called out, Chun Tao, quickly bring tea for our guests. Right away, sir, came a sweet voice from within the shop. I am not well versed in fabrics and clothing. You all should look at what you like and select. Each person will take 2 outfits. As for me, Xiaoyu, please assist me in my selection, Zhao Xiaochuan stated. After contemplating, he added, we cannot be too frugal. We must at least choose fine cotton fabric. By the way, Mr. Su, arrange for your female assistants to help my ladies choose their garments. Zhao Xiaochuan thought of a better solution. Certainly, I will summon the ladies right away, Mr. Su promptly agreed and called 2 women from the shop to assist in the selection. Young master, at my age, I can settle for some linen. Please do not waste your money. The elderly woman, Long Shi, approached Zhao Xiaochuan and spoke softly. Do not worry, auntie. This little expenditure will not cost much. Please choose with peace of mind, Zhao Xiaochuan reassured her. Before long, with the guidance of the female assistants, everyone had chosen their garments. And Qin Yu even selected an additional silk outfit for Zhao Xiaochuan. Mr. Su, how much for a quilt along with a cotton blanket? And what is the price for those garments? Zhao Xiaochuan continued his inquiries. A fine bedding set costs 500 won, while a premium cotton quilt is priced at 5 taels of silver. Additionally, a complimentary thin summer quilt, crafted from high-quality long-fiber cotton, is included. 10 sets of delicate cotton clothing are available for 3 taels of silver, whereas the silk ensemble demands 5 taels. Master Su, with an earnest smile, felt a surge of joy within. Master Su, I find that dress exceedingly beautiful. Might I inquire about its price? Zhao Xiaochuan discovered a striking skirt. Indeed, your discerning eye is commendable. This is a superior gauze dress, the only one in the county, priced at 60 taels of silver. Master Su observed the customer meticulously, offering a careful introduction. Xiaoyu, go and try it on to see if it fits. If it does, we shall purchase it outright. If not, we will have it tailored. Zhao Xiaochuan instructed Qin Yu. No need to try. Judging by her height, it will fit perfectly, chimed in a nearby female assistant, who had just assisted with the fitting. Then let us procure 5 bedding sets, including the premium cotton quilt, along with that gauze dress, and the 11 sets of clothing previously selected. What is the total? Zhao Xiaochuan decisively waved his hand, ready to finalize the purchase. Master Su promptly retrieved his abacus. The sound of the beads clicking resonated, and he concluded, Young master, the total comes to 95 taels and 5 cash. Master Su, please arrange for the bedding and quilts to be delivered to the shop at number 6 East Street, facing south. Otherwise, I fear my carriage will not accommodate both the passengers and the bedding. Zhao Xiaochuan specified his request, producing a 100 tael silver note to hand to Master Su. Certainly, I shall arrange for immediate delivery, Master Su responded, examining the banknote before tucking it away with a beaming smile. He then retrieved change from a drawer at the counter and handed it to Zhao Xiaochuan. Yuzi, prepare the carriage and deliver the goods to the customer at once, Master Su directed as he headed to the warehouse behind the shop to gather the items. The female assistant had already packaged the purchased clothing and dress, while Xiaojun adeptly collected the bundles. Let us go. We must return to tidy the house and board the carriage, Zhao Xiaochuan announced as he took his place at the driver's seat. Everyone soon boarded, and the carriage swiftly arrived at number 6 East Street. He produced a key and inserted it into the lock, which clicked open with a satisfying sound. Zhang Long hurried forward to push the door open, and all disembarked, taken aback by the spacious shop. Chapter 84. A further investment. Zhang Long, please go inside and unlock the door on the east side. Lead the carriage into the courtyard. There is indeed a courtyard within. Also, tidy up the kitchen, for we shall be residing here. Oh, and later, purchase a sufficient supply of firewood from the market, enough to last at least a year. Zhao Xiaochuan instructed as he handed Zhang Long the small change returned by Master Su. Xiaojun, Hu Feng, please tidy up the various rooms, clean them well. For Master Su will deliver the bedding shortly, and we shall lay it out. Xiaoyu, lend a hand as well. I must visit the county office to register our household here. Zhao Xiaochuan swiftly organized the tasks at hand, understanding the urgency of establishing a household. In this world, the absence of a fixed residence could pose significant challenges, while he himself might endure hardships. He certainly could not allow Qin Yu to follow suit in such a precarious manner. After he finished his instructions, he turned and departed for the county office. Armed with the property deed for number 6 East Main Street, he produced the severance letter and the old household registration, spending a little extra to have them re-registered. The household registration was swiftly processed, and he received a brand new official registration and travel permit. Once outside the county office, Zhao Xiaochuan tucked the severance letter, the new registration, and the travel permit into his space. He contemplated that the restaurant would indeed be advantageous. Operating a food establishment seemed rather cumbersome. Instead, he decided to transform it into a general store, with the second floor selling women's sanitary products, lingerie, and perfumes, while the first floor would offer daily necessities. Yet, he realized he needed staff. Should he hire someone? Perhaps not. He ought to visit the pawnshop himself. He returned to the pawnshop, where he was greeted by the same slightly plump middle-aged man, his face still adorned with a professional smile. He did not underestimate any customer, regardless of their appearance. "Young master, may I inquire if you are interested in purchasing property, land, individuals, or livestock? I wish to acquire some servants, 3 males and 3 females, to assist in the store. They must have clean backgrounds." Zhao Xiaochuan promptly articulated his requirements. The pawnshop manager quickly considered suitable candidates and replied, "Please follow me. I will introduce you to them." They soon arrived at a back courtyard, where a pungent odor assaulted Zhao Xiaochuan's nostrils, causing him to wrinkle his brow. The manager led him to a room and introduced, "These are the servants from Qin's tea house. Their master inadvertently offended someone and was imprisoned, forcing them to sell their assets and servants to raise money for compensation. There are 4 young waiters and 3 maidservants, all of whom can read." The manager leaned in closer, pointing discreetly to 3 young girls in a corner, whispering, "Those maidservants are still untouched. You see, those 3 over there." He gestured toward the young waiters nearby. Zhao Xiaochuan observed the young men, estimating their ages to be around 14 or 15, while the girls appeared to be about 15 or 16, all quite charming in appearance. "Are there any guards? I would prefer female guards if possible. Is there a cook available?" Zhao Xiaochuan inquired. "Unfortunately, we do not have any guards, as most capable individuals are already in service to families or have become bodyguards. However, we do have a cook from the same tea house, skilled in preparing a variety of dishes. They have all just arrived. As you can see, they are still quite clean." The manager explained, presenting the facts candidly. "Very well, I shall take them all. How much is it?" Zhao Xiaochuan pondered, deciding that this arrangement would suffice for now. The details could be addressed later. The young men are 5 taels each, the maidservants are 8 taels each, and the cook will be 6 taels, totaling 50 taels. The manager quickly calculated the price. Zhao Xiaochuan produced a banknote to pay for the acquisition, receiving 8 contracts of servitude in return. He then took the 8 individuals back to number 6 East Main Street, where he instructed them to introduce themselves. "I am a Fu. This is Lai Shun. He is Xuan Zhu, and he is De Gui. This one is Chun Tao. She is Chiao Er. This is Yun Xiang, and the cook is Zhao Di." A tall young man, upon hearing his lord request introductions, proactively stepped forward to present everyone in attendance. "Well done, Afu. From now on, you shall serve as their overseer. I will manage the significant matters, while you shall handle the minor ones. However, do not mistreat them. Should I discover any wrongdoing on your part, you will face my wrath." He reassured the others, "You need not worry. As long as you remain diligent and loyal to me, you shall not be neglected. Should my business prosper, I will reward you handsomely, and in 5 years, I will arrange marriages for you. But beware, if you betray my secrets, I will not hesitate to be ruthless." Zhao Xiaochuan immediately set about making arrangements, employing both incentives and admonitions. Everyone chorused, "Yes, my lord." Stumbling slightly, Zhao Xiaochuan quickly corrected them, "Do not call me my lord. Simply refer to me as young master." "Understood, young master," they replied in unison. Afu organized the others to assist in the back courtyard, and also arrange sleeping quarters for everyone. Then, proceed to Sue's fabric shop and purchase 2 sets of fine cotton clothing for each person, tailored to their measurements. Additionally, instruct manager Sue to deliver bedding according to our previous standards, 1 set for each person. If there are insufficient beds, procure more. Zhao Xiaochuan instructed as he handed a 100-tael silver note to Afdu. "Ah, this is too much, young master. How can you entrust me with such a sum?" Afu exclaimed, a mixture of excitement and disbelief evident in his demeanor. "I have faith in you. Hurry along. If I were to manage every task myself, I would surely be overwhelmed," Zhao Xiaochuan urged. Yes, I shall take care of it promptly, young master. Rest assured." Afu replied, tucking the silver note into his clothing and leading the others to the back courtyard. With these burdensome tasks entrusted to Afu, Zhao Xiaochuan turned his attention to the shop. The second floor housed 8 elegant rooms, all facing the street, boasting excellent ventilation and natural light. With a bit of reorganization, they would serve as splendid fitting rooms, though regrettably, they lacked large mirrors. He promptly communicated with Linger, inquiring whether they could procure a mirror. Master, we offer several types of glass: tempered glass, crystal glass, mirror glass, glass bricks, and glazed glass tiles. Each variety requires 1,000 taels to procure. Would you like to proceed? Linger responded. Does the mirror glass include mirrors? What exactly is crystal glass? Zhao Xiaochuan queried, uncertain of the intricacies involved and wanting to ensure he received what he desired for his expenditure. Mirror glass encompasses high-transparency glass and high-transparency mirrors. Crystal glass includes premium glass tableware and decorative crafts. Tempered glass is utilized for curtain walls and automotive windshields, while glass bricks are employed in architectural decoration and spatial division. Glazed glass tiles can be used for roofing and wall decoration. If you procure all 5 varieties, you will receive a complimentary supply of glass super adhesive. Linger elaborated. Proceed with the acquisition. I wish to obtain all 5 types, Zhao Xiaochuan declared without hesitation. Ding. All glass series products have been successfully unlocked, deducting 5 taels of your wealth. The glass super adhesive has also been successfully activated, echoed Linger's triumphant notification. In the system mall, he quickly discovered a dazzling array of glass products. Upon inspection, he noted that a full-length mirror, standing 2 meters tall and 50 centimeters wide, was priced at 500 coins, while a tempered version would cost an additional 2 coins. It must be said that this price was rather steep. Further examining the crystal items, he found a glass wine jug accompanied by 6 glasses for 300 coins. A fist-sized transparent crystal ball was priced at 200 coins, with options available in red, green, blue, and purple. A pair of crystal swans, elegantly entwined, was also listed at 300 coins. Additionally, there were various glass products representing the 12 zodiac signs, including wall hangings, ornaments, glasses, bowls, bottles, and crystal necklaces and bracelets. Zhao Xiaochuan spotted the items he desired, and naturally, his mind began to formulate plans, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Chapter 85. The new abode. He descended the stairs and purchased 300 pounds of white rice from the system mall, followed by 50 pounds of pork, 50 pounds of cabbage, and a complete assortment of condiments in ceramic jars, along with a large canister of cooking oil. With a mere thought, all the items were neatly arranged in a corner. Zhao Xiaochuan then made his way to the backyard, where he observed everyone busily engaged in their tasks. He called out to Digue, Xuanzhu, and Zhaodi, instructing them to move the food to the kitchen, while Zhaodi prepared to cook. Understood, young master. The 3 replied and promptly set off. He entered the main house's bedroom, where Black Panther lay sprawled on the floor, eyes closed in slumber, while Qin Yu was diligently making the bed and Xiao Ju was bent over, dusting the tables and furniture. The 2 occasionally exchanged light banter. Miss, when do you think the young master purchased this residence? Xiao Ju queried. How would I know? Brother Xiaochuan hasn't informed me, but perhaps it's better this way. If he had, we might not even have a place to stay now, Qin Yu replied. Indeed, the young master is quite unfortunate, having lost such an extensive estate. Xiao Ju lamented. What can we do? I believe Brother Xiaochuan will soon amass even greater wealth, Qin Yu reassured her. But earning money is not that simple. Those industries of the young master, if managed by someone else, would take a lifetime to recover, Xiao Ju countered. Seeing the 2 engage in their cheerful conversation, Zhao Xiaochuan couldn't help but smile. You're right, Xiao Yu. Rest assured, as long as I am here, making money will be effortless. Those small enterprises are hardly worth my concern. By the way, Xiao Ju, based on your remark about selling yourself if funds run low, I can promise you this. As long as you remain loyal to me, I shall ensure your everlasting prosperity. Should you take a liking to any gentleman, I will provide you with a generous dowry, allowing you to live a life of boundless indulgence. Young master, I don't want to marry. I just wish to remain by your side, serving you and the miss, Xiao Ju stammered, her face flushed, as she turned to plead with Qin Yu. Do not worry. I will ensure you stay with me. Rest assured, Qin Yu replied, fully aware of Xiao Ju's sentiments, though uncertain about the future herself. She could only offer temporary comfort. All right, Xiao Ju, you need not fret. Regardless of whom I may sell, I will never part with you. From now on, follow Xiao Yu. I have new hires at the shop to attend to the work. Zhao Xiaochuan could only make such arrangements for the time being, as there were ample servants available to handle the tasks at hand. He wandered into other rooms, where the maids were diligently engaged in cleaning and dusting the furniture. 13 rooms constituted a considerable workload. However, the subsequent tasks were relatively simpler. Before long, the firewood purchased by Zhang Long arrived in an unending stream, swiftly filling the storage area adjacent to the kitchen. Afia returned with the delivery cart from the Su family, distributing blankets and quilts to each room. He allocated the 6 rooms in the back to their group. The 4 men shared 2 rooms, while the 3 young women, along with the cook, divided another 2. Hu Yu and Long Shi arranged for 1 room, and Zhang Long took the other. Naturally, the northern room was designated as the master's quarters, leaving the 2 side rooms temporarily vacant. Zhao Xiaochuan observed the arrangement and felt quite satisfied. Afia had indeed performed admirably, demonstrating the efficiency of a servant from a distinguished household. Before long, Zhao Di had prepared the meal, setting 2 tables. "Young master, the food is ready. Please come and dine," Zhao Di announced as she approached. Upon entering the dining area, Zhao Xiaochuan noticed that only Qin Yu occupied the main table, prompting him to call out, "Zhang Long, Xiaozhu, Hu Feng, and Aunt Long, come sit with us at this table." The others complied and relocated to the main table. He continued, "Today marks our inaugural meal in our new home. Let us all relax and enjoy ourselves. By the way, the newcomers have yet to meet another member of our household, the black cat, Jing Chong. Come here, please." The Black Panther sauntered over to his side, startling the 8 new servants, who trembled in fear. Zhao Xiaochuan reassured them, "Do not be alarmed. The black cat will not bite unless provoked. It typically stays close to Xiaoyu, so you may continue your duties without concern." The panther sniffed each of the 8 newcomers before returning to its master's side. Zhao Xiaochuan offered a piece of meat to the panther, which squinted its eyes in delight before retreating to a corner to enjoy its treat. "All right, everyone, let us eat," he declared, picking up his chopsticks and helping himself to the dishes. As Zhao Xiaochuan began his meal, the others followed suit. Once everyone had eaten their fill, he turned to Aftu and inquired, "Afu, do you know where in town I might find ready-made shelves?" "My lord, there are none available. Only a few shops offer simple furniture. The shelves will need to be custom-made by a carpenter," Afu replied candidly. "Then seek out a skilled carpenter for these tasks. And remember to be polite and courteous in your speech," Zhao Xiaochuan instructed. "Rest assured, I understand," Afu acknowledged before departing. Zhao Xiaochuan settled into a chair and, unbeknownst to him, drifted into slumber, possibly due to physical fatigue, but more so from the emotional toll of recent events. Noticing this, a perceptive maid informed Qin Yu, who fetched a thin blanket from the bed and gently draped it over Zhao Xiaochuan, instructing everyone to keep their voices hushed. Uncertain of how long he had slumbered, he was suddenly roused to find a delicate blanket draped over him. Upon lifting his gaze, he beheld the ever-watchful Qin Yu, who, at that moment, was adorned in a splendid silk dress. Her fair skin shimmered subtly beneath the translucent fabric, prompting him to exclaim, "Little Yu, you look truly exquisite in that gown. I shall procure several more for you to wear on different occasions." "Brother Xiaochuan, this dress is rather expensive. There is no need to purchase so many," Qin Yu replied, her cheeks flushed at the compliment. "Look, I am now earning. What else can I do? One day, we shall journey to the county town, where I will order you several dresses, ensuring you are splendid every day." Zhao Xiaochuan smiled, his heart filled with visions of this ethereal Qin Yu. "Young master, the carpenter master has arrived and is waiting in the main hall of the shop," a Fu announced at that moment. "Very well. Instruct the maid to bring tea." "Oh, we are out of tea leaves. Send some hot water instead." "A Fu, please go purchase some high-quality tea leaves," Zhao Xiaochuan said, handing the delicate blanket to Qin Yu before proceeding towards the shop's main hall. In the hall, he encountered an old acquaintance and promptly clasped his hands in greeting. "Master Lu, it has been quite some time. How have you been?" "Young Master Zhao, what brings you here today?" Master Lu replied with a smile, returning the greeting. "I wish to convert this space into a merchandise shop and require custom shelves. How long might it take to complete?" Zhao Xiaochuan articulated his needs. "Young Master Zhao, could you provide a drawing?" Master Lu inquired. "Master Lu, could you craft wooden mannequins? I need 20 in total, 10 male and 10 female, with detachable arms and thighs. The legs should be secured to a sturdy base, ensuring a large enough connection to prevent breakage with repeated use," Zhao Xiaochuan said, taking the paper and pencil from Master Lu's hands and sketching on the table, illustrating both the disassembled and assembled forms, while using his own limbs to demonstrate. "Young Master Zhao, what purpose do you intend for these?" "Typically, one would use a single wooden post for martial training, rendering the need for gender-specific figures unnecessary," Master Lu observed, understanding the drawings but not the rationale behind them. "I plan to use them for displaying garments and dresses. Would it not appear rather unappealing to drape a dress over a featureless wooden post?" Zhao Xiaochuan queried. "Ah, young Master Zhao, your mind is indeed astute. I shall ensure they are crafted to your specifications, 2 for each age group from girlhood to womanhood. Master Lu now comprehended the intent. Indeed, there are women of varying sizes, and the effect of different garments will naturally differ. The same applies to men, who also come in various heights. Let us create several according to contemporary male and female proportions. Pray, how much will this cost? Zhao Xiaochuan elaborated on further details. After some deliberation, Master Lu calculated. If crafted from durable wood, the cost will be 20 taels of silver. Should we use ordinary timber, it will only be 5 taels. Utilize the finest wood, and endeavor to complete them swiftly. Additionally, I need several counters made of the same quality wood. Please let me know the cost, Zhao Xiaochuan concluded. Zhao Xiaochuan meticulously sketched several designs and dimensions for the counters on paper, elaborating on various details. The materials for these counters demanded a considerable sum of 50 taels. And with the addition of wooden figures, the total came to 70 taels, all crafted from premium wood. After a thorough calculation, Master Lu confirmed the costs. Zhao Xiaochuan then produced silver notes to settle the payment with Master Lu, and both parties formalized their agreement with a contract. Master Lu specified a delivery timeframe of 1 month and promised installation services before taking his leave. Chapter 86. Enduring a moment of anger leads to growing resentment. Taking a step back results in greater loss. Having arranged everything, Zhao Xiaochuan's thoughts turned to Mada. It was disheartening to see the fruits of his labor being monopolized by the villagers. Indeed, the old adage rang true: a favor granted in grain may lead to enmity in rice. Ultimately, he found himself feeling increasingly frustrated. Realizing that enduring a moment of anger only amplified his irritation, and taking a step back could lead to greater losses. What perplexed him even more was Zhao Ming and Sun Lanhua's ruthless severance of ties. He contemplated the notion of eliminating them, though he deemed it too lenient. After all, it was merely a chili sauce processing factory. He could easily establish another one. The stockpile of chilies should not be squandered on them, nor should the various spices, the abundant cooking oil, or the land he had painstakingly purchased. All of these needed to be reclaimed. Having made his decision, Zhao Xiaochuan approached Qin Yu in the backyard and said, "Xiao Yu, I plan to acquire a plot of land to cultivate chilies, focusing on high-yield crops. You need not wait for me to dine. Just enjoy your meal once it's ready. Understood? All right then. The sooner you go, the sooner you'll return," Qin Yu replied, showing no objections. Before departing, he fed a substantial piece of meat to Black Panther, instructing it to guard the home. He then visited the livestock market and purchased a tall, majestic black horse, taking a different route toward Qinshan. Noticing that the hour was still early, he ventured into the Golden Valley, utilizing his spatial abilities to sift through the waters for gold. However, gold had become increasingly scarce after exhausting the sandy bottom. He managed to exchange only 2,120 taels of silver. As night fell, the luminous moonlight bathed the earth, and Zhao Xiaochuan employed his spatial capabilities to insert perfectly sized stones into the water diversion pipes, sealing the gaps with earth. He placed a stone approximately every 1,000 meters, filling each crevice with soil. After repeating this process 3 or 4 times, the entire pipeline ceased to let a single drop of water flow. Pleased with his handiwork, he reflected on the fragility of the ceramic pipes. One careless excavation could lead to breakage, incurring costs for repairs, replacements, and refilling the gaps before reburying them. He mused whether those ungrateful wolves could muster such a sum of silver. As the night deepened, the entire Qinshan village slipped into slumber, save for the village patrol, who brandished torches while making their rounds. Zhao Xiaochuan approached the wall facing the mountain, extracting a superb sword from his spatial realm. With a gentle thrust against the wall, he made a swift horizontal cut, and the wall parted like tofu. After several deft strokes, a substantial opening appeared in the barrier. He strolled along the wall until he reached the vicinity of the processing factory, and then approached the factory's barrier. With a swift motion of his sword, he carved several slashes up and down, side to side. Utilizing the space, he compressed and expanded it, resulting in a sizable breach in the wall. With shattered green bricks strewn upon the ground outside, Zhao Xiaochuan then made his way to the warehouse storing chili peppers, where he deftly severed the door lock with his sword. Upon entering the warehouse, he summoned thousands of pounds of dried chilies into his spatial realm. Subsequently, he collected several thousand pounds of cooking oil along with the ceramic vat from the oil storage, as well as over 1,000 pounds of spices contained within ceramic jars. He proceeded to the finished product warehouse, where he noted a meager stock of about 1,000 cans. It occurred to him that they had been quite industrious, processing and selling their goods. Considering that it had been over 10 days since he had departed, averaging roughly 600 cans per day. It was evident that they had sold at least 4,000 cans, generating an income of 2,000 taels. With over 70 households in the village, each family could expect to receive more than 20 taels. For an ordinary family, it would take 4 to 5 years to amass such wealth. The allure of riches was undeniable, and it was no wonder that the entire village had united to drive him away. With a thought, he gathered all the finished chili paste into his spatial realm, along with 2 large sacks of chili seeds from the ground. After surveying the area, he found the processing factory completely devoid of its contents. Zhao Xiaochuan then made his way to the old residence, where he summoned over 30,000 pounds of soil into his spatial realm. Outside, he gazed at the 15 soap trees he had retrieved from the mountains and drew them into his space as well. He glanced at the 2-courtyard house, contemplated briefly, and ultimately decided against it, deeming it a gift to them, worth only a few hundred taels of silver. He chose to repay the original owner for their nurturing, thus concluding the family's debt of gratitude. Zhao Xiaochuan then swaggered through the large hole in the village wall, mounted his black horse, and leisurely departed the verdant hills. As he approached the county town, he noticed the tightly shut city gates in the distance and couldn't help but sigh. How foolish of him to forget that the gates would close before nightfall, reopening only at dawn. It seemed he would have to spend the night outside the city. He sought a clearing in the nearby woods, gathered some dry twigs, ignited a fire on the ground, and laid down some hay. With the warmth of the bonfire enveloping him, he soon drifted into slumber. When the sun's rays warmed him, Zhao Xiaochuan awoke languidly, finding the bonfire extinguished, leaving only a mound of white ash on the ground. Rising, he stretched and approached his grazing black horse, taking the reins and heading towards the city gate. By this time, the gate was wide open, bustling with the comings and goings of carts and people. Zhao Xiaochuan rode to the pawnshop, where the manager, upon seeing the patron who had recently purchased numerous servants, greeted him with a beaming smile. "Young master, welcome. Please, come in. I have the finest tea here. Do take a seat." The manager, with a sycophantic grin, ushered the benefactor into the establishment and hurried to fetch hot water from the stove to brew the tea. Scalding hot water cascaded over the tea leaves nestled within the white porcelain cup. In an instant, the liquid transformed into a resplendent golden hue, releasing an exquisite fragrance as the white steam wafted into the air. "Esteemed sir, I am but a humble chun,